Well, hello everybody and welcome along to Yas Marina for what will be coming up the 11th running of the Gulf 12 Hours here. We've had a raft of circuit activity over the last few days, and as a subtle change to the event for this year, we see a bumper entry, not just in terms of numbers, arguably the largest ever entry for a GT3 race here in the Middle East, but we've also got the addition of it being the final round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge for this year, which means there's a championship that's up for grabs over the course of this 12-hour race. And even the race is subtly different as well, because historically, if you've ever watched the Gulf 12 Hours, you'll be well aware that it is a 12-hour race, but broken into two 6-hour parts with a brief gap in the middle. Because we're part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge for this year, it's a flat-out 12-hour race. So first time it's had this format. Mark Werrell that is chatting to you now. I'm basing myself up in the commentary box, but down there in the pit lane should be David Addison, who is also with Alan Hyde.
Very good morning to you, Mark. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a pit lane which is in the shade at the moment, but as the day goes on, it's going to get warmer and warmer. The weather forecast for today, 26, 27 degrees in the sunshine, and a 12-hour race here at the Yas Marina Circuit. What is not to enjoy? Actually, we had a bit of rain last night, which was a bit unexpected. It happened just after qualifying. There were a couple of little spits and spots of rain during qualifying, but then proper rain at the end of that, when we were all hoping to have a rather nice meal by the harbour side, which is one of the features of the Gulf 12 Hours. It is unique. There is nothing else in the world quite like it. We have a veritable toy box of machinery down in pit lane as the cars leave to get ready to go out on the circuit and form up on the grid. And as you rightly say, Mark, David Addison is down here with me. And David, we were talking last night when we were trying to have dinner and stay dry. That is rare. We've not had that before, a bit of rain.
No, we didn't sign up to that. Everyone said, come here where it's warm, come where it's sunny. And then, qualifying, you were talking about the weather changing and getting a bit cooler and blowier as the wind picked up. And then, when that rain came, boy, did it come. And, of course, whatever rubber was put down, it washed away overnight.
But that does not detract from the fact that we had a quite thrilling qualifying session. We've got, as Mark has already described, the addition of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, and that brings with it world-class drivers.
Well, the event has taken another step up, hasn't it? Because now you've got the best drivers in GT3 racing, you've got the best teams in GT3 racing, you've got the class battle, so there's the overall pro fight, you've got Pro-Am as well, you've got the Cup class for the Porsches, and it just moves everything on. And I can't think of a better way to end a GT season than a 12-hour race with a quality entry like this. As I say, you've got the best drivers in GT racing, in the best cars, run by the best teams, and best of all, these are cars that make a noise. These are fantastic bits of kit.
They most certainly do. I'm glad we got the noise rant in nice and early this morning, because it is, with different cars, GT3 cars, of course, and different manufacturers, different engines, it's not just a noise, it's different noises.
Well, exactly, and different shapes and sizes. And for me, it is one of the major selling points of GT3 racing, that the cars all look different, they all sound different, they all have their own quirks. And around a circuit like this, which has got really fast elements to it, you can see a GT3 car work, you can see it lean, you can see the way it corners, you can see the energy in the car, the effort being put in by the driver. And the cars are going to change depending on who's in them. If it's a Pro-Am car, the car will come alive when you get the Pro in, because it'll take a different pace. Everything will look different at the end of the race, because when the lights come on, all that sort of trackside furniture you'll start to lose. Everything becomes focused on that strip of tarmac. So the circuit, even though it's the same, it will evolve.
The circuit becomes daylight, doesn't it?
It does, actually. And one thing we've also heard from people over the weekend is how rapidly marbles, bits of junk rubber off the tyres, are starting to form around the racetrack. And it might be that, after 4 hours even, you've only got one line, which makes overtaking a bit tougher. It makes those that are going to have to overtake need to be that bit braver. It also perhaps puts the onus on the teams to think, OK, right, we're struggling to overtake on pure pace now. What do we do with pit stops? Pit stops in themselves are a key element of this, because you've got to make 10 pit stops at a minimum time, and if you make a pit stop under a full course yellow or a safety car, it doesn't count. So, the brains trust on the pit wall has got to be really on the ball here to make sure they know exactly how to make that car win. It's not just down to the man with the heavy right foot.
I think perhaps, aside from the fact that we've got the pro drivers, the all-pro cars coming into the Golf 12 Hours, maybe the biggest difference this year is going to be the fact that normally it's been broken into 2 6 hours, but a whole 12-hour race.
It's one of the elements that was a requirement to be part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, that it became one continuous race. And actually, do you know what? We've probably now got to a point where that 6-hour break, after 6 hours, the 2-hour break after 6 hours, is irrelevant anyway, because that was when the race was a bit more amateur level, dare one say, and you needed that repair time almost. You know, look at them down this pit lane. These are teams that do Spa 24 hours. These are teams that have raced at Le Mans. These are, I'll say it again, top-line GT3 teams. They should be able to engineer a car that goes round and round and round and round and round for 24 hours at Spa. So 12 hours here, it's easy. It's nothing. You know, the result sheet shouldn't have a single retirement on it, in theory. So yeah, I think that, you know, it illustrates the level that the race is now at. But yeah, you don't need that break anymore for repair time, because the bulk of the team should be able to operate a car without a major drama. And these, in a way, now, a GT3 car, such is the involvement of manufacturers through customer racing programs, that they're almost a turnkey race car. You know, you don't have to do anything to them once you take delivery. They're like a USB stick. You plug them in and they work, you know. So, in theory, they should just go round and round and round. But it's mucking up a pit stop and that regulation time. It's exceeding track limits and getting a penalty at the next pit stop.
Of which there have been plenty already. It's getting caught up in traffic. It's being a bit brave in traffic when you don't need to be. Those are the things that can trip people up. So it's keeping out of trouble as much as anything, and obviously playing by the rules in terms of track limits and regulations in the pits. So yeah, there's the race to look forward to, but there's also that other side of where teams might trip themselves up. I can't wait, I really can't. No, none of us can. We are very much looking forward to this. David mentioned that we've got top-line teams that can effect repairs incredibly quickly. That's been done already, and done to great effect as well. The car that took pole position, Mark Werrell, is a car that had only just been finished this time yesterday morning, because they were working on it throughout the night between Friday and Saturday. And then what happens? The car gets pole position in qualifying in the afternoon. That is a real commitment of what level of professionalism we've got here in the pit lane this year.
Absolutely, Alan. I mean, you couldn't write the script, really, as to what's happened for that particularly number 98 car that you're referring to, the Mercedes-AMG Team Gruppe M car that had an off in the hands of Lucas Auer in one of the test sessions the best part of 48 hours ago, but only 24 hours ago. They were still repairing the car. And even over breakfast yesterday morning, Alan, Marouengo was telling us they'd only just finished the car. What happened? Out the car went in qualifying. The first two drivers set identical times to the nearest 1,000th of a second, and then we got Maxi Götz behind the wheel, who managed to go that little bit quicker. The grid is based on average times of the three drivers, and after the sort of downturned mouths of Thursday, there was elation, wasn't there, in the garage? And you were within them as they were there in the garage. You got that sort of first-hand reaction as to how the team felt after they had qualified that car on pole position, having done an all-nighter to get it repaired.
It's one of the reasons that I'm so lucky to be able to do this job, because I can share in those moments. I'm just on the periphery. I'm watching it all happen, but the elation in the garage, as you say, as you described, was you could... absolutely, you could taste the atmosphere in that garage when the third qualifying session came to a conclusion, and they realised they were going to be on pole position in a fully repaired car. So tired was some of the team. I watched one guy who was resting his eyes during qualifying while standing up. I think he dozed off while standing up, and the team came over and said, "Come on, mate, in you come," and hauled him back into the garage, because they were literally without sleep for 2 days. It's quite incredible. I'm sure we will see many stories like that evolve over the next 12 hours, and the first step of that for me is to make my way, as the teams are now and the cars are now, onto the grid. That's coming up next.
Thanks, Alan. So as Alan makes his way over onto the grid, already several of the cars have exited the pit lane and are making their way onto the grid. You can see the pit lane is still rather full, though, as all of the cars are just going through that final process that they need to do of just making sure they are ready in advance of this 11th ever running of the Gulf 12 Hours. Exciting news coming up as well later on next week with regards to what this event looks like for 2023 as well, because as David Addison was alluding to there, you know, this event moves on and just gets better and better and better. And in this next week coming, there will be a release as to what this equivalent race will look like in 12 months' time. So the 12th running of the Gulf 12 Hours. Good news is coming with regards to what that will look like. And also, bear in mind that there is another race organised by Driving Force Events taking place in the Middle East in around about 6 weeks' time. There'll be the inaugural Bahrain Pro-Am 1000, which is taking place on the 28th of January. So we're just into the new year, and it spreads the spirit of the Gulf 12 Hours with a 1,000-kilometre or a 6-hour race into the night at another top Formula One track over just in Bahrain. Now that event is focused on the gentleman driver, so only Pro-Am lineups are allowed in that one. No all-pro lineups, so it means that an amateur driver is guaranteed to win the event as well. Whereas this here, of course, what we're highly likely to see are the pro cars winning, and they did dominate the qualifying. So the top 8 cars in qualifying were pro class entries. The leading Pro-Am car was in 9th position. There's a number 43 car just making its way onto the grid. Will be in the hands of Jan Magnussen for part 1 of the race. His son Kevin Magnussen, K-Mac, is having his first GT3 race here in the Gulf 12 Hours. He's raced prototype cars in the past, but it will be the first time that he's run in a GT3 spec machine. And that particular car, in terms of its qualifying, qualified 9th in the pro class. Is going to start from 15th position on the grid. We were alluding to the problems that had happened for the number 89 Mercedes in qualifying, in free practice, and the fact that they'd then qualified that car subsequently on pole position. It wasn't the only car that's had problems over the course of this weekend. There was also a very large accident for the number 33 Ferrari, which is one of the many Ferraris that's being run by Kessel Racing. Now that has got David Fuminelli behind the wheel for the start of it, but it was the Turkish driver Murat Çahadaroglu that had a significant off in free practice on what was Friday evening, so much so that the car made severe impact with the barriers. Didn't do the Ferrari a great deal of good. It didn't really do the circuit furniture a great deal of good, but there was also a subsequent fire with the car, which meant that the car was too badly damaged to be repaired. So it was a different chassis that was brought out for free practice yesterday, and Çahadaroglu was a little bit off the pace relative to his co-drivers in qualifying, maybe still feeling the ill effects of the incident 24 hours prior, possibly just making sure that he didn't have another similar issue and cause some real problems amongst the team. So that's another car that has had issues. We've also had both of the Garage 59 McLarens with issues. One of those was a turbo pipe that had blown off the 88 car in free practice, and there was also a large problem for Ram Racing, for 2Cs I should say, for 2Cs Racing and their Mercedes, the number 51 car, which in the hands of Lewis Williamson had an issue with the crankcase in one of the free practice sessions, which also meant that that car had to have an engine change. Now, within the regulations, an engine change over what is deemed as the official race part of the weekend would bring a penalty, but because it happened in the test sessions on the Friday, it meant that they somewhat got that problem out of the way, and therefore there was no further issue with regards to where that car will line up on the grid or any penalties being placed upon it. So it's not gone smoothly for everybody. For others, it has gone rather seamlessly. And the one thing that we perhaps ought to mention is, whilst David Addison was alluding to, you know, all of these manufacturers with their customer racing programs, the manufacturers will be looking at this. And whilst Mercedes have largely had the pace all weekend in the sessions, last 4 iterations of the Gulf 12 Hours, whether it be here at Yas Marina or the one-off event that we had during the COVID period that we all went through, that was held at Bahrain, we've had 4 different manufacturers win the last 4 races. Mercedes won here in January. In 2021, it was McLaren that took the win. The year prior was Audi, and the year prior to that was Ferrari. So it has been fairly wide open, David, over the course of the last few years. No one single manufacturer has dominated.
But equally, you could argue that this is a completely different type of Gulf 12 Hours because of the level, because of the fact that it's a continuous 12, because of the fact that you're looking at all pro driver lineups at the pointy end of the grid. You know, this is the next generation Gulf 12 Hours, isn't it? And just standing down on that grid oh so briefly, it is a mighty sight, and it is going to be, for sure, an absolutely stonking race, this, as we've touched on already. The different class battles and the optimism, I think, that the event now has. There are big, big plans for the future of the event, which will be announced next week. But for now, settle in and enjoy what is going to be a stellar 12-hour blast.
I think I was alluding to when we had the paddock dinner last night. This is a very serious event. You look at the quality of the field and the professionalism of the teams and the drivers, but there's also a nice sort of almost you're on holiday relaxed aspect to it as well. So it's quite a unique event.
It is, and again, it's coming back to that, giving customers what they want. It's more than just a race, because at the end of a long season, it's not a cheap race to take part in. GT racing per se is not cheap, so you've got to attract them. How do you do that? Well, you give them a great circuit. Okay, there are lots of good circuits. What else? Well, good weather in the winter, so they can bring the family. Okay, somewhere with nice hotels, somewhere with tourism activities, so if the family does come, they can be occupied while you're off driving the car. Somewhere you can go for a nice dinner, whether it's in the paddock, whether it's in the restaurants nearby. There are all these boxes that the event ticks. That said, it's getting mighty serious down on the grid right now. And as you look there at number 93, the Sky Tempesta Garage 59 run McLaren. First time that Chris Froggatt and Eddie Cheever and Jonathan Hui have raced that car. It's a bit of a toe in the water exercise in a way to see whether that is the future. They've had a Mercedes all season, which has been difficult. Kevin Say joins that team as well. Number 11 is making its way to the grid, a little bit delayed, but Marco Pulcini for Kessel Racing heads to the grid. And then we can look forward, as you see, Stefan Rattel, the man behind GT3 Racing, on the grid, chatting to the teams and catching up with some old friends. So I was stood talking to him as the Gosner family walked past, and they said, gosh, we haven't seen each other for a long, long time. So reunited with some old friends. And Stefan, very, very impressed with the way that the event has come on. He said, Andrea Vicarelli and his team have been working hard for this, and of course there are SRO staff involved to look after the BOP and the scrutineering and the sporting regulation side of it as well. It all does make a big, big difference, and for the teams, of course, that regularly race in SRO events, they know exactly what they're getting now. Yeah,
and Andrea Vicarelli was very appreciative of SRO's involvement in this one, and the fact that whilst it has brought different drivers in, different teams in, it has also allowed them to concentrate on other things. I think what we can do now is we can head down to the grid, because Alan Hyde's going to catch up with a driver or two.
In the sunshine now, we were waiting for the front row of the grid to arrive. It has arrived, it is complete, and let's see if we can get a quick word with Maxi Goetz, who is leaning on the rear wing of the pole position car. Let me see, is he doing a photograph? Can I dive in and have a quick word? Max, can I, first of all, congratulate you on yesterday. I love the way in motor racing that stories emerge, and this car over 24 hours had quite a story.
Yeah, absolutely. In the end, we are super happy to be here, to be on pole, and such a great race weekend with a lot of big contenders. It's going to be tough now. But in the end, we are super happy, and we are enjoying every lap here with our Merc. Of course, this car got many, many victories and trophies this year. Last year, won a DTM title. So the car, is outstanding and showed already great performance. And we want to deliver something today as well.
And one of the cool things about the fact that we've got pro driver pairings here at the Gulf 12 Hours, you know this event anyway, don't you?
Yes, of course. On the first one, I was here. I was on pole as well. We had some technical issues, but in the end, it was a great event. But now, coming back, being on pole again, so it's my second race over here, second pole position, which is nice. Now we have to bring it back. But of course, if you look around, you see a lot of good cars, a lot of good drivers, teams, and everybody is fully motivated, I tell you. I talked to these guys as well in the hotel, and they want to give pressure on us as much as possible. So it's going to be really exciting now.
People are still smiling, even though we've gone on to the next level of this event. It's still a happy event, isn't it?
Absolutely. Always the pros and pro-ams here. They're really enjoying it. I was flying here with some German gentleman drivers, and they are really, really excited about this event and this race. And of course, racing with them and having I'm sharing the grid here now with them. It's absolutely great, and looking forward to this.
Final question. I remember a few years ago when you were super excited just to be sharing the track with one Valentino Rossi.
Absolutely. So we miss him. We miss him now. I talked to him already during the season if he's doing the Golf 12 hours in the end of the year, and he was saying, yes, I want to do it, because he loved this race as well. And we shared some great moments here on this track, on this event, and hopefully he comes back next year.
Max, well done. Thank you very much. Good luck. Max goes on pole position. Let's see who else we can have a quick chat to. We've got Raffaele Marciello, who is just sitting on the front of the car, on the outside of the front row of the grid. But let's not just focus on the front row. Let's take a further step back. We've got plenty of time to speak to plenty of the drivers. So Audi, to my right on the second row of the grid, alongside Ferrari, and I wonder if there's any of the team around that I could have a quick chat to. I'm going to try and have a chat to James Collado, actually, because I've seen him here. He's very cool and calm and relaxed, and he's in his shorts and shirt. Hey, how are you?
How are you? I haven't seen you in ages.
It's been a very long time. Well, you've got a great career. I mean, you've worked incredibly hard. And maybe one of the things that comes with that is a punishing schedule. So arriving here, and I would presume a bit weary, a bit sleepy.
I'm okay, honestly. Obviously, it's been a busy year with WEC and the development of 2 new cars that Ferrari bringing to the world next year. So it's been pretty flat out. But yeah, I didn't really do enough laps going into quali. Still actually figuring out what gears to be in and things like that. But somehow we managed to qualify on the second row, and I think within the first hour I'll get up to speed. And yeah, let's hope we can have a good race here. It's my first Golf 12 hour. Enjoying it already, a little bit less pressure, but yeah, let's see what we can do.
How much opportunity would a driver like you get to experience this circuit? Because obviously it's not just racing, it does an awful lot of things besides that. Have you had many laps around here?
Yeah, I have, but it's the first time on the new layout. So it's only two new corners really, but they're actually quite tricky in a GT car. But yeah, I mean, it's a track I enjoy. It's a track I've done a lot of laps at, obviously, in the past, GP2 and things like that. So let's see. Yeah, hopefully it's a good one.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely lovely to catch up, and no doubt we will again.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you, James. Very good to have a quick chat to James Collado. I'm trying to remember how many years ago it would have been that he was doing Formula Renault. David, maybe you can help me out.
I was going to say a decade and a bit.
Yeah, I would say about 12 years,
time.
11 or 12 years.
Yeah. When you're off the grid,
yes.
Can I encourage you to the pit lane and
you can.
Inception Racing, because the McLaren is still there. Ollie Milroy, Ben Barnicoat, Brendan Aribe's car. Brendan Aribe is due to start it, and I saw it being pushed back towards the pit box, and there it has stayed. So it's going to have to start from the back of the grid or from the pit lane last of all. But when you've cleared the grid, it'll be interesting to catch up on that one.
I think we're pretty close to getting the grid cleared, so that might be where we'll head now.
All right, thank you very much, Al, for that. So, Mark, it's a problem that a team could do without having to start from the pit lane. OK, it saves them a lap of fuel, it puts them behind any dramas, but the teams need to stay on the lead lap, and that doesn't help your case.
No, not at all. And, of course, it won't give them any opportunity to build any warmth into those tyres over the formation lap on what is, as you alluded to when you were down there on the pit wall with Alan, a very green track this morning. All of that rubber having been washed away. So it's going to be a tough start to the race. And it was a tough day yesterday for that car as well, as it sits rather forlornly there, up there on its air jacks in the pit lane, because there was a fair chunk of the final free practice session that they didn't get involved with as well, because that car had an incident as well over the course of the weekend. We can see there is Peter Cox at the wheel of the number 48 car. He'll be starting, sharing with his daughter. You've got Tom Boonen there, the bald-headed gentleman with the sunglasses on, former world cycling champion. What is it, 6 or 7 stage wins in the Tour de France. He was the king of the mountains, was Tom Boonen, but again has
it's a tad flatter here.
You could argue he's the Belgian equivalent to Sir Chris Hoy, really. Has done quite well in sports car racing.
Yeah, absolutely. He's done a lot of national supercar racing and Euro NASCAR and the like. So again, more mileage, more track time, which for many of the AMs is what they want here, the opportunity to have a lot of time behind the wheel. So the countdown continues. The green flag is going to be waved in about 6 minutes to get the cars off the grid, and
I've got Ollie Milroy with me, in fact.
Go on. What's the story?
Explain. And I just said to Ollie, I didn't realise it'd be quite so early in the race that we'd be having a chat. So why is the car in pit lane, Ollie?
Yeah, it's definitely not supposed to be. It's not a perfect start. We think it's an electrical sensor failure, basically. You're just starting the engine now in the pit lane. It started all weekend. It started in the garage 10 minutes before. They dropped the car on the floor to go out, and it wouldn't fire up. So the team have replaced it. It's a big job. They've had to take all the floor and everything off to get to it, but they've replaced it. Everything's spot on. We've got 12 hours to get back to the front.
My goodness, right? There's nothing like starting up.
Yeah, it's frustrating, especially, you know, obviously we qualified on pole, so it was perfect, the perfect place to be. But Brendan's in the car for the start. He's a really strong am. I think most people are probably starting their ams. So
yes, I met him the other day, didn't I? I decided I really liked him.
yeah, he's great. He's great, and he's seriously good. He's had a mega year. He's had a really successful year, and he's fired up now. He's like, right, got a challenge now. It's made it more interesting for him. So yeah, we just need Brendan to have a solid first hour, and then...
It's a really cracking driver lineup. I mean, obviously you can accept yourself so you don't sound big-headed, but it really is good, isn't it?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Al. I don't know what to say. Yeah, it's strong. I think on average over the race we're good. The car's a really good race car as well. It's you know, it's pretty kind on its tyres. It's a friendly car to drive, so it's easy to be consistent in the car. It's really good for the AMs. You know, it's a successful car in Pro-Am racing as well. So hopefully, you know, as I say, 12 hours, we all get used to doing 24-hour races. You think, oh, it's only 12 hours, but it's still a seriously long race. A lot can happen. There's some great lineups, some great teams. So we're just going to get our heads down and crack on, get in a rhythm and see where we end up.
Good luck, Ollie. Thank you very much indeed for having a chat to us. That answers the question.
It does. And Alan, that bit we talked about these being USB stick, plug and play, turnkey race cars, if you could just edit that bit out, please. Because I now look a bit of a chump. But anyway, thanks, Ollie Milroy, for that. But at least we know what the problem is. And, OK, Mark, it's a long race. Yes, they can fight back from there, but it's not what the team needed going into it.
No, not at all. You know, they've done all of that hard work, as Ollie alluded to. They're on pole position in the Pro-Am category. So that car was 9th overall, but was the first of the Pro-Am cars, and all of a sudden all of that hard work that they'd done over the course of qualifying all disappears, and rather than starting from what would have been 9th on the grid, in reality they're going to be starting from 34th and the pit lane, which means that by the time the lights go out at the end of the pit lane and they get through the tunnel, of course, and up onto the circuit itself, they're not just last, they're last and a bit, aren't they?
They are, but as I say, they'll save a lap of fuel such that matters. I mean, this isn't really a race because of the nature of the imposed pit stops. It isn't a race where strategy is going to play a huge part. They will be behind any dramas on the first lap, which is sometimes a good place to be. So there are one or two positives to take out of this, but equally it's going to be really interesting now to see how that car makes progress. 12 hours, I know it's almost flippant to say, it is a long race. A lot can happen, a lot will happen, and teams' fortunes are going to change. The key to it is staying on the lead lap. And I think another thing you'll find for many of the Pro-Am teams is that they will try and get their AMs, their bronze driver, done early in the race. And if you can get their minimum drive time sorted, then the car effectively becomes a pro car. So take number 7 as an example. If you can get Brendan Areeb's 4 hours and 20 minutes done early in the race, for the second half, if that's purely a Milroy Barnecoat car, it's then a pro car.
Yeah.
And if it's on the lead lap, suddenly it's got a different feel to the race.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can already see with some of the Pro-Am cars, that's exactly what they're doing in terms of the driver structure. You at least get the AM in to start with, and then, as you suggested, yeah, it does become the pro car.
I'll tell you what, there's going to be an awful lot in terms of data to go back through. We won't be bored on the flight home, because to sort of unpick everything and work out how that car finally got, okay, yeah, because they did that stint, and then he did that, and then, yes, there's a lot to savour in this. We'll do our best to stay on top of all of it. First round of pit stops will be about the 35, 36 lap mark. It'll be about an hour and 10, hour and a quarter, there or thereabouts. You've got to make 10 regulation pit stops. They can't happen if there is a full course yellow or a safety car, period. You can pit, but you can't make one of those regulation pit stops. So the only thing you could realistically do is sort out a bit of flapping bodywork, for example, or if you've got a puncture, you could get that changed. But the so-called imposed, the regulation pit stops, they can only take place under green flag conditions. And sitting there on the grid is Raffaele Marcello's Mercedes, that is going to be second on the grid. They come here, Raffaele, Jules Gounon, Danny Juncadella, as the Endurance Cup champions in Fanatec GT. And as the Spa 24-hour winners, they've won all the IGTC races between them, either as a team or individually over the course of the season. And they will more than likely go away as champions. As going to the end of the pit lane now is Brendan Arib in number 7. And we are almost set then. Tension builds. We nudge towards 10 o'clock local time. And at 10 o'clock, the formation lap will be underway.
So the safety car is positioned at the front of the grid. The last few team members just leaving the grid now, as David suggested. Brendan Arib waiting patiently in the pit lane. And Brendan is one of those classic AM drivers that has worked his way through the McLaren Pure Series into sports car racing, and that is exactly what this event is aimed at. So the cars are going to be heading on their formation lap, which means we just about then guide you through the grid and the way that they will line up.
Mauro Engel will start on pole position. Teammate Raffaele Marciello alongside him. It's an all-Mercedes AMG Gruppa M Racing front row then for this Gulf 12 hours as the field accelerates away now on this rolling lap. Starting third for Audi, the Audi Sport Team Tresor squad, Calvin van der Linde with Alessandro Pierguidi's Ferrari for company. Davide Rigon is next and Luca Stolz is going to start from 6th on the grid. 7th is where you will find the Audi of Simon Gachet. Patrick Niederhauser is going to start 8th. There'll be a gap 9th where Brendan Arib would have been. Benjamin Goethe is going to start from 10th on the grid. 11th, Chris Froggatt in the Garage 59 McLaren, and Kenny Harbaugh, the Pro-Am champion in IGTC this year, is going to go from 12th ahead of Ralph Bowen in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Hunter Abbott, British GT champion of seasons past, next ahead of Jan Magnussen and Klaus Bachler. He's going to be one to watch. Klaus over the first stint, I would have thought, very much a pro in a Pro-Am car. James Cottingham starts next with Giorgio Roda for company. Ian Loggy lines up on the 10th row of the grid with Axel Sartingen in the Team Baron Motorsport Middle East Ferrari alongside. BMW Junior turned factory driver Dan Harper is on the 11th row with Valentin Pierberg in the Mercedes alongside. American GT class champion Konrad Grunewald comes next with Alessandro Cozzi alongside. For Kessel Racing starting 25th there is Marco Pulcini and Peter Cox for Salosint Racing 26th ahead of Stephen Grove. Grove Senior for EBM Giga Racing. Stefano Costantini comes next ahead of Manuela Gosner and Finlay Hutchison for the Temto Racing team. It is Ashish Patel lining up alongside Ramzi Mutran. Marco Cassara is going to be 33rd on the grid, and it's a grid completed by Stephen Licorice. One or two of the names on that graphic differing from what was nominated, and I suspect that is because of the way that the driver ID tag has not been set in the right place. But that'll be resolved as the first stint unwinds. Brendan Arib has fled from the pits and he's trying to play catch-up.
Yep, so it's not a pit lane start for him. He will be able to join in at the tail end of the field, but he'll still have all of the work to do. So Mercedes first and second on the grid, Audi and Ferrari on row number 2. It's Ferrari and Mercedes on row number 3, and it's an all Audi row number 4. So we've had different manufacturers win the last 4 iterations. More races in the Gulf 12 Hour have been won by Ferrari than anybody else, because they certainly dominated the early years of this event with multiple wins for the likes of AF Corsa and Kessel between 2013 and 2018. But 2018 was the last time that a Ferrari won this event, and looking at some the Ferraris that might stand a possible chance, you've got to look towards the 2 AF Corsa cars, identically liveried, the 71 and the 50, haven't you?
Absolutely right, and you know, it's a quality driver lineup. It's going to be really interesting to see, as we've touched on, Carl's fortunes ebb and flow. Keep out of trouble, run to a pace. 44 has got a problem though. That's Klaus Bachler, who slows, drops out of sequence. The car kicks in again, so let's see now whether he's going to be able to get himself back into position. He's trying to, but under the regulations, if you don't do that by a given point of the lap, you're in strife. So we'll let the race control team worry about that. We, in turn, can get all excited about Mauro Engel and Raffaele Marciello going toe-to-toe. They did it at Macau for the first lap of the race. They can do it here at Yas Marina then. The 2022 11th running of the Gulf 12 Hours, a round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli's Go as the cars storm over the line. A very good start by Engel, not a great start by Marciello then. To the inside line dives Calvin van der Linde in the Audi. He will go second. So Marciello mugged a bit off the line there, falls to third, and he might lose more ground, in fact, as they run out of turn 1. Then speed builds as the cars accelerate off now down through turns 2 and 3. That sweep, Marciello has hung on to third, just ahead of the best of the Ferraris of Alessandro Pierguidi. But a ripper start by Mauro Engel.
Yeah, Mauro Engel, fantastic start from here. He really got the start absolutely perfect, but going with him is Kelvin van der Linde Linda in the early stages, so the Audi right on the coattails of the leading Mercedes, but of course we know the Mercedes is quick in a straight line. Fantastic noise it makes, good grunt it's got, and as they then power their way down the big long straight in towards the chicane at turn number 6 and turn number 7, it's Mauro Engel that leads the way. Kelvin van der Linde just weaving around in the background at the wheel of the Audi, and in third place is Raffaele Marciello, side by side further down through the order, looking as though the car of Simon Gachet was looking to try and thread his way through and past David Rigon, but David Rigon having absolutely none of that, so the second of the Ferraris hangs on to the spot.
Quite a few people exploring a rather unusual line there going through the chicane as van der Linde makes a dive for the inside line, heading down towards 6 and 7. He's got the Audi on the inside then, and he goes through, does he? Not quite. Made a move to the inside into the hairpin, couldn't quite make that stick, and so he's on the tail of the Mercedes, and Mauro Engel is under attack. He might not necessarily be the race leader at the end of the lap because van der Linde has had more than a double espresso for breakfast. He is very much taking the battle. He's all crawling over the back of the Mercedes AMG, taking the fight to Engel on this opening lap as they come underneath the hotel. Calvin van der Linde absolutely on a mission as they run out wide, then almost skin the Armco. And bear in mind, there's relatively little grip early in the race, especially after all that rain. It's been washed away as down the pit lane then comes Mauro Engel in at the end of lap 1. In also comes the second place AMG Mercedes from Grupper M, so that brings Raffaele Marciello down the pit road as well. So van der Linde will lead. Pierre Guidi goes through in second place, and both of those Grupper M Mercedes come down the pit road right at the end of the first lap of the race.
Yeah, we were talking about how much strategy there would be, but I wasn't expecting them to pit at the end of the first lap of the race. Wheel-to-wheel battle going on there as the second of the Audis in the hands of Finlay Hutchinson trying to carve its way through the order and almost was made contact with Conrad Grunewald. Now that Audi, the reason that is so far down through the order is that we were talking about transgression of circuit limits. There were so many laps that were excluded in qualifying on the number 99 Audi that by the time you'd equated the average lap times of many of the drivers, for some of them they didn't have many that they could put into the pot because so many of them had been removed. So already then, this is the first of 10 scheduled pit stops taking place for both of the AMG Mercedes Team Grupper M cars, and into the pit lane, you spotted it, Klaus Bachler had a problem on the formation lap with the Herberth Motorsport number 44 Porsche. Clearly, whilst he got the car fired back up and back into the pit lane, all is not well on the airjacks in the garage.
Indeed, and that's a real shame because that car technically has not yet started the race. It came in at the end of the formation lap, not at the end of lap 1. So there, the two Mercedes then getting their first imposed pit stop out of the way, and so straight away there are two races going on. There's the race between the Mercedes and there's the race between everybody else who are on a completely different strategy. And up and down the pit lane now, all the other teams scratching their heads thinking, right, what have Grupper M thought of that we haven't? How is that going to work in their favour? So it's going to be interesting to see as the race wears on how the cars rise and fall.
It's going to be very interesting as to where they feed out as well.
Yeah, because they're going to drop a lap, aren't they? But of course they'll get that lap back when everybody else does, or it's the best part of a lap. It's 1:40 line to line, and they have, I think, now both left the pit lane, so they should stay on the lead lap, but they'll be the best part of it behind. So they're back out on track.
Yeah, back out on track and not fed out into traffic, so that's good news. Alan, did I hear you in the background? No, so that's the one thing they would have wanted to do, get those cars into the pit lane and get them back out before they went a lap down and make sure that they weren't going to come out into any traffic. So good work done by the team there. Does mean, though, that Kelvin van der Linde leads the way after the first lap of racing, or first couple of laps, by around about 2.5 seconds from Alessandro Pierre Guidi in the number 71 Ferrari. It's there in second place. Lukas Stolz is there in third at the wheel of the largely white and black Mercedes. Remember, Lukas Stolz is the other driver that mathematically could scoop up the Intercontinental GT Championship title, subject to where he finishes relative to the rest of the Mercedes crews at this stage. David Rigon is there in fourth place. Simon Gachet is the leading Audi in fifth place, and Benji Goethe completes the top 6 at the moment. Who is leading Pro-Am? It will be the number 88 car of Benji Goethe, the Garage 59 car, early leader in Pro-Am.
First time he's raced that car as well, so it's quite impressive, isn't it? He's adapted really well to that. Benji Goethe, somebody that has come on massively thanks to the tutelage of Stuart Hall, himself a podium finisher in this event in seasons past. So right now it is Calvin Kelvin van der Linde then 2.3 seconds up on Alessandro Pierguidi in second place. It is Audi versus Ferrari. Luca Stolz third for the Almanar Racing by GetSpeed Mercedes squad. Luca Stolz, the only other driver other than Jean Cadet and Marcello Gounod, who are all in the same car, that could be IGTC champion by the end of the weekend, but he needs to win the race and he needs for them not to score, and then he would have the same number of points, and on a tie break it would go his way. But it's very much an outside bet. But Kelvin van der Linde, yeah, looking really racy on that opening lap, taking the battle then, as he did, to Mauro Engel, who goes through now then. Mauro Engel is in 32nd place, 33rd is Raffaele Marcello. They're on the lead lap, albeit only just, and now van der Linde makes a pit stop as well. Alan?
Yeah, just to let you know, I guess this is part of the regulation, but during the stop they effected an absolutely beautiful tyre stop for the cars, and all the team were congratulating each other because they finished the tyre stop and then the car was just waiting for the moment at which it could be released from pit lane. So sort of almost a practice pit stop for later on.
So now van der Linde is in. I'm still trying to unravel in my brain, and I'll try and get there in due course, what the benefit is to doing them out of sequence and so early like this.
I'm asking myself the very same question. There must be one.
Absolutely, and it'll be something that certainly Gruppe M have thought of, and now, by the look of it, Attempto are playing catch-up with. Other teams, perhaps, are quite content just to keep coming in at the hour mark, but, yes, I shall unravel as best I can. So on track then now is Mauro Engel, as I say, 32nd. The one that hasn't started, gosh, can you believe it? You've got 12 hours ahead, and already 3 laps down is Klaus Bachler's Herbert Porsche. And there is an incident between Finlay Hutchison and also 61 of Conrad Groenewald that's been noted by race control. Marcello is playing catch-up, so also is Engels. So we've now got another different leader. It is Alessandro Pierguidi for AF Corsa. Ferrari number 71 hits the front.
Yep, and at the moment he is only leading by half a second from Luca Stolz, or around about, no, sorry, 1.3 seconds from Luca Stolz as they came over the start-finish line last time through. I can only assume the reason that they've pitted is because we know we've got the 10 compulsory pit stops that they need to do, but they must be factoring into it what the driving time allocation is and trying to maximise driving times whilst then tailoring and making sure each one of those hits the right point for one of the imposed pit stops, or potentially something like that. They're looking at them so that they can get the two to match all the way through. That's the only thing I could possibly imagine, but I need to do a bit of math to see as to whether that is the case. Good little squabble going on at the moment as Benji Goethe is coming under pressure from Patrick Niederhauser's number 25 Santaloc Audi that sits behind. This is going to be the squabble for what is 5th and 6th position overall in the race as things currently stand. Benji Goethe doing a really good job at the wheel of the number 88 Garage 59 McLaren. That's a car that had problems early stages of the weekend, wasn't it? Was it a turbo pipe blew off that car, brought into the pit lane?
Master switch on that. It was turbo pipe on the
other one.
car. Yeah, but Benji Goethe is going nicely. Yeah, even if you keep stopping on the hour mark, I know they can do an hour and a quarter, but you'd have done your 10 pit stops with 3 hours to go, and you can't do a 3-hour stint. So, okay, you get them out of the way because, anyway, we'll unravel it as the race goes on. But I'm intrigued as to why it's happened so early. But clearly there is a master plan at Gruppe M. Right now, Alessandro Pierguidi leads Luca Stolz by 1.6 seconds, and that margin just slightly extended last time because it was a quicker lap by number 71 Ferrari. This little fight is a good one, as we've been saying, between them, Benjamin Goethe and Patrick Niederhauser. Benjamin Goethe, who spent all season in an Audi, driving something different and adapting very well to this McLaren.
Yeah, it's been going well. He's getting better and better all weekend, as you say, under the tutorage of Stuart Hall. Now, knowing that those two are squabbling, do keep your eye on Chris Froggatt in the background, who I think is starting to make a little bit of inroads to try and want to join in the fun. So at the moment, Patrick Niederhauser is in danger of becoming the meat in the Garage 59 McLaren sandwich at this stage. You can just see the Sky Tempesta racing-backed car that sits behind in the hands of Chris Froggatt, just slowly edging up all of the time. The previous lap, he was a little bit slower than the pair ahead, but now that I think that we've got Benji Goethe and Patrick Niederhauser squabbling a little bit more, closing up ever more. Another car, another take for the pit lane. Into the pit lane comes the Santaloc Junior team, number 26 Audi. Simon Gachet is in early doors as well, so that moves him outside of the top 6.
So that's 5 laps done, and 26 comes in. And it is a regulation imposed pit stop, so it's 1 minute and 40 seconds. It is not quite a lap, but you obviously tumble down the order while the car is refueled. and then it sits there. They don't need to change tyres because they've only done 5 laps worth of use. It is purely to tick off that regulation stop. So now Kelvin van der Linde is ahead of Mauro Engel. So he was looking racy anyway. The fact that he was able to take the lead of the race and then push on means that he has gained track position. So from being third on the grid to second on the first lap, he now leads. So on those early pit stops, he's jumped ahead of both of the Mercedes.
The 44 Porsche in the garage being worked on. A very rough estimate is that it'll be here for another 10 minutes.
Oh,
it's an ABS sensor, and naturally there is a huge amount of disappointment. 10 minutes presupposes that they can find the part. So, yeah, what a disappointing start to the race. What a shame.
It is, isn't it, as well, for Klaus Bachler, who we were expecting to shine, and getting those laps back in this modern age of GT racing is very difficult unless other people have problems. So, yeah, this is going into the race really feeling quite beaten up, isn't it? Because for the next 11 hours and 48 minutes, you know you've got little chance.
Yeah, it must be enormously, enormously frustrating. Back out of the pit lane comes Simon Gachet, and his pit stop time was absolutely bang on, as it was for both Mauro Engel, Raffaele Marcello and Kelvin van der Linde when they all took their pit stops. It's a minimum of 100 seconds from pit in to pit out, and every single one of those has hit the nail squarely on the head.
Yeah, we're not going to get to the 10th, but to the 100 seconds it works, as Alessandro Pierguidi then comes through, almost able to put a lap on the Audi, but not quite. So this is the first car that's about to drop off the lead lap after a stop, and it just about does so now down at the hairpin as through goes Pierguidi trying to build the lead. Now, if other teams are doing these early pit stops, bearing in mind how experienced and how successful a squad AF Corsa is, how many people they have got in that team, they must have a plan as well. So I'm interested to see now whether the AF Corsa Ferrari runs to the end of a clock hour, or whether they are going to do a relatively early pit stop as well, because all around they've seen what the other rival teams are up to.
Now, the one thing that you can absolutely guarantee that Santalot won't want is a safety car, isn't it? They'll want to sit Simon Gachet right on the coattails of the race leader and see whether he might be able to grab the lap back and then keep the fingers crossed as a safety car, or they'll just have to wait for the whole process to cycle through in another 60 minutes time maybe, when they know full well that if Alessandro Pierguidi stays out, and that's the page of the book that AF Corsa are on, that car will eventually have to come in to the pit lane. So Pierguidi leads the way. Lucas Scholz in the number 77 Mercedes sitting about 2 seconds behind at the moment in second position. The two of them lapping within a few thousandths of a second of each other last time through, so the gap isn't changing a great deal from race-leading Ferrari to second-place Mercedes. Davide Rigon, who has been more than successful at this event in the past. When I say more than successful, 4 times a former winner of the Gulf 12 Hours is Davide Rigon. He sits there a further second and a quarter back in third position at the wheel of the identically liveried Ferrari to that leads in the hands of Alessandro Pierguidi. And of course now it means that Benji Goethe at the wheel of number 88 Mercedes comes up to 4th and still continues to lead Pro-Am.
Yeah, McLaren. And there's also the day getting worse for Inception, because the meatball flag, the black and orange mechanical warning flag, is now being shown for Brendan Arieb. That car, after its earlier travails, has got itself up into 17th place, but there is something mechanical that the scrutineers are not happy with, so 7 is going to be brought back into the pit lane. When it's not your day, it's not your day, and just like Herbert is in strife, maybe this is going to be one of those tough races likewise for Inception. The car comes down the pit lane. Now, from where we are based at Pit In, we can peer down at the garage, and there in replay is the Inception McLaren. There's nothing loose that you can see at the back. Is there anything leaking out of it? Not that I can see, but there is something that the scrutineers aren't happy with. Alan, yeah.
Refuelling at the moment, that's now complete. They pull off a bit of bodywork on the right rear of the car.
Okay.
And I think that's all they're doing. So it is just a small piece of bodywork right at the very back, just over the right rear wheel. That's done. They're not doing anything else.
Okay, but by the look of it, they're going to treat this as one of the imposed pit stops. If you've got an unscheduled stop, make the best out of it. So take this as one of those a minute and 40-second regulation pit stops, and it'll drop a lap, but at least they've got one of the 10 ticked off.
Yeah, it does make you wonder whether that, when they, of course, we heard from Ollie Milroy, they had to take the floor off the car to sort the sensor out as to whether when it's gone back on, it's just very slightly misaligned, and was that what caused it? But that is, that's already a tough day for Inception Racing. So they will have to drive ever more flat out. But as you say, try and minimise the impact of this, as you suggested. Tick that one off as one of your imposed pit stops, and therefore hopefully it puts you not as much on the back foot as otherwise they might have been. So the clock is ticked away. That car will now work its way back out onto the circuit. Into the pit lane now comes from the lead of the race, Alessandro Pierguidi. So AF Corsa are in the same chapter, not necessarily on the same page as everybody else, but another early pit stop. And for another race leader, the 71 Ferrari is in, which now means we've got another car that's leading the race, and it's the number 77 Mercedes in the hands of Luca Stolz that leads.
And also Kelvin van der Linde lapping quicker than the leading Ferrari was before it pitted. He was doing 152s, whereas because Pierguidi was catching traffic, he was in the 153. So net, it is advantage Audi with Kelvin van der Linde being able to lap quicker until he gets up to the traffic. There is the first of the 10 regulation pit stops then being served by the Ferrari. Alessandro Pierguidi will stay behind the wheel, and Luca Stolz then is the race leader. So this gives back Simon Gachet his lap at Saint-Aloc for the moment, because the way that Stolz is going, unless he pits as well, then he might get past Gachet. Next question is whether Davide Rigon in the now second place Ferrari is also going to mirror the 71 entry and come in at the end of the next lap.
Were you expecting as many early pit stops? No, I was absolutely not, no.
No, teams I've spoken to, and maybe this was all part of their game plan, they were all talking about doing 35 laps or so, going up to an hour and a quarter. But getting the first one out of the way like this and then having a totally different run towards the end is certainly not what I was anticipating and not what teams were hinting at.
It wasn't what I was anticipating either. It's totally destroyed my own strategy of a little sit down and then a few pit stops on the hour and then so that's all out of the window now.
Yes, Alan's napagy, his strategy for naps, has gone out of the window because he's going to be busy now.
Very disappointing.
There's another one down the pit lane. It's 77 Luca Stolz. So that was our next leader, and in he comes. And also in is Patrick Niederhauser for Saint-Aloc. So 9 laps completed, and 2 more out of that leading group come down the pit lane.
Which means we've got another new race leader, Davide Rigon, 4 times a former winner of this race, picks up the lead at the wheel of the number 50 Ferrari and is leading by what should be around about 4 seconds, I would have thought, from the car that moves up to second and still continues to lead Pro-Am at this stage, in the early stage of the race, which is the number 88 McLaren in the hands of Benjamin Goethe. Leading the Am category, which we haven't mentioned as yet, I'm well aware, but leading Am at the moment is going to be the number 61 AF Corsa Ferrari in the hands of Konrad Grundveld. That is now circulating in, well, 12th position last time it came over the start-finish line, but it will pick up an extra couple of places as a result of the pit stoppers. And leading the Cup class for the Porsche 992s is going to be Ramzi Moutram at the wheel of one of 2 dual racing by Toro Verde cars. It's the number 95 Porsche that leads the Cup class.
Now, Simon Gachet's last lap was a 1:53.9, Davide Rigon a 1:53.6. So in real terms, unless he pits, Davide Rigon should be able to put himself a lap up on that Audi. That said, to the eye this time, that gap has stretched as Gachet starts to turn up the wick. But if it's on sequence with everybody else in this leading group from the Pro class, then number 50 Ferrari of Davide Rigon should be in at the end of the lap. That's Patrick Niederhauser's car good to go for Sebastian Chattard's Saint-Aloc team. Out he goes, and that means that Luca Stolz stays ahead and keeps track position ahead of Patrick Niederhauser. All of this is helping promote Chris Froggatt, having a really good run in the sky-liveried Garage 59 McLaren after a torrid Mercedes AMG season. This will be absolutely great feeling, I'm sure, for all involved in that Sky squad. This will be going so nicely. Talk about the Cup class. Well, there is one of the Porsches, number 49, and turning itself out of the hairpin, the race event car, Marco Cassara at the wheel.
Yeah, that car is running 3rd in the Cup class at the moment. The race event Porsche just working his way down the big long straight that will bring him in towards the braking area for turn 6 and turn number 7, which is the left and the right flick at the chicane. And then as soon as you come out of that chicane, the speed builds again, so you're flat out through turn number 8 and down the second long large straight in towards what is the reprofiled turn number 9 now, reprofiled 24 months ago there or thereabouts. Out of pit lane, good to see that Klaus Bachler is back out on circuit. Herbert Motorsport having done the job with that ABS sensor as described by Alan Hyde. So whilst it may only now in reality be starting the race, David, it's 10 laps down, but at least it's out there.
Absolutely, and if others have problems, and we are now seeing that people early in the race can have gremlins, then it can buy back some of that lost time. So Lucas Stoltz has rejoined, as we saw, 1:41 for the pit stop, so a fraction of time lost, and Davide Rigon stayed out. He leads the way then by 5.6 seconds from Benjamin Goethe, but the next pro car is 4th overall, and it's now become Jan Magnussen's AF Corsa Ferrari, number 43, which is 16 seconds back. So right now, Davide Rigon is being able to build an advantage on the track over his pursuers. However, what are we looking at in terms of lap time? Well, Kelvin van der Linde's last lap was a 1:53.0, so he's lapping quicker. Maro Engel did a 53.3, he is lapping quicker. And what about a Raffaele Marciello lap time, last lap through a 53.8, so slightly down. But Davide Rigon is in real terms being caught slightly by those that have already made a pit stop.
Yeah, not by much, but what he will want to do is just make sure that he tries to not lose too much time through the traffic that he's now meeting as well, and that is another aspect of the strategy that needs to play out as well. He's certainly being held up here while he tries to work his way past the Cup Class Porsche.
But he's put that lap on Gachet, hasn't he, for Santalop? So Simon Gachet has dropped off the lead lap temporarily and needs to fight back here. He's, I think, hoping that that Ferrari pits because he's not going to get the lap back seemingly on pure pace. But right now, AF Corsa seem quite content to keep Rigon out on track.
Do you think there might be the possibility they've split the strategy on the two pro cars?
It's certainly possible.
Yeah.
Cover all bases. It's certainly possible, yes. Because I would have thought if they brought one in, they would have done the next one on the next lap.
Yeah, yeah.
However, that said, the way that the teams are treating this first stint, some in at the end of lap 1, some lap 3, some lap 5, some lap 8, you know, they're early, but they're not all at the same point as early.
That's it. I say they're in the same chapter, but they're not on the same page.
Exactly
yeah,
right, yeah. So it is, perfectly possible that they've split them, hedged their bets on the strategy, take the more conventional pit stop tick. Whoops, deep goes Gachet into the hairpin then at turn 9, gets away with that as Davide Rigon then presses on. Now, last time actually he was being caught by Benjamin Goethe, and quicker than both was Chris Froggatt in the Garage 59 at Sky McLaren, getting driving standards flags being brandished in the general direction of Finlay Hutchison in number 99 as Rigon comes underneath the W Hotel, runs it out wide. Very, very little room for error at that section of the circuit up towards the guardrail, and as drivers get tired during the race, as the road gets dirtier, it's going to be more of a factor potentially. Another lap ticked off then, so Rigon not coming in certainly yet, and will break the beam, and as he does so put 12 laps in the book.
Yeah, he leads by 5.5 seconds now from Benjamin Goethe at the wheel of the McLaren, just heading through shot. And there's the third place car of Chris Froggatt. So both of the Garage 59 cars, both running in Pro-Am. One is second overall in the race. That number 93 car, the Sky liveried machine, is third overall. They're now first and second in the Pro-Am category at this stage. Jan Magnussen has now brought the AF Corsa number 43 Ferrari up to third position. Dan Harper, newly announced BMW factory driver for Century Motorsport, is fifth at the wheel of the number 42 car, and the untroubled Herbert Motorsport Porsche in the hands of Ralph Boone is now up into sixth position. Alan,
it's interesting that you mentioned that car, because I'm standing in front of the garage. I'm going to try and get a word with a driver that maybe 12 months ago we wouldn't have heard of, but he's having a first experience here, so I might try and have a chat to Darren Leung in a couple of moments, so stand by.
Yeah, he's done a lot of racing in a relatively short space of time, hasn't he? And British GT race winner come the end of the season, as race leader Davide Rigon then is 4.3 seconds ahead of Benji Goethe. Again, the traffic not helping Rigon. Benjamin Goethe absolutely flying right now. We've been saying it in Fanatec GT all season, how he has become a much, much better race driver. Still have this recollection of him leaving the pit lane for the first time at Monza in the wet in a Porsche and looping it as he left the pit lane and putting it in the wall. But since then, he has had a lot of tutelage from Stuart Hall, he's done a lot of miles, and he has developed into a very accomplished GT racer, Silver Cup champion in Europe this year, class winner in the Spa 24 Hours. First time he's raced the McLaren, but you would not think it. He is going really, really well. He
is, absolutely. He is on it and has been on it really all weekend as well. You'd say he's been working with Stuart Hall, but he's been working with Stuart Hall since he was knee-high to a grasshopper, hasn't he? You know, the two of them have worked together for a very, very long period of time, and I know Stuart is whilst he's frustrated he doesn't do as much racing nowadays as he does, he is hugely, hugely proud of what he's achieved with Benji Goethe.
Absolutely right, and almost to the point now, he said, I'm just here for a jolly, really, you know, I can't teach him much more. Look at how he's developed. Benjamin's father, Roel Goethe, is the man behind the famous Gulf Rothko collection, which is why there's the Gulf logo on the front of the car, so that'll be another Gulf liveried car to go in Roel Goethe's amazing collection, and it takes you back to the early days of BPR with Gulf McLarens in GT racing. Alan, yeah.
So I've pulled Darren Lurg out of the garage. Darren, it's a unique experience, this event. How has it been so far for you?
Yeah, it's been pretty good, to be honest. Really enjoyable, really well organised. Weather obviously helps. Circuit's amazing, to be honest. Really good testing for next year. So overall, it's been pretty good. I think we've struggled quite a lot in qualifying, but we kind of expected that. So we started P21 on the road, but now up to P5 overall. Dan Harper's doing an amazing job in the car, and looks kind of on our side at the minute. So race is coming to us.
You've done a lot of racing this year, haven't you? You've packed an awful lot into quite a relatively short amount of time.
Yeah, this is my second year racing, so I've got a lot of time to make up on the other guys. There's a lot of good drivers here, so you know, I want to be trying to put on a reasonable performance of myself. You know, not just for myself, but for everyone else around me. You know, nobody wants to be the liability.
How do you find the circuit?
The circuit's incredible. It's tough, it's challenging, but it's amazing to drive. Really great setting.
The other thing that you've discovered is you've seen the difficulties of the logistics of flyaway races, haven't you, over the last few days?
Yeah, so our container had a week to go 600 miles from Kuwait to here, and it never made it. So we're currently, as you can see, we're in the garage with, you know, tools out of a van sort of thing. I think a lot of the other teams have just been incredible with helping us out and stuff. It's one of the...
I've seen some of the offers of help and support. That's pretty incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's something that's pretty unique to racing as well. So yeah, big thanks to all the teams that have helped us.
I saw the team on the messaging board sort of putting out a request, and within moments they were getting replies. Yeah, come to garage, whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think the team themselves have just done an incredible job. They've been working tirelessly day and night. You know, the car's out there right now. We've not missed a single bit of any practice, quali, and we're now 16 places up in the race. So yeah, you just can't really compute it. So the job that those guys have done is phenomenal.
Thanks so much, Darren. Great to have a chat to you, and good luck for the race. Thank you very much indeed. Just nice, before drivers get weary as the race goes on, to get a thought of going into this race, if you like.
And only 2 years of racing for Darren Lurg.
Amazing.
It feels much more than that, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Right, your next target is to go and investigate number 49 Porsche for us. Marco Cassara has collected something. He's got left front corner damage and he's in the pit box, Mark.
He is, yeah. It looks like the radiator's gone in typical Porsche fashion. You know, that's the sort of, in the nicest way, the Achilles heel of the Porsche. Any light contact on the front end of it, and usually it's the radiator that causes problem. Now, he was in the process of being lapped by several cars, so whether there's been an incident during back marker lap reach, simply don't know. Alan will point himself in that general direction and look to try and understand what's going on. The number 50 Ferrari still continues to lead. 14 laps now completed, and David Arrigon leads by 5.3 seconds over the start-finish line. He blasts his way. That's lap number 15 chalked into the book, and it is about 5 seconds back, now to 6 seconds back. It is the leading Pro-Am car, which is Benjamin Goethe at the wheel of the McLaren, whilst repairs are still going on to the damaged Porsche in the garage.
Yeah, there's not that much liquid that's come out of the front. I'm not sure it is necessarily a radiator, more perhaps brake, because I would have thought there'd be a great big puddle. And if the radiator has gone, I wouldn't have thought necessarily that was going to go back. The radiator is right at the front rather than on a corner. However, the team toils, and that car, you can see the witness mark on the front left. Off comes that front balance, but it's going to be here for a while, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's not going to be a quick repair, that one. They'll also want to check that there's no suspension damage to the car as well, just to ensure that everything is fine. If there is any suspension damage, then there'll still be some additional work that they will need to do. But of course, losing time all of the time whilst that car sits there in the pit lane, which means that of the 4 cars that are represented in the Cup class, all identical Porsches, then that has now dropped to the tail end of that particular squabbled. So we're fast approaching the halfway point, the half an hour mark of this race. Crumbs. Half an hour mark of this race at this stage. I stopped before I finished the sentence. Give me that at least. And the battles still continue, not least of which is this Inter-Ferrari battle that's going on as things currently stand. And that is going to be a squabble that we need to try and keep an eye on, by the look of things, as the Mercedes is wanting to join in the fun. That's the number 20 car, isn't it? Trying to feed its way through the order. So this is going to be, what, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th overall?
And a shuffle already, because Marco Pulcini has just dived through to the head of the queue in the dark blue and white Ferrari, and that puts him ahead of Stefano Costatini for the moment. The other battle of note is for 22nd place, and it's really for the race lead in a sense, because Kelvin van der Linde is only 7/10 of a second up. There he is on Maro Engel. So this, in real terms, is the lead battle. These are the two drivers that made early pit stops, and so bear in mind that all the cars ahead have yet to make the first mandatory stop. They will fall out of the equation. This effectively becomes the battle for race leadership. Kelvin van der Linde, Maro Engel and Raffaele Marcello behind. So from what we had on the grid and all of that talk about it being a Mercedes race, well, the Audi has jumped ahead. Although van der Linde is not ahead by much, he does have track position over Maro Engel, 22nd on the road, but the best placed of those first stoppers.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, he did stop 2 laps later, didn't he? Because he'd stopped on lap number 3, whereas the Mercedes stopped at the end of the first lap. But it's, I think, just on pure lap pace, since they came back out of the pit lane, Kelvin van der Linde has just been chipping away. And we also saw, just the pure body language of the car on the first lap from Kelvin van der Linde. He wanted to get on with the race immediately, didn't he?
Yeah. And they had a plan, and he was pushing, and he wanted to get that clear track space, which he got. Comes out of the hairpin. Drama here as Pulcini gets a bit of hip and shoulder down at the chicane from Alessandro Cozzi, and Stefano Costatini says molti grazie, and through he goes. And also Valentin Pierberg in the Mercedes tries to get through as well. So that's Engel on a mission, but Kelvin van der Linde, who we know is a very, very accomplished GT and DTM racer, comes then up now underneath a hotel around the marina, heading towards turn 15. And in doing so on this lap, looks to be stretching the margin ever so slightly again over Engel. But, of course, teams thinking there's a long way to go and running to their plan. Alan?
When you're trying to change a radiator on a car, what's the one thing that kind of gets in the way? The amount of hot water which is coming out. There is an awful lot of hot water coming out of this Porsche, and the 49 car is going to be here for a little while. They've got a huge amount of tissue that they're soaking up the water with. They've just taken a tray away, and another huge amount of kitchen roll comes in. So they're up against it at the moment because still water is coming out. Remarkable how much water a car takes, isn't it?
On the plus side, they can have a brew.
Well, it was steaming hot water when it came out. Yeah, very nice.
Don't waste it. Yeah.
Quite right.
So yes, by the look of it, I can't find another car that's been involved in that. So I think Cassara collected a barrier rather than another car.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on that one. Manuel Agostino staying out of harm's way, whilst what is arguably, once we cycle through all the first batch of pit stops, the squabble for the lead of the race. But at the moment, Kelvin van der Linde is circulating in 22nd position as the first of those that has pitted, and he needed Manuel Agostino to get out of the way, because look in his mirrors, who's still there? Maro Engel not that far away, and Raffaele Marciello is looking to try and close in as well. So will he be able to close up when they meet the next little bit of traffic? Now, just up the road from Manuel Agostino's number 58 Mercedes that has just been lapped will be the next of the cars that they need to deal with, and that will be the number 16 Porsche, which is the EMB car of Stephen Grove. That will be the next little bit of traffic that they will meet. Now, I don't think they'll meet it over the remainder of this lap, but they should surely meet it, I would have thought, on the next lap they're about to start. No obvious signs of that next little bit of traffic in the distance, but that's the next thing that we need to try and keep an eye on, isn't it?
Chris Froggatt, third, Kenny Harble, ninth, are going to have to serve an extra 5 seconds on their next pit stop for exceeding track limits. So you get 4 goes, if you like, and your 4th transgression then becomes a penalty. So at the next pit stop, not 1 minute and 40, but 1 minute and 40 plus 5 for those 2 cars. Then you go back to 0, and at the 6-hour mark of the race, whatever you've got is reset anyway. But I said it before the race about keeping out of trouble and obeying track limit regulations, and there you've got your first 2 drivers in strife.
So is that, the 4th becomes 5 seconds, then the slate's wiped clean until you get another 4 racked up again?
Yes,
is that the way it works?
You go through the 4. Now, if it's your second fourth or your third fourth, it's up to the discretion of the stewards whether they say, OK, you've now done this so much, we'll give you a 10-second penalty or a drive-through, or whether they keep just giving you a 5-second penalty. That's up to them. But your fourth transgression is the one that gets the penalty, and that's a 5-second penalty at the discretion of the stewards. That's the important bit. But first time around, at least, it'll be just the 5 seconds on your next pit
But if you
stop.
don't keep heeding the warnings, then for obvious reasons, the stewards get a little bit disgruntled with the fact that you are just starting to take the mick in reality.
When they can no longer find their rag because they've lost it, then it might get more severe. But for now, just those 5 seconds. And as I say, at the 6-hour mark, whatever you've got is wiped clean anyway, and you start again. And it's the car, not the driver as well. So, battle is on as Mauro Engel starts to come back at Kelvin van der Linde, who last time did a 1:53.6, which was the first lap in many that he was a fraction slower than Davide Rigon. And part of that is because he's having to put that Audi run by Akinaka's Attempto team in defensive mode now. Whereas in contrast, Raffaele Marciello, who didn't really make a great start, almost now in hindsight that we know they were coming in at the end of the opening lap, it almost looked as though he was just, OK, I'll drive round and then pit. I don't have to get my elbows out and battle. But he's not coming back at these two yet. But there's a long way to go. Over the line goes van der Linde. Over the line goes Engel, and the margin between those two is now 0.7 of a second. They have just put a lap on the Australian driver Stephen Grove, and Raffaele Marciello does likewise, coming out of turn 1 up through turn 2 now.
Yeah, Raffaele Marciello has gained, hasn't he, through that little bit of traffic, so the gap relative to the two that he's been hunting down has certainly come down. Kelvin van der Linde that time through was a 1 minute 53.9. Mauro Engel was 1 minute 54.0, but Raffaele Marciello was a 1 minute 53.6, so he was 0.4 of a second quicker than Mauro Engel. He was 0.3 of a second quicker than the Audi in the hands of Kelvin van der Linde. So the traffic played into the hands of Raffaele Marciello at the wheel of number 89 Mercedes that time through. So there are the three cars all now fully in shot. He has been creeping up all of the time, hasn't he? And I saw that on the previous lap breaking down there, a little bit of fluid coming from the front nose of the number 98 car. Did you see that there?
Well, I didn't see the fluid, but I saw the wipers on 98, which was interesting. It just had a little wipe. So let's have a look as it comes down to the next section.
When the car brakes heavily, from the vent just midway through the bonnet, there was certainly some fluid that was coming out. There you go.
Yeah, OK. And the wiper is on to wipe away that fluid. So Mauro Engel...
Which car is this?
Mauro Engel, Alan, 98.
Right, okay.
So he's got the wipers on intermittent, but as Mark's suggesting, it looks like there might be some liquid coming out of the bonnet, and it's his own liquid rather than sprinkles of rain, therefore, that he's wiping off the screen. Now, that's not in the plan either, is it?
There we go. I think we're going to get a replay of it as soon as he hits the brakes. Heavy braking.
Oh, gosh, yeah, like a kettle brewing.
Yeah. The vent in the bonnet.
Spot, absolutely.
Well, I guess it can't run forever like that. It's presumably going to be imminently coming into pit lane.
It's in this time. He's in. Okay. So this is a problem. This is an unscheduled stop now. So Mauro Engel, he caught us out at the end of lap 1, but now at the end of lap number 19, he is back down pit lane, and this is a bit more serious this time.
Absolutely. They'll have to deal with this. Now, they may choose, David, it's going to really muck up the strategy potentially again. They could tick it off as another one of the pit stops and just utilise it that way, but it's not going to be a short repair, I wouldn't have thought. They're going to have to investigate it to start with, and then I suspect there'll be various bits of bodywork coming off that car to try and understand exactly what is going on in reality. This is another good squabble, and this is all cars that have pitted again, isn't it? This is Alessandro Pierre Guidi with Patrick Niederhauser trying to get up the inside of Lukas Storz, heading in towards what will be turn number 9, and it looks as though the Audi has made it through. Sorry, not turn number 9, turn number 5.
And Stolz couldn't find a way by. Niederhauser then stuck on the back of Pierre Guidi, and there is Mauro Engel's Mercedes in. Well, yeah, they're doing the imposed pit stop part, the fuel, the tyres, so that's all done, and then they'll worry about the mechanical dramas as Niederhauser goes to the outside line, then down towards 6 and 7 into the chicane. Couldn't find a way through. He's got to be mindful not to let Stolz have a go as he almost goes round the outside, puts himself on the wrong line. Here comes the Mercedes, then all that grunt coming out of the chicane puts Lukas Stolz level with Patrick Niederhauser. So the Santalok Audi on the inside line down towards the hairpin, but even before the corner, Stolz has done it. Again, that's pure grunt coming out of the corner. Niederhauser is going to have to be brave on the brakes, but Stolz covers off that line. Alan.
Tyres changed on the 98 Mercedes, and little dollies going underneath. It's dropped down onto the dollies. They managed to swing it round back into the garage. It's going to go. This is absolutely not in the plan.
Absolutely correct, it is not. And after all of the effort, now, I was just wondering whether anything mechanical that's going on in that car is a legacy of the accident on Thursday. Maybe that's being unfair to Lucas Auer, who was behind the wheel, and to the team, but furrowed brows, and this is happening within the first hour of 12. So, okay, in a sense, they could bounce back, but they're hemorrhaging time. And with this entry, you can't afford to lose any time at all.
And the other huge implication is to what's going on in the Intercontinental GT Challenge, of course, as well, because that's potentially going to have implications as to what's going on in the Intercontinental GT Challenge if the sister car has a similar problem.
Yeah, I mean, that one's not part of the game in terms of driver points. It is for manufacturer points, but equally Mercedes has already won that as a manufacturer. So yeah, what it has done in a sense is give an even better chance to Marcello, Junqueira and Gounon, because they have now taken one further
points
place.
away.
Yeah, exactly. So that moves them further up the order. Yes, the Attempto Audi that they're squabbling with is another IGTC registered car, but it's not an opponent, and they are staying ahead of their opponents, Lucas Stoltz. So they're still in the box seat, those three, as the Mercedes then, with potentially a radiator drama, is being attended to, but it's going to lose one lap, maybe more. This is going to be the really interesting part now. Poor Amaro Engel, after an impressive first stint and a great effort by the team to get the car on track, and they are now fighting this rearguard action.
And particularly with what the troubles that car had in terms of qualifying as well, where Maro Engel got a lap in which wasn't allowed. He was then on a flying lap and it got red flagged, and then had to really press on longer in that qualifying session than he would have wanted, and yeah, finally managed to get the lap in to hoist that car up through the order on average times, which ultimately then took up pole position. This great battle still going on between Alessandro Pierre Guidi in the Ferrari, Lucas Stoltz and Patrick Niederhauser. So Ferrari from Mercedes, from Audi, they're all still fighting away for what are 22nd, 23rd and 24th places overall. But of course, they are cars that have already pitted in reality. So by the time we've cycled through the full batch of pit stops, potentially it could be 2nd, 3rd and 4th overall in the race that little squabble would become. So lots of gazing being done in the Audi at the moment, but I think this to me looks still like investigation rather than repair, David.
It does, yeah. Torch, furrowed brows, peering in, losing time, and so that straight away, even within the first hour of the race, takes one of the key Mercedes out of that lead battle. Number 50 then, race leader David Irigon, continues to circulate and making this stint look like an expected stint. In other words, go towards an hour and 10, an hour and 15 minutes of the race, and then make your pit stop. In terms of the race positions, he's leading by 9 seconds now from Benjamin Goethe, traffic affecting the lap times of those two cars. Of those that have served the pit stops, then you've got now actually Brendan Arieb running ahead. No, you've not, to tell you a lie. You've got Kelvin van der Linde running ahead of Raffaele Marcello, and then Alessandro Pierguidi, then Stoltz, then Niederhauser. So that is the order of the real lead battle. But the really interesting bit is going to be where this car of Rigon factors in at the end of its first stint, which, as we've done now, 22 laps, is about another 13, 14 away.
Yeah, so it'll be around about an hour and a quarter into the race. One would have thought that car potentially will head into the pit lane, and it certainly probably answers the question as to what AF Corse have done with regards to the strategy of the 71 Ferrari in the hands of Alessandro Pierguidi and this car, which is David Irigon, that leads the race. It appears they have split the strategy, haven't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
But the winning strategy will only be borne out in 11 hours and 16 minutes time when we get to the bottom of which the correct one was. From the pits, Alan.
89 Mercedes update, so I couldn't really see in because there were 5 guys from the team all leaning into the engine bay, and essentially what they were doing before they go any further was to dry things out, and so now they've done that. They've now raised the car a little higher up so they can look underneath, and currently they are bashing the floor of the car all the way along, and I'm not going to speculate as to what the problem is at this stage. I asked Max Kurtz and he had an inkling but not a firm idea, but it's going to be here for a little while.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Right, so they've already lost 3 laps. Getting a replay of the Ferrari there, having a moment coming out of the last corner. It was 52, wasn't it? Alessandro Cozzi getting it wrong. So the team continues to work away, but 3 laps lost already, and more to come for the JMR Mercedes. But having been looking at the floor of the car, now the attention goes back to the engine bay.
I say it's still more investigation, isn't it, at this stage, trying to understand it rather than starting to really affect the repairs. So more and more time being lost, whilst out front, David Arrigon still continues on his merry way. So he's been enormously successful. He's won more Gulf 12-hour races than any other driver that we've seen over the years. He hasn't necessarily raced in all of them. He was an absentee here in January, if memory serves me correctly. I don't think he was on the entry list for the January edition that we had, but 9.5 seconds to the good now over the car that still continues to lead the Pro-Am category, which is Benjamin Goethe in second place. He is still only 0.6 of a second up the road from the sister car though, Chris Froggatt. So the two Garage 59 McLarens both going well, second and third overall, first and second in the Pro-Am category. The Am category is being led by Konrad Grunfeld at this stage. He's managed to hoist the number 61 Ferrari from AF Corsa all the way up into 6th position overall at this stage, and leading the Cup class as it was a while ago when we last picked up on it. It's the number 95 dual racing by Toro Verde Porsche in the hands of Ramzi Moutran.
So with now 24 laps done, race leading car clear by around about 9.5 seconds. This is the battle for second place, which is starting to take attention, isn't it? Benjamin Goethe has had a very good first stint, but so also is Chris Froggatt, and there's now only 0.8 of a second between the two. Now Froggatt, granted, will lose 5 seconds on the next pit stop because of his penalty, but both of them, new to these cars, I think are doing a very, very impressive job. And Chris Froggatt, who really became synonymous with Ferraris after years of success in Ferrari Challenge, then switched to GT racing in Ferraris, then this year to Mercedes. He's had cars run by 2Cs, by Grupper M, by Haupt, and just has had an awful year, switches brands again, and boom, right away, he's at the front of the grid. So I think this is a very positive feeling in that car right now.
Yes, there'll be big smiles all round in the Garage 59 garage and their relative drivers at the moment, but long way to go. We are only just past the 45-minute mark in this race, but it's all smiles all round for Garage 59 at this stage with their respective cars running second and third on the road. And Alan has more news from the pit lane.
Well, I'm very pleased for you talking about smiles all around, because I'm in the Group M garage and it is far from smiles all around. Poor old Max Goetz is leaning on one of the air canisters, just looking on to the work that the team are doing inside the car. They've just been topping up fluids in the car, and it is far from smiles in this garage. Every extra moment in the garage feels like another lap going down, and the team are still working, but at the moment it doesn't look as if imminently the car is about to be sent on its way. How well do you know Max Goetz, David?
Not that well, sadly, because although he arrived in GT for a good couple of seasons, he then went off and did the DTM for a while. So
see, I'm trying to read his face,
right,
and try and work out whether the normally very smiley, very happy to chat driver would be happy to chat to me now. I'm reading it as no.
Well, I'm reading you as brave, so I think it's worth a stab.
Well, I might just sort of sidle over in a moment and see what I can get. Max, could I have a quick chat? Do we know what the problem is?
Yeah, so we had a crash on Friday, and maybe this is a following, damage or whatever. We don't know yet, but it seems to be that one oil pipe coming out of the oil sump is damaged, or it's unloosened. Now the guys try to fix it, but in the end, it's hopeless, because we are losing now minimum 5-6 laps, and I think to win something here, it's going to be really tricky and difficult. For me, impossible. In the end, we tried to fix it and keep going, because the pace looked really strong, even behind Kelvin. But it's a shame that the team put so much effort in. They worked so hard. They do the overnight shift because of the damage, and this payback now is, of course, it hurts a lot.
So sorry for you, Max. Thank you for talking to me. So there's an answer. He is a very nice person and was quite happy to have a chat.
And the other answer is we were right. It is a legacy of the Lucas Auer accident, but massive disappointment. And he's absolutely right. I mean, that car now with still 11 hours and 10 minutes to go is way out of it.
It's out the reckoning, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely out of the reckoning. Whilst we were hearing from Matzi Goetz, we also saw that Lukas Stolz was finally able to unlock the door on the Santerlock Audi and Patrick Niederhauser. So through goes the 77, gains the place over the Audi, which of course are running on the same strategy in terms of when they opted to pit. Losing a little bit of time now through the traffic as well is the number 71 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, who seems to have dropped back a little bit from the rest. Or is that David Arrigon that's now coming up to lap them? Let's just have a quick look. Difficult to tell there because those Ferraris, I've looked at every single angle of those Ferraris and they are impossible to tell apart. It is David Arrigon that is coming up to lap them. Yeah, so I thought it might possibly be. So that's why Patrick Niederhauser and Lukas Stolz will want to crack on. They've got the race-leading car coming up behind them. Team manager of car number 55 needs to go and chat to the stewards. We're starting to rack up again the circuit limits warnings, and it will be the Stefano Constantini Ferrari this time that's attracting the attention of the officials.
And also 75, again, Kenny Hartnell. So he's yet to serve his first, and there could be a second penalty in the system even before he takes the first one, if you're following me. The battle between Lukas Stolz and Patrick Niederhauser here is for 20th place. Stolz staying ahead, but Patrick Niederhauser wants that place back. Remember, he lost it out of the chicane when his zealotry to get past the Ferrari went against him, and he comes down to the hairpin now on that fast back part of the circuit down at turn 9. So you've had the first element of the lap, which is fast, it's relatively flowing, bar that chicane. From here on in, it's still quick, but it becomes a lot tighter, especially around the back of the marina and underneath the hotel. Lukas Stolz then hangs on to position. Now, we are coming up towards the end of the first hour, but for these cars, they can carry on for a little bit longer because they pitted so early. They were able to go that little bit longer. Whereas the lead car, number 50, is due in around about 9 laps' time.
Yeah, which is going to equate to around about another 15 minutes, would you say? Should see that car in, one would have thought?
Well, an hour and 10, an hour and 15 is the expectation.
Yeah.
And you'd normally find, I mean, you've seen it yourself, but any first stint will always be the shorter, just to err on the side of caution, just to bring back the data, just to see how much fuel is left at the end of that first stint. And once you've got one banker stint, then you know to be able to push a little bit more for subsequent ones. So I'd anticipate they do an hour and 10 for the first one.
And already, you were alluding to earlier on about the amount of marbles. You can particularly see rounds through the first part of the lap, so round through turn number 2, 3 and 4. The marbles beginning to form. Alan has more news from the pit lane.
Yeah, 98 Mercedes just emerges, just noses out into the pit lane. It's on the dollies. They'll drop it down once they get into pit lane and send Maro Engel on his way. But as we were just hearing from teammate Max Goetz, it's a huge mountain to climb now over the next just over 11 hours of the Golf 12-hour race here at Yas Marina Circuit. The car is dropped down. It has not yet fired up.
The door opens. And out gets
Maro Engel.
Yes.
So Lucas Auer about to get in. He takes with it, he's more diminutive than Maro Engel, so he takes with him the extra little seat that goes into place, and Maro assists in the strapping in of Lucas Auer. The team then set to work to clean up the floor as a legacy of oil that may have been dropped on the floor of the garage while they were effecting that repair. But yeah, the 98 car is ready to go, and I fancy that's going to be the first of our driver changes, is it?
Yeah, it will be, actually. You're quite right. And depending now on what happens to other teams, the fight back starts. I mean, yes, if everybody else has a problem, of course you'll gain places, but on pure pace, if nobody else has a significant drama, then it's going to be difficult. But there will be teams that do have dramas in the next 11 hours, make no mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll pick up some places, but how many is a bit of a moot point because they're so far behind. Alan.
Team player Maro Engel gets out of the car and slaps every one of the team on the shoulder, makes a point of doing it, going to all of the drivers, all of the team members before he goes to Max Goetz, to the driver who is now standing by, he being the next driver in the car. But yeah, nice stuff from Maro Engel.
Yeah.
He realises how much work has gone into this car.
And just to make the point, Alan, they've lost 15 minutes in that. Wow. So you know, it could have been worse, but 15 minutes, that is a lot of time.
It is a lot of time. I shall try and read the room, so to speak, and see if I'm going to get a word with Maro Engel. I'm pretty sure I might be able to do that.
If anybody can.
Thank you.
I mean, in fairness, his day started badly because he was late for breakfast, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
He missed that by 5 minutes.
But again, a mark of the man. He apologised to us all.
He did, yes,
He did, yeah, to be fair, yeah. Another driver change going on as well. Looks as though Team Baron are in, so Axel Sartigan is done with his driving duties, and we await the next driver just to jump on board the number 91 car, which is in the pit lane at the moment. So this is our first true driver change. Yes, it's happening with the Mercedes, but that's largely because that car's come in due to the problem that it's had, so it seems sensible again to tick off another one of those stops, David. So that's two now of the stops, you could argue, tipped off for that number 98 car, albeit it's well and truly out the reckoning.
Absolutely right. So as far as the classes are concerned, they're running to a different plan, cycling through, and yeah, Alex Sartingen will hand over in the Team Baron car, and as soon as the car controller is happy that the time has been completed, down the pit lane it goes, the idea being that you break the beam a tenth of a second after that 1 minute and 40. Right, we have got 55 minutes just about done, and it remains Davide Rigon who leads the way then as the Ferrari comes over the timing line from the pits out.
Morrow has come straight over to me. He's taken all his helmet off, the balaclava off, and came straight over to have a word with us. I love talking to drivers when everything's going well. It's more difficult when things aren't going quite so well. What a disappointing start.
Yeah, that's a real shame. Yeah, I feel sorry for the whole team. Obviously, it was a bit of a fairy tale Saturday for us after what happened on Friday. And the guys worked so hard, so it would have been great to give them a strong race, and just a shame, but yeah, these things happen, and now we'll just continue on.
So it's a great example of how motor racing is about teamwork. You got out the car and thanked all of the team before you even stepped foot inside the garage.
Yeah, I mean, you know, these guys are giving their heart and soul, putting everything into giving us the tools, giving us the best possible car, so yeah, just you can't appreciate them enough, and it's a tough one for everyone.
Can I talk about something else? Can I talk about coming in after one lap?
Yeah. Yeah, obviously that's not the usual you'd expect in a normal motor race, but obviously we've got some very special rules here, and the way we interpreted them that was the best option.
Absolutely amazing. You caught us all on the hop, I have to say.
Yeah, I guess so, but
and yeah, the rest of the pit lane, I think, as well.
Yeah, let's see how the rest of the race pans out, but yeah, it's a quick race up front. Obviously, there's I think 4, maybe 5 cars are definitely all in the hunt.
Thank you, Morrow. Thank you so much for coming over to have a chat to us. There you go. Knew he would. Folded up his balaclava, arranged his gloves, and came straight out to have a chat to us. Good guy.
He is a very, very nice guy, is Morrow Engel. Yeah, it's always said hello every single morning we've got up for breakfast. He's given us a happy wave, hasn't he?
Always a happy smile. Yeah, he's a great guy.
Car that was leading the Pro-Am category and was running second overall has now come in to the pit lane. There has been a driver change, and it is back on an out lap now. So it is now the sister car's time to come in as well. So that's both of the Garage 59 cars that are now in. So the car that was started, the number 88 car that was started in the hands of Benji Goethe, has now been given over to what will be Alexander West, and Chris Froggatt is about to vacate the sister car and get back out. Good battle going on that we're looking at the moment, just heading around through turn 9, the two Porsches together.
Peter Cox going ahead of Ralph Bowen, so that's for position. That is for 9th place overall, and he's about to become better with others having served pit stops. Chris Froggatt in for his elongated stop, but yeah, Peter Cox in a kind of family car, because he's got his daughter Stefan driving with him, gaining ground, and there ready to rejoin is number 49, Marco Cassara, who has lost half an hour by that damage. So that car is ready to go. You can't drive out of the garage. The car has to start from the pit apron. It does so now, and there is Chris Froggatt in. Remember, he's got to serve 5 extra seconds, or the car has, in this stop. There's a driver change going on. Chris Froggatt helping to strap in the incoming driver, but because of track limit offences, 5 seconds given to that car. So Chris Froggatt, who'd got it up into 2nd place, doing a good job first time out of the McLaren. And I think we might be looking at the car for next year's GT campaign, don't you?
I think so. I think it's, yeah, having tried Mercedes and didn't quite work, having tried different teams, it seems as though, yeah, Garage 59 and the McLaren seems to tick a few more boxes, doesn't it? So that pit stop now concluded. Chris Froggatt out of the car. I think, was it Kevin Say's helmet that I saw that was about to get in? We'll get confirmation of that when the car trickles to the end of the pit lane as to who has jumped on board the number 93 car. And when it heads back out of the pit lane, it should hopefully allow us to confirm who has jumped on board. Still showing as Chris Froggatt, so I don't think the driver transponder position has been changed just as yet.
No, it needs to break a beam yet, doesn't it? We've also got Marco Casaras' car said going back into the race. Davide Scanicino is at the wheel of it, so Scaniccio takes over. And right now, as you look at the fights going on track, you can see number 1 Mercedes then hustling on with Hunter Abbott at the wheel, closing on Giorgio Roda. This is for 10th and 11th places on the road. But again, everything is going to change around that next pit stop. And we are not far away from it now, only about 10 minutes or so for the majority of the teams that have not yet pitted. And then it's going to be a really interesting order to see where, as I say, Rigon, for example, comes back in. So the Sky liveried Garage 59 McLaren just about on the hour mark comes in. Chris Froggatt handing over, and right now 31 laps are done. Lead gap is half a minute, but again I come back to this question about the lap times of Kelvin van der Linde, who has got the car up into 13th place overall. He's still lapping quicker than is Davide Rigon, so for my money it's going to be van der Linde ahead once number 50 Ferrari has served its first stop.
Yes, yeah, looking at the relative lap times, yeah, Kelvin van der Linde has continually been hustling the number 66 Audi that little bit quicker, not by much, but just by a tenth, a couple of tenths. Every single lap, Kelvin van der Linde has been quicker than the Ferrari. Now, remember, Kelvin van der Linde was not the first to blink, but he pitted on lap number 3. It was, of course, a little bit later when we saw then more cars come in. Davide Rigon still has yet to conduct that pit stop, so by the time he is in and back out, can't be any shorter than 1 minute and 40 seconds in the pit lane, otherwise penalties will apply. But yeah, I absolutely concur with you that the Audi should, on merit, then take up the lead of the race, albeit in the moment Kelvin van der Linde is still showing us 12th. Hunter Abbott is in this time, so 2Cs bring their Mercedes in. Hunter Abbott done and dusted with driving duties. Driver change taking place. That means that car will probably now just drop outside of the top 10.
The answer to the Sky McLaren question is Jonathan Hui has taken it over, and therefore he is now playing catch-up. The 2Cs pit stop, as you see, cycles through. 2Cs having had a very good track record in the Gulf 12 Hours of late as a Pro-Am car. Hunter Abbott, British GT champion. Sorry, not British GT, GT Asia, Blockpan GT Series Asia champion, British GT race winner with Martin Kodrich at Silverstone last season, and he vacates the car, former touring car racer as well, Hunter Abbott, the man behind the AlcoSense breathalyzer equipment, and that car stays in the pit lane as more and more now come to serve the first stop. Won't be long, therefore, before Davide Rigon is in. 3-4 laps at most, we would expect, as down the pit road now rumbles number 1 Mercedes. Number 1 is the one with the pink mouth, and 51 is the one with the yellow mouth on the car.
We've also got the leader of the Cup class in as well, so Ramzi Moutran brings the number 95 Porsche. You can see just in the background of the shot into the pit lane, as out of the pit lane goes Martin Kodrich, who is now on board the number 1 2Cs Mercedes. Remember, Martin Kodrich, 2 times back-to-back winner of the Gulf 12 Hours. The last edition that was here at Yas Marina in January, and the edition prior to that took place as the one-off race that we had for the Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain. So Martin Kodrich absolutely is ticking plenty of boxes, isn't he, in terms of pace, huge amounts of experience as well, and partnered up again, of course, with Issa Al Khalifa, who, again, double race winner in the Gulf 12 Hours.
Now, another feature of the next 11 hours of the race from the media delegate are Philip Iguana's fascinating facts. Philippa's fascinating fact number 1 is that we've now had 1,000 laps completed if you add everybody's cars together. So we've got to 1,000 laps. More of Philippa's fascinating facts to come over the course of the race, but that is the first of them. Down the pit lane then has come the race leader. Davide Rigon is in, and that is at the end of lap number 33, so slightly earlier than anticipated, but I come back to the point I've been making that you will always do a slightly shorter first stint just to get the data. So 33 laps done then by car number 50, Davide Rigon in. Also in is number 92. This is the car that has the pseudo Gulf livery. Back into its garage is going Lucas Au's Mercedes. So, Alan, I'm afraid you need to go and see your mates again, because clearly the Grupper M Mercedes is going to have one of those Rasputin-type affairs for 12 hours where it's trouble but just won't die. And he's not going to run smoothly either. So that is back in. And 99, Finlay Hutchison is also being given a 5-second penalty for track limit offences. I just need to tick off something about this car as well. Alex Fontana is one of the drivers of number 92 Porsche. It's in the Cup class. He is very much a pro driver, and so to balance that, the car gets two 2-minute stop-go penalties to run as well over the course of the race.
I wasn't aware of that, so thank you for that one. So David Arrigon in the pit lane. It means that now, in reality, taking up the lead of the race will be the number 43 AF Corsa MDK Motorsport Ferrari in the hands of Jan Magnussen. So that car has, again, just quietly worked its way up from what was 15th position on the grid, but of course will also itself be destined for the pit lane before too much longer. Kenny Harbull is in at the wheel of the Sun Energy one by SPS Mercedes. That car also has got extra time penalty in the pit lane, David,
It's got one 5-second penalty to serve. Drama here as the Magnussen Ferrari, gets into the back of 52. Certainly 52 is centre spinning. So around there goes the AF Corsa Alessandro Cozzi entry, and J-Mag flees the scene of the crime.
Yeah, Alessandro Cozzi was also involved in that incident earlier on with Marco Pulcini as well, was he not, the wheel of 52?
Yes.
Car? Yeah.
Yes. Right, there goes the pseudo Gulf livery. It looks like it's the Gulf colours, but actually, if you see the car close, it's a sort of desert mural that's painted, so it's the sand colour pretending to be the orange of Gulf livery. Kenny Harbull's car has a driver change. Kenny and Martin Conrad are already Pro-Am champions in IGTC this year. The American-based Australian Kenny Harbull, great character, got a great collection of cars. In has come now with damage, Jan Magnussen. In has also come, you see in the background, the BMW of Dan Harper, and in also comes number 11, the Marco Pulcini Ferrari.
Yeah, it also looks so 55 is in as well, so that will be Stefano Constantini is in at the wheel of the largely blue Ferrari, but the one with the red and the white stripes all the way down the centre. Also, the number 20 Mercedes, I think, may well be in as well, and is just concluding its pit stop and heading back out onto track. So that will be SPS Automotive Performance and Valentin Pierberg that's now done with driving duties. Quick question as the Kenny Harbull car heads back out in the hands of what is now Philip Ellis. Where those cars have that extra 5 seconds in the pit lane, is any work allowed to be done on the car? Has to be hands-free?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Serve the penalty, then go to work.
Yeah,
effectively.
Yeah, okay.
So no, hands free. That's the penalty. Otherwise, because you're doing work at the same time, you're not really serving a penalty.
It was a rhetorical question, but I just want for clarity. Yeah.
So no, it has got to be completely down time. Marco Pulcini in. Another set of Pirellis fitted to the car, and Alan will tell us.
I've got David Arrigon with me,
excellent.
who is such a star at this event. That was a good stint, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good stint. Actually, we really tried to manage well the tires on the beginning of the race. And then I was trying to carry on. We have a really complete different strategy respect the other. Let's see. We are quite fast, but not the fastest on track. So we just need to stay out of the confusion, do our pace, do our best, stay away from the track limit like we're doing, and that's it. The race is still very long.
That's a big part of this weekend, isn't it? Track limits yesterday were quite a feature.
Yes, of course. You know, we're going so fast into the corner that it's very easy to miss for 2-3 centimeters. And of course, it's the same for everybody. But we need to be very concentrated and don't do any mistake. For now, on all good. Let's see if we can carry on like this.
What's your secret around this circuit? Well, I mean, clearly you like it, but you do well.
I want to be on the top this evening, but nothing. I'm calm and maybe adapt a little bit to my driving style. Here, I tell you, I'm not the fastest today. For some reason, we are giving everything with our Ferrari, but maybe Mercedes and Audi looks a little bit faster, but we will do our best, and we hope to be there in the end.
It's a long race. The Ferraris are quick. It would be nice to have a Ferrari back there, wouldn't it?
I really hope for us especially, and also for our teammate. We really push until the end to win this.
Davide, thank you so much for having a chat to us. Davide Arrigon down here in the AF Corsa garage.
I could listen to that all day, Alan. It's just like an opera, isn't it? It's so musical.
Isn't it?
Absolutely.
I know, absolutely
yes.
right. Absolutely right.
More, please. OK, pit stop cycling through now, so you're getting busy again. And this, if you like, is, I suppose you could call it the other race. Those that didn't serve a very early stop, the bulk of the field now doing as predicted on the hour mark, and gradually we'll start to see which strategy works out the best.
It's going to take a while to see how it all plays out, yeah. So Peter Cox is in the Salakin number 48 Porsche. That's the one right at pit lane exit end. Finley Hutchinson, as we saw in the number 99 Audi, is in for Trisol Temto Racing. Also, the AM leader is in as well, which is Konrad Grunwald at the wheel of the number 61 Porsche. That's the car that has, I think, since the beginning of the race, been fairly dominant in terms of the AM lead in the GT3 category. Have we had in as yet Ram Racing and the Ian Loggy car? Yes, we have. That's now in the hands of Morgan Tilbrook. That's another car. I think that's another car that we need to keep an eye on in GT3 AM, because I think that's going to be there or thereabouts throughout the course of this race as well.
Yeah, it is, and it's still in many ways an AM Plus car, that, because you've got 2 bronze and a silver, which is Michael Grenier. It gets categorised as an AM. I would have thought it would be a Pro-Am car, looking at what Ian Loggie's achieved, as well as Michael Grenier. But if they can get the driving time done by those 2 drivers early on, certainly, and keep as much of Michael Grenier as you can towards the end, it'll certainly be gaining places. And yeah, these class battles are going to be absolutely fascinating. Alessandro Cozzi's slightly bruised Ferrari now comes in, and there is a Simon Gachet penalty to be served on his next pit stop, because number 26 has just copped 5 seconds as well. Now, we've talked about these penalties. These are for track limits. Something else now that's starting to creep into the mix is pit lane speeding. It's inevitable. People serve pit stops. There is the danger you go too quickly. So there is that to factor in as well. But we've gone for the first hour without any safety car interruptions.
We have, yeah. And one of the cars that's going to pick up a penalty for speeding in the pit lane is car number 88, Garage 59 McLaren. Now, whether that was when the car came into the pit lane, it was speeding, whether it's going out of the pit lane, not entirely sure, but either way, that car is going to have to serve some sort of time penalty for pitting. Now, the number 52 accosted Alessandro Cozzi Ferrari, now being pushed back into the pit lane. So that contact when Jan Magnussen ran into the back of that Ferrari, clearly a cause for concern. It's up on the dollies, it's being pushed back into the garage, and I'm afraid they will probably want to effect repairs on the tail end of that Ferrari, so all is not well. So as we cycle through our final batches of pit stops for this first lot, Manuela Gosner is in the MP Racing Mercedes. That will be a change of driver, and there was also a Porsche down towards the tail end of the pit lane, which I think was Stephen Graves' number 16 Porsche. Quick gaze to the timing screen again, yes, confirms that that is absolutely the case there. So out on circuit at the moment, it is Giorgio Roda, the number 33 Ferrari, that has picked up the lead of the race. And the reason that he's picked up the lead of the race, albeit by only 2 seconds, is that is the sole car so far that has not conducted one single pit stop for those that got the race underway fully. There's another car showing as not having pitted, but that was, of course, the Herbert Motorsport Klaus Bachler, number 44 Porsche, that spent all of that time in the pit lane early doors in the race with a problem. Alan has more news from the pit lane.
No, I don't.
Ah, right, okay.
Well, why not?
It's the RF camera then is down there, so close to the work going on.
I'm sorry.
Try harder. Come here with half a story, man. What's the matter with you?
The only thing I was going to point out, referring to the conversation that you've been having for the last couple of minutes, yeah, pit lane speed limit. It is a wonderfully wide pit lane, but with an entry the like of which we have, it's a very busy pit lane this year. So I think Andrea, the organiser, the promoter of the Golf 12 Hours since its inception, was saying the other day that he's kind of reached capacity. He doesn't want any more cars in this on this grid, because at the moment the teams are affording a huge amount of space in which to work, and the refuelling rigs, everything, there's room for everything, and it can be a safe environment to work. Any closer than this and it would become just a little bit too much of a problem.
It's a long pit lane, it's a wide pit lane, as you say, but when you do have, particularly when I wandered down the pit lane at the start of one of the free practice sessions, you have all of the cars parked parallel to the pit lane on the apron, with the teams all servicing them. It is tight, it is still tight, and I totally agree with you. You know, this is an exclusive event, it is almost a by-invitation event as well. There are a couple of spare pit garages, but we fill those up, Alan. You know, we don't want many more. You don't really want 40 or 60 entrants, because the working environment changes enormously then for the teams.
I know, and one of those spare garages I've sort of got earmarked next year for a blow-up bed, have a little snooze at some stage during the race.
The Alan Hyde Airbnb.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So into the pit lane does come Giorgio Roda, so the Castle Racing number 33 Ferrari is in as well. Back into the pit lane has also come Raffaele Marciello at the wheel of the number 89 Mercedes, so he just manages to sneak out and beat the Ferrari heading out there. So the car that stopped on the first lap also comes back in and stops on the 37th lap of the race. So that is 2 pit stops now ticked off for the number 89 Mercedes.
As it also is for number 71 Ferrari, because that had crept in as well. So Antonio Fuoco has now replaced Alessandro Pierguidi in 71. That, I think, was certainly 1, maybe 2 laps ago. I rather missed it, but we've had a driver change also in 71 now.
Right, and we also now see back into the pit lane a number 77 car, so that is Lucas Stoltz coming in. And also that's the 66 Audi that's in as well, isn't it? Which was Kelvin van der Linde, also now diving for the pit lane as well for a second stop. But for both of these, whilst it's the second stop for the car, it will be the driver change, and it will be the first of those driver changes for each of one of those. So 38 laps now chalked into the book. This will potentially see the number 50 Ferrari pick up the lead of the race at this stage, which is Nicholas Nielsen.
You wanted a Mercedes update, didn't you? So
Yes,
I've got here eventually. They're not really doing anything around the car at the moment, which concerns me more. So the bonnet is up. There's 3 of the technicians from the team that are peering into it, but they're not doing anything. I've seen Mauro Engel and Lucas Auer walk to the back of the garage, and they are heading to the villa at the back of the garage, so chatting to each other. So at the moment, I can't bring any good news about 98 at all.
OK, I'm rather fearing it's heading for retirement, that car.
I rather fear you're right.
Yeah, the way that it was pushed away just gave me that feeling that the damage is too great, the time lost is too great, and it's not going to get any better, and all they're going to do is make the problem worse. Because it's the kind of thing that almost needs a rebuild rather than on-the-hoof repairs. So I rather fear that one is done. But we will see. 66, by the way, has now been taken over by Dennis Marshall. That car has become the lead car. At the end of the first hour, it was number 50 then of, at the time, Davide Rigon, now Nicholas Nielsen, that was leading the way. Second at the end of the first hour was Jan Magnussen, and third at the end of the opening hour of the race was number 42, which was then Dan Harper. The way, of course, that hourly updates work is that most people pit around about the hour. So the order on the hour is somewhat different from what it has been for the hour, if you see what I mean, which is why in Fanatec GT endurance races you get updates on the half hour, because that's rather reflecting more the natural flow of the race. But for this, we do it bang on the hour, and it's therefore a little bit jumbled. But it's interesting to see where the likes of number 66 was. It was down in 13th at the end of the first hour, and 14th at the end of hour 1 was number 89. So that is the state of play, but they're now going to buy themselves back more track position. So at the end of the next lap, we'll start to see the real order. But Nicholas Nielsen taking over number 50 Ferrari will be the leader by just about a second, I would offer you, from Patrick Niederhauser. You're looking at number 11 Ferrari, which is Nicolo Rossi, coming down towards turn 16. And his car, which is part of the Castle Racing fleet, going toe-to-toe with cars out of the AF Corsa stable right now, as the race leaders are on lap number 40. And we've got 10 hours and 42 minutes of this Gulf, 12 hours still to go. Another great wave of cars comes pouring over the line, including number 42 BMW that's gone the way of Darren Lung, and number 7 there on the inside line there, hustling on Brandon Aribe, trying to find a way up on the inside of number 99 of Alex Arca, and that's for position. The two of them go toe-to-toe as they turn their way out of turn 1, but round the outside stays Alex Arca, and there's a drama because coming up towards us, we've gone full course yellow. That's why they've all slowed. Now, why do we have a full course yellow is the next question. We've not seen anything happen. Might be debris, might be a car, but the full course yellow is called for by Peter Roberts, the race director, and that is our first neutralisation. It is on lap 40, and we go full course yellow. Full course yellow all around the circuit. You'll know the drill. Everybody has to slow right down. You can't overtake. So when I thought there was a drama, it was the car going slowly because of that delta speed that has to be adhered to. Now, can't see anything on the pit straight that is suggesting this.
No, there's no obvious signs of anything at all, is there, at this stage, as to what it might be?
It might be a car that's in a dangerous place, but what, of course, the benefit of a full course yellow is that you have to slow down absolutely immediately. And from race control's point of view, you don't have to worry about finding the leader for the safety car. You just get everybody slowed down. Right, good. We slowed the pace of the race. Now we can address that. We can bring the safety car out for the restart in due course.
Yeah.
So it might be a car off. It might be something less serious than that. If the full course yellow period lasts for a minute or more, it will go safety car. But if you can get it attended to quickly, let's say marshal, run across road, pick up debris, keep running, then you can restart.
Can I offer you up one single possibility that it could be?
You can, of course.
The number 33 Ferrari of Murat Jahadaroglu, because that car is now a long way adrift of where it ought to have come over the start-finish line. And confirmation, yet there is the battered Ferrari, rear-end damage. It's gone into the barriers. Murat Jahadaroglu had already had an off over the course of testing, and it looks as though that Ferrari has lost rear-end traction somewhere. It's snapped away from the spell of Murat Jahadaroglu, and the Turkish driver has clonked the barriers, and that has not done the tail end of the Ferrari a great deal of good at all, I'm afraid, David.
It has not, and it's facing the wrong way, and that, therefore, thank you, Mark, is the reason for the full course yellow, and we'll go safety car. Let me just carry on my point about this. What will happen next is that when the race director is happy, the safety car will be put onto the circuit. It, in turn, can then go and find the race leader, so it can be deployed at any time, but it doesn't put its lights on until instruction. So it can overtake the race cars because the safety car can go faster than a full course yellow speed, and therefore it can find the leader, then on instruction put the lights on, then we go to safety car conditions, and what that will enable us to do for a safer restart is go faster. If you follow Fanatec GT, you'll know all of this, but it means that the pace behind the safety car is quicker, and therefore enables the teams to have tyres and brakes up to operating temperature for the restart. So once this car is out of the way, you can anticipate that we'll be going to safety car conditions. It's not only the car, of course, it is also the barriers that are affected. So it's going to be a lengthy period, this. Again, Murat Jahadaroglu has found quite a bit of barrier this weekend to damage, sad to say, and although the barrier doesn't look too bad, it's what's behind it, with the supports that have been knocked out of place. So we're looking at about 10 minutes, we understand, of full course yellow before you can think about the safety car restart process.
We're talking about the marbles as well at the top end of the programme as well. You can see there the amount of rubber that's already being deposited. So as the cars lose little bits of tyre, you get this sort of drop off and the bits of rubber that are flying around, and all of a sudden that's like driving on marbles, and more and more and more of that will appear over the course of the 12-hour race. So whilst the barrier damage is taking place, I think we might be able to get a quick look at exactly what went wrong for Murat Jahadaroglu when the Ferrari got away from him at that part of the circuit. So just have a quick look at what happened. It's at quite some distance that we need to spot what happened from the Ferrari, and there it is right at the top of turn 2 and turn 3, loses it and clonks the barrier.
Now the team is reporting gearbox damage. Now whether it was a gearbox problem that caused the car to spin or the gearbox has been damaged by a rear impact, I couldn't tell you, but the Kessel team have got the report from the driver, and the driver is saying, tell the marshals that I can't put the car in neutral to get it out of the way because it's jammed in gear.
Locked in gear,
it might have been a gearbox problem that suddenly caused it to spin. It might be the whack that's jammed it in gear. Time will tell, but a gearbox-related problem, even though damage is clearly the reason for the big delay here.
And we were talking about the difficulties that the Mercedes has had over the course of this weekend. The car that started from pole position, the number 98 Mercedes, well, it's not been a great weekend either, has it, for the number 33 Ferrari with the problems over the course of the weekend. Kessel Racing bringing that new car compared to the one that they tested, because the other one was not repairable, and now here all of a sudden they are with another, well, either a major amount of work to do or a possible retirement, depending on the damage to the car.
Just going back to those early pit stops, a bit of number crunching and a thought. Bear in mind that the 10 regulation stops all have to be done by the end of 11 and a quarter hours. You've got to have completed your last stop and be on track before 11 hours and 15 minutes of the race are done. So what bringing them earlier means is that you have got all of those regulation stops done before the 11 and a quarter hour mark is up. It also means then that your last pit stop effectively for fuel, if you need one, can be as quick as you like. So you've done all the regulation stops, you've got all those out of the way, And then, if you do need to come in for fuel, it can be a natural pit stop fast as you can. So the benefit of bringing them forward is that you can tick them all off and then have a little bit of play in that last couple of hours maybe, or the last hour and a bit.
And I suppose the same applies now, and I know it's not the case where we are at the moment, but if some of the cars were absolutely starting to run low on fuel because of the strategy that they were on and out comes a safety car, yes, you can pit, but you can't change drivers. It would just be a top-up, wouldn't you, until you go back to green flag racing, and then you'd have to cycle through your pit stop.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, full course caution, lots of barrier repairs to do. Let's just have a rundown through the order the way we stand at the moment, because most of the first batches of pit stops have been completed. It is the number 50 AF Corsa Ferrari of Nicholas Nielsen that leads the way at this stage. In second position is the number 25 Audi Sport Team Santalock Audi R8 of Patrick Niederhauser. Third at the moment is number 93. That's the car that leads the Pro-Am category. That's the Garage 59 Jonathan Hoy driven McLaren that is third overall in the race. And fourth, it's another Audi. It's the sister car from Santalock, the junior team car, number 26 car in the hands of Simon Gachet. Fifth is number 88, the second of the two Garage 59 McLarens. That's in the hands of Alexander West at this stage. And in sixth position is the leading AM class car, which is the number 61 AF Corsa Ferrari of Konrad Grunwald. Seventh is 42, Century Motorsports BMW and Darren Young. In eighth place, it's number 99, Tresor Attempto Racing and Alex Archer in the Audi. Ninth place is the number 7 McLaren of Brendan Arieb. When you think the problems that car had and the fact that it was late starting, yes, they have still had some pit penalties to serve in that car, but that has worked its way quietly through the order. And completing the top 10 at this stage is the number 69 Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Robert Renauer.
Yeah, I mean, that Inception McLaren you're talking about is an example of a good team being able to turn around a problem to its advantage. So, OK, yeah, they had to start from the pit lane, but they started at the back of the field and were quickly through the traffic. Black and orange mechanical warning flag. Well, actually, as other teams are proving, an early pit stop might not be a bad idea. So take advantage of that, get the problem sorted, and get one of your imposed pit stops ticked off. And they didn't lose too much time. They were able to do that within the 1 minute 40. And you can, of course, do other work in that 1 minute and 40. It's just that the regulation says you've got to make 10 pit stops of this time. What you do in them is entirely up to you. So a minimum of 10. Safety car not yet deployed. We're still under full course yellow conditions here, but just to make the point again, we will go safety car because that enables everyone to go faster and it makes for a safer restart with tyres and brakes up to temperature. However, as Alan might back me up, students of the British Touring Car Championship might be aware of a phrase of safety cars breed safety cars. So the danger is you bunch everybody up, you let them go again, and who knows what's going to happen next. Anyway, for the moment, it is Nicholas Nielsen who leads the way in number 50 Ferrari. In our rainforest of paperwork up here, the one thing I haven't yet started to do, and I'm remiss, is to log different race leaders. But number 50 Ferrari is the current leader. Number 25 Audi is in second place. And in third spot, 93 Jonathan Hui. So it is Ferrari, Audi, McLaren, and Ferrari. Konrad Grunewald has pitted but stayed behind the wheel, didn't he, of number 61, the AM leading Ferrari then, so doing effectively a double stint. Number 43, Jan Magnussen's car, a 10-second pit stop penalty for causing a collision when he drilled Alessandro Cozzi. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not surprised that there was the penalty came for that particular one, so that is going to have to be served. And also there is a track limits issue as well now for the number 8 Ram Racing Mercedes in the hands of Morgan Tilbrook under the totting up process. That car will also have an additional 5 seconds to spend in the pit lane. You were talking about Konrad Grunwald, I think, having stayed behind the wheel of the car. He's not the only one. According to the timing screens at the moment, we've still got Lukas Sturz behind the number 77 Mercedes. That's fair game as a pro, yeah. Klaus Bachler hasn't as yet jumped out of the 44 Porsche, but he did have problems at the start. Yes, and they're 15 minutes behind anyway. In sense, Brendan Arieb is still behind the wheel of the number 7 McLaren. Part of the plan. Who else have we got? Also, Patrick Niederhauser and Simon Gachet both started and haven't changed yet. Yeah, but they did early stops. They haven't done a second stop, so they haven't done a stint stop, as it were. They're the ones, just to pick on at the moment, those are the drivers that started this race that are still behind the wheel at this stage. And there's what's left of the Ferrari being taken away. So the car out of harm's way now. The barrier needs to be attended to. And Darren Lung, having his first outing in the Century Motorsport BMW, going nicely at the moment in 7th place. The car that was started by Dan Harper, who of course was Carrera Cup GB champion for Nick Tandy's team, JTR, a few seasons ago. So that car's 7th at the moment.
You were talking about number of different race leaders that we've had.
Yes,
well, at the moment, we've had 9 separate race leaders, so we'll run through those in a few moments. I think we're going to get another replay of exactly what happened to Murat Çağlaroglu again when he worked his way through what was turn number 3. It just seemed to be at the crest, wasn't it, where he seemed to lose it. So the race leaders, well, the first race leader was the number 66 Audi. Kelvin van der Linde, of course, he didn't lead much of that lap, largely because the Mercedes that were in the lead pulled away. There you can see just in the background, there's a Ferrari clonking the barriers. You can see the marshals well aware and moving out of harm's way, as well as the Ferrari headed towards them, so thankfully they're okay as well. After then Kelvin van der Linde pitted, then it was the number 71 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi that picked up the lead of the race for 3 laps, but he would shortly pit as well, and the race lead in the meantime was handed over to the number 77 Luca Stolz, driven Almana racing by Get Speed Mercedes. He would then pit, which means that then David Arrigon would pick up the lead of the race from lap number 9 until lap number 33. And then after that, just a single lap, the lead went the way of Jan Magnussen at the wheel of number 43, AF Corsa MDK Motorsports Ferrari, before he would also pit. As we were then cycling through those pit stops where several cars were all pitting at the same time, for one single lap, the number 61 AF Corsa Conrad Grunwald Ferrari picked up the lead of the race, as it did also then for Giorgio Roda at the wheel of the number 33 Kessel racing car, which has brought about this safety car period, for which we're still about 5 minutes away, I think, from concluding any sort of activity up there. And then we saw Kelvin van der Linde back in the lead of the race again for a single lap before he pitted, and just before we went full course caution, it was the number 50 Ferrari, the AF Corsa Francorchamps Motors Nicholas Nielsen Ferrari, that picked up the lead of the race. So those are your 9 race leaders so far.
And we therefore have 43 laps done. 7.6 seconds was that notional gap between Nicholas Nielsen and in second spot, Patrick Niederhauser, AF Corsa versus Santalok. They're number 99, now with Alex Arca at the wheel. He was one of the drivers, of course, that did the early season Gulf 12 Hours. And that car, on the pit stops, has absolutely catapulted up the order. It was a long way back early on. And also, it had copped a 5-second pit stop penalty after Finlay Hutchison and track limits, but it's found itself in 8th place. So the number 66 Attempto Audi, now of Dennis Marshall, after 2 stops, is down in 14th. So at the moment, again, those that did an early stop and now, if you like, a stint stop, a driver change stop, have fallen back down the order. So what we do have is Raffaele Marciello ahead of Dennis Marshall, Lello staying behind the wheel of the GMR Mercedes, and Dennis Marshall taking over from Kelvin van der Linde. Again, this comes back to why it is such a fascinating race, this, how the teams do it. So GMR double stinting Marciello, other teams doing single stints, and the full course yellow remains. We're looking at, Mark has just made the point, but to say it again, 5 minutes or so before the barriers are repaired, and then number 33 Ferrari off the circuit. And Murat Çağlaroglu, I'm afraid, has not really covered himself in glory this weekend. I know these are big, powerful cars, but he's been in the wars rather a lot, which is disappointing for the team as much as for his co-drivers.
Yes, it's going to be an expensive weekend for him in reality, isn't it? And he will be hoping that he hasn't put the car out of the race. But looking at the impact, you know, it's a fast part of the circuit, that. So if it were a mechanical issue that caused the problem, then that's unfortunate, isn't it? Because he's had the off. If it's an issue where he's lost control of the car and it's the impact with the barrier that's caused the damage, then I do fear that, you know, with the impact in that with that barrier, that's probably that car done. We'll have to wait and see. That they'll get the car back. They'll inspect the damage to it. You know, if it's cracked the gearbox casing, they might be able to take the gearbox out of the other car. But on the basis that the previous car that they were racing on Saturday also had a rear-end fire with the impact, and mute pointers. Have they got the parts, David?
And is it worth it for the time involved?
Yeah.
And do the regulations allow the change of significant components? That is a retirement, isn't it? The Mercedes, which was started by Maro Engel, it has been polished, it's been cleaned, but there's nobody around it to put that car back in the race, and all of that is a legacy of the accident that we had on Thursday in testing, and so massive disappointment for Mauro Engel, for Lucas Aar, and Maxi Götze, who doesn't even turn a lap in the race. Big disappointment. Number 50 then, the race leader, running in that Francorchamps Motors colours, and with it the Écurie Nationale Belge yellow on the car. Niklas Nielsen comes up towards the line, the very quick Swedish driver who came out of Ferrari Challenge but very quickly became a real GT gun for Ferrari, winning his class in the European Le Mans Series. He was a class champion in the World Endurance Championship in the AM. He was a class and overall champion in Fanatec GT Endurance last year. He was the outright winner and also won the Spa 24 Hours last year, and again won GTE AM in the World Endurance Championship. So all behind the wheel of Ferraris. The unassuming Swedish driver, very fast indeed, and in the lead of the race, whereas the sister car, after 2 pit stops now with Antonio Fuoco at the wheel of it, is down in 16th. We also have that car now, I say off the lead lap, but that rather depends on where the leader is in relation to the timing line, given that at the moment, of course, there is the safety car on track now, scooping up everybody. This is going to be interesting to see whether it's going to lose a lap or not. I think that is 71 that is going to just stay on the lead lap. The one that's going to lose out is number 8 Mercedes, that is in 17th place. So now the answer to how many cars are on the lead lap is going to be the leading 16, and so now we are under safety car conditions.
Yep, so lights are on the safety car. The barrier repairs will start to take place up there at turn number 4, just over the crest at turn 3, where the circuit starts to drop away again down towards turn 4 and in towards a hairpin at turn number 5. It didn't look as though it was a great deal of damage to the barriers, but I think the concern at the moment is the supporting vertical posts that sit behind. Of course, we do need to ensure that all of the barriers are in an absolutely vertical position, and if that is not the case, then, which clearly it isn't, those repairs will be effected as quickly as possible. Of course, any further pit stops that still take place under these safety cars do not count on the totting up process towards the imposed pit stops that need to be completed, of which there are 10 of them in the race, as David has alluded to, and each one of those 10 has to be a minimum of 100 seconds, or 1 minute and 40 seconds from pit in to pit out. In terms of the class leaders at this stage, leading the race overall and leading the GT3 Pro category is the largely red and yellow Ferrari, directly behind the safety car, Niklas Nielsen. The number 50 car leading the Pro Am category is the number 93 Garage 59 Mercedes, and that for the moment is in the hands of Jonathan Hui. And leading our GT3 AM category, now that we've cycled through all the pit stops, is still the number 61, of course, Ferrari of Conrad Grunwald, leading Cup, just to give you that. Final car inside the top 28, it's the number 95 dual racing by Toro Verde car, now in the hands of Nabil Moutron, and that is a car which again sees some family members of the Moutron family. We've got all 3 brothers, haven't we, of the Moutron family, all racing that car, sharing it in this iteration of the Gulf 12 Hours.
And the fastest lap of the race, done very early on, lap 2, the first proper flying lap, Kelvin van der Linde, and after that nobody's been able to rival that time. So as the safety car brings the field around, the idea of this is to get things back up to speed, so tyres and brakes get back to operating temperature, then they can be released. The Ram Racing team asking if they get a wave by here, if they can have their lap back, but otherwise Morgan Tilbrook's going to have to be on his toes to try and unlap himself on the restart, and for the moment there's no suggestion of a wave by.
No, he'll be keen to get on with it straight away, Morgan, and he's another driver, you know, hasn't been racing for many years. You know, we were talking to Darren Young earlier on. Morgan started and did a bit of Fun Cup and then started to race GTs a couple of years ago, but he's another very quick amateur driver who, again, this year has done a huge chunk of racing. I think there was a couple of weekends he opted not to race, largely because, you know, he's got a young family as well, and trying to balance all of these things was quite difficult. So one particular championship he was hoping to do the full year with, he ultimately thought, hang on a minute, I need to address the balance here.
And equally, we made the point in the January edition, didn't we, that this was a guy that on the formation lap for a British GT race last year spun off, caused a delayed start, didn't start the race. By the end of the year, he was a winner.
He was a winner, yeah.
So he had made perhaps the ultimate improvement. The field now, 1 or 2 cars being encouraged to speed up to close the gaps up to the tail of the crocodile, ready for the release. You can see the pace is quickening. That's why everyone's now weaving around to get the tyres up to temperature, and Nicholas Nielsen then leading the way. Now, his opposition is Patrick Niederhauser in the blue Audi that is 1 car but 1 back, and so there's that cushion of a back marker for the moment between Nicholas Nielsen and Patrick Niederhauser. And then third is going to be Jonathan Hui. I noticed that the Inception McLaren has therefore dropped a lap as well, hasn't it? So there are going to be a fair few grumpy teams now because of this safety car period. Staying on the lead lap, always important. Oh, no, they'll be charmed by you, I'm sure.
Well, I think it needs to be written into the regulations that drivers have to spend at least 1 hour when they're not in the car out of their villa, out of their air-conditioned villa, because I've been walking up and down trying to find someone that I can maybe have a chat to, and it's very, very difficult, I have to say.
Yeah, get the hint, Tide. They don't like you.
Do you think?
Well, it's a possibility, isn't it?
Okay, well, I'll take it. I'm quite happy. That puts me into a different mode of interviewing.
That's true, that's true. Well, the safety car's going to be in this lap, but there are plenty more stories out of the Gulf 12 Hours ready for you in the pit lane over the remaining 10 hours and 20 minutes as the safety car then peels in. We are good to go racing this time around, and it's going to be Nicholas Nielsen that will lead them up to the line.
It will be, yeah, he'll want to get on with it, but equally as much, having lost a lap and dropped off the lead, Morgan Tilbrook will want to see if he can try and propel that Mercedes through. And of course, you need to look just behind them. The blue Audi is Patrick Niederhauser. He'll want to crack on with things and make sure he gets past the Mercedes of Morgan Tilbrook. So weaving around, final little bits being done. The pace car has already peeled its way into the pit lane, and with around about just under 10 hours and 20 minutes to go, we're about to get the 11th running of the Gulf 12 Hours back underway here at Yas Marina. Looks so it's a good restart by Nicholas Nielsen. Morgan Tilbrook a little bit slower away, and I think is instantly trying to move out of the way so that he doesn't hold up the front runners. Patrick Niederhauser, I think, flashing the lights to try and sneak his way through at turn number 1, but good restart from Nicholas Nielsen. That's exactly what he wanted, and what he also wanted was a car off the lead lap between himself and Patrick Niederhauser. He got that. Look at the lead advantage the Ferrari's built up after just 3 corners.
And you see as well how long it takes Niederhauser to get through, because again, here's balance of performance. These cars on the restart pretty much at the same pace. It takes a little while for the Audi to be able to commit and throw on the inside line. You see this regularly in GT3 racing. The catching bit is the easy bit. Getting past is very, very difficult, even in traffic on occasion. But Niederhauser has now done it. He starts to charge away. The other battle that's going to build up now, a lap down, is going to be between Morgan Tilbrook and Brendan Areen, because they are almost together in the queue, and Tilbrook will be under attack for that McLaren before long. Then you've got Nico Prong next up in the Salazin Racing Porsche. The McLaren's there going toe-to-toe with Jonathan Hui up on the inside of Alexander West, trying to go back ahead of him and succeeding in so doing, then down to the chicane.
Ernst Kirschmeier was almost on the blue painted tarmac as he was looking to try and squeeze the number 91 team Baron Ferrari through and past some slightly slower cars as far as he was concerned down the straight, and I think he has managed to get himself through and ahead of them. So yeah, that was a good move by Ernst Kirschmeier to try and squeeze his way through there. The number 11 Nicola Rossi Ferrari trying to work his way through and up the inside. That's all looking a bit tight and a little bit marginal there. That was the number 55 car of Laurent Demise that was running a little bit wide there. Lost a couple of places as a result.
And I think part of the problem was that Davide Scanaccio in the Porsche was in the way, and as he tried to get out of the way of one car, he got in the way of another. So it was a brave effort by Nicola Rossi. There's another Ferrari in strife then as they come around the back of the Marina, which is 52, which is Tanihana. Yes, indeed, the Lebanese driver, but he gets away with it. So again, this is in part cold tyres, some of that temperature lost, and drivers trying to push as best they can. But Nicholas Nielsen then goes through at the end of the lap with Patrick Niederhauser now 1.9 seconds behind him. 47 laps are done, and a right old battle pack here involving Darren Lung, number 42. He's on the tail of number 95 Porsche of Nabil Moutran. He gets up the inside line. There's Lucas Stoltz in the thick of all of this as well, and I think also you're going to find Fuoco in the mix. So lots of the quick drivers trying to force their way through. Fuoco now being warned about track limits as well.
A few more cars for the pit lane. Simon Gachet is in at the wheel of the 26 Santalot Junior Team Audi. He's not the only one that comes in, because Aaron Walker brings the 2 seats number 51 Mercedes into the pit lane, and also Ernst Kirchmeier at the end of that lap also comes into the pit lane at the wheel of the number 91 Ferrari. So 3 pit stoppers now that we've gone back to green flag racing. They might have wanted to come in a few laps earlier, but couldn't, purely because it wouldn't have ticked off one of the requisite number of stops that we need to do. And also, 89 is in, Raffaele Marcello is in, and Alan Hyde has some news.
Yeah, Jules Gounon is standing by, and as he's waiting for the car, he's shaking his head, he's got his helmet on, he's got the seat in hand, he's standing by, but he is despondent in waiting for the car to arrive, which has happened now. So the car up on its jacks, it's coming into the garage, the 89 car into the garage. It's on the dollies. That is why Jules Gounon was shaking his head, because the 89 car joins the sister car, the 98 car, in the garage. This was not in the script at all.
And suddenly this changes things in Intercontinental GT Challenge for the championship. All focused then on Luca Stolz as 91 Ferrari gets ready to blast away. Now, we've not seen any dramas for the Marcello Mercedes. We've not seen it rattling over curbs or the like. And
I can see smoke. I can see smoke.
So the Grupper M Mercedes in the pit lane. Raffaele will have reported in there's a problem, and there it is.
Yeah, bonnet up, forlorn sight. Both sides of the garage having fallen foul of problems so early on in this race. Now, we've still got 10 and a quarter hours to go, and we already know that the sister car is done for, as good as. Not received official confirmation, have we, as yet, that it's retired, but you would have thought so on the basis that there's no work going on it. This one here, again, investigation taking place. I think they've perhaps identified already what the issue is, down towards the front left-hand corner of the car, Alan.
It may be as simple as one of the pipes, and it smells like cooking, to be honest, but I think it might be as simple as the replacement of a pipe, or indeed the connection on the pipe. You can see he's just getting right in there, and it was a fairly localised area of smoke which was coming up from the car, but all of this is very, very costly time spent in pit lane.
Absolutely right. You cannot afford to be losing a lap at any stage of the race. If you were guaranteed, as used to happen in the older days of long-distance racing, that every car would have problems, it sort of balanced out. But now the majority is so bulletproof. But just as we saw at Kyle Army a few years ago on the opening lap of the race, very early on, the Grupper M2 cars now suffering problems. The lead gap to the eye, I would offer you, is coming down, though, isn't it? Patrick Niederhauser looking as though he's starting to close a little bit. There's another 5-second time penalty heading to the Gosner family Mercedes, which is admittedly a long way down, but I'll mention it for the purposes of record. So the IGTC Championship leaders are in real trouble, and the car stays in the pit lane. The clock ticks and ticks and ticks. They've been there now for 3 minutes.
Niederhauser is in, so from second place on the road, Patrick Niederhauser comes into the pit lane this time through. So the number 25 Audi is in. This will be for a change of driver, because Patrick has been driving it since the beginning. The sister car has just completed its pit stop, the number 26 car, and is now in the hands of Gilles Magnus. So that's the number 26 car that has now been handed over from Simon Gachet. So Simon Gachet having done a good stint in the early stages in that car. So Gilles Magnus, who was the Belgian Enduro champion back in 2018, still only 23 years of age, jumps on board that one and heads out there. So we're cycling through these final batches of driver changes. So those that pitted early but didn't change the driver are now coming in. Second pit stop, driver change this time through.
And the team still toiling away at JMR. And 88, Alexander West, is being given a 10-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So that's the next drama to befall Garage 59. But up front, and again, it underlines this keeping out of trouble aspect, keeping the car off the curbs as well. Nicholas Nielsen then leading by now effectively 16 seconds from Jonathan Hui in the Garage 59 McLaren that's going to inherit second place. So Nielsen now, who is the second driver in that car anyway, after David Rigon Stint, pushing on. Now, when did that car serve its first stop? It was in after 33 laps, wasn't it? So it's got a little bit of time to go yet. There, number 25, number 25, I should say, the Santalot Audi drops down off its jacks. That's going to be released very shortly. Alan, yeah.
So what are they doing to the 89 car at the moment? Not only are they effecting the repair on the left front of the car, which they're still working on at the moment, they're also having to put an awful lot of water back into the car. What's the worst thing that you can do when you're filling it up with water? Get a little air bubble, and then it all spurts out again. And that's what happened. They are now doing up the water filler cap, so that part of the stop is complete, but it just, the luck isn't shining on this garage today, is it?
Absolutely not. No, Jules Gounon then we expect to take the car over, but they're trying to get the water in it, and as you say, if it keeps spurting out, it just elongates the process. Lead gap 17 seconds then, Nielsen to Hui. Alex Arca up into third place. Now, Alex Arca is lapping quicker than Jonathan Hui, as you see 33 Ferrari of Mahat Johoroglu being pushed down the pit lane. A sorry sight going back to the Castle team. In fourth place now, Philip Ellis, having taken over Kenny Harbal's number 75. Mercedes down to fifth is Alexander West. He's part of the ownership of Garage 59, and a very experienced AM is Alexander, the Swede, but he's falling down with then in sixth place Konrad Grunewald, still behind the wheel of the Ferrari that is still leading the AM class.
They just can't get the water into the 89 Mercedes. That's why it's still here.
Right.
They then indicate that they want the engine stopped so that they can hopefully get this large container of water in. They've got the cap off now, so they can pour it in. But yeah, this has just been one thing after another for both cars.
And there's something about speed and haste, isn't there? They're trying to get it done quickly, but they're having the engine running so they can be quickly back onto the pit apron. It's not helping, so you lose time. But yeah, frustration. Massive battle pack now queued up behind Alexander West, Konrad Grunewald. Then you've got also Robert Renard. In the middle of all of this is the charging Dennis Marshall, who has gained a place over Renard. Up the inside line there goes the Ferrari. Konrad Grunewald finds the outside line for the next corner. Dennis Marshall in the Audi tries to dive up the inside. All of this battle pack, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th places. Grunewald gains a place. Dennis Marshall almost into the back of Alexander West as they wriggle round the W Hotel underneath it, and they're back round the outside of the marina. Great battle going on here with Lukas Stoltz at the back of it.
Yeah, Lukas Stoltz trying to feed his way through and past Robert Renard at the wheel of the Mercedes, but he's on the outside line coming up to the next corner, so can't quite pick his way through. So the order between them all still remains the same at this stage. About to tick another lap into the book. Just starting to escape up the road now is Dennis Marshall, having picked off some of the cars that he was doing battle with. He's got himself to the front of the queue, but brilliant fight it is as they all work their way up towards turn one. The cork in the bottle is the McLaren in the hands of Alexander West. Robert Renauer, Lukas Stoltz and Antonio Fuoco wants it on the fun now as well at the wheel of the number 71 AF Corsa Ferrari.
Yeah, Fuoco on a mission as well, isn't he? So he's on the tail of Stoltz. Stoltz looking for a way past Renauer, who now comes up to have a go around the outside of Alexander West down towards turn 5. Stoltz will try to go around the outside if he can, but he leaves the door open for Antonio Fuoco, who is then going to get boxed in behind the McLaren, so the outside line is quicker. Fuoco gets boxed in. Renauer, though, with the Porsche, doesn't quite have the drag off the corner to get past the McLaren. Fuoco tries to get a toe off West. It's like a rolling start, this, isn't it? Stoltz is up behind the Porsche. Down towards the chicane they come. Absolutely dead set level. Alexander West just able to fend off Renauer, who breaks desperately late round the outside. Here comes Fuoco up the inside and Stoltz round the outside as well. Fantastic racing, but Fuoco is the real winner. 2 places gained. Great stuff.
Alexander West, 4 places lost for him and problems and into the barriers, I'm afraid. And that is Nabel Moutron at the wheel of the dual racing by Toro Verde Cup class Porsche that's had an off. Looks as though he's spun coming out of the corner and it's flicked him to the opposite side, David. Contact with the barriers, fingers crossed, light contact, and he'll get the car restarted.
Yeah, just got to wait for a gap in the traffic. If he stalled it, then he'll have to go through that sort of restart cycle. And he has got it going again, albeit off the racetrack, keeping out of people's way, and he'll be heading for the pits, I would have thought, to check out whatever damage is sustained. How did he get there? Well, this is the answer. He brakes as late as he dares. Thought about a dive up on the inside line of the number 48 Porsche, got the power down, round came the back, and the barrier, arms outstretched, says, come to me, and Nabil Moutran Kerlang heads for the guardrail, but he's able to rejoin.
Yeah, so hopefully light-ish damage to the side of the Porsche. You'll have to bring it back into the pit lane for the team to be able to check it out, but hopefully a quick check, probably some new tyres and wheels put on it, largely because the rims are likely to be damaged, and maybe just double-check that there's no contact with bodywork on new tyres when they put them on, getting back out there as quickly as they possibly can. There is a 5-second time penalty for pit lane speeding, this time going in the direction of Dominic Baumann for the number 20 SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes. That's the car that's running 8th overall in Pro-Am, 16th in total at the moment, but next pit stop, an extra 5 seconds it will be.
So that will drop, as you see there, Morgan Tilbrook on a different lap from the man that's chasing him, Jonathan Hui. Hui, in turn, has been jumped by Alex Arca. Now, number 99 is now running in second place. It started 30th on the grid, so it's really been on that last round of pit stops because Finlay Hutchison was making mega progress early on, but Alex Arca has been able to really buy into a whole heap of places gained. To the outside line there goes Philip Ellis, who makes his move against Jonathan Hui and goes by. That puts him up into third place then, so the very quick Anglo-German Swiss driver gains a spot round the outside into the hairpin. Brave stuff by Philip Ellis. Again, a much underrated GT racer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just under the radar, isn't he? There's a few drivers that are like that, and Philip Ellis is one of them. Now that he's got himself up into what will be third position overall in the race, the next thing he needs to do is squeeze his way through and past Morgan Tilbrook, because remember, that D2, fantastic Ram Racing prepared Mercedes, is not on the lead lap. It is one of the first of the cars that is just off the lead lap, running round in 18th position at the moment, but it is second in GT3 Am, is the Mercedes. So flash of the lights for Jonathan Ellis. He'll want to try and wiggle his way through and pass. Is he going to try it at turn number 1? No, I don't think he's quite going to make it there. Morgan Tilbrook sticking with the task in hand. I suspect he might just blend out the throttle and let him through, though, as they come out of turn number 4.
I was going to say, this is one of the problems you've got now in traffic, because as you look there at 98, still being worked on, actually, everybody's running their own race.
Yeah.
So from our eyes, Morgan Tilbrook is a back marker and should get out of the way, but he is trying to run to as quick a pace as he can in order to keep track position over his nearest rival, which is Nicolo Rossi in the Kessel Ferrari. So it's up to Philip Ellis to fight a way through, which he's now done, but don't expect any favours from the back markers.
Well, I just spotted there last time that Morgan Tilbrook wanted a quicker car to come through. He clearly indicated coming out of turn 4 to the right-hand side to allow the car to come by on the left. He did that exactly the same there to Philip Ellis. Philip Ellis in return comes out of turn number 5, puts the hazards lights on to say thank you very much. So communication between the drivers there, understanding what each other wanted.
Right, Dennis Marshall is the next one to look for at the back of that queue, because he, in number 66, is the best of the double stoppers. So remember, Calvin van der Linde came in early, then the second pit stop put Dennis Marshall behind the wheel of it, and he is inching up onto the back of Jonathan Hui, the Hong Kong driver, as they go down to the hairpin. He gets through the traffic, sorts out Morgan Tilbrook. So Dennis Marshall, who again has developed over the last few years into a very handy GT racer, came out of the one-make Volkswagen and Audi Cups in Germany, but he is hustling on then. His last lap was a 53.3. Jonathan Hui was a 57. Philip Ellis in traffic a 55. So Dennis Marshall is lapping quicker even than the race leader at the moment. So number 66 then is very much the Yes, number 66 is very much the car to keep an eye on as he gets closer and closer to the traffic all the time and goes through, up on the inside of Jonathan Hui, picks his way through on the inside line there.
Quickest car out there at the moment is a little bit off the radar because it's down in 14th position on the previous lap. Christopher Haase was into the 1 minute 52 second bracket. He was the only driver that was into that 1 minute 52 second bracket. 152.634 from him, so he was about a second quicker than the race leader was that time through. Morgan Tilbrook still working hard. This time it is Conrad Grunwald that is trying to squeeze his way through at the wheel of the number 61 Ferrari. That's the car that's just flashing its lights in the background as Dennis Marshall dives through and past the slightly battered Porsche, which has obviously been into the pits for a quick check over, and now Nabil Moutran is on his merry way again, but is very much in a busy part of the circuit, isn't he, with all of the quick cars trying to feed their way through and past him as he recovers following his spin.
And therefore without really any side effects of the damage. So yeah, Dennis Marshall brought in late to replace Ricardo Feller, working his way through the traffic. So also is Antonio Fuoco. He's just got past, as you would anticipate, Conrad Grunwald. Fuoco is the second placed of the double stoppers. Morgan Tilbrook almost tripping over the Porsche, and at the back of that queue there is Lucas Stoltz. So Stoltz has lost out again to the number 71 Ferrari. That Mercedes not yet showing ultimate pace. What it is showing though is reliability, whereas the GRM cars are in still strife. Alan, yeah.
What have I done since you last spoke to me? I have stood here watching them working on the 89 car, still trying to fill it up with water. I wish I knew more technical information as to why it doesn't seem to be taking the water in. but they are still filling it up with water.
Has it developed a hole somewhere, which is why it goes in and it comes out, or...?
There is a hole in my bucket.
Well,
no, there is no hole.
OK.
I don't think.
Is it bubbling up every time they fill it up with the engine running, Alan?
Correct.
Head gasket, maybe.
Right. Do you want to pop down here, Mark? And give them...
No, I'm just wondering, because usually if it's bubbling up whilst the engine is still running and it's just not, it's because it's pulling in air elsewhere in the system, which it's usually an indication that it could be something like the very early stage of a head gasket failure, but that would be hugely unusual in a GT3 car.
And with respect to Grupper M Racing, you would have anticipated that they would identify that.
Yeah.
There are lots of them all down there.
It's clearly pulling in air somewhere into the system still.
Right, place change coming up, because there to the inside line goes Konrad Groeneveld and Lucas Stoltz. So Jonathan Hui here is losing places. I tell you what, Konrad Groeneveld's being a bit of a hero, isn't he? That's an AM-class car. He's been in it for the duration, and he's doing an outstanding job. I know he's a class winner in GT World Challenge America, but he's done an excellent job of keeping it in the mix here as the cars again blast down that back straight, heading towards the chicane, and Stoltz closes on Groeneveld. Jonathan Hui then falls back now into 8th place. And Nicholas Nielsen continues to lead the race as Dennis Marshall hustles on in 4th spot. Traffic, of course, affecting lap times right now.
Yeah, Konrad Groeneveld's done a good chunk of racing in America. He has done a chunk of racing here in the Middle East. He did the Super Trofeo Middle East series as well. OK, it wasn't the most populous in terms of entries, but he's perhaps got a bit more mileage under his belt, and that's why he's hassling that number 61 Ferrari round the circuit as quickly as he possibly can, whilst Lucas Stoltz is rather frustratingly sort of sitting behind, and despite the extra grunt of the Mercedes, he can't quite pick his way through. Lucas Stoltz at the moment, though, with all of the problems that have gone on for the other Mercedes that we were talking about, Lucas Stoltz still will be keeping his fingers crossed that the race will come to him, because potentially, mathematically, he still could pick up the title in the Intercontinental GT Challenge. Finally unpicks the car and is able to go through and ahead of Konrad Groeneveld, so that now means that Lucas Stoltz moves up to 7th overall. Yeah,
Konrad Groeneveld then still leading his class. We know he's good in a straight line because he started off in drag racing and then he went drifting and then he thought, I know, I'll do something which gives me a bit more track time. So GT racing beckoned, but he's a very accomplished driver, is Konrad. Goes through, as also then does number 8 Morgan Tilbrook in the Ram Racing 18th place overall car. And there is the continuing saga of a Mercedes AMG and a churn of water. But turn the engine off again, comes the instruction, and maybe forget it. Jules Gounon, I think, he's about to get out of the car.
He's unstrapping himself. He's about to get out of the car. Before he got in the car, he was shaking his head. Something about motor racing is the unpredictable can happen, and maybe, just maybe, you might have predicted that the 98 car might have had a problem or two as the race had gone on after that pretty much full rebuild of the car. But to predict it for the 89 car as well, and all in these very, very early stages of the race, it is just unbelievable.
So another of the Grupper M cars out of the race. That's both gone.
I will just try and get, I'm not sure, I've got my cameraman down here, but you can at least hear Jules Gounon just having a word with Danny Juncadella at the back of the garage, but I'll try and get a word from Danny or Jules or both. But it's obviously huge disappointment at the moment, and as Jules Gounon gets his helmet off and balaclava, was disappointed before he even got into the car, and I'm really sorry, Jules, but I'd like to have a chat to you. You were shaking your head. You maybe knew the extent of the problem before you got into the car.
Yeah, Lelo replied on the radio that we were losing water pressure, and you know, in those cars, when you lose water pressure, is never a good sign. Unfortunately for the team, you know, they work really, really hard. Since we arrived, this car got crashed. Unfortunately, they repaired the whole night. We had a lot of issues on our car. They worked the whole night, the mechanics. And then we smashed 1-2 in quali, which was amazing. And I feel we had a chance today, but I don't want to complain. My year and our year with Raffaele and Danny was amazing. And Danny is my friend, so if he's champion, it's the only time I'm really happy to lose.
Oh, that's a lovely thing to say, Jules. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for having a chat to me. So Danny was around. He's here in the garage. Let me see if I can have a chat to him. Sometimes in motor racing, Danny, you can't predict things, can you?
Yeah, I mean, this was very shocking, I have to say, because after such a difficult starting weekend, we managed to turn it around, both cars. The team did a great job, and we were standing in the best possible position yesterday, so yeah, bit shocking that after, we didn't even make 2 hours with both cars, and due to I guess technical issue on both. So yeah, a bit disappointing on that side for sure, but let's see, for me it's still 10 hours of pressure because there's a championship in play.
So what do you do now for 10 hours? How do you play this out? Do you pace up and down, or what do you do?
Well, the first thing I did, I went to check with the SRO about the regulations, because I was still very unsure about what really happens if the 77 wins. But now I think it's pretty clear that if they win, Luca will be champion. So I just have to hope that he doesn't win, unfortunately. I mean, if they win, fair enough. He's a really good friend, and I would be happy for him. But for sure, I want to be champion. And luckily, I rented a bike, so I probably go around with a bike, because I don't think I want to spend 10 hours here watching them race. So yeah.
It was lovely to hear from Joel. He said he just said, well, Danny is my friend. If he becomes champion, then I'm really happy. How they cope with disappointment at times like this, but are still looking out for their teammate. It's lovely.
For sure. I mean, there was a clear goal for this weekend. Both Lelo and Jules wanted to win or finish second to be all 3 champions, and it would have been a really great story because we've won together so much. But like he said, he's a really good. He's telling me all weekend, if it doesn't happen, I will still be really happy for you if you win by yourself. And in my case, when you're in this position with such good starting grid and being on P2, I wanted to win the race still. I'm a racer, and we just want to win. We just had 2 wins in a row in the last 2 IGTC races, so a third one would have been a really good charm. But yeah, it is how it is sometimes, and let's just hope.
He also summed it up by saying we've had a great year, so
it's true. Like we have a lot to celebrate and a lot to be happy for looking back. Dream year, so I'm never gonna complain whatever happens in the next couple of hours. So yeah.
If I see you over the next 10 hours, I will come and have a little anxiety check to see how you're getting on.
Yeah, good.
Thank you, Danny. Great to have a chat to you. There we go. Spoke to 2 of the drivers down here in the garage. The story that you couldn't have predicted over breakfast this morning.
And of course, just to make the point, Alan, thank you, is the only way that they could have collectively been champions is to have taken the points out of this race together. There's 1 drop score, but they came into it on a different points tally. So as none of them score, this is the dropped, and therefore Danny Junqueira is the only one of those 3 that can win it. As for Luca Stoltz, well, we need to sort of park that for just under 10 hours.
And we do, yeah, but Danny again was referring to it, his understanding of Luca Stoltz wins, then potentially he could be the champion, because you look back at, if they're tied on points, which they would be at that stage, Luca Stoltz winning this race, Daniel Junqueira scoring 0, you look back at the last race.
Well, there you go to wins and then to seconds, and if that's equal, then this is the one that would decide it.
And they would both be on then 2 wins and 2 seconds. Yeah. So on countback, it would be tight. Let's wait and see what unfolds, because we've seen so many twists and turns in already the first hour and 10 minutes of this race. Back into the pit lane comes the number 95 Nabil Moutron Porsche. That's not the only car in the pit lane, because we've also got the 49 in there at the moment as well.
And unfortunately, 2 retired Mercedes and a retired for Ferrari. Kesselov said that the damage to Muhat Jaharoglu's car is too great to repair. So we've only had 2 hours. We've had a lot of drama, and sadly, we've got quite a few retirements. There was me saying these cars go round and round and round. But
I refer my learned friend.
Absolutely.
Yes,
I mean, for Mercedes AMGs to have such problems so early, and out of a team that has got a good track record, it is very, very surprising indeed. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of grumpiness at Mercedes AMG that what should have been a dream race just to tick off the end of the season has ended up here in, well, Alan's used the word anxiety for one of its champion-elects, and not a great show with the cars retiring early.
No, just an enormous shame, yeah, and just something that hadn't been particularly on our radar since the beginning of the weekend. So we're just seeing the pit stop cycling through for the number 95 car. So Nabil Moutron, by the look of things, vacating the car. and driver change just taking place. Now, we know for sure it's going to be a Moutron that gets in. It's which one would have thought, because the number 95 car was started by Ramsey Moutron, then Nabil took over, that it would be Sammy that will be jumping in. All three brothers. I'm not sure whether there's twins or whether they're all separate ages, and therefore who's the eldest of them. But yeah, that will be, by the look of things, one would have thought the final family member jumping on board.
In the background, Martin Kodrich is back in number 1 and having to serve 5 seconds in the pits this time as well. So Martin Kodrich, who took over from Hunter Abbott, is into the pit lane, and that means that he is in at the end of lap 60 for that car.
You can just see the very light damage to that right rear quarter panel where the Ferrari touched the barriers, and also into the pit lane. That's the number 43 Ferrari that's in, I would imagine. So that is
Mark Farmer after a short stint.
Yeah.
And he's not alone. Stefano Costatini's car is in, isn't it, in the background as well, with Laurent Demirs at the wheel of it.
Yeah.
And more and more stop cycling through then. So yeah, the AM's doing a slightly shorter stint, the bronze grade if you prefer, rather than the word AM. So Nicholas Nielsen, the Rapid Dane, leads the way into the pits, and that's 60 laps done. So in he comes. So that's, yeah, 61 laps done rather for car number 50.
Yeah, David Arrigon was in. What was he in? About 35 laps was David Arrigon in? Something like that.
33 laps he did, but that's
right.
only 28 out of Nicholas Nielsen. So I'm slightly puzzled as to why that should be a shorter stint, especially given that some of it was under the caution period.
Yes, and he wasn't particularly in a raft of traffic last time we picked. He dealt with a good chunk of the traffic and got some fairly clear air, but
just wonder whether we're now getting to that point where drivers are experiencing a bit of pickup. That is making them panic about tyres, and so teams are erring on the side of caution. And if a driver is saying, well, got a bit of a vibration, well, bring you in, sort it, rather than leave it out there and it becomes something serious. Because early in the race you can afford to do that. Conrad Groenewald discussing what's been going on out on track, and other drivers chatting in the pit lane after their respective stints. But for the lead car then, Nicholas Nielsen giving it over potentially for the third stint to Alessio Rovera, and then you've had one stint ticked off for all of them.
I noticed the 2C's car that was started by Hunter Abbott was handed over to Martin Kodrich. It is now Issa Al Khalifa that's gone out, so they've cycled through all three drivers in that car. So Issa Al Khalifa, another double former winner of the Gulf 12 Hour, out there. Alan.
So it was Nabil Moutron that got out of the car, and it's really quite lovely because the family and friends, maybe, I don't know, but quite a few of them were all waiting and greeted like he was an absolute winner and star. The kids all jumping up and down and hugging him, which is it's absolutely. I know we keep saying it, but this is a really quite unique event, isn't it?
Oh, it is, absolutely. You know, yes, it's a serious race, and you've got international teams coming to take part in it. It's one of them, the Inception Race in McLaren pits, Brendan Arib to bail.
I'm going to have a chat to Nabil because he's right here in front of me.
So
have a quick chat. I haven't got a camera, but I might have in a moment. I love the way you get out of the car, you finish the stint. You're welcome back like a true sporting legend. You've got the family here. It's lovely.
It's so lovely to be here. We've been doing the Creventic series, the Dubai 24 Hours in that series since 2008 or something like that. We've decided to come and join this series now as well. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and the whole family, we're all based here, so it's just it's a nice getaway weekend.
It was so nice, and what we were just saying in the commentary is this is it's a special event. It's a one-off event, and you don't see scenes like that around the world, to be honest.
We started our race team a number of years ago. We started with one intention, to be a family, and for the family to spend time together. So it's me and my two brothers, you know, and we've got the crew that are like family. We've been with us for many, many years now. So it's a nice weekend away just to go around in circles.
So introduce us to the family, if you would. Who is the eldest? Who is the youngest?
Ramsey's the eldest. He's the faster one of all of us, believe it or not. I'm the second eldest, Nabil, and then Sammy, who's in the car now. And yeah, we absolutely love it, and it's just great to spend time together with your brothers.
Right, well, you've given me a bit of a highlight. Can I ask how the stint was?
Stint wasn't great, to be honest. Came into safely the full course yellow, got off my pace a little bit, and then I got stuck behind the GT3R that's parked over there. Coming into turn one, I thought I could take him on the inside, and I just lost the rear and kissed the barrier. Thankfully, the car's fine, still running. So we've done endurance races a lot, many. So we know there's a long way to go. Probably about 9 hours, just under 10 hours to go. You never know what's going to happen. So we just plug away as long as we stay on the lead lap and keep pushing.
Top man, thank you so much. Great to have a chat to you. There you go. It's nice. We'll get many stories from up and down the pit lane.
Thanks for clearing that one up as well as to who is the eldest of them all as well. Yeah, you're talking about they've done a lot of racing in Dubai. I think it's 11 editions of the Dubai 24-hour they've done. Great to see them here taking in their first Gulf 12 hours, and let's hope that they become a regular family as well as part of this event.
Well, indeed, and they also had great success in the Middle East Clio Cup, locked out the top three in it.
They did, yes, they did, yeah.
Family outing, family team, and family results. But yes, they go back to 24-hour series in Barcelona back in 09. So a lot of miles have been done. You know, if you're going to go racing as a family, go and do long distance races and get all the track time. So number 99 has taken over the lead of the race. Now, it was 30th on the grid, and there it is, with 2.25 hours gone in the lead. Anything can happen.
The only reason it was 30th on the grid was largely because so many laps in qualifying for that car were discounted because of track limits. And I know conversations were going on between race directors and Attempto as to why have we got no laps showing? Well, stay within the confines of the circuit and you'll get some. And that's why that car was enormously out of position. It was the last of the GT3 cars on the grid, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it was a car, if you think back to Alex Arca being here in January, when Dries van Thor was one of the other drivers of the car, you know, it was hobbled across both of the 6-hour portions because of track limit offences. So I think Alex was doing his best to get the message drilled into him. But certainly now that we are in race terms, well, they've had a 5-second penalty already, but still are in the lead of the race. Whereas the sister car is third and is about 5 seconds back. And of course, you know, pendulum swinging back towards Audi and Ferrari, courtesy of the many assorted woes down at JMR. Both cars out of the race, and out of number 96 then steps Nigel Armstrong, his first stint done. And the refuelling takes place before the next driver gets on board. More for the pits, which will include this time around
61 Conrad Grunwald, I think.
Conrad Grunwald, and also Jonathan Hui is in. That's a short stint from Jonathan Hui, isn't it, for Garage 59?
Yeah, very short stint for him indeed. And for Conrad Grunwald, well, he's been plodding around and is doing a really good job at the wheel of the 61. That's a mega stint that he has put in, because that is the first driver change only now just taking place for that car, isn't it? An hour and a quarter in. So Jonathan Hui jumping out of the car.
2 1/4, isn't it?
2 1/4. Yes, 2 1/4. So Jonathan Hui out of the car. Driver change taking place right the way down at pit lane entry for the Garage 59 McLaren. Midway up the pit lane is the driver change taking place for AF Corsa in Conrad Grunwald having vacated the car. And we've also at the very top of the pit lane, at pit lane exit end, got the change taking place in the Cup spec car, which is the number 96 dual racing by Toro Verde car that Nigel Armstrong has vacated. And I think, based on conversations that were going on over the course of breakfast this morning, I think it will be David Fairbrother that's taking over that car.
Antonio Fuoco is being given a 5-second penalty for track limits. So Antonio Fuoco, number 71 Ferrari, 4th place. He was one of the drivers that took the fight in the Endurance Cup in Fanatec GT this year to Marcello Gunon and Junqueira. But right now, a penalty beckons. Into the pit lane comes the Porsche of Ivan Jacoma, inveterate Porsche enthusiast in that pseudo Gulf colour scheme. It looks great from the side.
David Fairbrother that's taking over. I saw him in the garage limbering up.
Right, with his lucky pants.
I didn't ask about the pants, but I'll get there. It's early days in the race, you know.
It's true, it's true. So David Fairbrother, 28th place, leaves the pit lane.
In fairness, that's one of my star interviews, so I'm saving that one up.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
If we get a long safety car, yeah.
I don't want to peak too early.
No, never. Right, all smiles from Jonathan Hui, who will hand over the Garage 59 McLaren. The sister car comes in of Alexander West. So that's going to put Marvin Kirchhoff behind the wheel. This will be something to savour, that's for sure, with the former single-seater gun behind the wheel of it. 92, there you can see what I'm talking about with the artwork on the side of the camels and the desert, giving that Gulf colour scheme effect. Powder blue and the sort of orange, but it's actually the desert landscape that has that effect.
So I think there's only one car now looking through the order, David, where yes, it's had a pit stop, but we haven't had the driver change, and that must be coming up within the next 19 minutes, otherwise he'll have gone beyond the maximum driving time in anyone's stint. That's Lucas Stoltz, isn't it? Number 77 car. Other than that, every other driver has vacated the car, so the maximum continuing driver stint for any driver is 150 minutes or 2.5 hours, and we are now, well, the best part of, 19 minutes away from that.
Short stint was done by Aaron Walker in 51. So now put Lewis Williams into the car. Ben Barnicoat has taken over in number 7. And I think I told you Alessio Rivera took over number 50, didn't I, from Danish driver Nicholas Nielsen. So it's Arca, Ellis, Marshall, Fuoco, Stoltz, and then Robert Renard in 6th place. There, ready to go, is Marvin Kirchhoff. 88 drops down. So again, a short stint done by Alexander West in that car, but he's ready to go back out. Kirchhoff is ready to go back out, I should say. Garage 59, which is Chris Goodwin, Andrew Kokodi and Alexander West as the people behind it, and have moved from Aston Martin to McLaren's this year. Ian Loggy, by the way, got back into number 8, so he started it, he gave it over to Morgan Tilbrook and then did another stint before Mikael Grenier gets in. So they're trying to get, I think, the bronze drivers cycle through, then they'll put the hero in, Mikael Grenier. Dominic Baumann in. This is another car that's got a 5-second penalty, so only now can they start the work in the pit stop. This is the car that he shares with Valentin Pierberg and Martin Berry. So Alex Arca leads the way, but he is being caught by Philip Ellis. So it's a pro from a Pro-Am. There you've got a Pro-Am car in 2nd place overall as Alexander West talks to Chris Goodwin with the cap on about what's been going on out on track. Andrew Kokodi having a big laugh about it. Jonathan Hui says well done. They had a good fight early on in the stint. And a bit of physio required on Jonathan Hui, having been folded up inside the McLaren for the last 40 minutes or so. Maybe he was suffering a bit from cramps. That's why it was an early stop.
Short stint also for Tani Hana. Doesn't seem as though he's been in the number 52 AF Corsa Ferrari for much more than a few minutes, but already the Lebanese driver heads in towards the pit lane, and this looks to go, again, it is ticking off another one of those 10 imposed pit stops that need to be done. Also starting to receive warnings with regards to track limits, but only warnings at this stage. It is the number 43 car, which is Kevin Magnussen, who is attracting the attentions of the officials at the wheel of the AF Corsa MDK Motorsports Ferrari that runs in 16th position overall. So you mentioned, his first race, he's raced GT cars before, but not GT3 cars. They've been prototypes.
That's right, yeah, LMP2, for example, at Le Mans. Philip Ellis then, having been in 2nd place overall, now comes into the pit lane. The next of Philippa's fascinating facts is that we have now had 2,000 laps passed if you add up everybody's totals, and the total number of pit stops has now exceeded 50. So there are 2 of Philippa's fascinating facts for the price of 1. More to come in the Gulf 12 hours. So Philip Ellis, is he going to stay behind the wheel of the car, possibly? Do they double stint him? Well, the door opens, maybe a drink bottle goes in, but new Pirelli boots will go on. Perfect feel for the driver, this, if you know what the car is like, but now you're going to be given not only a full tank of fuel, but sticker tyres as well, and it's going to be a great feeling for him on the first few laps, so that car is going to fly. But it gives us an Audi and Tempto Team Trezor 1-2. Alex Arca ahead of Dennis Marshall right now, with only 3.5 seconds between them. With Dennis Marshall lapping quicker, are we going to get a lead battle between the two team cars before their next round of pit stops? Discuss.
Yeah, he's been chipping away, hasn't he, by about 0.3 of a second. Just getting a quick replay of what's going on here. Lots of...
Kenny Harbour is the one applauding, perhaps sarcastically, as down the pit road goes his car. Philip Ellis at the wheel.
And who's that? That's the number 11 Ferrari coming in, I think. So that was, yep, timing screen confirms that. Nicola Rossi brings the number 11 Kessel Racing Ferrari into the pit lane from what will be second place in GT3 AM at this stage. So they are some way adrift of the GT3 AM class leading car, which is Louis Perret at the wheel of the number 61 AF Corsa car. So it's a Ferrari 1-2 in GT3 AM at this stage. Tyre change also taking place for Nico Pronk, who has just brought the number 48 Salakin Porsche into the pit lane. That's the car that was started in the hands of Peter Cox. Nico Pronk took over. Now, is it going to be Stephanie Cox that takes over, or might we see Tom Boner? No, it's Stephanie, isn't it? It's getting on board.
Now, the leaders have gone both over the timing line to box off 68 laps. 3.4 seconds was the margin gap, only down by a tenth last time. And Antonio Fuoco behind them, perhaps because of traffic, fractionally slower. The Audi then going up through the chicane. So you've got Alex Arca 99, 66, Dennis Marshall in second place. Make the most of the backdrop as well, because of course late race the tarmac will be very visible under the floodlights, but the scenery will be rather less so. So some of the amazing architecture around the Yas Island Circuit, Yas Marina Circuit, and of course the hotel will take on a different feel when all the lights come on. It's going to be a really moody place, a great feeling that the circuit generates. This element of the circuit, the second part of the lap, if you like now, feels like a street circuit. I mean, it's not, it's a permanent race circuit, but the narrowness and the fact that you're going round a building, underneath a building, round a harbour, it does make it feel like a street track. It's brilliantly designed. It does, and I know you took a wander round to particularly that part of the circuit, didn't you, where they get so close to the barriers coming out of turn number 14 there. You know, I've had the opportunity to have a wander around certain parts of the circuit, and yeah, it's just great, isn't it, to see not just how close the cars get to the barriers, but also the corner speed that they're taking in these modern GT3 cars with the aerodynamics on them. And also, actually, it's nice to see a bit of movement in the car as well, as we were seeing. You know, the car isn't glued to the ground. You can see the fact that the car is trying to move and is starting to almost slide on occasions heading through the corners. It's why they're exciting cars to watch. I mean, yes, they've got aero, but not like a prototype, not like a hypercar, for example, where they're a bit more glued to the ground. You can see the effort being put in by the driver. 66 Dennis Marshall has pitted, by the way, out of second place. So the leader now gets a free ride, and at the end of 69 laps, in comes car number 66. So there is, in the pit lane, the number 66 car, with the car stationary in the pit lane. Very empty pit lane as well at the moment, so plenty of space for Audi Sport Team 3 to just go to work on the car. No other car ahead of it or behind it. They've pitting out of sequence to everybody else at this stage. So having now dealt with the first part of the pit stop, the car's up on the air jacks, new set of Pirelli boots being put onto it, driver change taking place, and Dennis Marshall having jumped out of the car. You might recognise the crash helmet, David, as to who's going to be jumping in that car this time through. I would imagine that on the rotation they will now put Mattia Drudi into the car, because he's the only one that's not driven. So you tick off a stint from each. I mean, when it's a pro car like this, it doesn't matter, does it? It's less important. Yeah. I mean, ideally you'd like your absolute gun for the last hour in case of a late race safety car. So work it back from that. But there's relatively little to choose between them. Mattia Drudi, I'll tell you what, he's a feisty driver, so he's going to be well worth watching. But this is the man they're chasing, Alex Arca, son of the team owner, Arkin Arca. Attempto made its name really as a team in Porsche racing. For many, many years it was the team to beat in Carrera Cup Germany, and then spread its wings into GT racing with initially a McLaren. Didn't gel at all. It took a long, long time for Audi to be the car of choice and for the results to come. And over time, Arkin Arca has worked really hard to build this into a top GT squad. Perhaps it still gets a bit overlooked against the likes of previously with Audi WRT, but certainly Santalot. But it is there, and it can win races, and it can do very well in championships. So don't rule out a win. Well, the Santalot cars, for example, flattered to deceive. Christopher Haase is only 5th, and 26, which got an early penalty, has dropped quite a long way back. Gilles Magnus was at the wheel of it most recently and is in 7th place. So, you know, those cars not where they need to be. And in fact, talking of Gilles Magnus, there he is going toe-to-toe with Philip Ellis down to the chicane, and Philip Ellis goes through up into 7th place, so another position lost by touring car star Gilles Magnus. Yep, so not quite happening for Gilles Magnus in this stint. Another place picked off. Back into the pit lane comes Darren Young at the wheel of the Century Motorsport BMW, so he jumps out of the car, and we are going to see
sprinting his way in towards the car. The next of the drivers, and that, by the look of things, is Eduardo Costing, isn't it? I imagine he's getting in that car.
I would imagine so, yes. I think I saw his F4 overall, so it should be Eduardo that takes over the car.
Can I just check who you put into car 66?
Mathieu Drudy.
Taking over from...
Dennis Marshall.
Correct, yeah. That's pretty much what I reckon, coming down to the garage just as the car was leaving, yeah.
Yeah, no, Mathieu Drudy is in. Dennis Marshall, who was the replacement for Ricardo Feller, who was on the original entry list for that car. He has done his stint, and it was started by Kelvin van der Linde. So they've quickly cycled through, and that's the car also, number 66, still with the fastest lap of the race to its name. So, as you look at 75, Philip Ellis now, with a lap on number 11 of Emanuele Tabacci, going out of turn 1. It is with a pit stop due for the lead car. 7.8 seconds between Alex Arca and Antonio Fuoco now. Fiery Antonio, Fuoco being fire. And he's in second spot. Lucas Stoltz third. But in the pit lane, finally. So they're going to prize the very tall German out of the car. And at long, long last, Lucas Stoltz is out of the cockpit of number 77.
With only a minute and a half to go before he hit maximum stint.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Full course yellow board is being shown, and we've gone full course yellow for the second time in the race. Dan Harper with his back to us there, Darren Lung chatting in the garage, but we've gone full course yellow. And the next question, of course, is exactly why. There's a driving standards flag for others, but the full course yellow for the second time in the race. We had one on lap 40, we've got another one on lap 72.
Yes, and I have to wait and see as to whom it may possibly be that's had the problem. Already I've got one possibility that I could offer up, but that's a car that's towards the tail end of the lap, so I think we'll just hang on at the moment and see as to whether it is the car that is springing to mind, which on this case, I'm not going to mention which particular one, but it would be a Porsche, if I've got the right one, that may well have been in strife this time through, but we'll have to wait and see. So now for Lucas Stoltz and the team, that was a perfectly executed pit stop. They were going to have to come in anyway because he was getting towards the end of the maximum driving time, but they got in just before the full course caution. So they
yeah, and if you've crossed the safety car line, then you're fine.
Yeah.
If you come in and break the line after the yellows are out, then it doesn't count.
It doesn't count.
That one will count. They're going to be okay. So
they were just the right side of literally the line. Yes.
And that's the reason, because
it is a Porsche. I thought it might be. Yeah, it's the number 16 that's off, I'm afraid. The Adrian Henry de Silva car.
Right, the EBM Giga Racing, the Grove family car. Henry de Silva, Stephen and Brenton Grove, and Carlos Rivas. And it is in the tyres and the rector barrier fairly impressively there, isn't it? So that's going to take a bit of extrication. So again, this could be quite a few minutes for that car to be removed. So number 16 was in 25th place, Adrian de Silva, in the, as I say, EBM Earl Bamber Motorsport car, the Le Mans winner. So big shame. Now, where's he done that? It's down at the chicane, isn't it? He's gone straight on at the end of the back straight, which makes one wonder whether it might have been a mechanical failure rather than just a lock-up, because he's tried to make the corner, but look at the witness marks.
Yeah, it's been sideways for a long period of time going into that corner, which would be a big driving mistake. Yeah, it makes me wonder that maybe as the car got unsettled on the brakes, has he taken a bit too much curb on the way in and it's unsettled it, or was it some sort of mechanical issue that caused that problem? But that was the car I thought it might be. It was just one of those that stood out as though it hadn't been around for a while, that it was a little bit out of position relative to when it ought to have come over the start-finish line. Because there's an estimated time of arrival issued on the timekeeping screens as to when the cars are expected over the start-finish line, and it was out of sync with that. Most cars will be, because we go full course yellow, and therefore their expected time is always going to be slower as they have to comply with the full course yellows. But that was the one that just looked as though it may well have been even slower than all of the rest, and slowing down to the regulatory speed limit under these conditions.
But we will go faster soon, because inevitably the safety car is going to be used for the restart. So again, full course yellow, slow everybody down, and that gives everybody in race control time to think. You don't have to scramble the safety car, risk getting the wrong driver. You can put the safety car out, it can find the lead car, and Adrian de Silva is going to try and drive the Porsche back if he can, but then he stops. So the marshals, I think, are saying yes, go. And and if the car is willing, then he can drive it back. There is Ian Loggy, the British GT champion. That car running in the charismatic D2 colour scheme. If you've got a very long memory, you'll remember the colour scheme adorning the DTM C-classes of the 1990s, which would have meant, no, not quite Jan Magnussen era, but just missed out, I think. Jan drove them a couple of years later in ITC, didn't he? But they were more common on the Mercedes from the FIA GT Championship, 98, 99, the sort of Mark Webber, Ben Schneider era. And they've done sort of retro liveries in the past, but it's a good one to have on that car.
It looks good, doesn't it? Yeah, for me, going back to the DTM liveries on that car, it would either be Klaus Ludwig and Ellen Law, and then it would have been Bernd Schneider and Dario Franchitti, wouldn't it? Also would have driven them in those liveries.
Franchitti was a bit later.
No, definitely
around the Magnussen era, because I thought he'd had his year in Formula 3 by then. So that car is heading for the end of a lap. The Porsche is not for moving as yet.
No.
Frustratingly. So over the timing line comes then number 8. And replacement parts are ready, Alan.
You've made me giggle. I never knew that we could get a sort of a Thatcherette type quote into a race commentary. This Porsche is not for turning. that's very good. Very impressed.
It might not be turning, it is for towing, I'm afraid. It needs a rope to hoik it out of the way.
Yeah, it's going to take a little while, I think, that one.
It is, and so it will be, because of all the tyre temperatures dropped, a safety car period, eventually. But we shall get there. And in the garage, a front section is being readied for that car.
Just trying to keep up with the last batch of driver changes that we've had. Most have now cycled through, haven't they? And at least have got their third driver in the car. For some of them, they have only got through 2 drivers, but have actually done the same amount of pit stops. So, for instance, the number AF55 AF Corsa Ferrari was started by Stefano Constantini, was taken over by Laurent Demise, who we spotted had only done a short stint when he came into the pit lane. Stefano Constantini's back on board that car again for a second stint. So we've still got Alex Fox, who races under a pseudonym, and Jamie Stanley still to jump on board that particular car. And there was another one, I think, that also had shoved someone back in, as you mentioned. Yeah, Ian Loggy started the car, Morgan Tilbrook took over, and the Ram Racing number 8 Mercedes is now back in the hands of the reigning British GT champion. So there's a few that are cycling through, but putting in drivers for their second stints at this stage. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But most others, every time the cars come in for a driver change, it has been a different driver that's got behind the wheel.
And remember that any pit stops made at this time can only be for, if you like, running repairs. It can't be one of those imposed pit stops. So this is where, if you get lots of full course yellows, the strategy does go slightly awry, because you might end up in a position where you suddenly have to do 2 long stops in quick succession just to satisfy the regulations. So it does keep the engineers on their toes. Now, number 66, Matthew Drudy, after his most recent stop, 8th. He has fallen 2.
Would you like to give me a challenge?
Yes.
Go on then.
Oh, from here, okay. We'd like to hear from Kenny Harble, because he's good value, and also Brendan Arebe would be good value.
Okay.
And Peter Cox, we haven't heard from this weekend either.
Okay, hang on, just let me note these down, because I may forget 1 or 2 of those. Hang on, let me just...
Peter Cox.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brendan Arebe, Kenny Harble. That's your first task.
Arebe, Harble, and what was the other one?
Who did I say?
Peter Cox.
Oh, that's it. Well done.
Yep.
Well remembered.
Yep. Okay, right, well, they are my challenges. I can't, so I accept the challenge. I can't guarantee that I'm going to fulfil the challenge, but I shall do my best.
Fulfilment and Alan Hyde are not often used in the same sentence, so don't worry about this in any sense.
Never knowingly,
no. Quite, no. But, you know, do what you can, Alan. Yes. And I suppose also a little stop at the El Bamba garage to go and find out the state of damage for the Porsche. It's being towed back, but I think the front is going to look a bit dog-eared, but I do think it might be a failure that put it off with such force. And I was about to suggest it won't do a full lap. Thought they were going to use one of the cut-throughs, but maybe it will be a full lap, but I'm not convinced.
I think they're waiting for a gap in the traffic, potentially, to try and get through the cut-through. There'll be conversations going on with race control as to what they need to do, and they'll try and, get it out of harm's way as quickly as possible. And if that means that they can shortcut an aspect of the circuit, as long as there's no safety issue, it looks as though they're going to go from one side of the circuit over to a gap in the other, and straight away, that means that rather than have to go all the way from turn number 6 where it went off, they're literally going to go from turn number 7 to turn number 16 and straight in towards pit lane entry.
Again, gap in traffic permitting.
Yeah, of course.
So, they'll quickly get it into pit in, and then, once the barriers are sorted and the road is clear, we can think about the restart. But there is number 16. It doesn't look that bad, actually, does it? Which, again, makes me think that, although it's lost chunks of time, it might be okay to rejoin.
You wouldn't even know that there'd been contact with the barrier from what we're seeing there. There's hardly any damage at all, is there, to the bit that made contact with the barrier? But that's the rector cell doing its job, isn't it? Absorbing the impact off the car. Now,
if a radiator took a pop and all the water's already dropped out of it, it would be at the scene of the incident.
Yeah.
That would no doubt need to be attended to. Kessel Ferrari being worked upon, and that is the dead 33. That's the retired number 33 Kessel entry in the pit lane. So do what can be done here, because you've got the mechanics, rather than do it at home. Yes, Alan?
It's really poorly. In fact, that's the garage that I'm just standing by at the moment. There are mechanics underneath the car and at the back of the car, and it's all looking very sorry for itself, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's been officially retired, but I think what they're trying to do is whatever work they can do here before it gets in the crate.
Yeah, they've got a nice big garage, so why not make the most of the day? Yeah.
And of course, some of these cars may be, after this race, heading back to Europe. They may be heading to another event, be it Dubai 24 or off to IGTC races early next year, Bathurst Kyle Army, for example.
Or maybe the inaugural Bahrain Pro-Am 1000 on the 28th of January.
Yeah, which is a new event and has been garnering very good interest, we understand, over the course of this weekend. So, for the teams, they're all in favour of it because it's another opportunity to earn. As long as they can find paying drivers, then they'll be there if they can. Yeah, so there you can see all the tyre marks. So that car having had a big, big moment into the tyre barrier. The back looked okay, so I don't think it got a helping hand either. No,
I really am surprised that there is, well, visually from what we could see on the camera shots that we were getting, very little damage, if any, to the number 16 Porsche. So Adrian Henry de Silva will no doubt be debriefing with the team as to exactly what went on, but straight away you can see as soon as the car is back in the pit lane, on the dollies, straight back into the garage, that they can go to work, understand exactly what the problem was, solve the problem, if there's any damage, affect the repairs as well. But that is another car that's now had a problem, and there's nothing that I could see, any telltale signs of radiator damage on that car. I mean, still peering inside to try and have a look, but at least now we've got the car out of harm's way. We go from full course caution to safety car period. This is only our second safety car period that we've had so far. We've had 28 and a half minutes so far under full course caution. And in terms of safety cars, well, at the moment, just ticking over 6 minutes in total of safety car over the two periods that we've had.
Yeah, because the bulk of the recovery is done under the full course yellow. The safety car really is, you find it used perhaps on the first lap of a race or very early in the race, but really it's only now for the restart processes, because so much time is lost under a full course yellow. You need to go faster to get things up to temperature again for a restart. 2
safety car periods is the most we've ever had in a 6-hour race in the first part of the Gulf 12 hours. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we did have 2 safety car periods in the 2017 race, so we're now matching that in terms of the number of safety cars. But part 1 of the race, as it always was, or let's say the first 6 hours of the Gulf 12 hours, always been relatively safety car free.
So we will have possibly 2 laps to get the pace quickened, and where then does the second placed car fall in the queue behind the leader? And the answer is that there will be a few back markers potentially betwixt and between, but number 99 is the leading car, Alex Archer at the wheel of it, and number 71, I think he's now going to catch right up, isn't it, courtesy of the safety car. So I think Antonio Fuoco is going to be on the tail. And then in third place, Al-Faisal Al-Zubar in the black and white number 77 Mercedes. after that perfectly timed stop from Luca Stolz. That has played absolutely into the hands of that car, and it is in third, but with one back marker, 2, 3 at least between it. So it's got a bit of catching up to do on the restart, and there are definite waves. In fact, that car is in a sort of second batch heading down towards the chicane. So you've got this wave, and then there's another about half a lap behind.
Right, so he's a long way adrift in reality, isn't he, in third position. But as you said, perfectly timed and so forth for that number 77 Mercedes. No trouble for that car, and of course Lucas Stolz will be hoping that that continues and that they can get that car into prime position maybe in another 9.25 hours time when we head towards the conclusion of the 11th running of the Gulf 12 Hours. So another lap behind the safety car. The speed will build ever more over the course of this particular lap. It is the Audi of Alex Arca leading the way and leading the pro category. Look down to 6th position, and number 75 Sun Energy, won by SPS Mercedes in the hands of Philip Ellis, is the leading car that we have in Pro-Am at the moment. That car is on the lead lap at this stage, and as is the car that is leading the GT3 AM class at this stage. That is in 10th position overall. The number 61 AF Corsa Louis Perret driven Ferrari is the leading car in the AM category at this stage. Leading the Cup class is number 92, the Century Porsche Ticino car that is in the hands of Alex Fontana. That car is a few laps off the lead. It's a Cup specification car, so it is 5 laps off the lead of the race, but is comfortably at this stage leading the Cup category for the Porsche 992s. So there you can see already work taking place to try and repair the car that brought about this safety car period. So the EBM G Garage already starting to work on the Porsche, whilst the safety car brings the pack round, and the safety car will hopefully be in very shortly.
Yeah, it was in particular the right-hand side, the right-hand front wheel was difficult to get off, and they're also looking at the bodywork at the rear of the car as well, putting off the bodywork right at the rear. So yes, unfortunately the Porsche 16 in the garage, but at the moment no huge amount of work quickly being undertaken, just a disassembly of the various components to look under the skin of the car.
A disassembly?
Thank you very much.
Hark at you.
Thank you very much, yeah.
Yeah. Safety car is due in this time, and that means that we are ready to go racing after our second interruption, and this will be at the end of lap number 76, and having had an 11-second advantage, Alex Arca is now with the second place car right on his tail. So this is going to be a very, very lively restart indeed. Safety cars breed safety cars, he hesitates to say again, but let's see what kicks off this time around. Alex Arca makes the run up around the back of the marina underneath the W Hotel and heading towards the end of this 76th lap. So the Tempto run Audi, the AF Corsa run Ferrari, and then a long, long way back is the Get Speed Mercedes in third position. Now the car of Century is directly behind the two leaders. So that's the first lapped car in the queue. As we are about to go racing, green flag is waved at the timing line, and so Alex Arca ahead of Antonio Fuoco blasts away. We are back up and running then in the Gulf 12 Hours, down towards turn 1, nose to tail, the two race leaders, Audi versus Ferrari. Then Alex Arca comes through that first almost double left-hander, turns 1 and 2, but Antonio Fuoco looking the quicker. He's now right on his tail as they sweep up towards turn 3 over the brow. Pressure telling as Arca goes a little bit wide, rides the curb. Now the run down towards the hairpin. Fuoco goes to the outside line there, tries to line up to make a move right around the outside. He almost gets his nose in front. He does get his nose in front, but can he get the drive off the corner? Yes, he can. Fantastic move. Antonio Fuoco takes over the race lead on the restart. Alex Arca slots back in behind him in second place. And so now, number 71 Ferrari back into the race lead. It led very, very early on, remember, for about a lap, but it leads now on pace, on merit, down towards the chicane. Antonio Fuoco it is who leads. Alex Arca is in second place. Go left, go right, out of the chicane, and then the speed builds as they run towards the hairpin. In third, Al-Faisal Al-Zubar trying to elbow his way through the traffic because he's got lots and lots of back markers that he's got to get past. So really good restart by Fuoco. That safety car period played really into their hands. Good little battle going on lower down as Marvin Kirchhofer in 88 scraps there with Isa Al Khalifa and has got ahead, has he not, of number 1. So a place gain for the McLaren driver, and he's on the move very definitely. Now there is yet another pit stop penalty coming. It is for number 92, which is the Cup class Porsche, the Ivan Giacomo Alex Fontana car, and that's going to get a penalty as the leaders wriggle towards the end of the lap. Alan, yeah?
And speaking of the Porsche, just a little update on that 16 Porsche.
Yeah.
I understand from the team the damage is a little bit more than skin deep, so they think there's some twisting which has gone on, so it might be quite a lengthy stop in the garage.
Oh dear, okay, thank you for that. And another wave of pit stoppers then come. Amongst them, the top 2. So at the end of the lap, at the end of lap 77, in come the race leaders then. So 71 Fuoco, 99 Arca, both down the pit lane. And that's going to therefore put Al-Faisal Al-Zubair into the lead of the race, albeit in the traffic he was a long way back. So the ebb and flow of lapped cars unlapping themselves now continues. Marvin Kirchhoff on an absolute mission, number 88, as he makes his move then through the traffic, gets up the inside of the number 91 Baron Ferrari of Matthias Weber, and 58 is facing the wrong way, Corinna Gosner. That, I think, is towards the end of the lap round the Marina, isn't it, looking at the proximity of the wall. So the top 2 in the pit lane, or as was the top 2, and let's see, it was purely self-induced on cold tyres that. Corinna Gosner lost the back of the car, that was coming under the hotel, and there's a soft impact into the barrier. But it's not an easy place to get away from, because you've got to reverse away from the wall and then try and get moving again. Right, 99 is going through its driver change. The only driver that we've not yet had into that car, bearing in mind it was started by Finlay Hutchison, was Pietro Deli Guanti, the 18-year-old. Corinna Gosner does get going again, or does she? Well, she's reversed away from the wall, but now has to try and find first gear. And yeah, no, does get going, thankfully. So sighs of relief in race control, because you don't need to worry about another neutralisation. The car loses ground, but it's running again. So 99 taken over by Pietro Deli Guanti. And let's have another replay of that. Corinna Gosner didn't even give the curb a whack. I think it was just slightly losing adhesion on the back end and slithered towards the wall. Thankfully, no major contact. So the car was badly delayed, but still running. So number 42 BMW has just gone over the timing line. The order will be shuffling again here after that most recent round of pit stops. 3 wide in traffic there, and that was Ian Loggy being roughed up good and proper because his car was being passed on either side. Alan, sorry, you had news from the pits, but I just got this glimpse of a rather leery move going on.
Only to say that 71 on its way, pit stop complete, and the 58 Mercedes now into pit lane.
Great, okay, thank you very much. So what this now gives us is a very different lead battle for the moment between number 77 Mercedes, 25 Audi and 50 Ferrari. Al-Faisal Al-Zubair ahead of the Audi of Christopher Haase, and then Alessio Rovera in the number 50 AF Corsa, the Regal Nielsen car. Back at the races in 3rd, Philip Ellis 4th, Mathieu Drudi in 5th, and the fight then rages on, but in a different way. And at the back of this queue heading into the chicane is Al-Faisal Al-Zubair, who's trying to work his way through the traffic, and he has done so. He's just managed to move himself up past the 2Cs Mercedes, trying all the while to pull clear of Christopher Haase in the blue Santaloc Audi. There aren't many races for whom Christopher hasn't won for Audi, and he's driven for just about every Audi team going. Massively successful GT3 racer is Christopher Haase, and he is the current second-place driver chasing after Al-Faisal Al-Zubair. However, in the traffic, some great battles rage on. Louis Pret, fashion designer, goes through, and he is looking for a way through the traffic. Also in the midst of all of that is Patrick Kolb in number 69 Porsche. 93 Kevin Say at the wheel of the Sky McLaren, being given a slightly rough ride in the traffic because number 42 BMW of Eduardo Cosateng, who's fresh into the car, is trying to hang on to position and succeeding in so doing right now. So again, you bunch everybody up under a safety car, and it has a really important effect. Alex Arca being shown as behind the wheel of 99 as though he's double stinted, which is possible, but might be worth double checking.
No, I think that's right. I think that's right.
So they're going to save the relatively inexperienced Pietro Degli Guanti. He's an Italian karting champion, but has been racing in Carrera Cup and Formula Regionale this last season. So Degli Guanti doesn't necessarily know these cars as well as the others, so they might be keeping him for the appropriate time in the race. Right, big dive being made by Alfaisal Al-Zubair in traffic, and Eduardo Cossetane comes under attack now from number 91 of Matthias Wieboch, and Alfaisal Al-Zubair slightly delayed in all of this. Now his pace, look, not quite as good as those around, because up comes Ben Barnicoat in number 7 McLaren to have a push on the inside line down towards the chicane. So Alfaisal Al-Zubair is not only under attack from the traffic, but about to lose his race lead potentially, because the blue Audi behind is that of Christopher Haase. This is game on. The white and black Mercedes, the blue Audi for the race lead, and they're together coming out of the chicane. So Alfaisal Al-Zubair's last lap was slower, not by that much, but it was certainly slower than Haase, who now makes the move to the inside line as they head down towards the hairpin. Wiper on briefly for the Audi, but he's going to get the race lead then. Christopher Haase lines up for the move on the inside line and goes through. Very nicely done. And that puts number 25 now into the lead of the race for the first time. We'll add that to the list of race-leading cars. And the rain is falling all of a sudden very heavily on the start and finish line. Look up and suddenly things are hitting the glass like it's no tomorrow. So on this side of the circuit, out of absolutely nowhere, the rain is falling. They do have rain here. It rained a lot overnight. Now this is going to be lively because they're on slick tyres and it's pouring down.
Proper rain, proper rain.
Absolutely. Right, on your toes, Al, because I think you're going to have a few in the pits, because nobody knows whether this is going to last or not. And you can see the steam coming off the road. They're snaking like mad. We didn't expect this at all.
Well, we had the rain overnight, which washed away all of the rubber, but the forecast for today was not going to show that there was going to be a great deal of rain. But where had this come from? All of a sudden, nobody as yet has opted to pit, but you can see the cars squirming around. And of course, here at this circuit as well, you go off the main tarmac and you're very quickly on heavily painted tarmac or curbs. And the one thing we can't afford these cars to do is touch any of that, otherwise they'll be off straight away. Now, it does look as though almost this part of the circuit here, much drier when you get up towards the braking area for turn number 6 and turn number 7, Alan.
I'm not sure anyone had this on their weather radar, to be perfectly honest, because all of a sudden all the teams are scrambling and getting treaded tyres out to the apron in front of the garages, because I've been looking at weather forecasts all morning, never featured. This never featured.
But I think some of it has blown through. I mean, it's less heavy over here than it was.
But that's what it was like last night, wasn't it? You have a really heavy downpour for a couple of minutes, and then it's bone dry, and then half an hour later, same thing again.
And even better, it's not consistent all the way around the lap. So what you think you have, because it's really wet at, let's say, the start line, it's not the same necessarily out at turn 8.
I was looking at it part of the way in between 5 and 6, and the straight coming out of 5 is dry, but you get to turn 6, it's absolutely sopping wet.
Which is a nightmare for the teams and the drivers, because they don't know what to do. They don't know whether to go full wets or try and brave it out. I'd be tempted to brave it out. Looking left out of the window, it's a bit brighter. Looking right, it's a bit grayer. But, I mean, if you've got enough heat in the tyres, it'll cut through the rain anyway. I think staying out, but that's given everybody a real scare in the pit lane, hasn't it?
It really has, yeah. You wouldn't want to be the strategist, Alan, would you?
No, including me, because this is the kind of rain that if you're just caught out for a couple of seconds, you're drenched.
And we've had a spin, I'm afraid, and that's the number 93 of Kevin Say that's gone round. That's underneath the hotel as well, so that's coming out of turn 13 up towards turn 14. And he's going to potentially have to do a 3-point turn there. He tried to get the car spun around and fire it back round under its own power, but I think didn't quite manage to do so. Let's just have a quick look. He comes out of the corner, wet tarmac, little bit of throttle, and all of a sudden the McLaren says, no thank you, not having that on this tarmac. Spins it through 180 degrees. Thankfully there's no contact with the barriers. Cars brake drivers right and drivers left to try and avoid the stricken McLaren in the middle of the circuit. And it's fairly blind for them as well as they're coming into that part of the circuit. So they all did well to avoid the Ferrari that was, the McLaren that was slap bang in the middle of the circuit. But this part of the circuit, all of a sudden, again, look, we've got a dry line there, almost beginning to appear. Lewis Williamson runs very wide, and Alfaisal Al-Zubair gets very squirrely, which puts him under pressure from Matteo Drudi, who's looking to try and weave the Audi through and past. We've also got, by the look of things, also managing to steal the march, Lewis Williamson, overtaking there as well. So Lewis Williamson is not fighting for position. He's a little way adrift of the rest, but some have, I think, now opted to come in and change potentially tyres, have they? That's Gilles Magnus is in, but that's still that is still a slick tyre that's in the hand of the mechanic, about to be bolted on there, not a wet. Now, in fourth place, Matteo Drudi has got himself ahead of Philip Ellis, so that will put him up into third at the end of this lap, possibly even second, because Faisal Al-Zubair has dropped back behind as well. There's a further spin there, and that will be David Fairbrother that's had a bit of a spin at the wheel of the Dew Racing by Toro Verde Porsche. You can see there's a tiny bit of damage to the right rear corner of that car as well, so that may well be another car that's destined for the pit lane at the end of this lap. It's just light damage to the right rear, but certainly looks as though that car is not travelling at full race pace now in the hands of David Fairbrother.
It's proper wet, so it's yeah, little splashes of rain, and now it's still raining at the moment. So the option of these treaded tyres in pit lane, I think, is going to become more and more possible as the minutes go on. I'm just standing down at AF course, so I'm standing next to Davide Rigon, who is standing by with helmet and seat in hand.
Yep, so maybe then Davide Rigon opting to jump back in again if the conditions are getting tricky. You can just see every time anybody touches the throttle whatsoever, they'll be short shifting as best they can. But even in these conditions, short fit shifting is still going to mean as soon as you touch that throttle, it will just spin the wheels up for the moment. Most of them are sticking with it, and that's largely because, again, some parts of the circuit still look reasonably dry in that respect. Other parts are absolutely sopping wet at the moment. You could see there the way that Gilles Magnus at the wheel of the Santalot car sort of drifted as he came out of the corner and was still trying to control the car whilst on the power. What have we got here? This is a quick replay of the number 91 Ferrari of Matthias Wiebok making contact with the barrier again. Just came out. That was coming out of turn number 12. Got on the power, just made light contact with the barriers heading in towards turn number 13. So a few cars getting caught out, Alan, as conditions continue to deteriorate.
I just had a brief chat to Davide Rigon, who I think has been stepped down to get into the car.
Right.
But I said, did you know this was coming? He said, no, we had absolutely no idea.
Well, I think it caught everybody out. It caught us out up here in the commentary box. It caught you out down in the pit lane. It clearly caught the teams out as well. You can have all of the technology, you can have all of the apps, but you can't absolutely read into what Mother Nature's going to do. And all of a sudden, the circuit starts to look that little bit drier again, because the ambient temperature, of course, this time of year, or generally in the Middle East, is so warm. It doesn't take that long for the circuit to begin to dry. Now, the number 99 Audi there in the hands of Pietro Deliguanti, understandably just treading somewhat cautiously in these conditions, so he is getting picked off by a few cars around him. Louis Perret has managed to squeeze his way through, and also the Inception Racing McLaren in the hands of Ben Barnicoat now has also managed to get through and ahead of the number 99 Audi, so that has dropped down towards the tail end of the top 10. More yellow flags down there through turn number 13 and up towards turn number 14 suggests that somebody is not quite pointing in the right direction, but there's no obvious signs as to what those were for. So this at the moment is going to be the battle for what was, at the beginning of this lap, 10th and 11th position as Ben Barnicoat squeezes his way up the inside. The Inception Racing McLaren almost leans on Louis Perret heading into the corner, but is ahead of him on the way out. So Ben Barnicoat started this lap in 11th position, and as he goes over the start-finish line this time through, he'll be up into 9th position, 2 places gained on that lap. Ben, who's had a busy season, racing both in Europe, in WEC, over in the States, of course, as part of the Lexus factory team now as well. He'll be back out in America in just a few weeks' time, ready for the Raw before the 24. And then, of course, competing in the Rolex 24 that takes place very late January, early February this year, slightly later than is usual, but good lap that from Ben Barnicoat, through and ahead of not just the Audi, but also the number 61 Ferrari as well. And now, the next car that he needs to try and set his sights about is about 11 seconds up the road, and that is going to be Marvin Kirchhofer. Into the pit lane comes the number 91 Ferrari. That was Matthias Wiebok, who made that brief contact with the barriers, but you can see what it's done to that front right corner of the Ferrari. So whilst this is a enforced pit stop in terms of one of the 10 that need to be ticked off, they will certainly want to look at that damage to the front right corner of the Ferrari. You can see there the scrape on the wheel rim, scrape on the front right wing of the Ferrari. Possibly a little bit of tape that will need just applying to that, just to make sure that they're happy with it. And there's already sort of shakes of the head from the mechanics there as we go full course yellow once more. So full course yellow once more. Now, the reason for that, again, might just take a while to become obvious, but for the third time in this race, we go full course yellow. Just under 9 hours of the scheduled 12 still to run. And this time it's the Century Motorsport BMW, I'm afraid, that is stricken out on circuit. So it is Eduardo Costing that's behind the wheel. And with where that car is, that looks more like a mechanical issue rather than anything else, because there's no obvious skid marks towards the tail end of the car. It just seems to have stopped, and Eduardo has done the right thing. He's got the car off to the left-hand side of the circuit. You can see that he's trying to get it fired back up, but it's just not having it at the moment. And it's been, again, another team that's had a tough start to the weekend, as we heard from Darren Young earlier on when he was talking to Alan Hyde. They had a container that needed to make the 600-mile trip from last weekend over to here for this weekend, and it didn't make it. It was held up in customs, and whilst they were able to get some kit out of the container by flying back to pick up the parts, and not all of them, so they've sort of begged, borrowed, and I don't think quite stolen, but have had a lot of assistance from other teams to get them as much as they can on the front foot. David Fairbrother has also managed to limp the dual racing by Toro Verde number 96 car back into the pit lane for the inspection on that to be dealt with. But unfortunately at the moment the concern is for Century Motorsport and exactly what has caused their BMW to grind to a halt down the straight. So it's mid between turn 5 and turn 6 where the BMW has come to a halt, and just while the marshals chat to the driver and I think trying to push him into a little gap that exists there, might get the car out of harm's way, but of course then it will still need to be scooped up and brought back into the pit lane area. So number 25, Christopher Haase, leads as we are under full course caution. Second in the race is going to be the number 66 Audi, so it's an Audi 1-2 at this stage of the race. It's Matteo Drudi who is there in second position. The relative gap between them was 2.8 seconds, but if you look to the cars, there is a back marker between the pair of them. So when we get back to green flag racing once more, Christopher Haase, in theory, can steal the march on the Audi. And third in the race is the leading Pro-Am car, which is number 75, Sun Energy 1 by SPS. That's the almost gold liveried Mercedes that is the, sixth car in the train in the hands of Philip Ellis. Fourth is number 50, which is AF Corsa Francorchamps Motors, Alessio Rivera. Fifth is number 77, which is Al Faisal Al Zabaya. And completing the top 6 at the moment is another Ferrari. It's number 71, which is the AF Corsa Francorchamps Motors second car, which is going to be James Collado. There you can see the repairs to David Fairbrother's car. That was why there was that little bit of bodywork that was sticking out of the side of the car, but doesn't look, again, to the naked eye too bad, but because it is around that right rear quarter panel, again, inspection will be done with regards to what it might have done to suspension or toe links or drive shafts or something like that. If the impact's been around the wheel area, they'll certainly want to look into that to see what they might be able to do. And that was another car that, unfortunately, is in strife in the Cup class as well. So that's a couple of cars that have had issues in the Cup class. So David Fairbrother is out of the car, which is slightly concerning because it hadn't been in it for a great deal of time.
I'm on my way to have a chat to him, hopefully.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, so that's pit lane exit end is where that team are based. Still awaiting the recovery of the BMW from the side of the track at this stage. So we are still under full course yellow conditions. And this now means that we have so far accumulated in the first 3 and a bit hours of the race about 32, heading towards 33 minutes of it under full course yellow conditions. And on top of that, we've had a further there or thereabouts 11 and a half minutes now of safety car period. So 84 laps completed. There is the number 69 Herbert Motorsport Patrick Kolb-driven Porsche. That car is just outside of the top 10 at the moment, sitting there in 11th position, the number 69 Porsche. That would put it 4th in Pro-Am. And as we are at the moment in terms of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, well, the top 7 cars are all accumulating championship points in the Intercontinental GT Challenge. And then after that, you have to go back to sort of 11th, 12th and 13th places, and then ever further back from that. So David Fairbrother, as we said, out of the car. Photographs being taken of the damaged area of it to try and understand in what is a darkened area with the wheel off the car. It's not easy to see in, so almost using the light on the camera to peer inside and have a look as to what it might look like, rather than stick your head in the wheel arch around all the worn brake discs and things. But the BMW is still just sitting out the side of the track at the moment, still awaiting the recovery vehicle to head in its general direction. We have got one taker for the pit lane, and that is Team Baron Motorsport and Matthias Vibot that is back in. That's the car that had the damage to the front right corner, and this time they are going to put some more fuel in the car and top it up. So they had done, I thought, the mandatory aspect of the pit stop, but are they going to bring that back in now and do something else? Well, no, what they're going to do is fill it up with fuel, and under full course yellow, they are now going to carry out some further repairs to the front right corner of that car, I think, which is a sensible thing to do. Inspect the damage whilst you're under full course yellow, get the car back out again before you lose a further lap. So I think that's what the team are attempting to do. So red gaffer tape being used in copious amounts towards the front right-hand corner of the car. That's the corner that didn't take the battering. You can see all the marks on the front, sorry, on the front left-hand corner of the car. There's the front right-hand corner of the car that did take the battering. And also taking the opportunity to plug in the computer, download some data to potentially understand what might have happened that put him into the barriers in the first place. Alan?
Yeah, no, I don't know the reason for that. I can see telltale coolant coming out from underneath the car. And I think the prognosis of this, having just spoken to someone within the team, is that this may not be good news. The outcome of this might not be good. It did hit quite hard, and I'm not going to talk to David at the moment. He's a bit shaken because it was a hard hit, and it's potentially he'll need to get checked over in the medical centre. But he's sat at the back of the garage. He won't be normal jolly David in the mood for a chat at the moment. But unfortunately, the news from this garage is slightly gloomy at the moment, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's such a shame, because real characters inside the Toro Verde garage, but understandably, yeah, their first concern will be making sure that David gets checked over for that hard hit. Didn't get a replay, haven't seen seen exactly what happened to that car. All we saw was it recovering back round with a little bit of damage, but yeah, main thing will be just make sure that David is okay. He was a little bit shaken after the incident. Then, of course, have a proper look at the car and see whether it is possible to get it sorted and get it back out there. But again, for them, in terms of the Cup class, any opportunity of a result has now long since evaporated, I'm afraid to say. So that car is sitting there rather forlornly in the garage. The BMW that brought about this full course yellow is now finally on the end of a tow rope and is making its way around the circuit. Now again, I think they'll use that little cut through, so it stopped coming out of turn 5 and part the way down towards turn number 6, which means that they can sort of go through the chicane and at turn 7 take the loop back that will bring them back towards turn number 16. There's a little shortcut there that they can utilise that saves them having to do the full lap. So, as expected, the Ferrari's now on its dollies as well, and Team Baron pushing that car back into the pit lane area after the incident with the barrier underneath the hotel. And whilst we've got this full course yellow, it also now means that the rain cloud has passed over that we weren't expecting in the first place, and the circuit all of a sudden now, Alan, is beginning to dry, and it's not even taking the pit lane long to dry.
It hasn't dried as quickly as I thought it might, actually, although we've got a bit of a breeze. It is a lot better than it was about 10 minutes ago, that's for sure, but not fully dry yet, not fully dry.
So you can see the class leaders down the right-hand side of your screens. So the race overall being led by Christopher Haaser. That, as a result of that, leads GT3 Pro. Philippe Ellis leads Pro-Am at this stage in the 75 car. The Am category is being led by Lewis Perret, and Alex Fontana still leads the Cup class at this stage. So the 25, the 75, the 61 and the 92 are your class leaders at this stage. Just waiting for that gap in the traffic again so that we can get the Century Motorsport BMW out of harm's way, and then once that is out of harm's way, we will go from being full course yellow on to being under safety car once more. But we are now fast approaching almost 40 minutes of full course yellow, David, but this time, not an incident that's brought it about. It would appear it's just a mechanical gremlin with the car somewhere that's caused it to stop out on circuit.
Yeah, a big shame, isn't it, for the BMW team. So Eduardo Cosseteng hadn't been long into that car, and of course he's not a GT specialist, first time out in a GT car, having to learn about it, and was looking quite racy. So poor old Nathan Freak and his team having a miserable time, and hopefully they can get the car back. And I mean, it might be something quite simple, but time being hemorrhaged, all they can now do is think about the track time and use this as an extended test session in a way. Safety car is on track, so we're going to go to the safety car procedure very shortly. There it is. And once Peter Roberts, the race director, gives the call, the lights will go on and the pace can therefore quicken. The sun is back out, the road is getting drier all the time, and if you'd have blinked, you'd have missed all that drama in the rain, but I promise you it was there. Not only that, the cloud has broken above us. It was brightening, but now the cloud is breaking, and it's what you expect. We're now under the
sunshine. What rain? Yeah, what rain? If you're just tuning in, you'll be wondering, rain, Middle East? Absolutely. It didn't half throw it down for a period of time. But it was thunder and lightning last night as well, wasn't it? It was a proper storm came over. And there is a spin, and that's under safety car, and that will be Kevin Say that's had a rotation at the wheel of the Sky Garage 39 McLaren. Alan.
Just going to have a quick look at James Townsend. Suited and booted. I mean, we can't miss you. You're like a highlighter pen, for goodness sake. But you were suited and booted, ready to get into the car, and then poor old David had his moment on track.
Yeah, unfortunately, ready to go for Stint, and David's come in for the pit stop, obviously out on slicks in the wet, and has had a little bit of a moment, hit the barrier somewhere along the line. Done quite a lot of damage to various bits of the car, but I think more importantly he's done a bit of damage to himself. So
so he's popped off to the medical centre. The physio had a look at him, and then decision made to get him checked over.
Yeah, that's it. It looks like he's hurt his lower arm, something like that. So I don't know if he's hit it in the impact or holding the wheel and it's twisted his arm, but he's a big lad, and he doesn't cry easily. He's a big rugby league player, so if it's something's happened and he's done it, he wouldn't be crying about it unless it's pretty painful. So hopefully he's all right, and we'll see how we get on. But I don't think this is going back out, unfortunately.
No, I mean, I came over to have a chat to him, and he's a jolly soul. But I realised that's the first time I've seen him without being a jolly soul.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. Yeah, normally he's got something funny to say, and he's lifting everyone's spirits. But this time, he needs to get checked over.
Do we know precisely what happened or not?
I don't know that yet. I think he's just had a moment on the slicks and just caught the barrier and had a couple of spins.
Because I think this rain, I mean, I know we're used to the rain in the UK, but we don't expect it out here, and it took it all by surprise, I think.
Yeah, I think it did. I don't know how many teams had any wets mounted.
No one.
There you go. So, no one's expecting that, and slicks in the wet, never a good combo.
And for you, a bit frustrating because you don't get to do your debut, do you?
Yeah, flown all the way over here, got in the car for the first time on Friday.
You've had days in the sunshine. They've got snow at home.
There you go. Maybe we'll go to Warner Brothers Park later on.
That's a very good idea. Thank you so much for having a chat to us. That gives us a bit of an insight, but I think the car is going to be a retirement.
Such a shame for James Townsend. I know he was really looking forward to making his debut in the car, and unfortunately for him, not quite going to be. But he'll be back for another go. We've seen a chunk of him in the Ginetta Super Cup and Carrera Cup in the past, and first started out in the slightly lesser powered little Ginetta GT5 Challenge, didn't he, a couple of seasons ago?
He did. Eduardo Cosseteng then talking to Century to see whether they can get the car fired up and get that back out. I think they can. So the time lost was waiting for a recovery vehicle, but it looks like it could be a quick fix, just like an electrical reboot. So it's back on the pit apron, ready to go back out. We're behind the safety car, getting ready for the restart. And Christopher Hauser leads the way then in the distinctive Santalok blue colours. Sebastian Chetai's team that's had success, of course, in GT3 and GT4 racing this year. There's the BMW good to blast back into the race. So time lost, laps hemorrhaged, but the car can go back out by the look of it. And the David Fairbrother drama, I think I missed, but that was, by the sound of it, quite a big clang.
Yeah, we didn't get a replay of it. All we saw was the car coming back around the circuit with a little bit of damage to that side of it. Right, no idea as to where that was or how it had been seen. I think it escaped our cameras as far as we know at this stage, but yeah, clearly it didn't escape David Fairbrother, who, as we say, it sounds as though he's feeling it a little bit after that impact. But I'm sure once he's had the quick checkup, they'll be happy that he's walking wounded as such. So, Century Motorsport BMW heading back onto the circuit. It's been a bit of return to reality, really, for Nathan Freak, in particular this weekend, having been away enjoying himself, having got married and had a honeymoon recently, and all of a sudden it's back down to earth with a big bump, isn't it, at your next motor race meeting, as he has issues with the bits for the team and the car not arriving, and then the car stopping out on circuit. But they'll keep plugging away at it. They've been successful here in the past, and the Gulf 12 Hours have Century Motorsport, and they'll be hoping that they can at least then see that that is the last of their problems now at the wheel of the BMW. But of course, a chunk of time lost there. It does mean now that number 42 BMW is running down in 25th position and is about 6 laps adrift now of the lead.
Confirmation also that number 16 Porsche retired because of its damage, so another one for the marker of doom to cross it off the list, sadly. But in the meantime, the cars under the safety car continue, and 25 Christopher Hauser then awaits the news as to the safety car heading to the pit lane and the pace quickening. Now, the second place car is number 66 Mattia Drudi at the wheel of it. Philip Ellis, who's having a really solid race, isn't he? He's there again in third position in the Sun Energy won by SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes. Alessio Rivera, number 50 Ferrari, rounds fourth. Al-Fazal Al-Zubair Mercedes, the Get Speed entry, is fifth. And James Collado in number 71 Ferrari is in sixth. Seventh is Gilles Magnus, number 26, the red Santa-Lock Audi. Eighth is Marvin Kirchhofer for Garage 59, ahead of the similar car from the Inception/Optimum team of Ben Barnicoat. And 10th is Louis Pret in the AF Corsa Ferrari out of the AM class. Safety car does another lap. So I would have thought that we are almost in a position to get things back up and running. Now, whether it's taking a little longer because of a greasy circuit pass, into the pit lane has just come 51, Lewis Williamson. Now, why would you come in under a safety car unless you've got a problem? They're going to refuel it, but that can't count as a regulation stop. All they've done is a splash and dash. Splash and dash. It must have been running very low on fuel potentially, or they just wanted to get it topped up. When was that car last in? It would have been a while ago, I think, wouldn't it? Yeah.
So it was a very quick stop. So literally in a few seconds of fuel, back out again. So that will release it into some clear air. He'll try and catch the tail end of the train, but then Lewis Williamson is going to have a chunk of work to do again then on what is, again, looking at the amount of rain that came down, a green circuit, and a circuit which all of a sudden doesn't seem to have quite as many marbles on it.
We need a Century Motorsport update, don't we, to find out exactly what has gone on. Who better to answer it than a full-time BMW driver? Congratulations to Dan Harper.
Thank you, yeah. First race weekend for me as a factory driver for BMW, so it's a huge honour, of course, and the past 3 years in the junior team have been amazing, and it's brilliant just to make that next final step. But yeah, unfortunately with the car there, we had a problem with the clutch, and we had a little failure there, and our driver, it's his first weekend with the car, so a lot of experience missing, and unfortunately we needed to bring the car back to get the system reset, but we're back on track. And
No, let me stop you there, Dan. Let's just walk out the way, because I understand the crew might be going into work. The car just stopped, and I think it's got going again now.
Right, so obviously the problem is a bigger problem. It's not fully fixed. It's a real shame because the first few stints were going really well, and but I'm sure we'll keep fighting, and hopefully it comes better for us.
What do you make of this event, Dan? It's something special, isn't it?
It is awesome. I mean, first time for me here, and I mean, when you go out the back of the pit garage and you see all like the marina, you see the hotel, it's just amazing, and yeah, the track's awesome, so I'm loving it.
It's been a lot of hard work that you've had to go through to get to this. Porsche Carrera champion back in GB. We need to go further away. Let's just go over to here. There we go. We're fine now. Just so we can give the team chance to get the car into the garage. But you've been a BMW junior driver. They take care of a huge amount of your career, don't they?
They do, yeah. I mean, it's been the final stepping stone to get it to where I am now. And without that opportunity, I wouldn't be here. So it was an amazing 3 years. It was intense, of course, and we started right at the bottom with the 2 series at the Nordschleife, right up to now the GT3, and we almost had a podium in our first attempt in Spa. So it's been a real crazy roller coaster ride until now, and hopefully many years of this to go.
And are you based over in Germany now?
I had been for the past 2.5 years, but now I'm back home again. So I think since June this year I've been home. So loving being home.
I'll let you catch up with the team again, Dan, but thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Not a problem, thank you.
Dan Harper.
Alan, thanks. We're back racing then, and we have gone blasting away with Christopher Haase leading by just 2.4 seconds now from Mattia Drudi. Philip Ellis still runs third. And so with 8 hours and 38 minutes of the race to go, Philip Ellis there in the Sun Energy Mercedes under attack from Alessio Rivera. This is the fight for third place, then coming down towards the hairpin. The Mercedes to the inside in the traffic. Rivera not able to make a move, so he just lags back. The Italian GT champion waiting his move, but Ellis, for the moment, hangs on to the place.
He's doing a really good job, isn't he? That's a Pro-Am car that's running in the hands of Philip Ellis there in third position. He's trying to weave his way through and past Kevin Magnussen's Ferrari as the Mercedes gets wheel to wheel with Ferrari and has the inside line as heading towards the braking area for the chicane. Can he make it through? Still side by side into the first part of the chicane. Something's going to have to give at the second part, and Philip Ellis needs to be careful that he doesn't get run out wide, which allows potentially Alessio Rivera to try and squeeze his way through. So the Ferrari now draws itself alongside the Mercedes. The Mercedes trying to lap Kevin Magnussen, but now in danger of losing a place to the Ferrari in terms of position. He brakes as late as he dare at the wheel of the Mercedes. Hangs on to the place as they turn their way through turn number 9, but Kevin Magnussen there was not really making it easy. He doesn't need to, does he? It's up to Philip Ellis to try and find his way through and past the car, and absolutely Kevin Magnussen is not going to make it easy.
No, because again he's trying to race his own race and therefore do the lap time, so the former McLaren and Haas and Renault driver from Formula 1 terms trying to maintain that pace, which will be compromised if he gets out of the way. And of course, by getting out of the way, you're going to put yourself on the damper part of the road, which nobody wants to do. Interesting, though, that Rivera, this year's World Endurance Championship last year's GTE AM champion, has dropped back over the course of that lap. Now, having said all of that, there's a reason, because the leader is in, second is in, third is in, and fourth is in. So that's now going to put Alfazan Al-Zubair into the lead of the race, purely because this wave of cars ahead has all bailed for the pit lane.
Yeah, so that's the car that Lucas Stoltz was doing all of the work in the early stages of the race. The white and black number 77 Almanar Racing by Get Speed Mercedes picks up the lead of the race at this stage. So we've got 8 hours and 36 minutes still to go.
And the race-leading Mercedes then will take the P1 spot courtesy of Alfazan Al-Zubair. Kenny Harble is getting ready to replace Philip Ellis, who has been very impressive. And drama for number 7 by the look of it. That is Ben Barnicoat, is it not, who has got drama on the left side. Now, has he hit something or is it mechanical? It's a loose wheel. The wheel is trying to part company, look, on the front left corner. Now, Ben Barnicoat is something like, an hour or so into the stint. So it's not that it's just happened after a pit stop. Something has broken or there has been contact out on track. So, Alan, on your toes, I'm afraid your next task is to go to the Inception Garage. We will be presenting you with a Ben Barnicoat very shortly on an indeterminate number of wheels. Kenny Harble is ready to go in 75, and also back in has come number 93. Finally, that should be Eddie Cheever, shouldn't it, to take over that car? And Kevin Say gets out of the way. Of course, this is the next trend after we've had a safety car period. There's a whole wave of pit stops that have been stacked up because you can't make your imposed regulation pit stops under the safety car. Ben Barnicoat goes off track rather than try and make the chicane and risk the wheel falling off, so it's a slow in lap, and that again adds to the woes for that car.
It does, yeah, absolutely. It's had a few, hasn't it, over the course of this one. You're absolutely right. We have got that change. Eddie Cheever now jumping on board the Garage 59 number 93 machine. Martin Kodrich is back on board the 2C's number 1 Mercedes as that heads back out of the pit lane. Alfazan Al-Zubair still continuing to lead the way at this stage, and will have actually quite a reasonably handsome gap. He will lead by 13 seconds over the number 26 Santalok Junior team Gilles Magnus driven Audi now that moves up into second position. Marvin Kirchhofer at the wheel of the number 88 Garage 59 McLaren moves up to third, and therefore also picks up the lead of Pro-Am at this stage.
Back into the pits, Lewis Williamson. He did a splash and dash. Now he's come in for the imposed pit stop. So, Alfazan Al-Zubair from Gilles Magnus by 13 seconds, but Magnus was lapping quicker. This little battle that you're looking at here. Whoops, big spin. That is Kenny Harble on his outlap ahead of them. So the Australian driver has had a big lose at the end of the back straight down towards turn 6, and that is purely being fresh into the car and on cold tyres. He's hit the brakes, he's had a big lose, but thankfully doesn't hit anything solid, and Kenny Harble gets away. But things can just come out of nowhere, can't they? In the replay, he's well locked up, around he goes, but thankfully for him, keeps it away from anything solid.
Yeah, looking at the amount of times that those tyres were not spinning, might have caused himself a few issues with a couple of flat spots there potentially, so we'll have to wait to see. Ram Racing are back in as well, so Ian Logging, having concluded his second stint, is now back in at the wheel of the number 8 Ram Racing Mercedes. 52 is also in, which was in the hands of Gabriele Lancieri, so that car also heads in towards the pit lane. So who are we going to get back on board the number 8 car this time? We're going to cycle back through and get Morgan Tilbrook back on board and hang on to Mikael Grenier for the tail end of the race, or are they going to pop him in for the first time?
Don't know. I was trying to look at crash helmets there. I suspect they'll put Morgan Tilbrook back in, but it depends how long Ian Logging was in the car, because you've got to have that minimum 1 hour between getting out and back into the car, haven't you? So it depends how long Ian Logging was in, and I wasn't logging, no pun intended, the time he was in the car. Now, the Inception McLaren has only just arrived in the pit lane, so it has had a very, very long in-lap, but it has finally got here, and that last lap was a 3:38, so it's effectively lost a lap on its in-lap, so slowly didn't have to go, but it is at least back in the pit lane, and the lead gap is coming down demonstrably now, because that time around, over 4 seconds quicker than Al-Faisal Al-Zubair, was Gilles Magnus, who is still very much a TCR specialist, but goes really well in GT machinery these days, the Belgian driver, and he's hustling on in pursuit. So there's the Inception McLaren, fueling done, now it can be taken to the garage, and they'll try and address whatever the problem is, but that wheel is very easily coming off, isn't it? And you can see where the problem is. That's the race leader, but he's on borrowed time. Number 44 Porsche is in 28th place. The very rapid Alfred Renard behind him. He and his brother Robert, regular winners of the Creventic races and Dubai 24 Hours in the past. But wait to see if you get a shot the red Audi coming into the background, because that will be the chasing car of Gilles Magnus in second place. Now, I'm just wondering on the Inception McLaren, is it wheel or might it be top wishbone that's gone or something like that? And that's why you're getting the wheel sort of leaning over, but it's not going the opposite way, which would suggest that it would be a wheel issue. So I think it might be top wishbone potentially on that one that's maybe had the problem. Wipers still going there on the number 77 Al-Faisal Al-Zubair car. So let's hope that we haven't got any more rain coming over. A quick look towards the clouds suggests not, but we were very much caught out earlier on. Inspection there, the wheel is off, but they are inspecting the suspension more there, David. Yeah, I mean, as I said, after an hour and 10 minutes of a stint, yeah, clearly it's not a loose wheel in isolation, but it was trying to come off, so something has caused that, and the question is what? So the team are trying to get to the bottom of what may well have broken. Can it be repaired? Is it a new part? How much time is it going to cost us? Is it the end of the race, etc.? Over the line, Al-Faisal Al-Zubair is from 8.8 seconds, now 6.4 seconds ahead of Gilles Magnus. So he's not in jeopardy for the race lead yet, but of course that car owes us a pit stop, doesn't it, number 77? So again, it's running out of sequence, but that is not that far away from another stop. It pitted on lap 38. But now, I confess I missed a recent stop out of that car, but on the sequence, it will be not too far away from making another pit stop. Now that Al-Faisal Al-Zubair finally was able to get in for Lukas Stoltz, who'd done the bulk of the driving early on. He's got Alfred Renauer on the right of his trumpet as well, isn't he, at the moment? You see the rear wing on that Porsche sort of wobbling around there as it was coming down the straight. So race leader under pressure for the car that didn't really even get to the start of the race, did it? Had problems on the formation lap and is running down in 28th position overall, and is the best part of, what's that, 16 laps off the lead, but at the moment the pace of Alfred Renauer is matching the pace of the race leader, and the Porsche's not going away. They were both 1 minute 56s last time through. It's 1 minute 56.1 for Al-Faisal Al-Zubair in the race leading Mercedes. It was 1 minute 56.0 for Alfred Renauer. And then look in the background, also wanting to join in on the fun, is the number 51 2Cs Motorsport Mercedes. Alfred Renauer almost thought about having a look at the inside there. And there is also the 2Cs Mercedes that has caught the pair, so Renauer is being held up by the race leader. Strange a sentence as that might seem, but Al-Zubair's lap times aren't as good as the Herbert Porsche, which is quicker and with clear track space will be able to get through and pull away, and crucially, of course, unlap itself. So over the line they go, but in the background, Gilles Magnus from 6.4 seconds back, he's much closer again, 5.2. So as Al-Zubair goes defensive, so Gilles Magnus becomes part of that battle ever increasingly. Number 20 Mercedes back into the pit lane. Dominic Baumann in the SPS Automotive Performance car. Also in comes Louis Pret. And Ben Barnicoat in the garage, I think I'd already touched on. So race order on lap 95 is Mercedes from Audi, from McLaren, Marvin Kirchhofer up to third, James Collado, Ferrari now fourth.
Yep, so that number 61 car, Louis Perret, that's just come in, is the leader of GT3 AM. So that's the car that had been leading that class and had been leading it quite comfortably, actually, because second in that class, whilst Louis Perret was circulating in 5th place before he came into the pit lane, second in Pro-Am is way back down in 16th position. Emanuele Tabacchi is the car that is second in the GT3 AM category at this stage. So work going on in the pit lane. Dominic Baumann out of the car. Driver change taking place. That will only be, I think, the second change of driver in the number 20 car, because we saw a fairly long stint, if memory serves me correctly, from Valentin Peerberg. So should be the Austrian Martin Berry that will be jumping on board that particular car. It comes down off the air jacks, wait for the time to just tick away for the last few seconds, and then fire the car back down the pit lane. The Australian will go and into the race.
Yeah, he's based in Singapore, isn't he, these days, Martin Berry, but has done a lot of racing in Europe, but also in Asia Pacific. Ferrari champion, he's raced in the Audi Cup, and this year in the German Prototype Series as well. So Martin Berry gets his first stint behind the wheel of the car. That's another reason that many of the teams, when they have a Pro-Am lineup, will only single stint, because it makes sure that everybody gets a go behind the wheel. But as you've seen with other teams, that isn't always a guarantee. Toro Verde amongst them, and even Ripper-M in Pro. Still can't quite get over the fact that we've lost the two almost guaranteed race winners, as it were, so early in the race. And I suspect Mercedes AMG is smarting from that as well, because that is hardly the result expected. But honours now shift, an attention shift to this car potentially. Number 77, Alfaisal Al-Zubair. He's only 4 seconds to the good now. Gilles Magnus in number 26 is catching. That's the car that Simon Gachet and Lucas Legeret share with him, the red Santalog Audi, another of the Pro cars. And of course it's another registered for IGTC points, so it does have an effect, number 26, on the final outcome of the championship if it takes points away from this car.
Just having a quick look, because we did see the Ram Racing Mercedes back in, and that's still showing as Ian Loggy that's behind the wheel. Is that correct?
Could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe double stinting, is he then?
You've got the minimum time to do as a bronze. So you've got 2 bronze drivers in that, so they've got to do 2 hours and 20 each. So you can divide that up how you want, but as long as there's an hour break before you get back in the car. But potentially it makes sense, because if you've been out when it's a greasy road, stay in the car, because you know what the track feels like.
Know the conditions,
so,
yeah.
It would make sense in that respect if the driver is happy.
Yeah, so he stayed behind the wheel. There wasn't a driver change, it was just another one of the pit stops that was cycled through. I think before too much longer, who else might we see come into the pit lane? We notice we've now got the number 55 car in the hands of Jamie Stanley for the first time, so that is another car that runs in the AM category that we also sort of alluded to, the fact that Jamie Stanley is not slow. He's a silver graded driver for the moment, but he's about to be upgraded, isn't he? The FIA rankings have come out, and Jamie Stanley's not going to be a silver for much longer.
The driver gradings is another of those minefields, and I don't envy anybody that has to get involved in that, but it's always fantastic hearing from racing drivers, because they always tell you how good they are and how much better than their co-drivers and teammates and rivals they are, until they need to be graded, in which point, I should only be a bronze, I should only be a silver, and they would suddenly start to downplay their achievements. They're not known for being modest racing drivers, but when driver grading's involved, it's amazing how humble they can be. Now look at this, because through the traffic comes that Renault and Mercedes battle, but right up behind them is Gilles Magnus. 2.8 seconds the margin has come right down to, so a lead change is on here. The downside for Gilles is that he's going to try and find a way up through the traffic, but he's going the right way about it. His last lap was the car's best, a 1:52.5, so another second and a bit pulled back against Alfaisal Al-Zubair.
Yep, so he's going to sneak his way up the inside of the number 20 Mercedes, just manages to do that before they get in towards the chicane, so that's at least one of the back markers that he needs to deal with. That's Martin Berry, as we say, has only just taken over the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes, sees Gilles Magnus coming. The next car that needs to be dealt with is going to be the number 51 2 Seas Motorsport Mercedes, and that is James Cottingham that's behind the wheel for that one. But Gilles Magnus has still got a few more car lengths to try and close up before he can sneak his way through and past that one. Things still going on with the Moutran family as well. Another driver change just going on there for what is very much, as we heard from Alan Hyde, the family effort for the Moutran family. Nice to see them joining us for the Gulf 12 Hour for the first time. Let's hope that they're regulars in it at this stage. But for Gilles Magnus, cars to deal with. They're back markers, but we know they're not slow cars at the moment because they themselves want to try and see if they can catch back up with the race leader Al Faisal Al-Zubai and try and get a lap back.
Number 61, although the timing screen is showing Louis Pret, it has gone back to Conrad Grunewald. So again, they're using all of his drive time very early in the race. The leader's come over the timing line, 2.8 seconds. He's down to 1.5. So now Magnus is going to try and clear that traffic. He's got 2 back markers between himself and the race leader as they hustle on now out of turn 2 over the brow. There is number 26 then, Gilles Magnus, who would dearly love to get that car into the lead of the race. So in this 4th hour, we started it with the Santalot car in the lead. It could be a different Santalot car that leads towards the end of it. Up through the traffic they turn, out of the hairpin, back onto the power, and Gilles Magnus, man on mission, accelerates then down that back straight. But again, the Mercedes ahead wants to get past the Porsche, and Magnus needs to get past the pair of them.
Yep, so for the moment, he's now looking to try and squeeze his way through and past James Cottingham. A quick flash of the lights. He's got the inside line. James Cottingham sees he's coming, keeps the 2 Seas Mercedes out of harm's way. So there's now just one further back marker, and that is the purple Porsche of Alfred Renauer between Gilles Magnus and our race leader, the number 77 Al Faisal Al-Zubai Mercedes. You can see work going on still also there in the pit lane to Inception Racing, and Ben Barnicoat's McLaren that was brought into the pit lane with that sort of suspension damage. Last back marker being dealt with. Alfred Renauer almost now passed by Gilles Magnus, who's got momentum coming out of the corner, but he's on the outside line for the next right-hander, and then it's another right-hander after that. So Alfred Renauer not making it easy for Gilles Magnus, who is desperate to try and squeeze the Audi through and ahead of the Porsche so that he can then fully attack for the race lead.
Yeah, but it's a brave place to try on the outside line there, given how wet this part of the circuit is. You can see how much damper it is offline on this section of the racetrack, and Magnus now has dropped back, hasn't he, away from the Porsche ahead of him. Behind is Martin Kodrich, who is no slouch either, of course, number 1. Winner of the event in the past, and over the timing line goes the race leader. So 1.5 seconds the gap was. It's come down, but only by a gnat's this time. It's down by a 10th, 1.4 seconds between the top 2. Now, where out of all of this are those earlier double stoppers, as it were? 66 now, he's in 6th place. Number 50 Ferrari is in 7th. At 71, James Collado at the wheel in 4th place. And in fact, although the lead gap is coming down, as you can see, quicker than the pair in 3rd, because he's not got too much traffic to worry about, is Marvin Kirchhofer.
Yeah, apologies, I was saying it's James Cottingham. You're absolutely right, it's the pink flashes, so it is as you suggested, Martin Kodrich is behind the wheel of that Mercedes. Now this time Gilles Magnus got a good drive heading out of turn number 5, the Audi sitting firmly in the slipstream of the Porsche, which makes a reasonably big hole in the air. He shows the nose of the Audi to the Porsche, but still can't quite get the job done by the time they head in towards the chicane. And again, Alfred Renauer had managed to close up a little bit, back onto the coattails of the race leader Al Faisal Al-Zubai that time through. But this time through, surely Gilles Magnus will manage to squeeze through past the Porsche, because he's going to have the inside line as they head up towards turn number 9. Audi goes through. Finally, that's the traffic dealt with. So now Gilles Magnus can concentrate his efforts fully. He's been in 2nd for all of this period of time while he's been getting past those back markers, but now clear daylight between himself and the target ahead, which is the number 77 Mercedes.
So he should be able to catch relatively easy, but the overtaking will be interesting to see, because again, offline damp and slippy, but also the balance of performance should equate the cars, but not make it easy for him to overtake. Now that in the pit lane is a very disappointed team, draining everything out of the Porsche, and looking as though that's retirement then, as here is the lead fight, but Al-Zubai may well be bailing for the pit lane, which he does. So in he comes, and Gilles Magnus will take over the race lead, but it wasn't quite the fight on the track that we were anticipating, but Gilles Magnus then takes over the lead of the race now.
Yep, so Gilles Magnus is the best part of now, nearly 2 hours into his stint. Al Faisal Al-Zubai bails with about 1 hour and 10 minutes of his stint done, so that will be a change of driver there. So refuelling going on in the number 77 car. Now, who are we going to see jump on board this one? Lukas Stoltz started the car, but we haven't seen Fabian Schiller in there yet, so one would have thought he'll be the next in.
Yeah, and Schiller is quick as well, so that will keep the car in the game as well. So Gilles Magnus then leads the way. Lucas Leger is yet to drive that, hasn't he? So he's going to be due in to that car. New boots go to 77. Marvin Kirchhofer will inherit second place. James Calado will inherit third. The team manager of the number 93 Sky McLaren heading to the race director, and the stewards, I should say, because another track limits fourth infringement has been identified. So they've been up against it really in number 93 for track limit abuses and a spin. But that car dropping away now, 14th, having run really strongly in that opening stint with Chris Froggatt at the wheel. That's the new race leader then for the Santalok team. Gilles Magnus at the wheel, down towards the hairpin at turn 9, through the long left, and now round the marina, heading towards the W Hotel. Alfred Renauer behind, then Martin Kodrich, and Marvin Kirchhofer chasing along behind him. Kirchhofer's last lap was a 53.6, fractionally quicker than Gilles Magnus.
Yeah, traffic up the road as well for our race leader to deal with. Patrick Kolb will be the next of those that will need dispatching a further lap down at the wheel of the number 69 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. You can see it just up the road, so be another few corners at least before Gilles Magnus has got a little bit of traffic to deal with. But this has been a reasonably clear lap for him, hasn't it? Took the lead of the race as the number 77 Mercedes dived for the pit lane, and with clear road ahead and no traffic on that lap, 53.5, so maybe still not quite as quick, but remember, he is getting towards the end of his stint now, Gilles Magnus. He's the best part of 2 hours into this stint. He leads the way by 3.5 seconds from the garage 59, number 88 McLaren in the hands of Marvin Kirchhofer. Now, Marvin Kirchhofer was about a tenth of a second quicker than Gilles Magnus last time through. And third, lapping at a very similar pace also, is the lead Ferrari that we've got at this stage, which is James Calado on board the number 71 car. More pit stops taking place. Into the pit lane this time is the number 11 Ferrari. Emanuele Tabacchi is done with his stint.
Indeed, so I like the livery on that Ferrari. It looks a bit like the sort of Red Bull DTM style Ferrari livery, but in it comes, and Emanuele Tabacchi will hand over. So he's done exactly what's required of him. He has kept out of trouble. He's kept the car there or thereabouts in the class battle, and Tabacchi runs around the car. His work is done. A very successful Ferrari challenge racer, 3 times a champion, but this year a Porsche racer in the Italian GT Championship. So now the instruction given, driver change process can take place once the refueling is done. They are effectively 2-part pit stops. You do the fuel and then you do the other operation. And the mechanics rush around with the wheels, ready to put the new Pirellis on. Number 20, we saw Martin Berry take over. That car is being looked at for pit lane speeding, incidentally. So the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes, that's currently in 15th place, might be in a bit of strife. We'll wait and see. So Gilles Magnus is leading now, 3 seconds to the good, and comparable lap times. There's only just under a tenth really being traded between the two leading cars ahead of Kirchhofer, chasing Magnus.
Yeah, so that is going to be Nico Scrillo. Look, jumps on board the number 11 Ferrari, so he's just waiting patiently for the final few seconds and a bit of servicing to be done. Ferrari fires its way back down the pit lane and re-enters the race. And, yep, confirmation on the screens that it is indeed Nicola that's taken over that particular car. So, at the moment, out in front, leading the way. No real pressure, but maybe you could argue it's beginning to build a little bit, because over the course of that lap, Gilles Magnus, 1 minute 54.6, Marvin Kirchhofer, full second quicker. So all of a sudden, the gap is down to 2.1 seconds from first to second place. Need to keep an eye on that, and there we can still see that's Inception Racing work still going on around that front suspension and the brake disc area.
Is that a wheel bearing?
Don't know in reality. I couldn't quite see from the camera shot as to exactly what we're doing. 3 wide heading in towards the chicane. Alfred Renauer going wheel to wheel with Marvin Kirchhofer whilst they try and squeeze their way through and past Eddie Cheever at the same time. That all got sort of slightly tight and marginal there.
Didn't it? Keep an eye to this. Let me just quickly mention that last pit stop for 77 that put Fabian Schiller into the car. The pit stop was not the regulation time. It was 1 minute and 39 seconds, not 1 minute and 40. Now, you are allowed a 1 second joker pit stop, but having used it, that's it. So every pit stop from here on in has got to be good, but just bear that in mind. They've now used effectively that Joker pit stop by being 1 second under that regulation time. You can do that once, but once only.
And if you do it again, if it's another 1 minute 39, what's the penalty, David?
Then it is something like the time you are under as a penalty, but I can't remember if it's doubled.
Right, okay,
It depends on how much you're under
how
by.
much you
There's
are,
a sliding scale. But
yeah.
I shall double check for you.
Yeah, it was one of the things I did look through in the regulations, but there was so many pages of the regulation. It wasn't one of those that I tried to sort of abbreviate into my short little format that I do. Into the pit lane, we now also have one of the Porsches. That will be the number 42 Porsche. No, he says 42 Porsche. No, that is in the pit lane. So it's the Alex Fontana car that's in. So it's the 92, of course. 92. So this is the car that's leading GT Cup at this stage. So Alex Fontana having done a damn good job, as you would have expect from the man who's been running at the sharp end of GT World Challenge in the Silver Cup category and a former Euro F3 Open Series champion some years ago with Alex Fontana. So he is done with driving and he will be able to crack on back once more. Now, for Marvin Kirchhofer, he is tasked with trying to squeeze his way through past Alfa Renauer's purple Porsche, but Alfa Renauer is not making it easy here and is almost trying to fight back so that he doesn't lose the position, but it's not position they're fighting over because that Porsche lost so much time at the start of the race that it is nowhere within the reckoning because it's about 16 laps down, but didn't make it easy for Marvin Kirchhofer there. And now that Kirchhofer has dealt with one Porsche, just up the road is the next one that he needs to deal with, and that is going to be the number 69 car, the Herbert Motorsport car of Patrick Kolb. So that's the two Herbert Motorsport cars that he needs to deal with, and Kirchhofer wants to try and close down what was a diminishing gap. All of a sudden, from being 2.1 seconds, with all of this traffic to deal with, it's opened back up again because it's now up to 3.8 seconds between the number 88 McLaren and the race-leading number 26 Audi in the hands of Shield Magnus. 102 laps completed by our race leader, shortly about to be 103 laps completed, and we are now awaiting Philippa's latest update because we are now over 3,000 laps in total.
Yes, I can give you Philippa's fascinating fact. We have now had 100 laps completed by the leader. Total laps of all cars at the time was 3,019. Total pit stops 101. 13 different leading drivers in the lead of the race. And we've now had 3 full course yellow and 3 safety car periods, which added up are the best part of an hour, 59 minutes and 37 seconds. Alan.
I bring sad news. It's never good before the end of a long race to see mechanics and drivers shaking hands. Unfortunately, it's retirement for the number 7 McLaren. They've been working on the car. It's really had bad luck since the very start of before the start of the race, hasn't it?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they have stopped work on the car. Ben Barnicoat was looking on, and then I saw the handshakes coming, so I rather suspected that it was going to be game over. If I can find someone to have a little chat to and find out exactly the extent of the reason why, then I will.
So Ollie Milroy, I don't think ever got a drive, did he? He was being
he didn't.
Yeah, supported pre-race by Jan Mardenborough, Mark Higgins, who are here cheering him on, with whom he's been doing lots of driving in the region. They'd come to watch, but they don't get to cheer him on, which is a real shame. The answer to an earlier question about you can use a Joker pit stop once, anything up to 4.999 seconds is a drive-through.
Yeah.
And anything over 5 seconds is a stop-go.
Right, okay, thank you. Yep.
That's on pit stop time.
So what they need to make sure they do is stay the right side of the line again.
You only have to be a tenth over it, and it's better than a penalty, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, very much so.
Away goes 69, Patrick Kolb for Herbert Motorsport down the pit road. And we are almost at the end of the 4th hour, about 9 minutes or so away. So that remains number 66, 5th, Mattia Druni at the wheel of it. But again, that was a car that pitted so early, it's out of sequence with everybody else around it. But in terms of the other early stoppers, that was lap 3, 71 was lap 8, and 71 is ahead. So in real terms, James Collado is the best of those drivers that rolled the dice very early on.
Yeah, I think that's some of that is also down to the hard work that Alessandro Pierre Guidi did, and Antonio Fuoco didn't have a bad stint either, did he, behind the wheel of that car? He was right up there in the reckoning as well. There is the rather forlorn sight of the Inception Racing garage. You can see work has, as Alan suggested, entirely stopped on that car now. It'd be interesting to know if Alan can get a word with them exactly what the problem was, because even now, even though they know that there's no hope at all, they're still looking round that troublesome front left-hand corner.
I mean, I suppose it's curiosity as much as anything. What happens after an hour and a bit of a stint for that to suddenly happen?
Well, you also learn something as well. You know, if that's, you know, all of the teams will put life every single component on the car, and if that means that whatever has failed, they need to life it differently, then you bring it forward the amount of operational hours that component will do.
Alan has arrived in the garage, so news, I suspect, comes. But this, for the moment, is the leader. Right, Marvin Kirchhofer has just pitted as well, number 88, at the end of lap 104. That's out of second place, number 88.
So that will release Gilles Magnus into an extended lead of around about 9 seconds, I would have thought, now between himself and the car that will pick up second place, which will be James Collado. It also means that with Marvin Kirchhofer also heading in towards the pit lane, will he have to, albeit temporarily at the wheel of number 88 Garage 59 McLaren, will that move them out of the lead of GT3 Pro-Am? Because what we now need to see is where that number 88 McLaren feeds back out relative to Kenny Harble at the wheel of the number 75 Mercedes. Now, that might help the McLaren on the basis that Kenny Harble, straight into his stint, had the problem in the spin, but Alan has more news in the pits.
Finding a driver from car number 7 is difficult at the moment, but finding out that it was an upright failure is slightly easier. So that's unfortunately the reason why the car is retired, an upright failure.
Thanks a lot, Alan.
Alan.
I thought it was maybe top wishbone, but upright yet, so it's still suspension issue on that car. So such a shame for them, and unusual also that they're not able to fix that. Maybe it's a complex process, maybe they haven't got the parts, entirely don't know, but yeah, such a shame. Long old stint for Kevin Magnussen. He finally brings the number 43 Ferrari in towards the pit lane. He was another driver that had been behind the wheel of it for the best part of a couple of hours in that stint. So into the pit lane, new set of boots going on as the AF Corsa MDK Motorsport team service the number 43 Ferrari that had worked its way up inside the top 8.
So Kevin Magnussen's first proper GT3 stint done. And of course his father and Mark Farmer, the other drivers of the AF Corsa entry. No stranger to sports prototypes, Kevin. Last year at Le Mans, for example, before going back to Formula 1 and Haas this year. The car back down at the pit lane then, as the lead gap is now 9 seconds. This car leads the way still. Gilles Magnus ahead of James Collado. And Gilles has done a very good job, I would offer you, in this stint. He has been not only quick and has taken over the race lead, but he's also maintained a good pace and he's kept out of trouble, and he's brought this car, which was another early stopper, wasn't it? We were concerned about Simon Gachet losing a lap early on in the race, but he's brought it back into the reckoning, most definitely.
Yeah, considering that, you know, relative to the other drivers that he's dealing with, not that much sports car experience, finished third in WTCR over the course of this year, did Gilles Magnus, but yeah, putting in a really, really good stint and a long one as well. He's been behind the wheel of this car now for over 2 hours and 8 minutes. So I think of all of the cars that are still circulating, there's himself and then the number 25, the sister car to it, in the hands of Christopher Haase. They both have more than 2 hours behind the wheel now, which is way in excess of anybody else that's still out there at this stage. So with the 8-hour mark just over coming up, we have had some brilliant action already in the 11th running of the Gulf 12 Hours. So let's look back already at some of the things that have happened in the race. Well, we've got just 8 hours to go, which means that we're about a third of the way into this race. And so far, David, you know, we were expecting it to be an exciting race. It's probably had a few more twists and turns in the tails than we're expecting, not least of which problems for cars that arguably ought to have been running up the front, but also, where did the rain come from?
The rain was a complete blindsider, wasn't it? Nobody expected that. And I've got to say, I am amazed at the amount of mechanical woes that we've had, partly mechanical in terms of the Grupper M Racing Mercedes, partly this suspension related drama for Inception Racing, for example, because this isn't a circuit that's got massively high curbs like some circuits, and that surprises me. And the fact that accident damage you can sort of account for, but I'm surprised that you've had as many mechanical dramas as we have had, and for the two much favoured Mercedes to be out within the first, hour and a half, 2 hours of the race.
Yeah.
Absolutely extraordinary. Can't get my head around that at all.
Yeah, I mean, collectively, they only did, between the pair of them, they'd only done something like 70 laps, that's all, between the pair of them, so not much at all. Alan Hyde is down there in the pit lane, and I think has managed to hopefully catch up with somebody.
One of the drivers for the number 7 car, the retired car, who was at the wheel of the car at the time. Ben, what happened?
Unfortunately, we just had front left suspension failure. The upright broke. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but just had a mega restart on that last safety car. Jumped to second in Pro-Am, got past Kirchhoff. It was really fun actually, because obviously conditions were a bit slippery. I was riding, really enjoying it, and then just came out of turn 4 and it failed. So I think it was a result of some contact in Brendan's first stint. So yeah, you know, it was on the back foot, missed the grid. You know, pressure was high to try and get back to the front, and you know, had a little bit of contact. These things happen, but yeah, it is what it is.
You've been around motor racing for a long time. If you cast your mind back 12 months ago, a very, very different story.
Yeah, you know, obviously been fortunate enough to win this race overall for the last 2 years, and I think I was actually in sort of 3rd or 4th overall when we had the car fail. So even though we're in Pro-Am, I do feel like we had the pace, the lineup, and the car that Optimum Motorsport, Inception have done an amazing job with the car all weekend. I'm not saying we're going to win it overall, because there's some serious strong lineups.
I tell you what, the form book has been thrown out the window today.
Yeah, exactly. We were there, you know. It's a long way to go, but hey, you know, we're very lucky to be here racing. Like I said, I've won it twice overall, so you know, very fortunate to have done that. And I'm sorry that I can't do it again today.
I mean, it was almost like from the very start of the race, before the start of the race, it was bad luck from the word go, wasn't it?
Well, we weren't sure if we were seriously unlucky or lucky, because we had a crank sensor fail as we were going to leave for the grid, and you know, we were like, well, at least it didn't happen on track or in a pit stop, because then we would have been toast. You know, it would have taken a long time to repair. So we're like, okay, we'll get our marbles back together and we'll get back in the race, and that's exactly what we'd done. We were right in the front of Pro-Am, and then, you know, our second issue struck, and yeah, that's us done for the day. So yeah, it is what it is. Wish the best of luck to everyone else.
Now, I know you like your sport, so did you stay up and watch the England match last night?
It depends who asks.
It's just between you and me, Ben.
I might have had a cheeky look, and yeah, I was a little bit upset. Well, it was one of those, you know, you want to see how it's going, so I couldn't quite sleep. But yeah, unfortunate to see England go home, and looks like the bad luck's rolled over to us there.
See, I wasn't brave enough. I decided, no, it's a long day today. I mean, with hindsight, you needn't have worried, need you?
Yeah, yeah, you know, obviously I was in bed, I wasn't watching it on TV, I was just checking the score, because we are here to do a job.
I was doing the same.
Yeah, we are here to do a job, but yeah, obviously.
Hey, what do you make of Charlie Sauder, eh?
Charlie Sauder, yeah, his World Final was great this year. Nice to see it.
It's a challenge.
Yeah, it was nice to see him do a good job and take it to Tom Harris. You know, huge British Formula 1 fan. I'm sure Addison up in the commentary box has got a big run in his face. I'm saying this.
You're such a pro, Ben, really you are.
Hey, listen, if you've got 4 wheels and an engine, I'll have a go, and I just love winning and racing in whatever I can.
You're a top man. Thank you very much indeed. That was thrown to me by Addison to ask you. That you knew it would be.
Yeah, I thought so when it came in. And I hope they're having fun up in the com box.
We always do. I mean, in fairness, what's not to like about this event, eh?
Oh no, it's incredible. You know, we're so lucky to get to come here and do this race. The venue and the facility has got to be the best or one of the best in the world, and the track layout's also very nice. It's a race I love doing. I've been lucky enough to do it. This is my 4th time, and hope to do it many more times in the future. I'm still young, got a lot of years ahead, and definitely got a few more wins in me, that's for sure.
You're always a pleasure to talk to, Ben Barnicoat. Thank you very much indeed. There we go. Ben Barnicoat, you know, I saw Ollie. I'm going to have a quick chat to Ollie at the back of the garage, just very, very, very quickly. I'm sorry. I'm going to just have a very quick word with you, Ollie, because clearly we're not going to get the opportunity to chat as many times during the race as I thought we would. But ultimately, disappointment. I'm sorry for all of you.
Yeah, it's really disappointing. It's like I said before the start of the race, that it's a long race and a lot can happen. Number one thing in endurance racing is to not hit anything, and unfortunately we had a bit of contact. Brendan had a bit of contact at the start. It could have led to this. It might just be a failure, we don't know yet. We need to get the car back and have a proper look into it, but yeah, it just didn't go our way really right from before the start of the race.
I always wonder this now. What do you do? Do you now change plans? The race is over, so what do you do?
Go to the water park.
Is that what you do? Is that what you do?
To be honest, if we were fighting for a championship, the guys would be flat out getting an upright on it, and we'll be away. It's, you know, it was probably only another sort of 5 or 10 minutes in the box, but we're not. So we've decided to save the mileage on the car, save the 8 sets of tyres, and the car now will be shipped off to America for Daytona in January. So it was just a decision that we made to, you know, that's it, call it a day. Yeah, and
all the decision being made. It's never a good sign before the end of a race when the team are sort of giving each other slaps on the back. It's disappointing.
Yeah, it's really disappointing as well, because we had all the ingredients. You know, we had to start from the pit lane. We'd worked our way back up. We got a lot of Brendan's minimum driving time out of the way, and we were at the time running 2nd overall, I believe, or 2nd or 3rd overall. So we were like right up there fighting with the Sun Energy Merc for Pro-Am lead, so it was looking really good, and we were getting pumped up. We were back in it, and then just as soon as you get up there, bang, you're back down there again. It's
the highs and lows of motor racing.
Of course, yeah. Like we said earlier, we're used to it. Been in it a long time, long enough to know that it's not over right until that you pass that checkered flag at the end of the day.
Exactly that. I've been hugely amused. Final question. I've been hugely amused because you're so busy and you've been all over the place. You haven't had a huge amount of family time, but you've been sending a cardboard cutout of Ollie to various events.
Yeah, that's right. My wife got fed up with going to events on her own, and she ended up going to the SRO because we won the Gold Cup Championship and GT World Challenge this year. So she ended up going to the SRO Awards without me and thought, well, this is weird, going to Ollie's awards thing without Ollie. So she took a cardboard cutout of me, and that's it. That's kind of like he's replaced me at home now. And
Have you been in the car today?
I haven't, no.
So you could have had the cardboard cutout here.
Yeah, he would have done just as good a job today, wouldn't he? Yeah, he would have done just as good a job. So
you're a great sport. Thank you very much indeed. It's sad, but drivers are smiling. They've still got a sense of humour.
Absolutely, Alan, thank you. Just to also add to that, the SRO Awards, the cardboard cutout of Ollie Milroy came up on stage, so the team came up to receive the trophies with this cardboard cutout. I did a double take. I tell you, the cardboard cutout didn't do a great interview, but anyway, it was there.
Brilliant.
I'd also better explain for people that aren't aware of all of what we're talking about. Charlie Sauder is the Brisker Formula 1 stock car world champion. He won it in September. I think he's the youngest ever third-generation Sauder racer. Absolute little star. It was a great race, and Ben Barnicoat, as a proper Brisker F1 student, is aware of Charlie Sauder's prowess as well. Well done, Alan. Good stuff in the pits.
The one thing I was amazed with, you know, Ben Barnicoat seems to have been around forever.
I know what you mean, yes.
He's still only 25 years of age.
Yes.
It seems a long, long time ago since he was part of the Racing Steps Foundation.
Yeah, I mean, you forget how young drivers are in karting, and how, because of junior categories these days, how quickly they pop out of karting into four wheels, into car racing. But yeah, you're right. The adjunct to that is it makes us feel even older, doesn't it?
No, absolutely, yes. I couldn't agree more. Alan? No. So James Collado then, leading the way at this stage. 113 laps now completed by the number 71 AF Corsa Francorchamps Motors car. So he leads the way and has a very comfortable lead now from Christopher Haase, who is still at the moment on lap number 212 completed at this stage. So there's about a minute gap, 64 seconds gap between first and second place. Mattia Drudi is there in third in the Audi.
Yeah, Christopher Haase, I think, is just over the line now, so he's 64 seconds back, 113 laps now done. And Christopher Haase's car, when did that last make a stop? Did on lap 49, certainly. It will have made another one subsequently, so that car is currently shown as having had Christopher behind the wheel for 2 hours and 19 minutes, but of course that's not a stint, although it's shown as a stint time. What they're doing is adding the times that the driver stays into the car, not an individual stint. So what I can't instantly tell you is how far off a pit stop he is, but if you break that down for an hour and, 9 minutes or so, then he can't be that far off another pit stop. Christopher Haase in second place, can he? Only another couple of 3 laps.
No, so it's going to be, 2 or 3 would probably do it, I would have thought. Yes, absolutely, at this stage. In terms of Pro-Am, well, the number 88 Garage 59 McLaren still leads Pro-Am at this stage in the hands of Alexander West. So we saw Marvin Kirchhofer doing good work at the wheel of that car, and the catalyst and the key to understanding what was going to happen with the battle in Pro-Am was to understand where the number 88 McLaren fed out relative to the number 75 Sun Energy won by SPS Mercedes in the hands of Kenny Harble. And well, it looks as though that spin for Kenny Harble probably was sufficient with the time that he lost there, that he couldn't get himself back into the lead of GT3 Pro-Am once more. So it is still the McLaren 7th overall that's the Pro-Am leader. The number 75 Mercedes is second in Pro-Am, running in 9th place overall, and third in Pro-Am is the Sky-supported McLaren, the number 59 car in the hands of Eddie Cheever at the wheel of the 93 McLaren, who was a late call-up last year, wasn't he, Eddie Cheever? He was, in January, we say last year, it's January, where he was here over doing some driver coaching. He'd got his crash helmet with him, and all of a sudden, because somebody else fell foul with COVID, he was scooped up to compete.
It wasn't even driver coaching for the Gulf 12 Hours, was it? It was for the Ferrari Challenge, and he ended up, because he was here, being offered a drive within the Gulf 12 Hours itself. So, with temperatures going back up again after that rain shower of an hour or so ago, James Collado leads the way by a good margin now, 67 seconds. That gap is going up, but both of these cars are relatively close to a pit stop. Christopher Haase, I think, is the more imminent of the two, but that's going to throw the advantage potentially back the way of number 50 Ferrari, because that will stay out longer. Into the pit lane comes the leader, and you see how a pro driver attacks the pit lane, because James Collado slides through that last corner at pit in, and only when he gets to the line does he slow the car right down. The team at AF Corsa await, and so in comes number 71 then at the end of lap 115.
Yeah, and I don't think it'll be that much longer before we see the second place car come in as well, because Christopher Haase, since he first jumped on board that car to this point now, it has been 2 hours and 22 and a half minutes. So that will have included a pit stop in there, but it was a double stint in reality for him. So the stint time that we're seeing keeps ticking, even though in reality, if he's come in and ticked off one of the mandatory pit stops, enforced pit stops, it still should start from zero again. But he, in reality, needs to be in within the next 7.5 to 8 minutes, doesn't he? To make sure that he complies with the regulations. So our race leader, James Collado, in. Christopher Haase, who will take up the lead of the race at the wheel of the number 25 Audi Sport Team Santaloc machine, will shortly be following him. And then we need to try and work out as to what's going to happen with the number 66 car of Mattia Drudi, because he's been behind the wheel for quite a considerable time now as well.
Yeah, Mattia Drudi shown as having been behind the wheel for an hour and 3/4. So that's a sort of stint and a half, really, that he's been behind the wheel of the car for. James Collado getting ready to blast back out again. Christopher Haase has just gone over the timing line, so he's into his next lap. So he's staying behind the wheel, stays out there. And the race leader then, 115 laps done. James Collado's Ferrari sets off back down the pit lane. Ready to go back out on track once more then. So we should now have 25 having taken over the lead of the race in the Audi. So Christopher Haase, and I suspect also Mattia Drudi now up into second place. That should have tripped over with the Ferrari being in the pit lane. Alessandro Pierguidi now takes over.
Yep, so he'll be in for his second stint. Did good work behind the wheel of that car in the early stages. Of course, we did see Alessandro Pierguidi start behind the wheel of the number 71 car, so he'll be looking to try and pick up where he left off. It shouldn't be too much of a trouble for him. Huge amounts of experience, Alessandro Pierguidi, over the years. Now, who is leading AM at this stage? We haven't really picked up on that for a while. It is in 8th place overall at the moment, the AM class leader. So that is going to be Konrad Grunwald at the wheel of the number 61 AF Corsa Ferrari. That's the car that's sort of very dark green to the front of it. It's white towards the tail end of it, and it's got day-glow orange lines in between the two differences of those colours. So that's the car that leads GT3 AM at this stage, and it is comfortably leading it because it is 8th overall in the race, as I say. 17th overall in the race is where we see the car that is second in GT3 AM at the moment, which is Nicolo Ciro. And third in GT3 AM is going to be the number 55 AF Corsa car in the hands of Jamie Stanley.
Right, there goes the leader, who has probably only got really 1, maybe 2 at the absolute most laps before he runs out of drive time here, Christopher Hauser. Mathieu Drudi and also Davide Rigon, both being given 5-second penalties on the next pit stop for track limit offences. So the cars that are second and third will be making slightly longer pit stops next time around because of the track limit penalties being added as the 5-second penalty. And Alessandro Pierguidi is then now in 5th place, behind Fabian Schiller, and make that 6th because Lucas Legere, who took over from Gilles Magnus, has also now got ahead of him on that last round of pit stops.
Yeah, both Santalok cars have been going rather well, haven't they? Yes, they've dropped down through the order subject to when they've pitted, but most of the time they've been certainly inside the top 10 and hovering, I would say, inside the top 8 for a good chunk of this race. So going well for both of those particular cars at the moment. So over the start-finish line will come for another lap very shortly.
Yeah, and again, they got both of the cars through that first pit stop early on in the race, didn't they? So they're sort of in the same battle as the Grupper M cars would have been, but as Audi 66 is, and also Ferrari 71 is. So number 50, Davide Rigon, back at the wheel of it. That's the kind of interloper, really. The rest, it's a proper battle.
It is, yeah. He didn't pit, did he? He stayed out for literally the first hour and a quarter, didn't he, Davide Rigon? And it did mean also that they split the strategy, of course, between the 50 and the 71 car. Well, the 50 is running in third at the moment, but Davide has been over 50 minutes into this stint now. The 71, as we know, is literally only just coming in very late, very quick into the pit lane. Came Christopher Hauser, almost ran out of room.
Well, I said about James Collado coming in sideways. Christopher Hauser very nearly went back out, so he's in the nick of time, really. So number 25, Christopher Hauser, then comes down the pit road, and that's at the end of lap 117 for Audi number 25. So at the moment, there's a sort of 10-lap difference between the two Santalok Audis in terms of when they're pitting. So now it's start time, as the race is starting to get into more of a pattern, it starts to determine now what stint they're on. We'll start planning all of this. As number 66, Mathieu Drudi then takes over the race lead, and he has been behind the wheel of the car for an hour and 49 minutes. So he's got time on his side, as I would imagine now, number 25 is probably going to be taken out. Yes, it is, by Owen Bastard, who arrives on the scene. So he's the one driver that hasn't driven it yet, and this will be his first proper go in a GT3 car. So this is going to be interesting now to see whether he can keep the car in the mix.
Yeah, well, he's been doing great things, hasn't he, in GT4 French Championship this year and the European GT4 Championship, and Santalok doing what they do with so many of their drivers, bringing them up from the lower categories into their junior GT3 team. And for Owen Bastard, it's a good shop window, Alan, isn't it, in reality? One-off race. You could argue no pressure because of the format of this race, but he'll be wanting to do a reasonable job for the team in terms of the fact that they are also scoring points for the Intercontinental GT Challenge as well as the Gulf 12 Hour.
Exactly, so Owen Bastard's going to be fascinating to watch in this stint, and that car due down the pit road. 66 Mathieu Drudi then takes over the race lead and is 7 seconds to the good over Davide Rigon, who will be next in the queue in the Ferrari. Down the pit road now goes 25 Audi, ready to rejoin. And as the cars work lap 118, the Audi has gone down the pit road, back into the race. So the pit lane for the moment clear. and that it becomes number 66 now, the leading car once again, as it did at the end of the opening lap. It has had another brief spell in the lead, puts itself back into the mix. So Mathieu Drudy leads the way, David Irigon chasing after him. But yeah, against expectations perhaps, the pendulum has swung Audi's way.
It has, yeah. I mean, it just wasn't on my radar, the fact that we would have so much trouble for the Mercedes earlier on, and the fact that, well, straight out of the box really, the the Audis were very, very quick. You think what was happening on that first lap of the race, where we got Kelvin van der Linde pushing as hard as he possibly could to try and take the lead of the race overall. As it was, he did, but only because the two Mercedes instantly died for the pit lane at the end of the first lap. But that sort of showed just the pace and the aspirations that Audi have to see if they could scoop up what for them would be a second ever win as a manufacturer in the Gulf 12 Hour. Of course, the only other time we saw Audi head to the top step of the podium was when Attempto Racing ran what was the 2019 iteration of this race. So 118 laps now completed by our race leader. We've still just had the 3 full course yellows at this stage, the 3 safety cars, and all of that equating to almost an hour into.
Right, next car to the pit lane is the 99 Alex Arca Audi, and it's got a problem. Onto the dollies it goes. So number 99, Alan, yeah.
It has got a problem. It's a gearbox problem.
Oh dear.
The team just tipped me the wink that the car was going to be pulled into the garage. That's exactly what's happening now. So on the dollies into the garage, and with a gearbox problem, we can presume that's not going to be a very quick stop.
No, and it's only been out for something like about 8 laps, I think, in between pit stops to put Alex Arca back in the car. So a short stint and with a problem, in it has come. So that car, very, very disappointing. I've just said it's pendulum swings Audi's way. Suddenly we get an Audi with a problem. So
I know, and it must be really tough for that car as well, because that's the car that had all those problems over the course of qualifying, which meant that they didn't have as many laps as being clean and acceptable laps because of the issues with circuit limits, which meant that it started as the very last GT3 car on the grid in 30th position. It carved its way up through the order, and all of a sudden they find themselves, I'm afraid, in the garage. This is a car that did lead. It led 10 laps earlier on in the hands of Alex Arca, so from lap number 62 to lap number 76 actually, so it was 14 laps that the car led, but I'm afraid that is probably going to remain as the only laps that car will lead at the moment. The sister car, though, still going beautifully well in the hands of Matteo Drudy, who is leading by 7.4 seconds from David Irigon, who is there in second place in the Ferrari. Alan.
Did I say it was going to be a really long stop? They've just wheeled the 99 car back out onto the pit apron, and whether it's to turn the car round and put it into the garage or to send it on its way. So maybe it was a very simple electronic problem. And that has been resolved, because lighting up the tyres and leaving pit lane, 99 back on its way.
Okay, well, back out it goes. That's the good news, isn't it? So Alex Arca blasts back into the race.
Seriously, I have never seen 2 black streaks quite as thick as the 2 that have been left by the 99 car.
11's down the pit lane then, okay. So the good news is he's back in the race, but again, that car is now effectively 3 laps down. The Gosner family cycling through the next pit stop as well. And more battling out on track as Alexander West then tries to fend off number 69 Porsche, the Ralph Bone car. Right, there's another wave of people being given 5-second penalties here for more pit infringements, but I don't think it's going to affect the overall battle. But again, the pit stop penalties of 5 seconds for track limit offences are coming. We've now got 120 laps in the book.
120 laps in the book and a 7.5 second lead for Matadidri over David Arrigon. Fabian Schiller at the wheel of the number 77 Mercedes, still sitting there in third place as well. Now he's 16.7 seconds off David Arrigon in second place, and there's a further 9.3 seconds back from Fabian Schiller, who's there in third, back to Lucas Leggeret, who is about 26 minutes into his first stint at the wheel of the number 26 Santaloc Junior team. Alessandro Pierguidi in the number 71 of course a Ferrari is running there in fifth position. He is also early into his stint, remember, it's only 10 minutes ago that he took over that car, but he is just 1.7 seconds behind Lucas Leggeret, and last time through he was 1.8 seconds quicker than him, so the fight for fourth and for fifth is certainly closing up at this stage. And are we going to see the number 71 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi go through and take fourth place away from Lucas Leggeret? We'll have to wait and see, because you could just see there as they came underneath the hotel, the gap between them was not a great deal at all. So it's the red and black Santaloc Junior Team Audi being hunted down by the largely red Ferrari with the big yellow stripe all the way down through the centre of it. So we briefly caught a glimpse of that little squabble for fourth and fifth place.
The Garage 59 Sky liveried McLaren is back down the pit lane, number 93, Eddie Cheever. It might be that time is flying, but it doesn't feel as though he's been in the car for that long, Eddie Cheever. But let's see, because he has done his first stint in the car, but I think it's about right. It just, I suppose, with pit stops coming thick and fast all the time, as people are on different strategies now, on different cycles, it all feels a bit different. Whoops, way out wide there goes the Ferrari. 55 runs out of road, gets back onto the road. Is that Jamie Stanley?
It is, yeah.
Oh dear, he shouldn't be doing that. But Jamie in the thick of the battle, trying to work his way through the traffic. Former GT4 champion in British GT, but these days racer, team proprietor, and he's got himself caught up now behind Ian Loggy, behind the wheel of the evocative Ram Racing Mercedes, underneath the hotel now.
And that will be for position as well, won't it? That will be for 17th and 18th position that those two are fighting. So
the Mercedes
Stanley was ahead, wasn't he? Yeah.
Right, Eddie Cheever out of the McLaren. And is that going to put Chris Froggatt back in? Because they've all done a stint now, haven't they? Into the pit lane comes the race leader then. Mattia Drudi at the end of lap number 122 comes down the pit road.
And also, David Arrigon is in from second position as well. So into the pit lane comes the number 50 Ferrari. So first and second are both in. That might well now put Fabian Schiller into the lead of the race, potentially.
It should do, because Fabian Schiller has now done 23 laps in his stint, so he's got time left in order to stay out there. 99, Alan was talking about how energetically Alex Arca blasted back into the race. Well, his pit lane speed has been noted. You don't note things that aren't interesting or stand out. So there's a possible pit lane speeding investigation there to go on, but the sister car is being refueled, and Mattia Drudi for the moment is behind the wheel, stays behind the wheel, but is he going to be replaced? Let's see. Yep, door opens.
Is there a technical term in race control, fully lit? Because it was absolutely fully lit.
Well, everybody thinks it was of a zealotry worth investigating. So the pit lane speed has been noted, and 66 now gets the screen cleaned and is about to go back down the pit road. Number 50 likewise, David Arrigon.
So what I'll do, once the 66 car has left, I'll get the cameraman to show you the black lines that were left in the pit lane by the 99 car, because they are exceptional.
Okay. Right, 66 blasts away. So that car down the pit lane, number 50 Ferrari. They were 7 seconds apart when they came in. It looks less than 7 seconds now, and that is because 66 had an extra 5 seconds to serve in the pits.
Hopefully you'll cross over to the camera down in the pit lane, and we are showing you those black streaks of rubber that were left by the Audi when it left pit lane. So
oh, blimey.
Yeah, right, okay. I wasn't joking, was I?
No.
That's a couple of quid's worth of Pirelli left on the pit lane floor there.
He needs to get back and sign it. That's what we do in Orpington.
Alan, thanks very much. Right, so it's 77 Mercedes now that takes over the lead, and the reason, just to make the point again, that the gap has come right down is because an extra 5 seconds had to be served in the pit lane by number 66. Calvin van der Linde has taken over at the wheel of that car and has got the number 50 Ferrari with the Dane Nicholas Nielsen behind, tucked up with him as well now, so that gap much reduced.
Now when Fabian Schiller comes in as well, David, if memory serves me correctly, that car was short on its pit stop last time through. It's shown the last pit stop was 1 minute and 39 seconds, so even when Schiller comes in, that will remain stationary for an extra period of time, will it? Or is no, that's the Joker one, isn't it?
That's the Joker pit stop.
That's the Joker
that
one.
is the last
so they
pit
can
stop.
Still, yeah, so that's their one and only roll of that dice.
Correct, but from here on in, they've got to be 1 minute 40 and a bit.
And I noticed in the pit lane as well, also those cars that were fighting at the time for positions just towards the tail end of the top 10 are in as well. So Jamie Stanley has brought the number 55 Ferrari in, the Ram Racing Ian Logie driven, number 8 Mercedes is also in the pit lane, and Century Motorsport are back in as well. So Dan Harper has come in at the wheel of the number 42 at BMW. Hopefully its trouble's now behind it.
Yeah, but so much time lost.
Yeah.
It is in 27th place, and it is way down in terms of laps completed. Is that number 8 coming in as well? No,
75. 75.
It is 8, is it? Thank you. So Ian Logie to give way. And also, I think I've just seen Kenny Harble come down the pit road. Alan's task was to go and have a word with Kenny. He can ask him about that spin on his outlap, because that was quite a moment, wasn't it? An hour or so ago.
It was, yeah. He'd only just taken over the car and had a big spin, and as he's at that end of the pit lane as well, that's where maybe he might be able to catch up with Peter Cox as well, because I think Peter's that similar end of the pit lane, is he not, if memory serves me correctly, where his team is based.
Which end of the pit lane?
Kenny Harble end, I think, is to have a word with Kenny Harble about the spin on his lap, and I think Peter Cox is that end of the pit lane as well, Alan.
Which is which end of the pit lane?
Pit lane exit end.
I'm down the other end, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Well, you've got 7 hours, 29 minutes and 48 seconds to go. Even your little legs can get in that direction, I'm sure. Yes, you see, you asked for a challenge a while ago. We offered you Brendan Aribe, Peter Cox and Kenny Harble. We haven't heard from any of them.
No, I know. Honestly, I've been working tirelessly to fulfil my obligation, and I failed on all of them. Very sorry.
Well, you are, for the moment, forgiven, Alan. But only for the moment.
I was going to suggest it's a very weak case for the defence there, really.
No, I've just put my hands up. I'm guilty.
2 C's are in as well. You could just see right the way down at the very bottom of the pit lane, so pit lane entry end. Then we have James Cottingham has brought the number 51 Mercedes in towards the pit lane. So 2 Mercs sitting there in the pit lane. Other than that, everybody else still out there on circuit, and we are very shortly about to chalk 125 laps into the pit lane. Now, who's taken over the number 75 Mercedes as it exits the pit lane? We'll get some sort of indication. It's going to be Philip Ellis, who was no slouch at all when he had his first stint at all, David, was he?
No, absolutely. I mean, he is very much the gun for hire in that car. The Anglo-German-Swiss driver, he's done the bulk of his racing in mainland Europe. So from UK perspective, he's rather ignored, but he's a very competent driver, Audi TT Cup champion a few seasons back before he made the graduation to GT racing, and was racing the DTM, of course, since it became a GT3 kind of category, and a very quick driver indeed. The other one to keep an eye on is Owen Bastard, still looking for his lap times, and his last lap was a 1:54, so he's there or thereabouts. He's in the ballpark in his first stint, the GT4 European Series champion, French GT champion, of course both won with the Israeli Rui Mir Hassan. Away now blasts number 51 that James Cottingham brought into the pit lane.
And for someone that's been driving GT4 all year, when you come to a circuit like this, you know, we were saying how quick this circuit is in parts as well. So when you're jumping out of a GT4 that you're used to into the GT3, which the aero is enormously different, the brakes are enormously different, and on a circuit like this, I would imagine that's going to take a while to adapt. Yes, they've had plenty of track time over the last few days, but he's on it straight away. That's a good sign from a young driver.
No, that's what I keep saying. It's going to be interesting to see, and it's positively interesting. You know, he's not coming up short right now.
Not at all.
You can understand why. Okay, he may well have had some testing, courtesy of Santalot, but Alex Arca, in contrast, number 99, is being given a 10-second pit stop time penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So Alan pointed out the enthusiasm with which he left the pit lane. Well, he can spend longer in it next time. The car's down in 17th place, but there's a 10-second penalty ready for number 99.
Well, I hope I'm not responsible for that. I hope I didn't draw attention to it.
You've never been described as responsible. Don't start now.
It's a very good point, well made.
Yes.
Thank you. I feel better now.
Yes, indeed. But you can ask him all about it on his next pit stop. Alex, I seem to remember, was a bit of a character in January, wasn't he? Because he kept having track limit offences, but was honest about it all. You know, he held his hands up and said, "Yeah, it's down to me, and I'm really sorry for the team, and I just got carried away." And he didn't try and hide the problem or say, "No, it's a silly rule" or whatever. You know, he's not guilty. He just held his hands up and was quite honest about it. He's been another absolute star in esports GT racing that SRO operates, silver champion in esports in our competitions there this year. Right, time to take breath almost, isn't it? 7 hours and 26 minutes remain, still a long way to go, but an awful lot's been happening thus far. And right now, number 77, there it is, Fabian Schiller leads the way, and bizarrely, it is the one car now upholding Mercedes AMG honour in the face of Ferrari and Audi opposition.
Absolutely, yeah, in the face of adversity, this is the one that is flying the three-pointed star at the moment. Fabian Schiller doing a very good job. He's 8 seconds up the road from the second-place car, which is Alessandro Pierguidi. Another raft of pit stops just about to happen as well, as Pablo Bolghini brings the number 49 Porsche into the pit lane. That car is running in 28th position as things currently stand. It is third in the Cup class. We have also got him the Martin Kodrich 2Cs Motorsport Mercedes right the way down the pit lane, and also 52 is in as well by the look of that one, which is the Gabriele Lancieri Ferrari. I'm not surprised with that one because it's been a fairly long stint actually for Gabriele Lancieri. He'd been out there for quite some time at the wheel of the 52 car.
I may have missed this, but I'm assuming we are now accepting the retirement of the David Fairbrother Porsche, also just being pushed away 51. So Aaron Walker, junior saloon racer turned GT racer, was at the wheel, and that car has been pushed into its garage. So people are still having problems, seemingly, and again, I'm surprised by that element of the race. You know, it hasn't got that many start-stop elements that are going to go through the transmission. It's a relatively flowing circuit. It's certainly a fast circuit. We're not having huge numbers of accidents, and yet people are suffering mechanical woes, aren't they?
Yeah, it's unusual, isn't it? It makes you scratch your head. You know, is it a case of that the season is that little bit longer, and therefore, you know, what they have done with some of these cars is probably not get them back to the workshop. They've taken them from run race meeting in Europe, popped them in the crate and brought them over here, so the prep has been done locally at the circuit rather than back at the workshop. Is that having an impact? I simply don't know, but I am surprised, the same as you, that we've had a few more cars, and some of that will also be to do with the fact we're going to have more cars because the entry list is bigger this year.
Yeah, but keeping out of trouble, like we've been saying all weekend, whether it's mechanically, whether it's in terms of penalties, absolutely crucial in all of this. Number 49 is good to go. Pablo Biolghini, as you say, brought it in.
Cockpits of the car as well.
Okay.
That car was at a stop. I didn't see exactly what they were doing. It was quite quick, but a little bit of extra work on that pit stop.
All right, thanks, Alan. David Fairbrother's Porsche is out, isn't it? You told us that. And
yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
What I will do, I will try and get a little update as to how David is, because he was in a little bit of pain with his lower arm and went off for a check to the medical centre. So I'll see if I can get a little update.
You could also perhaps start a crowdfunding page for a new pair of lucky pants for him, because clearly that pair didn't work.
No, he wears stripy pants for luck. And once he was regaling me with the story yesterday that he once did an interview just in his underpants, I think racing in America. So we are spared that today, but maybe the pants that he was wearing today weren't quite so lucky.
More pants-related news to come.
Well, another one of those, same time tomorrow.
Yes, quite. So David Fairbrother and team, sadly, out of the race. We've lost the Inception McLaren, the EBM Giga Racing Porsche, which didn't look that badly damaged. That was a retirement, and the two Grupper M Mercedes with mechanical woes, and the damage to the Kessel 33 Muhat Shaharoglu Ferrari. So those are the, 6 that are officially retired, and this ain't looking good either at 2Cs, is it?
It's not, no. So car in the garage, the sister car to it is back on an outlap in the hands of Hunter Abbott for the second time in this race. So that's the number 1 car that's out on circuit, the 51 sitting rather forlornly in the pit lane. And the other car that came to the pit lane was the number 52 AF Corsa Ferrari. That has gone back into the hands of the Lebanese driver. Tani Hana is now back on board that car for his second stint in it. So that is sort of ties up the last few pit stops and the driver changes that have taken place there so far. So Fabian Schiller still continuing to lead the way. The lap times that he's been putting in are being absolutely matched to the nearest thousandth almost over the course of the last few laps by the car in second place, Alessandro Pierguidi. So the lead advantage has not dwindled at all. It's been hovering around 8 seconds for the last 15 minutes or so. But in third place, Lucas Legere, I think, has just eroded the gap that was existing between himself and Alessandro Pierguidi. It's now down to 7.3. He was a little bit slower last time through, but he's been chipping away in the Santalok Junior car, the number 26 car, on the gap that exists between himself in third and the car in second.
Now, what about Owen Bastard playing catch-up with anybody? In real terms, they're catching back up to the Garage 59 fifth place McLaren, and also catching number 61, which is just the most outstanding effort by number 61 Ferrari to be fourth overall, and has been up at the pointy end pretty much for the bulk of the race. It's just going amazingly well.
They can hold for half an hour, so that we can renew it until tonight.
Okay, fine, perfect. So carry on.
So I think Alan is in the process of trying to sort some news for us from the pit lane. We'll hear from him very, very shortly. And into the pit lane comes the race leader. So Fabian Schiller into the pit lane. So the number 77 race leading Almanar Racing by Get Speed Mercedes heads in towards the pit lane. That's 129 laps completed by that car. Now Alessandro Pierguidi should pick up the lead of the race, and of course, no, subtly different strategy again for the number 71 Ferrari, because he's only been behind the wheel of the car for just over 25 minutes, so he's quite early into his stint, so he can settle into this nice stint now and hopefully keep that number 71 car at the sharp end for a good period of time.
Yeah, it's not a very long stint though by that Mercedes, only 30 laps. So again, we were being told about 35 lap stints, but now that people are playing around with the strategy and having done this raft of early stops, they're getting the 10 regulation pit stops through. Perhaps there's less need to do the full 35 laps. Fabian Schiller stays behind the wheel of the car. He's got new boots on the car. And the screen cleared, a good old-fashioned cloth. Sometimes you'll see that the cars have tear-off windscreens, like tear-off visors. So there's I think it's about 6 you can get on, and the mechanic will rip this film off the screen. But where possible, use the cloth, keep those rip-offs for later in the race. Then it's a lovely clear screen for that final blast. So every team factors in that there could be a late race safety car, and that's when you want your best driver in it and a clear screen and ideally new boots on it, and you're good to go.
And let's have a look at what the pit stop time is for this car, because remember, it was 1 minute 39 last time, so that was the joker time that was allowed. This time, as it breaks the beam at pit lane exit, let's just have a quick look. It resets back to 1 minute and 40, so they get it bang on that time, having just gone the wrong side of the line at the one prior. So yeah, they are now building in an element of contingency.
Yes, you can't afford to lose time in the pits, but equally there's no point to be under, because all you do then is cop a penalty. So yeah, if you're slightly slower than 1 minute and 40, that's better than being slightly under it for obvious reasons.
You can't release the car early and then park at the pit lane to get there. The
no,
end of it.
People have tried,
yeah.
Or at least they've been released, and then the team will say slow, slow, slow. But that then incurs the wrath of race control, because you're driving in a perhaps unsafe manner down the pit lane and potentially jeopardising people that are trying to come in or trying to be released, and they don't know what to do. So once you are committed, you drive down the pit lane. You don't suddenly slow your pace.
Martin Berry is in, so the Australian is in at the wheel of the number 20 SPS Automotive Performance. Again, it doesn't seem 5 minutes since he jumped on board that car, but obviously a full stint has happened for Martin Berry. So that car is stationary, refuelling going on. Only once the refuelling has finished, then can driver jump out and the rest of the work take place on the car. And for Martin Berry, that is his first stint at the wheel of that number 20 car. And we'll have to see as to who is going to dive on board, because we've already had Valentin Pierberg start the car. Dominic Baumann took over second, so I'd imagine he'd be back to the starting driver, Valentin Pierberg, once more.
Unless they keep Martin Berry in for a double stint from here on in. Let's just see. I can't instantly see anybody poised, ready to run around the car. Oh, yes, I can. Is that Dominic Baumann looking at the overalls?
I couldn't quite spot in time. It is... Yes, looks like it, doesn't it?
So number 20 driver change. In comes number 92 Porsche. So the Century Porsche Ticino car, Ashish Patel at the wheel, comes in.
So driver change done and dusted. The car will come back down off its air jacks, and Dominic Baumann will head back out onto the circuit. So Valentin Pierberg only having done the single stint so far. Dominic Baumann will head out for what is his second stint in this session, and that car, see where it feeds its way back out. Let's just have a quick look. It was running in the top 12 when it came into the pit lane, and it is a slightly slower stop for that car actually, so it's given away a little bit of time. 1 minute 40 would be the ideal. 1 minute 55 means they've potentially lost 15 seconds in that stop.
Yes, but they had a 10-second penalty to serve for earlier speeding.
Right.
Number 20. So that had to be accounted for as well.
So they've lost a further 5 that they needn't have in some. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But some of that can be accounted for. Right, so where do we go next for a battle? Well, the lead gap is 9 seconds, and the last lap was very, very comparable to a 10th between the two of them. In third place is Alexander West, ahead of Kelvin van der Linde, and he is catching. Owen Bastar runs in 5th place. Jan Magnussen has gained a place overall now because of the pit stop for 61. And where is Fabian Schiller? He has fallen behind number 50 Ferrari, hasn't he? Nicholas Nielsen is ahead of 77 after their most recent pit stops.
I think we've also just most recently had a change for what would be second and third in GT3 Pro-Am as well, because Philippe Ellis now, the number 75 car, is running 9th overall and second in GT3 Pro-Am. I think he was third a few laps earlier. So.
Okay. The other one to watch is Kelvin van der Linde, because 66 came in on the same lap as number 50 Ferrari and is now ahead of it. And Kelvin van der Linde is bringing the Attempto Audi closer to Alexander West by about 3 seconds a lap, and he's got 6 seconds to make up. So within 2 laps he should be ahead, and then, okay, he is a long way behind the top 2, but is making good pace. So Kelvin van der Linde has been in the car for 9 laps, so he's got a good chunk of his stint still to go and to try to make up places against number 71 Ferrari. But 71 Ferrari is another of the cars that pitted early, and so that, I think, now is a genuine race leader, isn't it? Allowing for the different pit stop plans. That is ahead of 66 now on merit. It's made 4 stops to the 5 of van der Linde, admittedly in number 66, but that car is now where it needs to be, where it should be.
Absolutely. No, I think you're quite right that whilst we've had a varying different sets of strategies, it all starts to cement itself as wheel to wheel. Fabian Schiller almost had the door closed on him there by Alex Arca. This isn't full position because of the time that the number 99 Audi lost in the pit lane, and Alex Arca is still not exactly making it easy here for Fabian Schiller. Fabian Schiller is on the right-hand side of the circuit, so that will give him the outside line as they head up towards turn 9. Can he sweep his way around the outside on the bank section of turn 9? No, he's going to apex that a little bit later and try and get a better drive off the corner, but he doesn't want to be side by side through the next 2 right-handers that are coming up, so he'll probably have to just be rather settled in the fact that he's going to have to sit behind the Audi until probably the start of the next of the laps before he can somehow try and squeeze and wiggle his way through. So he's not going to try another attempt through turn 14 and turn 15 and up towards turn 16, but the grunt of the Merc in a straight line, I still don't think is going to be sufficient as they head over the start-finish line. He's just that little bit too far back, isn't he? And Alex Arca leant on him there. He was alongside at one point, but never has his nose ahead. Flashing the lights, get out of the way.
Also, Owen Bastar, number 25, is going to cop a 5-second penalty on his pit stop. They're not all down to him, I suspect, the track limit infringements, but number 25, running in 5th place, will be penalised on its next stop, as number 99 of Alex Arca then hustles on. Of course, that was a car that led the race, wasn't it, briefly, but after its gearbox woes and a short stint by Pietro Della Guente, it is down in 15th place and lost the best part of over 3 laps now.
Yeah, it was in the lead for, I think I said earlier on, something like 12 or 14 laps it was in the lead for, but then after that it all went wrong. But considering the fact it had come from 30th on the grid, great performance. And while some of that was in the pit stop cycle, there was a good chunk of that was on merit, wasn't it, as it carved its way through the order.
Yeah, Alex Arca is quick. He's another of the silvers that flies under the radar a little bit. So also, in fairness, is Fabian Schiller. Because he never really made a star name in Formula 3, you tend to overlook him, but he is very, very quick in a GT car, as he is proving demonstrably now, onto the tail of Alex Arca. They're not fighting for position, but the Mercedes wants to be ahead, then it's not being impeded, and Alex Arca treating this like a proper fight for position, defending all the way down to the hairpin, and Fabian Schiller can't go diving up the inside, and nor can he go around the outside there.
No, and all of this is costing him a little bit of time. He's caught the car ahead. The one thing he now can't do, as we've said so many times, is get past it, and really what it's reliant on is Alex Arca to make a very small mistake or not quite get cleanly off the corner, and that is going to be sufficient. But for the moment, Alex Arca is driving the wheels off the number 99 car, trying to keep the 7th place car of Fabian Schiller behind him at this stage, and Fabian's lap times have dropped off quite significantly now that he's caught the car ahead. We haven't had news or an update with regards to what's going on with Aaron Walker's 2C's Motorsport number 51 McLaren, but I'm thankfully pleased to see back out in the pit lane, because it's been in there for the best part of...
just come in.
Is it just come in?
Just come in after a stint, number 91. Daniele Diamato has just brought this car down the pit lane, so it's done a stint. It's just kind of...
Has it? How long was his stint in that one? Because I'm sure I saw a minute ago that car had been in the pit lane for the best part of 28 minutes.
Past, but I just watched it come down the pit lane, so it's definitely been on track. As again, Fabian Schiller tries to get past Alex Arca, who is not making life easy, but again, he wants to run at his pace. He doesn't want to be getting offline and giving away a position to the Mercedes. So Fabian Schiller having to work for this, and he still can't do it, even coming out of the hairpin. And Alex Arca is making life very, very tough indeed. Now, of course, what he's also doing is serving to delay 77 relative to the sister attempt to Audi, which is ahead of it on the road.
Yes, of course, so that will be part of the game plan, won't it, to try and slow the Mercedes down. Fabian Schiller this time gets his nose up the inside. Alex Arca's not going to make it easy. He's got the inside line for the next part of the chicane, so Fabian Schiller looks to try and get a better exit and gun the Mercedes coming out of the corner to try and draw himself alongside, but is that going to be sufficient? We'll have to wait and see. Back into the pit lane comes the car of Nabil Moutran, and as for Fabian Schiller, no, still cannot get the job done. What's that, 3 laps now? He's been absolutely in the wheel tracks of Alex Arca, but as yet, there's no chink in the armour. He's not found the gap.
Can't find a way through. There you can see the Moutran clan still serving the most recent pit stop, ready to go back out again. And the Ferrari that Daniele Diamato was behind the wheel of rejoins as well, with now Axel Sartingen back at the wheel of that car.
So once more underneath the hotel, turn number 14. Alex Arca still under this pressure from Fabian Schiller. Pit stop still in the process of being concluded in the pit lane, as the next member of the Moutran family is about to jump on board. So the 3 brothers all racing together behind the wheel of the number 95 car. So it was Nabil that jumped out. He's the middle of the brothers that Alan Hyde caught up with earlier on. Coming down off the air jacks comes the number 43 Ferrari. So that was brought into the pit lane in the hands of Jan Magnussen. Is it going to be Kevin Farmer that heads back out, or is it going to be Kevin Magnussen? We'll have to wait and see as to when the car gets towards the end of pit lane. It's Mark Farmer that comes back out into that car.
So it's same order as that first rotation, isn't it? Fabian Schiller is getting pretty grumpy here, isn't he? Because his lap times are going up. He's now mired behind the Audi, and he's losing time all the while relative to those with whom he wants to be battling. And of course, Lucas Stoltz in that car, fighting for the championship, for the IGTC crown. So they need to make progress. Away goes number 95, a little hesitantly in the surviving Toro Verde Porsche. Again, Fabian Schiller thinks about a move to the inside line, but it's not going to be long before the Get Speed team are shouting for a blue flag against the Audi. And again, Schiller gets good drive through turn 7, but just can't find a way past the Audi because it's exactly on the wrong part of the road for him.
Yeah, and I think Alex Arca almost slowed up on the apex there to gun the car coming off the corner, so that potentially Fabian Schiller couldn't get on the throttle as early as he would have wished to, because otherwise he'd have run into the tail end of the Audi. So again, nose to tail round through turn number 9 they go. Fabian Schiller may be a little bit too late on the brakes there and just ran out a little bit wide. There's a car up the road they need to try and deal with as well, and that's going to be the number 61 car of Jean-Paul Sarda, which is the GT3 AM leader. And I don't think anybody has led GT3 AM for a long, long period of time other than that number 61 Ferrari now.
Has everybody had a go in that car? Because, every time we look, it seems to have been Konrad Grunewald behind the wheel, but it's just done an outstanding job to be so well placed all race, really. The Magnussens, by the way, and Mark Farmer, 5-second penalty, track limits.
Philip Perret hasn't, I don't think, been behind the wheel yet. We've seen Louis behind the wheel. I don't think we've seen Philip Perret behind the wheel of that car yet.
OK. And the Louis Perret has a question mark because they were having a transponder glitch at the time. So, OK.
Right, OK, yeah.
There are certainly more to come, is what
yeah.
we're saying. Yeah, OK. One, maybe even two drivers. Jonathan Hui took over 93, and this, 71, is the leading car. This is Alessandro Pierguidi. He was 11.5 seconds up last time around, and he's being chased by Lucas Leggeret, and the gap is widening then. So Ferrari ahead of Audi, 12.9 seconds is the margin, and then Kelvin van der Linde is lapping quicker than both, but he's over a minute back. So 66 needs these cars to have a bit of a problem, or another safety car, and with 7.5 hours to go, that's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, Kevin van der Linde will also know that 2 cars ahead of him will have to stop earlier into the pits, and that's where Alan Hyde is.
What was the challenge you set me?
Maybe just to try and get an update as to what was going on.
No, not that one, not that one. To have a chat to Kenny Harble.
Yes.
Well, I've got him here. Hello,
Excellent.
Kenny. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. How are you?
Very good. You've had a mega year, haven't you? Absolutely superb year. So, rather nice way to finish it, isn't it, here at Abu Dhabi at Yas Marina?
Oh, look, I love being here. I love the track. I love the people. I love the whole country. I mean, this is a highlight for us.
I think it's a highlight for many of us, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're doing really well. I think we're on the lead lap. We're very close. We were leading actually a little while ago. My stints are great. I'm done. Drove really well, very quick. Pretty much same speed as the leaders, so I was really happy. I had one moment, I'm not sure if you saw that on TV.
So I was going to ask you, but I didn't want to ask you unless you brought it up. So explain yourself.
I'll tell you what happened. They were swearing at me in German. And it's lucky I don't understand German. But I went out on slicks, obviously. Part of the track was wet. Yeah. And right down there, the fastest part of the track, 270, there was a little bit of water near the white line, and the rear touched the water and it was gone. And very, very lucky to save it. But you know, when I was younger, I was a stunt driver in Australia.
Were you really?
For the soap operas.
Were you really?
So some of that came in handy. Some of that was really like whoop, 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 and oh god, my heart stopped.
That's amazing. So
as I got out, I went and changed my underwear.
How do you get the job as a stunt driver in a soap opera?
I was a bit of a crazy kid.
Right.
Long story.
Right. So
needs a few scotches.
You had a name for it.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Introduce me to Martin, if you would.
Martin Conrad. He's Mr. Calvin Klein model from Austria. Brilliant driver.
That's a nice intro, if ever there was one, Martin.
Yeah, I wish it would be true, yeah.
How has the weekend been going?
Oh, we had a lot of fun until now. I wasn't in the car, but Kenny did a great start and also a great second stint. And we are in the mix. We're fighting for the podium. We already won the championship, but it doesn't matter for us. We want to win also this race.
Yes, yeah. Well, it's one to look forward to for the end of the year, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. No, we are fighting until the end, and Kenny give us that car in a great position, and so let's try to fight until the end.
Martin, thank you very much indeed. Kenny, it was a challenge that my co-commentators set me to find you and to talk to you, and you haven't let me down, I have to tell you.
It's a miracle. I've got a habit of being very elusive at the races, and most of the time I'm just eating and watching TV. But I'm thinking very seriously about having a drink now.
No, you can't do that.
Unless they call me back.
No, you can't do that. No. Hey, one final question? Yeah. Getting rain here at Abu Dhabi, Yas Marina, it wasn't really on any of our radars, was it?
No, we didn't see it actually. We looked at a map and half the world had no clouds.
Yeah.
And there's one tiny little cloud right here, which is now in Bangladesh.
Is it really?
Makes no sense.
Yeah.
And it just dumped, and unfortunately I had to go out on cold slicks, and boy oh boy, I can tell you what, mate, she was dancing around better than Fred Astaire.
You didn't let me down. Thank you very much. Kenny and Martin, thank you very much indeed. Okay, I like your tips. Give me more, give me more.
We like Kenny Harble. He's a great character, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
Alan, thank you very much. From what Kenny was saying, that's him done. He's done his... he's done his bronze time. He's off for a tinny. And Martin Conrad and Philip Ellis have got to get through another 7 hours between them. So they are going to earn their corn here. But the patron, Kenny Harble, can go and watch the telly and carry on being elusive at races, which he seems to be very good at from what he's saying. But he's a proper character. Has developed a good property business after being a stunt driver, but has a nice collection of cars. He came to the Goodwood Festival of Speed a few years back with his ex-Peter Brock Holden from 1987, so he supports the right kind of cars. GT racing and Holden's from Australian touring car days. He's a proper bloke. So Alessandro Pierguidi is the race leader, and right now, Mark, he is building this lead over Lucas Leggeret, and this hour, advantage swings Ferrari's way, doesn't it?
No, absolutely. It certainly looks as though we're going to see Ferrari come more to the fore in this one, but we also have to consider the fact that Kelvin van der Linde, he may be 75 seconds off the lead of the race at the wheel of the number 66 Audi. He is, of those at the sharp end, he is shorter into his stint than most others, so he's going to stay out that little bit longer. But the flip side of that is so also will Nicholas Nielsen at the wheel of the number 50 Ferrari, because he has been behind the wheel of the car very similar time to Kelvin van der Linde. So
they pitted on the same lap, didn't they?
They did, yeah. So they'll both sort of, I would imagine, be first and second once we've cycled through the next batch of pit stops that the front runners are going to do until they get to the point where they will need to pit once more. But we're not even halfway through this race as yet. We're just coming up to the 7 hour to go mark. So we're 5 hours in to the 11th running of the 12 hours at Abu Dhabi. Leading the race overall, leading the pro category, Alessandro Pierguidi by now 17 seconds. Leading the Pro-Am category is the number 75 Sun Energy won by SPS Mercedes into the hands of Philip Ellis. He leads that by about 8.5 seconds between himself and the number 88 Garage 59 McLaren, which has only just been taken over by Benjamin Gota once more, so he's quite early into his stint. And the number 61 Ferrari still leads GT3 Am in 10th place overall in the hands of John-Claude Sauder. Leading the class for the Cup cars is Ivan Giacomo at this stage in the Century Porsche Ticino car. That's the number 92 car that circulates down in 23rd position. Those are your class leaders.
I know that number 66 Audi Kelvin van der Linde has made an extra pit stop. I'm hoping that is the only reason that he's over a minute adrift of the race leader, because that's quite a big deficit to make up. But certainly Pierguidi is looking strong at the moment. Now, number 71 Ferrari is now, 24 laps into a stint, so another 6, and it's heading towards the point where you can expect them in. Although 35 laps was the magic number initially, 30 seems to have become the norm. The stint's a bit shorter than was really being thought about for the majority of teams. As here comes number 26, Lucas Leggeret at the wheel. So that was the car that Gilles Magnus put into the lead of the race, but this has been a solid, if not outstanding, stint from the very, very tall Lucas Leggeret. New to the circuit, comes down towards turn 16, up towards the timing line, and Leggeret then will break the beam, with the gap last time being 17 seconds, and now 18.2 seconds is that margin. Fabian Schiller, in the meantime, is still, can you believe it, stuck behind Alex Arca, as he has been for 6-7 laps.
He's a hugely patient man, isn't he? He's tried pretty much everything, but nothing at all has worked as yet. There's another Ferrari just up the road that they're closing in on slowly, so that might be the potential catalyst. That's the number 91 car, I think, that they're closing in on, which will be Axel Sartingen once more that's behind the wheel of that one. Is this the opportunity? He draws himself alongside again, but can't quite do it the first part of the chicane. He tries to get a better run coming out of it again, but as ever, making sure that he covers off any move from the Mercedes behind is Alex Arca, and it's like a replay of the last, dozen or so laps now.
Yeah. Still can't find a way by. Still the frustration is there. I'm a bit surprised there hasn't been a blue flag waved at Alex Arca, because he is, as I say, not racing for position. He's 14th, and the car he's blocking is 6th, but for the moment, it's being allowed to carry on. I'm also surprised that the Get Speed team haven't gone and said, come on, let us by, stop being silly. But for the moment, number 77 Mercedes, Fabian Schiller, still unable to find a way past. And it comes back to this BOP, even though these are cars on different laps, they are so evenly matched in terms of a race pace that finding a way through is not easy. That Mercedes doesn't have a massive speed difference to allow it to just walk past. He's still got to fight or rely on that back marker to get out of the way.
Yeah, Fabian Schiller's now, what, an hour and 20 minutes into his stint almost, so he's surely going to be coming into the pit lane before too much longer, but how much time has he lost whilst he's been bottled up in the Pirelli wheel tracks of Alex Arca? There's also traffic just up the road to deal with, so Alex Sartingham is needing to move his Ferrari out of harm's way, so this could be the opportunity here, because all of a sudden Alex Arca is getting held up by traffic. But I'm afraid still no opportunity to try and squeeze his way through. The Merc is still firmly stuck in the hands of Fabian Schiller behind the Audi.
And are they going to be caught by anybody? Well, the car doing the chasing is Philip Ellis, but he's a long way back. So again, Schiller tightens the line coming out of the hairpin and finally gets up alongside, and they make contact, and they make contact again. Alex Arca does not want to give way, but it's all a bit unnecessary, this, given that he is 3 laps down on the car that he's defending from. Fabian Schiller has finally got the inside line down towards the chicane, but Alex Arca, you can anticipate he's going to brake as late as he dares, and Fabian Schiller finally goes through, but he had to work, dare one say, needlessly hard to lap a car that is running in 14th place.
Yeah, he was certainly working hard, so much so he was on overtime there, wasn't he, trying to thread his way through. And now Alex Arca looks in his mirrors and he's about to be picked off by the AF Corsa Ferrari that's trying to draw itself alongside. Is it going to be as easy a task for the Ferrari? No, straight through goes Alessandro Pierguidi. So all of a sudden, that might have just helped, do you think, the sister car? Do you think that's all to do with trying to help the sister Audi?
I think so. Having seen how easily the Audi allowed the leading car to go through, then yes, it would smack of that. And just to compound the problems for Fabian Schiller, the car is going to be given a 5-second penalty on the next pit stop for track limit offences. So he's lost time in traffic and he's going to lose time in the pits as well.
I would imagine that will go down like the proverbial lead balloon with the team.
I think you're probably right. Like a broken lift, yes. So that car...
Be a fun interview.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
Yeah,
that car delayed and another delay to come.
And you know what's going to happen, that extra 5 seconds that they'll serve, they'll find themselves later on in the race stuck up behind the number 66, behind the 99 Audi again.
Absolutely, yep. See it coming, can't you? And the contact between the two has been noted, but one hopes that Alex Arca's very wide car is noted as well. So there is the leader, 71, and it last stopped on lap 115. So we're anticipating the car in round about 3 laps time, if it's going for this 30-lap target, which others seem to be ticking off for the moment. So another 3 laps or so. There's 69 Porsche into the pit lane. Ralph Bowen has brought the car in, which presumably therefore gives it back to Robert Renauer for the next stint, and then Patrick Kolb subsequent to that. So that's the Pro-Am class car, but it's an IGTC registered car, so it's scoring points for Porsche. IGTC, although there is obviously a driver's competition, when we're talking about it, it's very much aimed at the manufacturers. BMW have committed to that for next year, which is great to see. So down the pit road goes number 69. And the lead gap, 17.6 seconds between Pierguidi and Lucas Leggeret in second spot, but quicker than both is Kelvin van der Linde.
Yeah, now where that car of Patrick Kolb is going to come back out, it's going to go behind Benjamin Goethe. So underneath the tunnel goes that car. That will be for position. When the Porsche reappears at pit lane exit, the McLaren will be fighting it for position, and it will be, I think, the McLaren that will come out ahead, because of course Porsche's got to weave its way through that tunnel, hasn't it, at pit lane exit. So that was a change for position there. He couldn't have seen it because the Porsche was underground at the time.
And it is Kolb rather than Renauer that's taking it over, as you say. So
yeah.
Patrick Kolb gets back behind the wheel, and the lead car then on lap 144, not only the outright leader, but also the best registered for IGTC points. The top 7 are all IGTC cars. So we await the next round of pit stops for the leading group. The order set to be shuffled again as they do so, and in has just come number 26. So Lucas Leggeret down the pit lane in the Santalok Audi at the end of, for him, lap 143.
So into the pit lane he comes, the Century Motorsport BMW squeezing its way up the inside of the Team Baron Axel Sartingham driven Ferrari there. So place gained by Darren Young as he tries to get that BMW up through the orbit. Lost so many laps early on that, you know, it's still languishing rather down there in 27th position. It's 5 laps adrift of the next car, so it just got to keep pushing on. And as so many of these cars are doing, that fallen into strife earlier on. You know, if you're in some respects fortunate enough that the strife hasn't caused you to retire, which it has so many, all you can do for the rest of it is try and drive flat out and just see what happens. And if you bring the car home after the troubles early on, it almost feels like a win, doesn't it?
Everybody's 2 places better off, courtesy of the demise of the Mercedes. You know, you never know quite what's going to happen. Lucas Leggere, that was a good stint in terms of distance, 36 laps, and he will now give way. So that car will go back to Simon Gachet by the look of it. Another set of Pirellis goes on, screen cleared. Get rid of all the grime.
You're right, he's a tall chap, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Sort of folds himself into the car. And 36 laps, when you've got your knees round your ears, isn't much fun, I wouldn't have thought.
No, if we've got a box, we could get Alan Hyde to interview him, couldn't we, down there?
Well, I was thinking we'd just sort of put him on a jib and lower him from on high. You'll still be on your tiptoes.
I absolutely will, but he's just been congratulated by the team, making his way to the back of the garage to get his helmet off. And yes, you're right, he is a very tall driver.
Have you got a boom mic, Alan?
Well, do you know, when I first used to, many years when I started interviewing Matt Neal, I used to get an aching arm. I used to bring the interview to an early close so that I could rest my arm. I'll see if I can find him.
Didn't know you suffered from arm fatigue, Alan.
It's a common problem with small commentators.
Is that right?
I'm afraid so.
I've got visions of Lucas Leggere and the Santalot team pointing at you saying, how far away is he? In Lucas Leggere's world, Alan is a little ant that he will scuttle in that direction. But he's done a good job, joking apart, in that last stint, and Simon Gachet does take over. So yes, find him a comfy chair, Alan, he's all yours.
There is a chair right here, and he's with me. Lucas, hi, good to get. Would you mind possibly sitting down? There, this is good. Thank you very much indeed. So, good stint.
Yeah, fairly. I think overall it was quite good. We had a small problem. The water drinking system broke, so this is why I stopped early. I should have gone for a longer stint.
Right.
So I asked the team to stop so I can drink a little bit because I had so much dehydration while driving. So we'll fix it and we'll see where we go about this.
Even though you're now sitting down, I'm still not that much taller than you, which is a real... How tall are you?
195.
Are you really? My goodness, wow. Is that not a little bit uncomfortable in the car for a long stint? No.
No, actually in GT races, it's quite an open cockpit. So I do have space, and it's not a problem for me.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much for having a chat to us. There we go. There we go. Another assignment ticked.
Yes, absolutely. And just to prove that we're not being heightist in this, well done for interviewing a really tall chap, Alan. Fantastic. 195 is what, 6'3"?
Yes, just a little bit more now, about 6'4", 6'5". Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Gosh. Well, thanks, Alan, for that. I'll find another task for you. Who have we not heard from that's another character? Actually, part of the Sky team, like a Chris Froggatt maybe, or an Eddie Cheever would be on that list. And also, Alan, I think Philip Ellis. I know he's in the car, but add him to your list, because when Philip Ellis finally gets out of 75, like I keep saying, he's such a overlooked talent because of his German-Swiss background as much as Britishness, that he doesn't really get much credit, but he's another quick driver, so I'd offer you him as a possibility as well. And Owen Bastard you have to do just because he's a proper goofy character as well as being very quick. So this is the nice thing about this race. There are so many characters, so many good drivers across all the cars, aren't there?
Well, just after that interview, what a nice guy. I said, thank you for sitting down, thank you for playing along with me, I'm really small. And he said, no, the problem is not yours, it's me, I'm just really tall. He tried to make me feel better.
Lucas Leggere, the BFG, the big friendly giant, who sort of stoops down to be kind to you, yes.
Yes, he does, yeah.
Right, thanks, Alan. There's another round of stops coming up, I reckon. And as I say, Owen Bastard at a number 25 we'd like to hear from. Philip Ellis, definitely another one. And I suspect Alex Archer might have some explaining to do after, why was he getting in the way of Fabian Schiller? See if he fesses up, hey?
I don't think we'll get any confession there at all. He would just say, it's up to him to get past me. It'll be as simple as that. So yeah, I think Fabian Schiller will be in, Alex Arca will be in as well, and after that, might be Alessandro Pierguidi. Then might be the next one in as well at the wheel of the race-leading Ferrari at this stage. Now there's a little bit of traffic just up the road that Alessandro Pierguidi will need to deal with. He has got a reasonably comfortable lead now as well, hasn't he, over Kelvin van der Linde at the wheel of number 66 Audi that's there in second place. This is the car that at the moment still leads GT3 Pro-Am as well, the Sun Energy won by SPS machine in the hands of Philip Ellis is another car that has largely been at the sharp end of Pro-Am for a good period of time, and again that's down to all of the hard work that the likes of Philip Ellis has done and Kenny Harble that we've seen behind the car, but they've still got Martin Conrad to stick in that car at some point.
Has he not had a stint?
He's not had a stint, I don't think. As he alluded to with Alan, I think he alluded to the fact he'd not had a stint in the car yet.
So Kenny Harble gets all of his driving out of the way early on, and then the rest of the race goes to Philip and to Martin Conrad. But yeah, this car going nicely. They're already class winners, Kenny and Martin, within IGTC in the championship this year. Also interesting that Lucas Leggeret was saying he only pitted because the drink system wasn't working. He'd done 36 laps, which is what people were expecting to be the maximum. So how much further he could have gone, I really don't know. But that's extraordinary to think that it was not fatigue or tyres, it was purely the drinks bottle and the fact that he was getting dehydrated that brought him in. So if they can run even longer stints, that's going to be interesting to monitor. Alan, hello.
Well, we all know from Kimi Räikkönen how important it is to have a working drinks bottle, don't we?
Very fair point, well made.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, indeed. So right now, the lead gap is 1 minute and 11 seconds, which is Pierguidi to van der Linde, who has made one more pit stop, don't forget. So 5 stops to the Audi, only 4 to the Ferrari. So the pendulum again should swing back in favour of number 66 Audi late race, and number 99 Alex Arca, 5-second penalty for him now for track limits. So they've already copped a 10-second one for speeding in the pit lane.
Oh dear. And
now 5 for track limit offences.
The car we're looking at the moment is the car that leads the GT3 AM category. So this is Jean-Claude Sauder that's behind the wheel of the number 61 AF Corsa Ferrari at this stage. And again, proper team effort again. It might be an AM category car, but they really have worked superbly well to ensure that this car, whether it be the likes of Louis Perret behind the wheel, we think the 2 good stints that were put in by Conrad Grunwald as well, Jean-Claude Sauder at the moment, and I think we've still got, again, I think it's Philip Perret. I haven't seen behind the wheel of this car as yet, but we know that that machine did have a small issue with the transponder driver identification earlier on, but I still think we've not seen all 4 drivers behind the wheel of the number 61 car, but it has been going beautifully well. So we've got the leading car in Pro-Am about to put a lap on the leading car in AM. A flash of the lights from Philip Ellis. Looking in his mirrors is Jean-Claude Sauder, and lets the Sun Energy Mercedes squeeze its way through, both running at the moment in the lead of their class. But for the Sun Energy Philip Ellis car, that car is 1 lap off the lead, and for the Pro-Am car, that is 2 laps off the lead at the moment. So there's only a lap difference between the pair of them as we get to the 6th and 3/4 hour to go mark. We've been largely trouble-free, haven't we, for the last hour or so now. That's not wanting to put the kibosh on it, but since we had the last safety car period, and that seems quite some time ago now in reality, we've still only had the 3 safety car periods so far. That is still more safety car periods than we've ever had in the first 6 hours of a Gulf 12-hour race before. So this is by far the most interrupted, albeit it doesn't feel as though it's been particularly interrupted. We've had an hour behind it, but we've had, what, only 4 safety car laps and 11 laps under full course caution. So we might have had 3, but none of them seem to last for an inordinate amount of time. So now that Philip Ellis has dealt with the leading car in GT3 AM, he can press back on again once more, flicking his way through turn number 15 and up towards turn number 16. Local time here in the UAE is 20 past 3 in the afternoon, so we're going to start to see in the next hour or so, a couple of hours at least, the sunlight is slowly going to start to lower, and then the circuit lights will come on, and as you suggested earlier on when you were alluding to it, David, then the circuit really changes in terms of the dynamic that, you know, the hotel lights up, the circuit is illuminated so that you see less of the periphery. It's all focused on that piece of tarmac you were talking about. And even the liveries of the cars look entirely different, don't they, under the floodlights than they do in daylight?
Yeah, it gives a whole different feel. Motor racing in the darkness, it's fantastic. 71 Ferrari then leads the way. It was 17th at the end of the first hour because of the quirks of the pit stops, but it is now leading by over a minute, and we're getting ready for more pit stops as Finlay Hutchison stands ready for number 99. Alan, hello.
I think we're getting ready. Are we getting ready for 66? I've only just arrived.
Hang on, where's my piece of paper gone? 66 was last in on lap 122. Yes, it is.
Yeah, so...
Oh, no, sorry, 99 is the one that's coming in.
OK.
It's not far away, but 99 is in now.
Yeah, for the simple reason I've just seen Marshall getting ready, so... standing by, but the 99 car already in now, so has come to a stop. It's all very controlled. It's superb to watch some of these stops, the way the team are given the instruction to, OK, we're ready to go with fuel, and team manager timing everything to perfection. It's brilliant to watch. I wonder how many times they've gone through this whole process, but it's superb.
Can I just say the leader is in as well, so 34 laps done by Alessandro Pierguidi in number 71 Ferrari, and that now down the pit road also. So the leading car is in.
I'm not far away, so I can maybe talk about the point at which the car leaves and maybe get a word with... see what I can do.
OK, Finlay Hutchison is aboard number 99. And Alex Arca helps strap in his co-driver, Finlay Hutchison, who we've seen in a WRT Audi this year in GT3. Former British GT and national racer. So that car ready to rejoin after its two penalties have to be served, the 10 and the 15. Away goes Antonio Fuoco then in number 71. So the leading car, as was when it came in, rejoins. That should now put 66 back into the lead, and now that they've done the same number of pit stops, the Audi therefore has the advantage, doesn't it? Because when you stabilise the pit stops, it takes over the lead of the race. And also in comes 77. Now Fabian Schiller back down the pit road. That's about 10 laps early for that car. I was expecting that in on lap 159. It's only done 20 laps, so Fabian Schiller is in. Does 77 have a problem, or is that a routine stop? They're going to refuel the car, but it's at this end of the pit lane, Alan. But number 77 in early. Tyres are going on it, but I just wonder whether there's anything more sinister.
OK, I'm not too far away. I was in the AF Corsa garage, but well, the car is released.
Yeah.
So down pit lane goes 77. So I didn't get to the car in time to see if they were doing anything else, but it looked like a regular time.
Well, it certainly, to me, only looked like tyres, I've got to say. I'm not sure that they necessarily put fuel into that car. I don't think that's going to be a minute and 40 pit stop. So 53 seconds for number 77. So that can't be one of its regulation stops.
I wonder, was there a puncture?
Possibly so. Yes, exactly.
Let me investigate.
So it's 20 laps. It's about at least 10 laps short of a stop. And it's not been a minute and 40. It's a 53-second pit stop. So that one won't count as one of its pit stops. It's made a pit stop, but it's not one of its 10 imposed, if you're still with me. Yawn with your mouth closed. Right, number 66 is the race leader. So Kelvin van der Linde leads ahead of Antonio Fuoco, who in turn is ahead now of Niklas Nielsen. And then Erwin Bastard up into fourth place with Fabian Schiller down after that most recent and seemingly unscheduled pit stop.
Yeah, down into fifth position on the outlap, and with time to try and push to make up now that he's had that unscheduled pit stop. He's still come out of the pit lane ahead of Simon Gachet.
Confirmation from the team, no mandatory pit stop, we had a puncture. So the team advising race control that that wasn't one of our 10, so don't penalise us for being short. It was a puncture, we're not counting that one. So, yeah, you're right, Alan, it was a flat.
teams that have wet tyres standing by.
Oh.
Both that garage and the 2Cs Motorsport garage have both slick tyres and wet tyres that are standing by. So maybe there is, and they're brand new, they've got labels on them, so they've been unused, but maybe teams are getting word that we might have another shower as the race goes on. At the moment, it's a blue sky with a little bit of patchy cloud, but it's getting quite blowy, and that was the indication yesterday that potentially it was going to get a bit wet.
Okay, well, we've done one wet period, haven't we? So we'll see whether there's another one. We do have the facility for this year's Golf 12 Hours to pose questions of us. We don't necessarily guarantee the answers, but on Twitter, hashtag #AskGolf12Hours. As long as you don't ask us what the weather is going to be, we might have a sporting chance, but I don't think anybody can second-guess the weather, such as we've had over the course of the last 2 days.
I'd much prefer the hashtag #AskAddison, because I like the alliteration, and it reminds me of Ask Gaspel.
For our older listeners, yes.
Precisely.
Trouble is that the question that's normally posed is, why don't you just shut up?
Yes, indeed.
So
yeah.
Can we have a different one, please?
And it's a fair point that none of us can argue with.
Including Mrs. Addison, who's just tweeted that very thing
Absolutely,
in.
yes. Keep him there for another few days. Right, thanks for your support, Alan.
You're welcome.
I'll always wear it, yes. The incident between Fabian Schiller and Alex Arca with the rubbing between the two has been noted. I think we touched on that earlier on, but it's come out with a driving standards flag for the pair of them, but actually nothing for Alex Arca getting in the way for so many laps.
No, I'm slightly surprised at that, but race control will have had a look back at it and no doubt spoken to team managers and respective drivers as well, potentially, and that's the outcome. So that's what we'll stick with. A little bit of debris on the track, though. That's at turn number 14, where there's some debris just on the outer edge of the circuit. Now, not sure what that might have fallen off. I did see, as a result of the incident earlier on, that the under tray was flapping very slightly on the number 52 Ferrari, which is in the hands of the Lebanese driver Tani Hana. There it is there. You can just see that seemed to be bouncing around a little bit. Is it bouncing around on the ground? Difficult to tell from that shot, but there wasn't a clear view of any daylight underneath that Ferrari, so I do wonder if it's just dropped down a little bit now over the course of the time. You know, the gaffer tape has started to come loose a little bit or something like that. As into the pit lane comes the race leader. So Kelvin van der Linde is into the pit lane. David did suggest that whilst the 99 was in, it wouldn't be that much longer before the 66 comes in, and now, yep, the sister car comes in the hands of Kelvin van der Linde from the lead of the race to take a pit stop.
30-lap stint, whereas Lucas Leggeret in the Santalok Audi did 36, and number 71 Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi's last stint was 34 laps. So I offer you these lengths for the moment for interest. When we get more towards the end of the race, we'll start to see how they all change, but only 30 laps done in that last stint by Kelvin van der Linde. So the car being refueled. Only when the refueling is done can anything else be done to the car. You can see the mechanics ready with the tyre guns, ready to jump towards it, ready to go. And up it goes now. So tyre change. Driver out. Kelvin van der Linde will be replaced potentially by Dennis Marshall, who was the driver that did the second stint on the first rotation. And you can see there the film on the windscreen. That's got one of the tear-offs, but they're going to just clean that and keep the tear-offs for later.
So with that pit stop taking place, first couple of questions are coming in. Mark Urban has asked the one that you didn't want asking, which is what the weather's going to do. Well,
thanks.
Thanks for that one. We know about the wind, but there is no sign at the moment of any dark clouds, even looking in the distance, and the way the rain came earlier and the way the wind is blowing. Nothing obvious there. Chris Humphreys, this is one for you probably, that David. Is there a 65-minute stint in this race like there is Spa or other Intercontinental GT races, is the question.
From memory, no. There is a minimum that you can do in the race of 2 hours. The maximum continuous is 2.5. So by the time you factor in the minimum that a driver can do and the maximum that the driver can do, that you don't actually need a stint time. So that's 65 minutes. Although it's for Spa, that's more of a GT endurance regulation than an IGTC regulation. So my understanding is no, there isn't for this.
There we go. That's tidied that one up. So
Ask Addison. Same one of those. Another one of those. Same time tomorrow.
Oh, you're still here, are you?
Yes.
He's just woken up again from another snooze.
I'm going nowhere.
You said it. Can I encourage you to, in a moment, let me just check whether I want to encourage you to go to Santalok or not, because Owen Bastard has just made a pit stop, but I think he stayed behind the wheel of the car. So, no, you can't go and talk to him unless you jump in the passenger seat. But we want to hear from Owen Bastard because he's a proper good character. Dennis Marshall did replace Calvin van der Linde. Alessio Rivera has taken over now also from Nicholas Nielsen in number 50. And Owen Bastard stays behind the wheel of number 25.
And off, I'm afraid. We've got a car into the barriers, and it's the number 11 Ferrari that was running second in GT3 Pro-Am. Marco Pulcini behind the wheel, and that car has skittered off into the barriers. Now, that looks as though that is, looking at the grid markings that are there, if that's not on the start-finish straight, that will be heading down out of turn 8 and in towards turn 9, potentially, would it be?
Full course yellow in 20 seconds. So we're going to have our fourth interruption. Full course yellow. The boards are ready. And it's coming onto the pit straight. It's just in the pit wall, nose in.
Yeah, he's lit it up coming out of turn number 16 and has popped it into pit wall. I was gazing out of the commentary box window and straining my neck as we finally got the pictures to show where it was. So damage to the front end of the car. You can see the steam, the smoke coming from that part of the car. So we go full course caution once more. Quick replay. Let's have a quick look. So the mistakes start much earlier on coming into the corner, and he never quite gets the car under his control. So it starts to run wide. It goes over the curb. It sort of unsettles itself, and there was no coming back from there. So despite trying to keep the car under his spell, Marco Pulcini unfortunately fired from one side of the circuit over to the other, into the wall, and that's straight into the concrete wall as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's quite a sudden stop, that. That's a big stop. Right, so anybody that has got a pit, they're in the pits, like number 8, they can get away with that before the full course yellow was called. But for the moment, if you do make a pit stop, you can't count it. And what this does now, of course, is herald the arrival of the safety car in due course as well. So although there are gaps, that car needs removing, and then we're going to go safety car for the restart. So at the moment, everybody will crawl round, but then when the safety car comes out, the cars can quicken their pace, the gaps will come down, and it means that 35 seconds between Fuoco and Gachet for the race lead will be much reduced.
So does this potentially help Fabian Schiller on the basis he just came in for not one of the enforced pit stops, came in just to top up with fuel, which means that now, whilst he is an hour and 44 minutes into the driving seat in that car, he can push it as close to the 2 hours 30 maximum because he knows he's good on fuel now. Does that help them at all, or does it not? Because it still means they've still got the number of imposed pit stops to get through.
They still have the number of imposed pit stops to get through. What I was just trying to work out is whether, if you came in for a splash of fuel, you would be able to do your pit stop penalty on that rather than doing it on one of the imposed pit stops.
Yeah.
So what they would do is save them, if they can get away with that, they would save themselves 5 seconds on the next imposed pit stop. But you're losing those 5 seconds by doing it now anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm not quite sure it helps in that respect.
Right. Okay.
But that's why I'm up here and not staring at a bank of screens down there like these guys are.
With all of the algorithms that they have to punch in at the same time to work out as to, what's programme 1, what's programme 2, what's the third fallback position, and so on and so on.
Yeah, many years ago when Adam Hardy, Andrew Jordan's brother-in-law, was working for WRT. It used to be a regular feature on the Friday at as it then was, a Blancpain race, to go and sit with Adam and try and work out strategy. And all these questions that I thought were terribly clever and made perfect sense in my brain, but the engineer's way of looking at things was completely different as well. And he'd say, yes, but if you do this and this and this and work it from the end of the race, and you do this and we do that, it's a completely different way of looking at strategy, which I assume really is part of the reason he went to work for Porsche and won Le Mans with them in the GTE category. But they have a different way of understanding what you have to do to win a race, and looking at all the different computations of pit stop times and strategies. And of course, the race has a different flow when it's a full course yellow compared to the safety car, because the lap times are different, and whether it's worth coming in at a given time, and whether it's better to have a safety car or a slow zone, which operate in some races. There are all these different nuances that they spend a great deal of time understanding, so the right call can be made at the right time.
And Jenny P is asking us to, when we're talking about strategies, is that do we have a strategy in the commentary box? Do we have designated chair stints where one of us stands and the other one sits down just to take the weight off your legs for a period of time? No is the honest answer.
No. And we've been stood up all the way.
Stood up, other than when we had some lunch arrive, very briefly, we took sort of a 10-minute break. No, stood up all the way.
Yeah.
I never sit down.
No, I've always been a stander. Unless it's an esports race or a post-produced thing. I always sit down for those for some reason.
No, I still stand for that. Esports, I might sit down, but post-production stuff, always stand still.
I've always sat for those. And it doesn't feel natural standing for that. Don't ask me why. No, for this, we're standers. The knees are hurting a tad because we've been stood up for most of the weekend. Alan Hyde, of course, has a sedan chair to go up and down the pit lane in.
I have never knowingly turned down a chair, to be honest. It's a great invention. Oft underused in the pit lane, I have to tell you.
What he's not telling you, because he's too modest, everybody, is that he has his own Brian Potter-style buggy that he goes up and down the pit lane in. And the only time he hops out of it is, what was that? Was it Benidorm? There was a character that had a little buggy, could walk perfectly well. That's Alan. You see, he goes up and down on his little buggy. He hops out to do an interview to look all butch, and he gets back onto his little buggy and zips up the pit lane.
In a few years' time, I'll need a carer as well.
He says few with his tongue in his cheek. Now, you're going to get at some point, Al, a damaged number 11 Ferrari heading your way, because this is the reason for this full course yellow. And Marco Pulcini, I think he's safe and sound and out of the car, but the front right would have taken quite a savaging in that when it went into the wall. And if it can rejoin the race, it's going to be badly, badly delayed. Full course yellow prevails, and we're not far off half distance, 26 minutes, and we'll be, nearly there. 93 is being given, this is the Garage 59 Sky McLaren, a 10-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane on its next pit stop. So 10 seconds to number 93 McLaren. And again, as we keep saying, this is all part and parcel of why the order shuffles, because of these extra penalties that people rack up. So it's not just the pace on the track, it's also keeping out of trouble from track limits and pit lane offences. I was also about to offer you the fact that we haven't had a retirement for a while, but we could be staring at one right now, couldn't we, with that number 11 Ferrari that's not going much further.
I'd just been saying it seems quite some time since we'd had a last safety car period.
Well,
so I sort of put the kibosh on that, didn't I?
It's always the sort of calm before the storm.
Yeah.
We used to say this in 24-hour races, that when it goes really quiet, you know something's about to kick off, and it had just got to that point, hadn't it, of right, what's going to happen next? Well, here's the answer. And
it was quite a small mistake. It just looked as though that Marco Pulcini carried a bit too much speed in towards the apex of the corner, didn't quite get the apex right, which pushed him slightly wide on the exit, and then I think he was still trying to make up for the fact that he'd made that mistake and tried to gather it up, and at the same time the car got unsettled on the curbs as he was probably about to get back on the throttle, and a combination of all of the factors is what spat him from one side of the circuit into the other. Now, whilst the car nosed its way into the concrete wall, let's hope that it's not too badly damaged, that we can't get that car repaired. From the angle we're looking at is not the side that would have taken the battering, so it is the front right-hand corner that is perhaps a little bit more concern, one would have thought. A quick question that's just come in as well is how the Pro-Am sort of split works in this race, David, as well, that's just come in as a message. So any Pro car will be largely all golds and platinums, won't it?
Yeah.
If it's Pro-Am, then it can have...
Oh, right, again, there's a sliding scale of how many silvers to the bronzes, and again, whether you have 3 or 4 drivers. But there's a sliding scale. I can dig it out if needs be. But you can have...
But an AM car can still have
one silver
and 2 bronze, or
a silver and 3
bronze. Yeah. But it's all down to the FIA gradings and whether it's a bronze, a silver, a gold, or a platinum, and therefore then the combinations that you have of those, and whether that be over 2 or 3 drivers that ultimately dictate what it is.
Yeah, and the drive time for the bronze has to be 4 hours and 40 minutes for bronze. So if that's one bronze driver you've got, he does all of it. If you've got 2 bronze drivers, then
they
you
can split it amongst them,
between them. Just going back to that earlier question about is there a 65-minute stint length in this, and I was saying that's a Fanatec GT regulation. Although this is a round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, don't forget that in a sense IGTC is piggybacking the Gulf 12 hours. So the race regulations are Gulf 12-hour regs, not SRO regs. So within the Gulf 12-hour event regulations, no, there is not that 65-minute stint length, even though IGTC, which is added onto it, is an SRO event, but the Gulf 12-hour regulations do not have that 65-minute length. And again, there will be other little nuances to the way that the regulations pan out for Bathurst, or, for example, you know, when we used to go to Suzuka, because they're not SRO events.
Subtle changes in all of those as well, yeah.
Did you know why Alex Arca came into the pit lane and then went back out again? Because he did, apparently, and it was because there was a problem shifting gears, which was quickly rectified, electrical, and that's why he came into the pit lane.
No, but that was that not the you said it was gearbox related when he had that brief pit stop and went blasting out and then got his pit lane speeding?
Maybe that was what he was referring to,
I think, that was a little while ago, but I think that was it.
Yeah.
There's a rather bizarre sight at the moment of the track almost being blocked at the last corner by recovery vehicles, and people were trying to thread their way between and go around the outside, but it's quite a sight at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is, isn't it? Yeah, I think it was the Simon Gachet car, was it? No, it wasn't. It was the 25 car, wasn't it? It was having to weave its way through the traffic there, which was Patrick Niederhauser, who was working his way in between the stricken car and the back of the breakdown truck, just as the breakdown truck was trying to attach the strop to the stricken Ferrari and get it out of harm's way. So now we've got the track blocked in reality whilst we conduct the recovery of this car. It means that any cars coming around through turn number 16 have no choice but to run off on all of the runoff tarmac there. So way beyond the curb line is where they need to go, right out into the runoff area to weave their way past the breakdown truck, because there's little choice but to do that because of where the Ferrari is and the fact that it's not able to run under its own wheels anymore. They need to get the flatbed recovery unit and the body off the back of it to get the car out of the way.
There is an option, which is that you use the pit lane, but I think it's rather hard to do that unless you're behind the safety car, because if you are sending people down the pit lane but they're not all in a line, some people would end up doing it, and some people wouldn't. And therefore your lap length is different and your lap times are different.
That would create a lot of paperwork,
and that creates mayhem. If it's behind the safety car, you quite often see race directors say, we will come down the pit lane, but while it's a full course yellow and cars are dotted all over the place, then it becomes rather harder to do that. So for the moment, you're right, there is much weaving going on. And the full course yellow continues, and we are 20 minutes or so away from half distance. Race order, 71, Antonio Fuoco is the race leader from number 26, Simon Gachet's Audi. Third, for my money, one of the standouts of the race is Philip Ellis, number 75 Mercedes. Fourth, number 66, Dennis Marshall. Fifth, number 77, Fabian Schiller. And sixth, Benjamin Goethe for Garage 59, number 88, McLaren. It's taken a long time to retrieve this Ferrari, isn't it? Which, again, I just wonder whether, a bit like number 33, when it crashed, there's a gear-related drama. You know, when a sudden stop, the gearbox goes haywire, and then it becomes much harder to move it because it's jammed in a gear.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be in a neutral at the moment, does it, at all? So, no that's just taking a while to get that out of harm's way. At the moment, it's not even on the flatbed recovery unit, but hopefully before too much longer, that will be done.
While you're looking at your watch, you going somewhere in a hurry, are you?
No. It's just a notification came up. Alan Hyde replying by laughing to some sort of tweet. So there's a story to be told there. In terms of the class leaders, you just went through the top six, didn't you? That includes two of the class leaders. So still leading GT3 Pro is the number 71 AF Corsa Anthony Fuoco Ferrari. Still continuing to lead GT3 Pro-Am. In third place overall is the number 75, stop laughing, Addison. Sun Energy won by SPS Mercedes in the hands of Philip Ellis. And it is Jean-Claude Sarda at the wheel of the number 61 AF Corsa Ferrari that still leads GT3 AM. I say that car has largely been absolutely at the sharp end of GT3 AM since the very start of the race. And just to pick up on who is leading the Cup class at this stage, well, it's the number 92 Century Porsche Ticino car. Which is in the hands of Ivan Giacomo at the moment, and that is the number 92 car running there in 23rd position. Looks as though they've found a neutral on the Ferrari, or have they? No, that is still locked in gear by the look of things, because the rear wheels aren't turning. As soon as it gets to the point of compression again, it just won't go.
This is where you need an engineer from the team to go and fiddle and do technical jiggery-pokery to help the situation.
Yeah, because that, it can cause problems as well. If the car is in a forward gear but the gearbox is going backwards, then that's not going to do a great deal of good to it. Thankfully, it would wind it up at a quite slow speed. If you wind it up at a high speed, that's going to cause a major issue. But yeah, that's not going to do the gearbox a great deal of good.
But you're right about how blocked the track is. I mean, absolutely now, right the way across because of the angle of the recovery vehicle. So you are having to go off the racetrack completely in order to circumnavigate the situation down there. So we started with 34. We've got 28 still in the race, but I fear that's really 27, given that one of those is being retrieved right now. And again, just to go back to people are asking these questions on Twitter, hashtag #AskGolf12Hours, about these pit stops that we're talking about, the regulation imposed pit stops as they're called. You cannot make them during a full course yellow or safety car period, and the race director has just reminded the teams, in fact, that the full course yellow or safety car period isn't over until the last car crosses the line. It's not when the green flag comes out or the first car goes over the line, it's when the last car goes through. So everybody is then under green flag conditions. That's when the process ends. But right now, we are looking at number 11, which is being retrieved. It was Marco Porcini that stuffed it in 20th place, and so that car, we can only assume, is jammed in gear, is still not for moving, but the team having to witness what's going on. But because these are electronic gearboxes and they are complicated bits of kit, a lift would appear to be the only answer, but it just... It's not moving, is it? It's just not for rolling at all.
No, it's not.
But if it won't go backwards, I wouldn't have thought, chaps, it was going to go forwards either.
Yeah, what they need is a crane, isn't it? A high ab.
Yeah. Oh, I would have thought by now somebody from the team to go and assist to see what they can do to try and sort out that gearbox woe. But if it's jammed in gear, which looks like the problem, then it's going to be very troublesome. You can see the damage, but it's more than that stopping the car moving.
Yeah, is the gearbox issue cause or effect? That's the thing. Yeah, don't know, but certainly that side of the car, albeit we can't see much of it, that side looks as though it's rather second-hand, and I'm the same as you. I do fear that we might be adding to the tally of retirements in this particular one. So we're now under our 4th full course caution, for which we have had over 55 minutes now under full course caution, plus the extra 20 that we had behind the safety car, and there's no signs yet of this starting to improve. What they're now going to try and do is try and get a dolly underneath one of the wheels and try and lift it up, but it's the rear ones that are locked in gear. So a slightly extended full course caution. We won't get the safety car out, will we, until this is cleared and this car is out of the harm's way. So we'll stay as a full course yellow until that point.
I mean, the only benefit to put the safety car out now would be that you can control them and bring them down the pit lane to give people more space to work.
Yeah.
And it might be that you wouldn't need to do that to get the recovery vehicle to move, because that's at an angle where it's going to have to do an arc and against the flow of the traffic. So Peter Roberts, who is the race director, Chris Norman, deputy race director, and the local race control team, who know, of course, exactly everything about the circuit, although Chris himself has done many a race meeting here, they will have the answers and be looking at all of their screens, talking to the crew down there, saying what's taking the time, what's going on, and making a plan. But right now, all you can do is circulate, and the Ferrari comes in, but this can't be for a mandated stop. Splash of fuel, maybe, if it's getting low, but this can't count as one of the 1 minute and 40-second pit stops.
Well,
oh, hello.
Hello.
You're back.
I am. I've been doing behind-the-scenes working, you know, and I'm right in the right place as well, because 71 comes to a stop now, and hang on, what are they doing?
They're doing a brake disc change, Alan.
They are. They absolutely are. So the right front is off. I don't know if the left front is off as well. Our cameraman is being taken out of the way because they need a bit of space to operate. So, yeah, brake change.
Well, this is a perfect way of doing it, because you can get the stop done now while the race is suspended effectively like this, while it's been neutralised. But it won't count as one of your regulation stops. But you've still got the time left in which to do those. So a disc and pad change now is a great idea.
Yeah, both disc and pads, yeah.
Interesting, interesting. And other teams will be watching this thinking, right, now, do we do that next?
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, on the left-hand caliper, though, one of those pads is not going in, so there's a delay there whilst they had to try and reposition the caliper and spread the springs again to get the pad in. But I think a bit of brute force, it's finally gone in, has it?
I'm a little surprised that this is happening on the pit apron rather than in a pit box. And they've got to be careful that they don't have too many people working on the car for that.
They do, yeah. I mean, they're limited to the amount of people that they can have working on the car at any one point. So when refuelling is finished, a total of 6 crew members plus the driver entering can work on the car. However, one of the things, the following tasks can be carried out in the inner lane of the pit lane, and one of them does include replacement of brake pads and discs within the regulations.
It only looked as though they did one corner of the car there.
Right.
So you said they were doing the left front.
Yes.
I watched them do the right front.
Oh, okay,
so
right.
just the front of the car.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, no, because the camera was so focused on the left.
Yeah, well, I was taking care of the right. You only needed to ask.
so the only things they're allowed to do in the inner part of the pit lane before they need to push the car into the garage, they can refuel the car. They can change the driver, they can change the wheels and tyres, as we've seen, they can clean the windscreens, the lights and the windows, they can replace the brake pads and discs, they can replenish the oil, coolant and other fluids, and they can remove debris from the car. If they want to do anything other than any of those things, the car has to go to the garage.
Now that pit stop was 1 minute and 40 seconds, but it won't count as one of the imposed.
But that may well have been a minute and whatever seconds very well spent.
Yes,
I wonder.
But is it coincidence that it's 1 minute and 40?
It's very surprising, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I mean, they will know. Surely they will know that's part of the regulations for this weekend. Or does that differ with what you would usually do in Intercontinental GT Challenge relative to what we're doing in Gulf 12 Hours?
That's a regulation unique to this event.
Right.
But you know, the teams that are worth their. I can't believe for a minute that AF Corsa you wouldn't have read the regs.
No.
So I find that interesting that it's 1 minute and 40 seconds.
It must just be a pure coincidence.
Yeah.
So how are we getting on with the recovery of car? It is still only halfway on the flatbed recovery unit at the moment, so the nose of the Ferrari is still on the tarmac and only half of the car is on the flatbed recovery unit at this stage. So it is proving to be a troublesome recovery.
Is it ever? Is it ever? Well, right now, the race lead goes the way of Simon Gachet in number 26 Audi. And so that's the car that the safety car would need to collect at the end of its outlap. But we're some way off that for the reasons that are rather obvious. We are 10 minutes away from the halfway mark. And there are lots of cars still crawling over the line. And Antonio Fuoco, of course, will drop back in the queue. He's now going to be on track behind car number 99. So that is in 15th place. I'm not saying he's dropped to 15th because he's on a different lap from that car. It's going to put him effectively then in 7th place, I would have thought. There you can see just how restricted the track is now. The marshal's telling everybody to go way, way wide to give everybody space to work on that car number 11.
Yeah, now the problem is that Dolly that they've put under the front wheels, I think, isn't wanting to head up onto the flatbed recovery unit. So there's more conversation, dialogue, committee meeting going on as to what they need to do. Now, for AF Corsa, that could be a really sensible thing. Bringing Anthony Fuoco in under these conditions to do that pad and disc change. We have seen wins for AF Corsa in this event before. We've seen lots of wins for Ferrari, but most of the latter wins for Ferrari have come via way of Kessel. So AF Corsa have not tasted victory in this event since 2014.
But rarely have they done a full pro car.
Yeah, very much so, yeah, I agree.
Certainly we've I know it's not, but if you take Fanatec GT as an example, they've done an awful lot of winning in Pro-Am, but actually not that much until, well, even for Ferrari, it was Iron Lynx, actually, rather than AF Corsa came along and started winning over the last couple of years. So, yeah, AF Corsa in GT3 racing rather than GTE has concentrated on Pro-Ams or AM
combinations,
So in fairness to Amato Ferrari's team, that might be one of the reasons why. So new race leader then, Simon Gachet out in number 26, goes back into the lead of the race. And the order changing, of course, now that the number 71 Ferrari has made that pit stop.
Yeah, and is only 3.7 seconds off the lead in reality, with
No, he's not. I don't think it's yet crossed the line.
Has it not, Rick?
Because it's about 1 minute and 24 seconds away.
Ah, right, okay.
Crossing
I
the
thought
line.
it'd come through.
No, I don't think so. So that car is yet to emerge.
Right, they're now pushing the Ferrari back off the flatbed recovery unit. It looks like it's in a neutral gear now, though, because that rear wheel is turning. So that, fingers crossed, bodes well for a second attempt at it. They might be better just getting the team to come down with a set of dollies and get it up on some dollies and push it into the pit lane.
I'll have another go at your thought about 71 Ferrari only being 3 seconds back. I think it is. You're quite right, only 3 seconds back. I was thinking that surely it would have lost more time, but actually the relative lap speed of the Audi relative to 1 minute and 40 in the pit lane, it'll balance out. You're quite right. So it is
that's
purely
potentially a very good call then, isn't it?
3.7 seconds. They've done the brakes. They've lost barely anything by doing that.
Yeah.
And Fuoco versus Gachet, I think Antonio is quicker than Simon, only by a bit, but he's slightly quicker. So yeah, there goes 93, Jonathan Hui. Now that car had a 10-second penalty to serve for speeding. It goes back down the pit road.
But again, that can't be served under full course yellow, or can it?
You need to check that.
Because surely you'd gain advantage if you did, wouldn't you? 10-second additional halt at green flag speed is going to be much better. Right, the dolly that was underneath the front left-hand wheel of the Ferrari is now being removed once more, so we're now back to where we were a few moments ago. But thankfully, as you say, at least now the rear wheels are turning, so they've managed to find a neutral on the Ferrari, and now it's much easier all of a sudden to get that car out of harm's way. So it's finally up on the flatbed recovery unit, a bit of strapping down of the car just to prevent any further movement on it. And then once we get the recovery truck and any other circuit vehicles out of harm's way, because there is a 4x4 vehicle down there as well, then once that's out of harm's way, then we'll go to what will be safety car for a lap or so, and then we'll finally get the race underway for what has been a slightly extended full course caution period. It does now mean that whether it be under safety car or under full course caution, we are now at 1 hour and 25 minutes of this race, having been under some sort of caution period, and we are now at the basis of over 4,500 laps have been done in total by all of the cars. How many different lead changes have we had? Well, at the moment, 23 changes of the lead at this stage, or 23 cars have been in the lead. Yes, some of them on more than one occasion. The likes of the number 71 car has had several opportunities to pick up the lead of the race, not least of which also the likes of the 66 has been in the lead, whether it be either in the hands of Matteo Drudi or Kelvin van der Linde throughout the course of this race. And of course, we've also seen the number 50 car in the lead on a few different occasions, whether it either be in the hands of David Arrigon. I think it was also Nicholas Nielsen that was in the lead of the race at the wheel of that car as well. So we've had 23 different changes of the lead throughout the course of the race so far. So 6 hours and 5 minutes to go. The flatbed recovery unit is almost ready to leave the scene. They did have a crane on the flatbed recovery unit, so there was the possibility of using that, but maybe didn't have the spreader bar that you need to place within the vehicle or the correct hooks to get the car out of harm's way. So it's dropped down, the Ferrari, and it's going to make its way back into the pit lane, where investigation will be done as to whether that car is repairable or not. It hit the concrete wall, so I'm sure circuit furniture will be fine, but we've still got the recovery truck and 2 other course vehicles that need to find a gap in the barrier and get out of the way before we can then deploy the safety car for a lap or so, start to build the speeds again, and then start to crack on with the, you could almost argue now, second half of this race, because I think by the time we get the incident cleared, David, and the safety car out there, we're going to be just under 6 hours to go.
What was your question again of a little while ago about bronze and silver drivers?
You've been busy diving into the regulations.
But I can't remember what the question was now.
The question was, can you remind, this is John Wolfe, of the nature of the pro/am split in this race, and how exactly does it work?
Pro, you can have any grade of driver in a pro car. You wouldn't necessarily want a bronze, but you could if you wanted.
Yeah.
But basically, that's a free-for-all. In pro-am, you can have a gold, a silver, a bronze, or a gold and 2 bronze, or a silver and 2 bronze, or 2 silver and a bronze, or a gold, a silver, and 2 bronze, or 2 silver and 2 bronze. You asked.
No, well, I didn't. I didn't. John Wolfe did.
John, well,
yeah, I hope you got a pen, John.
Exactly. Yawn with your mouth closed. If you're an AM car entry, you can have 1 silver and 2 bronze, or 3 bronze, or 1 silver and 3 bronze in a 4-driver car, obviously, or 4 bronze if you so desire.
Yeah, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
What I can't find is a regulation about the penalties being served at the next pit stop or an imposed pit stop. It just says a time penalty.
Right.
I agree with you. It would make sense for them only to be servable at an imposed pit stop time.
Yes, and usually it's written into the regulation. Unless the regulations say you can, you can't.
You can't,
yes.
absolutely.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. So we've finally got the Ferrari out of the way. So there's a little gap in the barriers up towards the entrance at turn 1. So that now gets the recovery truck out of the way. I think any other remaining course vehicles have now left the scene. So all that's left there are the telltale signs of the skid marks of the number 11 car, where it spat itself from the left-hand side of the circuit over to the right-hand side and in towards the pit wall, which means, fingers crossed, we should see the safety car out on circuit very, very shortly.
And that, therefore, will take us closer to the restart of the race. It will be 2 laps behind the safety car. I think we've touched on this point already, but if you've just joined the coverage of the Gulf 12 Hours, then the reason that you have the safety car out is because it is allowed to go at a quicker pace, quicker speed, than is the Delta speed under a full course yellow. What that therefore serves to do is to bring into effect the tyre pressures up, the tyre temperatures are back up, so the restart is safer because tyres and brakes are at closer to, anyway, operating temperature, whereas if you just release them from full course yellow, here all the temperatures have really dropped. So a couple of laps behind the safety car gets everybody to go quicker. We're not actually at the safety car point yet. I'm getting slightly ahead of ourselves here, but that will be the next part of the plan. And remember, we're talking about these imposed pit stops, that you've got to have made your 10th and final imposed pit stop before, and be out of the pit lane, before the clock hits 11 hours and 15 minutes of the race done. Can't be in the pits, you've got to have finished it and be back on track. So everything done, back out on circuit before the clock gets to 11 hours and 15 minutes completed. So the cars working their way up through turn 3. Number 44, the troubled Porsche that Klaus Bachler had to start from the pit lane. He's back behind the wheel of that car in 24th place. It's a long, long way adrift now. But that car very, very quick in his hands. It's a real shame that A, we haven't got a pro-class Porsche, but B, the one that we were excited to see in Klaus Bachler's hands lost so much time early on in the race. So he's going to be then the battle renewed between Simon Gachet and Antonio Fuoco then when we get back to racing. But I think a few more of the teams are preparing themselves for a sort of splash and dash style stop, although we can't be that far away from things getting back underway.
No, don't think it'll be too much longer before we finally get back to full green flag racing. Of course, it's been rather frustrating for most of the drivers just to sit there at the speeds that they'll do, and they'll be quite happy for the sight of the safety car. So the indication is that, yeah, they'll then start to be able to speed up a little bit, and a few laps later they'll be off and away. Now, I think one of the first cars we potentially might see back into the pit lane will be the number 77 car of Fabian Schiller, because yes, whilst they've been circulating at reduced speed and therefore there's lower fuel burn and therefore it might not need to pit as soon as it does, but Fabian Schiller has now, since jumping on board the number 77, 5th place Mercedes from Al Manar Racing by Get Speed, has been behind the wheel of that car for heading towards 2.25 hours now. Yes, there'll have been another pit stop for a little bit of refueling, but his stint time in terms of how long from when he first got into the car to where we are now, yeah, 2.25 hours it will be, and that is the best part of probably 50 minutes more than any other driver that's out there behind the wheel of the car currently. So we'll have to wait and see as to when Fabian Schiller will dive for the pit lane. We've been, what, I think 2 hours and 28 minutes, I think is the furthest anybody has gone as yet over the course of this race, but that safety car period was that little bit further extended. But the maximum drive time in any one stint is 2 hours and 30, so he's heading towards needing to come in before too much longer. So safety car out there, the speed just starting to build a little bit, which means that Simon Gachet now is also taking the opportunity to weave around and try and build another little bit of temperature into the Control Pirelli slick tyres that all of these cars are running. He is first in the queue. Car that is second in the queue is another Audi. In fact, it is the Audi Sport Team Tresor car that is second in the queue, and that will be the number 99 car of Finlay Hutchinson, who's actually running 15th overall. So that's a back marker car in the nicest possible way, one that's not on the lead lap, probably is a more accurate way to put it. But Anthony Fuoco will want to deal with that because he is the third car in the queue, and he'll want to get past that Audi as quickly as he possibly can and see what he might be able to do to close up onto the coattails of Simon Gachet at the wheel of what is the race-leading Ferrari at this stage, race-leading Audi at this stage. We ought to say still leading Pro-Am is the Sun Energy 1by SPS Mercedes in the hands of Philip Ellis. That's the gold liveried car. And leading Am still at this stage is Jean-Claude Sauder at the wheel of the number 61 Ferrari. So those are your relative GT3 class leaders at the moment. Leading the Cup class at this stage is still the number 92 Porsche that leads that, running in 23rd position overall.
I just went to have a quick word with the stewards, and Richard Norbury, who is the chairman of the stewards, experienced stewards Grand Prix, and says, no, you can take your time penalty at any pit stop. So you serve it the next time you come in. I agree with your logic that actually you'd be gaining by doing it and stop now, but the next time the car comes into the pits, it can serve
it. Right,
that,
okay.
rather than it just being an imposed
that's intriguing.
pit stop.
Yeah.
So that's another, there is actually, the more you dig deep, there is a bit more in the strategy than you first think. They've got to make these 10 pit stops, so it'll be an hour Bosch, an hour Bosch. But actually, there is more in it that you can start to play with as the race goes on and as things develop.
Yeah, you could gain an advantage there that other teams might not have picked up on, and where, thousandths of a second make a difference, then what they'll be gaining there are maybe a couple of seconds. That could be the difference between being on the podium or not, or which step of the podium you're on.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm sure you said it, but we've tripped into part two. We're into the second half of the race.
No, I hadn't actually.
The big clock in front of us, indeed on the screen, 5 hours and 56 minutes. A lot's happened in the first half of the race, and there's a lot more to pan out of this, especially as we're getting ready to go racing, aren't we?
Yep, so the safety car is circulating round. We've given you a quick rundown of the order, so let's just have a quick look. We've had a few more questions come in as well. So who have we got here? We've got Jan 0077, just thanking us for the coverage. And what's the speed limit at the Gulf 12 Hours under full course yellow is the next question that's popped up. Well, pit lane speed limit is 60 kilometres per hour. Does it differ for full course yellow?
I think it is the same.
The same speed, yeah.
I'll double check if you can bear with me a second.
Okay.
Any other questions before I go back to my iPad?
No, stick with it for the moment. Stick with it at the moment.
Right, let me just get my
There's another couple I can get to you in a moment. Jenny asking whether we prefer daytime or nighttime racing. Well, actually, here at Yas Marina, for me, it's the nighttime aspect that I enjoy. And it's unusual because it's so well floodlit, this circuit, that it never really feels as though it's at night. You can almost lull yourself into a false sense of security, thinking it's day when you're looking down on the illuminated track. It's only when you look back up to the skyline and see that it's dark that you realise. But yeah, the backdrop of the W Hotel at night with the lights changing on it, and the reflection coming off the surface of the marina here, for me, this place really comes to alive at night. But there are other circuits that where they are non-illuminated that I actually prefer in the daytime, because in the nighttime you simply can't see anything from a commentary perspective. So it does vary for me. But here at this track, absolutely, it's nighttime.
No, it certainly is a magical feel. I mean, last night we were sitting outside the hotel, which is on the corner of the circuit, and the circuit lights were turned off. I thought I'd gone blind because suddenly it went so dark. It was the most scary thing, really.
It was, wasn't it?
No, racing at night is a very, very special thing, whether it's Le Mans, whether it's Spa, Nürburgring, or here. This is so well floodlit, it's different again.
Yeah.
But what for me, it's the fact that it focuses everything on the track. Forget the grandstands or the runoff area or anything around the circuit. All you're really able to see is that strip of tarmac.
So we go green flag racing once more, and straight away Simon Gachet is on it, trying to build any little advantage that he can between himself and the chasing Antonio Fuoco. Now remember, the Ferrari, the car that sits there second in the race but is third in this queue of cars at the restart, brand new pads and discs on that car. So, on the basis that they've been going around under full course caution and safety car, he'll no doubt have been trying to press those brakes a little bit just to try and bed them in as much as possible so that he then doesn't work them too hard in the early stages of this one, or at least make sure there's some brake temperature built up in them as well. So Anthony Fuoco might take a couple of laps really to maybe make some inroads into the car that he's trying to hunt down. But what he's got to do to start with is try and carve his way through and past the Audi that lies ahead of him at this stage. So we've got 5 hours and 54 minutes to go when we went green. Anthony Fuoco is already through and past and ahead of Finlay Hutchinson's number 99 Audi. Here is Philip Ellis. He's just working his way down the straight and in towards the braking area for the chicane. Remember, the leading Pro-Am car is lying third overall in the race at this stage, but with everybody bottled up again, and there's lots of flashing of lights going on to forewarn some of the slower Cup cars. The quicker GT3s need to crack on with it straight away. And there is the rather forlorn sight of the Ferrari that brought all of this extended safety car period about. And now on its dollies and being pushed down the pit lane.
Yeah, by the team, as it
also looking to try and make progress there. That's Alessio Rivera at the wheel of the number 50 Ferrari, just managing to sneak up the inside of the 2C's Mercedes. So that is another car that's been dealt with by Alessio Rivera. Car that still resides on the lead lap as well. The top 8 cars remain on the lead lap at this stage of the race, which isn't bad considering that we are now over the halfway point of this particular race. Also feeling the pinch there is Jonathan Huoy, who is coming under enormous pressure from the Ferrari that's also looking to try and squeeze its way through. And as long as the Ferrari goes through, then Hunter Abbott is the next of those that is trying to attack. That would have been for position, but now we get the next stage of pit stops. Philip Ellis comes in from 4th position. Fabian Schiller, who I said would be coming in, comes in from 5th position. The number 88 McLaren comes in as well, which is in the hands of Benjamin Gotha. Who else have we got in? Hunter Abbott, we mentioned, came in. Jean-Claude Sauder comes in from the lead of GT3 AM. Dominic Baumann comes in at the wheel of the number 20 car. Tani Hana is in. Nico Pronk is in. Aaron Walker is in. Even Giacomo is in from the lead of the Cup class. They are all piling their way into the pit lane. We've got more cars in the pit lane, David, now, than we have out on circuit.
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it? Because they've been eagerly awaiting this through that last aspect of that full course yellow safety car period, but of course the top 2 stay out there, and Antonio Fuoco will not be long before he starts to attack for the race lead. But now you've got to try and find space to get your car in. This is where you need to get on with your neighbour, because you could get hemmed in and lose time because you just can't wriggle out of the little traffic jam here.
Now, and it is, as I say, it's a long pit lane and it's a wide pit lane. It is quite tight when you get all of the GT cars in together with the refuelling rigs and all the work that needs to go on with tyres, as you can see, in the process of being put to one side whilst the new ones go on as well. Lots of activity. It's a dangerous place to be, and it's one that you need your wits about you, whether you be a commentator, a marshal, mechanic or driver jumping in or out of car. You've got to be aware of what's going on around you and, of course, the regulations that exist when it comes to pit stops to ensure that we keep everybody safe. So pit stops are being concluded for some. They are peeling their way back down the pit lane. They want to do it as quickly as possible, but you've got to be the right side of that 1 minute and 40 seconds. Otherwise, you only get one roll of the dice as a let-off, depending on how close you are to the 1 minute and 40. If you're, I think it's a second, within a second of it, I think David was saying.
1 second is your joker. Once in
it's
the
the
race.
joker.
Yeah.
If you are 1 minute and 38 seconds, I'm sorry, but you're too much the wrong side of the line. So have we got anybody that has not quite managed to do it? One car, potentially, that is showing us a 1 minute and 39 second pit stop. That might beg a question in race control. Is car number 50, which is Alessio Rivera, showing as a pit stop, was 1 minute and 39 seconds. We've also got, oh dear, right, okay, showing on an outlap with a pit stop of 1 minute and 33 seconds. The car that was leading GT3 AM, car number 61, Jean-Claude Sauder having taken over that car. So those are 2 cars that those pit stops might be looked into a little bit more. And also, Lewis Williamson's...
Right, that one is a joker. The
Right.
team has already said to race control, we're counting that as our joker. So Lewis Williamson is a joker pit stop.
They've already identified
They've
that.
already done it.
Before we've even got to it.
Absolutely.
Yep, that was the next one. Yep,
that was the next one. So that's okay. But number 50 Ferrari is a good spot. Also, because this might become relevant, the stewards have decided that due to the number of track limit reports, the scale of penalties is now going to start to increase. So we're into the second half of the race. Everything resets for track limit penalties at the 6 hour mark, but because of the number that we've had thus far, the first report the stewards receive will remain at a 5-second penalty. Subsequent reports to the stewards for that car will be a minimum 10 seconds.
Right.
So your first penalty, if you like, is 5, but then it does start to go up.
And I like the way they've worded that. Subsequent penalties will be a minimum 10 seconds, which still gives them flexibility as well moving forwards.
Oh, does it ever? Yes.
Yep.
Yes. And the good thing is that, again, you know, this is one of the aspects of SRO getting involved with this race. Richard Norbury, who is one of the stewards for this, is a regular steward for Fanatec GT Endurance Cup. You know, he has a say with SRO, with Jackie Gruden, the sporting director, in shaping the regulations. Because he's been there, he's had to listen to the teams, and he's thought, okay, we need to tighten that. And so all of these things evolve. You know, I don't think Richard would ever say we've got everything absolutely nailed down, because teams are devious at times.
They are clever people, yeah,
exactly.
Absolutely.
But you're right, he is, all the stewards, because there's more than just him, there's a whole team of them downstairs to cover 12 hours of racing. They have that provision now.
So we think the number 50 Ferrari, Alessio Rivera, is going to take that as a joker pit stop, because they were within 1 second of the minimum time. But unfortunately, the number 61 AF Corsa Ferrari that was leading GT3 Pro-Am can't do that if its pit stop was 1 minute and 33, unless they're not counting it as one of their...
Well, that's the other option.
That's the other option.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. They either take the penalty or they don't count it as one of their locked-in pit stops.
But if you don't do your 10 imposed pit stops, then you get a 3-lap penalty. Yeah. So it's better to do your minute and 40 than lose 3 laps.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Or class that as not one of the imposed ones, but have to do another pit stop again.
Yes. I mean, 7 seconds, that's way outside a joker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even Tommy Cooper's not that funny, so 7 seconds doesn't count as a joker, trust me. So what we have also now got is the race lead back the way of Ferrari 71, and Antonio Fuoco, man on mission. Number 69, Patrick Kolb, gets ready to go. And we'll have a run through the order at the end of the next lap once everybody has sort of settled down into this next run. But yeah, we're into the second half of the race, 5 3/4 hours to go, and Ferrari back into the lead of the race. And the interloper in second, Simon Gachet, only on 5 pit stops, whereas Fuoco, the leader, Dennis Marshall, third, have done 6. So they're effectively now equal, except for the fact that one of Fuoco's pit stops was done under a safety car, full course yellow period, and therefore doesn't count as the 10. So numerically they're all the same, but in other words, Fuoco will have to do, or number 71 will have to do 11 pit stops now.
But just look at the lap time that he's putting in at the moment. 1 minute 52.5 the last time through, which is a full second quicker than Simon Gachet. So he took up the lead of the race and already has managed to build up what is a 1.6 second advantage between himself and the erstwhile race leading car. Good squabble going on further down through the order. Al-Faisal Al-Zubair back behind the wheel of the number 77 Mercedes, in the midst of a brilliant squabble there. That won't be for position because he is 5 seconds adrift of Philip Ellis and 7 seconds in hand over Alexander West at the wheel of the Garage 59 McLaren. But that's a good little fight that he's having to pick his way through there, Al-Faisal Al-Zubair. And hopefully we'll see a little bit more of that as up towards turn number 9 goes the number 75 car in the hands of Philip Ellis. The Mercedes still leading, continuing to lead Pro-Am at this stage.
I think that car has done an outstanding job, and Philip Ellis, I know I keep saying it, has been one of the standouts for me. He hasn't thrown the car off, you know, he's quick, he's smooth, he's consistent. You can understand why SPS wanted him in the car, and although he hasn't been a regular in it and therefore can't really affect anything for the championship, he is making a name for himself here, and that is good news. There's a driving standards flag now being prepared for Alessandro Cozzi, number 52 Ferrari, as the race leader Antonio Fuoco then comes over the timing line, goes through, and the former single-seater gun breaks the beam and now puts 168 laps in the book, as down the pit road comes Simon Gachet then out of second place.
Yep, so Simon Gachet in towards the pit lane, which means that Antonio Fuoco now has a very comfortable lead of around about 11.5 seconds between himself and the number 66 Audi of Dennis Marshall.
That's a very odd stint for Gachet, because that's 25 laps, quite a chunk of which was done at a slow pace.
Yeah.
So Leggeret came in, he said, early after 36 laps because of the drink bottle not working properly, but 25 laps for Simon Gachet is, to me, a bit of an oddity. So can't actually see the car down the pit lane because it's obscured by one of the hospitality buildings, but there it is on the screen. But are they going to take... No, they're not going to take it to the garage, are they?
No, they're not. It's up on the air jacks. There's a new set of Pirellis being put on the car, windscreen being cleaned, whilst the Marco Pulcini Kessel Racing Ferrari finally on its dollies makes its way to the correct end of the pit lane. Is going to, of course, instantly be pushed backwards into the garage for inspection to be done at the frontal damage of that car to establish as to whether it is able to even continue for the remaining 5 3/4 hours of this 11th running of the Gulf 12 Hours here at Yas Marina. Great to be back in Abu Dhabi. It's not the first time we've had 2 Gulf 12 Hours over the course of the season, because it happened at the early stages when it was very much in its infancy, the Gulf 12 Hours. There was a race in January and then a race in December. That's exactly what has happened this year, but we're back to the regular December date, and as David alluded to earlier on, exciting times ahead with the 2023 iteration of this race. There is an announcement, I believe, this next week coming up. I think it's going to be Tuesday, but next week, announcement as to what this race will look like for next year. More changes as the race moves forward and becomes ever more professional, so keep your eyes towards social media, and you'll find out what 2023 version of this race will look like later on in a week.
Yes, the race and the event weekend as well, as there the Kessel Racing Ferrari mauled at the front, goes into the garage. I mean, you look at that and you think, what took the time? But it was all in the transmission, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So that car back into its garage. Right, Fuoco versus Dennis Marchal then for the race lead, and the gap's extending because the Ferrari is lapping quicker. That on the inside line is now going a lap down, number 26, then Simon Gachet. So he's desperately got to stay ahead of that Ferrari, but he can't. This takes you back to the first hour, doesn't it, where the Ferrari had pitted early and the number 26 Santalok Audi dropped off the lead lap. Well, it's happened again. The only benefit in the armoury at the moment of the Santalok Audi is that it has done one more imposed pit stop than has the Ferrari.
Yes, because Simon Gachet is actually further into his stint than Antonio Fuoco is at this stage as well. So yeah, the Audi's going to have to stop earlier as well, isn't it? So,
I've been doing it.
But yeah, that one less stop that it's done is the slight glimmer of hope for them. So there is the battered-looking Ferrari, and we'll wait and see as to whether that car is another one to add to your list. I'm guessing we haven't had any official confirmation from the team as yet with regards to that, because they haven't seen the car close up.
No, not yet. Alan from the pits.
I've been doing a little bit of research into wet tyres. So although there are wet tyres in all of the garages and they are on the rims and ready to go, none of them were actually used during that wet session earlier on. And so I asked the question of one of the officials, have wet tyres ever been used at the Gulf 12 Hours? And it's quite an interesting answer. Every year, Pirelli bring a container full of wet tyres, and never have they been used. And we got close today, but not close enough.
Right, okay. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't really a sort of flippant thought earlier on, but, you know, had anybody even thought to buy or even bring wet tyres?
Every single year we've had a Gulf 12 Hours, Pirelli have bought a container full of wet tyres, and they've never been used.
Not even today.
No, but today's not over yet.
That's true. That's true.
Do you remember last night when we were sitting by the harbour?
I do indeed. I do indeed, yes.
Apologies, Alan. Technical issue. Couldn't hear you coming in there, so apologies for that.
I know. I've had technical problems for 10 minutes trying to get you to hear me.
Yeah.
And we're so glad we can. Sorry, we're so glad we can. Right, race leader, lap 171, and Antonio Fuoco then is building this gap. The only other car that might be in with a shout, actually, in terms of a proper pace at the moment, is the sister car, number 50, with Alessio Rivera at the wheel of it. Number 75, Philip Ellis, then is a lap back, but 6th place overall, and still leading Pro-Am from Alexander West. So I think the advantage there goes the way of the Mercedes. As far as the race itself is concerned, we're just approaching 4 local time, and the light is starting to go. Not much, but it's just getting towards that early evening. But when it starts to go dark, it goes dark very quickly.
This part of the world, yeah, absolutely. It goes dark very, very quickly indeed. From daylight to dusk to full darkness seems to be almost the blink of an eye. Philip Ellis, the pace that Philip Ellis has at the wheel of this number 75 Mercedes, he is at the moment, I think, the quickest car out there on the last lap, a 1 minute 52.7. is a full second quicker than the race leader can manage. There's only one other car I spotted last time through was in the 1 minute 52s, and that was the 4th place Patrick Niederhauser Audi that did a 1 minute 52.9. So Philip Ellis leading the Pro-Am category, and the number 75 car is clearly in a sweet spot at the moment. So through and over the start-finish line he goes. Another lap in the 1 minute 52s. Not quite the quickest lap time through, but still right up there.
I keep saying how good a job he is doing, and he's going to do a lot of driving, I suspect, before the end. I mean, they're keeping Martin Conrad ready as well, but Philip Ellis will not have done. Kenny Harble has. He's already talking about going for a drink, isn't he? But Philip Ellis goes storming along. So the Mercedes, number 75, comes out of the hairpin. We're getting a replay here of another one from AF Corsa's stable, 52, which comes through riding the curb, goes wide out of turn 1, and there's a little bit of damage on the back. The diffuser is all wonky. Wasn't that hit in the back by Jan Magnussen?
That was hit in the back by Jan Magnussen, and when I spotted that debris at the edge of turn number 14, that's the car I was alluding to, that maybe the gaffer tape had come loose,
right.
and the rear part of the car was dropping down. Well, that looks far worse now than it did earlier on, so that's been spotted by our cameras. If it's been spotted by the officials, they might have a ponder over, is it secured enough at this stage? Might it need to come into the pit lane and have some further work done on it to prevent it from parting company entirely?
Yes, a quick look down the pit lane. There is not, as yet, one of the scrutineers standing on the pit wall staring at the back of the car, but maybe having seen it on TV, that's the next element to all of this, as Philip Ellis then gets himself onto the back of Simon Gachet. So this is now for 5th place overall, the leading Pro-Am car, hunting for a way to get past a Pro car, and further evidence, if you needed it, of how well Philip Ellis has gone in this race. And yeah, Alan, he's top of the wish list, I think, of people to hear from at the end of the stint, Philip Ellis, because he's going extraordinarily well. Comes up towards the timing line now. Simon Gachet is no slouch, trust me, he knows this car inside out, and his last lap was a 53.3, and Philip Ellis 0.6 of a second quicker. Yeah, he's going beautifully well, isn't he? The man who's had a former class win at the Nürburgring a couple of years ago in the 24-hour there, pushing hard. You can see a far more relaxed approach in the garage there, with many of the drivers and mechanics taking the opportunity for a quick bit of respite. But for Philip Ellis, no such opportunity for him. Simon Gachet is the target, and the Sansalot Junior team driver at the moment is just about doing enough. Now, Philip Ellis isn't quite close enough to mount a challenge just as yet. He'll pick up a bit of a toe in a straight line. We know that the Mercedes, with its grunt, is good in a straight line. He'll try and close the gap and see whether there is the opportunity. But he's not going to be able to do it this time as they head in towards the braking area for the chicane. So flicking their way through turn 7 up towards turn number 8. Simon Gachet hangs on to 5th. Philip Ellis, leading Pro-Am, sits there in 6th. Doing the job that's required, because a class win is what they're here for. Yeah. But, I mean, could that get on the podium overall? You know, we've still got virtually half the race to go, and what a first half it was in terms of changing fortune. So, yeah, we are nowhere near knowing what the final order is going to be. And again, Gachet there goes wide into turn 9 then with that Mercedes riding shotgun. Just to go back to an earlier point, number 71, we talked about that pit stop for the brakes as the leaders get caught up behind the traffic there, the Porsche Bales. So Gachet goes through. The team has been reminded by race control that that pit stop does not count as an imposed mandated pit stop. So the team, if they were trying to get away with it, have been reminded, it's been spotted, it didn't count.
And they certainly can't please the case for ignorance anymore with regards to the regulations.
Absolutely no way. I mean, come on, if we spotted it, there's no excuse.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
But they have had the message relayed from race control to just point out, and also Ram Racing's number 8 as well had a pit stop at the same in the same period. Those don't count, so the teams are being reminded of that fact. Leaders go by, and the lead gap 13.5 seconds last time. Over the line goes Dennis Marshall, and it's up to 14 seconds. But yeah, I mean, the Ferraris were other cars that were there or thereabouts in qualifying, but they've come alive come race day, haven't they, as well?
Yeah, we've always had, I think, pretty much a Ferrari inside the top 4 at any one single point of this race, haven't we? Even in the early stages, we saw such a great stint was put in by the car, sorry, in the hands of Alessandro Pierguidi, who started the number 71 car, which still continues to lead this race now in the hands of Antonio Fuoco. The car that we're looking at the moment, excuse me, is the third place car, so identically liveried to the race leading car. The only way you can actually tell them apart is the race number down the side of it. I've looked and looked and looked for any sort of indication as to how you can tell them apart, and no, it's only when they're side on. That's a number 50 car of Valesio Rivera. Quick replay, and what is this? This is Alexander West under pressure from the Klaus Bachler Porsche. And that got slightly close there, just heading through the exit of turn number 14. They go down the straight in towards turn number 15. And that looked as though there wasn't a great deal of daylight between the pair of them there.
That's the difference, though, between an AM and a pro and how they attack the corners. Alexander West is a quick AM. Klaus Bachler is an absolute gun pro and charging his way through. We've been saying nice things about Benjamin Goethe all race. Stuart Hall has arrived. Whether we can make a third headset work for you, Stuart, I don't know, but we'll have a go at this. If not, you might have to borrow Mark's. But in fact, let's go with that as a plan, shall we? Just quickly put this headset on. And I'll talk to Stuart Hall, because I mentioned earlier on he was a podium finisher in this race many years ago. Stuart, who is looking after Benjamin Goethe these days, but we've been saying Benji has done a great job in the Garage 5988 McLaren. He's extraordinary. He's done really well.
Yeah, I have to say, very, very proud of him.
Yeah.
He's come an awful long way. He's had a fantastic year aboard the Audi this year. We've all been sort of working towards what's happened this year. He's had an amazing year. Got this opportunity this weekend in the wonderful McLaren, and he seems to be grabbing it with both hands and doing an outstanding job again. You know, I couldn't be prouder. You know, coaching's easy with kids like him in this sort of form. So I don't want to jinx it, but so far he's doing an amazing job.
I did say it earlier on in the race. When we first saw him in what was then Blancpain Endurance, you know, he didn't really cover himself in glory, but the steps that he's taken to get to where he is have been huge in a short space of time.
I think we sort of ran with the sort of idea that, you know, we're going to throw him in at the deep end and hope he can swim, and almost drowned. But you know, in fairness to him, you know, it just shows the mental toughness, because he was 16 years old in 1 week when he arrived at Monza in the rain, having never done a GT race before, and the steps he's made from then to now have been exponential. And you know, he's a strong young driver that is a top pro in the making, and you can see by his performances in the big races this year, like Spa especially. You know, when that car needed him to really step up, you know, when say Thomas Neubauer needed someone to back him up as well, Benji was there, and he was there in abundance, and that's why he's been recognised, and he's got this chance this weekend as you know, the second pro alongside Marvin in the Garage 59 car, which is, you know, so far so good, but you know, still 5.5 hours to go, so you know, I don't want to count our chickens yet.
It's been a strange race. I know you're sort of focusing on one car when you're involved with the driver, rather than perhaps looking at everything, but there seems to have been quite a high mortality rate early on, and actually the cars that were having problems mechanically are the ones you wouldn't have expected. You know, factory Mercedes, for example, that was a real shock to our system.
Well, the first thing through us was their strategy.
Yes, a bit. We were the same.
So and then obviously.
Can you explain that? I mean, you've obviously talked to guys in your garage.
Yeah, I think it's basically you've got these mandatory stops. Yeah. And I think the thinking is, you get the mandatory stop out the way as early as you can, so later on in the race, you can have a bit more flexibility with strategy and stint length, etc., which is more important in pro than pro-am, because in pro-am, I think, as you see the is it 71 car in, or the
50
car?
Yeah.
Especially in pro, that's a little bit more critical, whereas in pro-am, we're very much what's the word? It's set on, you know, Alex has got to do his mandatory time in the car, so we've got to sort of plan our strategy around that, which is why we're sort of, you know, Alex has done a lot in the car so far today, and he's done an absolutely fantastic job. But then we then bias Marvin towards the end of the race, who is, you know, the designated McLaren driver for that lineup.
Sure. We were saying this a little bit earlier on. In a way, you take a pro-am car like yours, you get your bronze driver done early, that 4 hours, 40 minutes are done. Then it becomes a pro car, effectively, because you're splitting the rest of the time between your guns for hire. It takes on a different feel.
You know, especially in pro-am, you know, the bronze driver makes all the difference, I think. And we're very lucky we've got Alex, who's a very, very good bronze driver. you know, is doing a fantastic job at the moment. And you know, long may it continue. You know, it's, like I said, it's 5.5 hours to go. So you know, it's not far off two GT World Challenge races, is it? Still to go. So a lot can happen.
Hold that thought from the pits, Alan.
A little number 58 car update.
You may.
And the Gosners, because I've not spoken yet, and I've got Manuela with me. Unfortunately, the car seems to be in a bit of difficulty at the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, our radiator broke away when we hit that curb. So now the guys are replacing it, but we lose for sure half an hour or more. And we have some issues also with the fuel pump, which until now was okay, but it's not working properly. So we will replace also that, and let's see if the guys can do really a good quick work, but I'm sure. And after we go back on track.
So I was going to come over and chat to one of you before now anyway. What's it like racing with just a family?
Wow, that's really awesome, because you see a lot of father-son situations, but having the girls and my brother and my father and all together is really special.
Right, well, that wasn't the answer I was expecting, because when we get families together in the UK, they all start arguing, it all goes horribly wrong. You don't have that.
No, because we are all in the same car, so we cannot attack one with each other. But when we are racing against each other, then it's really a big problem.
Right, so this is a family event. It's a lovely event to come to, isn't it?
Oh, it's one of my absolutely favorite races. I guess I do this race the 4th time, but I love it. To go to Abu Dhabi on this fantastic track with 30 degrees and a lot of friends, and all the championships are over, so everyone is happy and relaxed and enjoys fully this race. It's really a great atmosphere. You don't see this atmosphere in other competitions. It's very rare.
It's wonderful. Well, what do they reckon? How long until the car? What do they reckon? How long until the car potentially is back out on track?
I guess 45 minutes at least. So let's hope.
We'll keep our fingers crossed. Thank you, Manuela. Thank you so much. Thank you very much indeed.
Alan, thanks very much indeed.
There you go.
Stuart Hall is still with us, and Stuart, put yourself back in racing driver mode for this, because we talked a lot about it's a long race, but there are teams with big delays, and if they happen, well, at any point, but especially early on, how do you pick yourself up and motivate yourself to go for it when you know you don't have a realistic chance of a result anymore?
It's incredibly hard.
Is it? Yeah.
I've just seen Maro Engel and Lucas Hauer by the pool.
Oh yeah, tough life. Yeah, they're over it.
But no. You at the end of the day, most people here are getting up this morning, and they're getting up for one reason and one reason only, that's to try and win the race. And when that gets taken away, and especially when it's early on as well, it's incredibly hard to pick yourself up. The way I do it is, you know, you try and you have to sort of take the element of winning out the way and try and do a good job for yourself. You know, try and go out when you get the next opportunity. If you're not going to win, try and do the best job you can, try and be as quick as you can, and try and let people know that had you been in the mix, you would have had a chance of winning. Because the one thing you don't do is give up. We never give up. You know, it's a difficult sport. Sport's difficult. We, as an Englishman, we saw that last night. But you know, it's fantastic, and it's a fantastic privilege to be part of sport as well. You know, there's many people who would love to be in our situation. Yeah. So you've got to take the winning and the losing with it, and sometimes you've got to take the losing on the chin. And if you do have a bad result, you've got to use that to motivate yourself, so next time you can right that wrong. Yeah. That's the way I see it.
Can I ask you one as well? You come back out of race driver mode and back into driver coach mode. You've been working with Benji for a good period of time now, so he must feel like, in the nicest possible, he must feel like your son, and therefore do you have that nervous father thing when he's behind the wheel of the car?
In abundance.
Yeah, really?
You know, I remember Benji and his little brother Ollie from when they were 8 and 6 years old.
Yeah.
And obviously I've been part of Rofco for the last 12 years. I've driven with their dad, Roald, for a long, long time. So I taught them to drive You know, I've been there from the start,
Yeah.
and I'm immensely proud of the both of them. You know, we've had our difficult moments as you learn a trade, as you learn a sport. There's always going to be difficult moments, but this year's been fantastic. Win or lose today, this year has been amazing. Not just for Benji winning Silver Cup, winning Spa, but Ollie winning Euro Formula Open and having a great good couple of races in FIA 3. So you've also got to enjoy the good times.
Yeah.
And this year has been amazing, and I've been, walking around like a proud father for most of it. And as we see a good scrap on screen right now.
Well, yeah, I was going to bring you back to that, because talk us through this. The blue Audi, this is the one in third place, Patrick Niederhauser. He's trying to chase after the other Audi up the road, but he's got all this traffic around. One thing we've watched in this race is that back markers aren't all that cooperative, but as a racing driver, you'll tell me, well, we're trying to drive to our pace and we don't want to be compromised even for a couple of corners by getting offline, I guess. Well,
you're out there for yourself at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Everyone's in their race, whether it's Pro-Am or AM or GT, the GT Cup class.
Cars, yeah.
We're out there. I'm just going to go off on a tangent. I love this livery.
Isn't it good?
I'm a touring car man as well. And from watching DTM and Bernd Schneider when I was a kid, that is just wonderful to see that from a fan point of view. But, you're all in a race, and, I've been on the receiving end of back markers, getting past them, and I've also been lapped when you're in maybe a GT4 car in Dubai or something like that. And, you don't care about them. You're trying to win your race, and this is what Niederhauser's happening now. He's trying to chase down the car in front of him, but he's also got two quick Mercs around him that will be highly frustrating. But I think Kodrick is in one, and who's in the other one?
51. It's going to be Lewis Williamson.
So you've got the two, you've got the two quick boys in them as well.
Yeah.
So and they're also out there for their jobs as well as
Klaus Bachler in strife, isn't it? In number 44, who is off the road. Now, he's a pro. He shouldn't be off the road.
Well, I'll be interesting to see how that happened, because certainly Klaus does not make many mistakes.
No, indeed.
So it'd be very interesting to see how that happened.
Just talk to us about the circuit, because it seems to be a very popular track all round, not only because of the wow factor about it, but also the challenges. It's got some really fast bits, but it's got, the bit around the hotel, where it's like a street circuit. It's so narrow, or it feels narrow.
Yeah, I think especially with the modifications that have been done in the last 2 years have improved it drastically, because in my opinion prior to that it was a little bit too stop-start.
Okay.
Now you have a nice mix. You've got the slow hotel bit, but you've also got a much more high-speed and flowing section in sort of turn 4 and turn 9. It is a special place. Yas Marina is a special place. It's a cool track, it's a cool facility, and especially this year with the depth of this field, it's an amazing race. We've got all the top guys and girls from GT World Challenge this year going hammer and tongs for 12 hours. What a wonderful way to end the season.
You just wish you were out there, don't you?
Yeah, I do, and I do and I don't.
What grade are you these days?
I'm a silver, up for hire, of course.
I thought I mentioned it.
No. But I'm extremely busy now with the boys, with Rofco.
You're not going to say, when the phone rings and say, do you want to drive, Stuart? You're not going to say, I'm busy with Rofco with the boys, are you? You're going to get your
No. Of course I will. And I've done a lot of racing this year, a lot of racing in the UK, a lot of historic stuff, and I'm still very much a driver as well. But I've also had a lot of personal reward out of the car, which I never thought I would actually get. I never thought I would almost feel as happy getting a result with someone else as I would do myself. And what the two boys have achieved this year has really made me love coaching, love developing and being a big part of why they've won. At the end of the day, they're still in the car, but from teaching them to drive and now this weekend I haven't really done much. I've had a lot of coffee and probably done a lot of pacing up and down the garage, but apart from that, Benji's his own man. He's a good driver now. He's really at one with himself, so I don't really need to do much or say much. I certainly can't teach him how to drive because he's quicker than me, but just being here, just him having that comfort factor that I'm here, and if he needs me, I am here. If not, will be a big oversteer moment for the 99 going into the second to last corner, which is actually, I'm going off on a tangent now, but it's a really quick difficult corner because there's a massive bump on the apex as well, and if you hit that bump, as we saw in testing earlier, you can have a big shunt.
Yeah.
But you know, coming back, you know, Benji, you know, like I say, so far it's been a nice chilled weekend. I'm sure it's, you know, in the next 5 hours we'll have some moments, we always do, and that's why we love it. But you know, like I say, it's been a lot of personal reward, and I've enjoyed the work out the car almost as much as I've enjoyed the work in the car this year, which has been, you know, a nice surprise.
Fantastic, fantastic. Stuart, for now, thank you very much. Do come and see us again. But nice to see you. Thank you very much. And pass on our best wishes to car 88. Alexander West is behind the wheel of it right now, and Benjamin Goethe, from whom we were discussing a little earlier, is also part and parcel of that. But 8th place is where the car is at the moment. So that's currently 2nd in Pro-Am. So the car of Alexander West, Benjamin Goethe, Marvin Kirchhoff, the other drivers, that's the one we've been discussing with Stuart Hall. Stuart, thank you very much. Nice to see you. Next time we'll have you behind the wheel of a race car. But for now, thank you very much. Stuart was doing heroic things at Monaco at the historic Grand Prix this year, leaping from different generations of McLaren Formula One car and winning in both, but straight from an M19 to an M23, back-to-back, wins races, absolutely outstanding effort. And of course his father, Peter Hall, a mainstay of the UK racing scene back in the 1970s and 1980s. However, back on track, we ought to talk about this little battle. They're on different laps. Martin Kodrich has got a bit stuck here, hasn't he, behind 99 Finlay Hutchison. One thing we've learnt in this race, Mark, is that 99 is a wide Audi.
It's a wide Audi.
Seems to be slightly different from others in that respect.
It's equally as wide in the hands of Finlay Hutchison as it was in the hands of Alex Archer earlier on. And, yeah, not exactly making it easy for, yet again, another Mercedes to try and pick its way through and past, albeit a subtly different Mercedes this time through. Yes.
Talk about the mouth on the front of the two C's cars, the pink mouth, the yellow mouth, to tell them apart. That might be a grumpy mouth in a minute, because it won't be able to easily find a way through. But 99, which is Finlay Hutchinson, has just been reported to the stewards for a 4th track limit offence. It won't affect this battle because it'll have to be served at the pit stop. Yeah. But, you know, there might be a penalty looming anyway.
Yes, and it took a long time earlier on, didn't it, for the number 77 Mercedes to try and wiggle its way through past this Audi. That was in the hands of, was it Fabian Schiller, wasn't it, at the time, that was trying to work his way through?
Yes,
and,
it was. Yes.
Finally managed to do it, albeit then with a little bit of contact, and that contact was noted between the pair. Kodrich has another little look up the inside. Nothing doing now, so he takes as wide a line as he can into the first part of the chicane. Fire it out of the second part is what he needs to do there, but Finlay Hutchinson on the power nice and early, and I don't think even then on the run down towards turn number 9, which is where they'll be heading, he'll be able to sneak his way through.
Discussions going on in the Kessel Racing Garage as let me just touch back on for the moment. Keep an eye on this battle, even though it's not for position, but it's lively and it could all go pear-shaped, you never know. The race-leading car, number 71 Ferrari, is effectively one pit stop back on the next 2 cars. It is one of the regulation pit stops short compared to the 2 behind. So it leads by 20 seconds, but it's got to serve at least an extra minute and 40 in the pits.
Yeah.
The cars that are 2nd and 3rd are therefore ahead on pit stops are split only by 14.5 seconds. So that's the leader on the road. It's done 6 pit stops. 2nd has done 6 pit stops, but one of its 6 doesn't count.
Yeah.
However, the 3rd place car has only done 5 of its mandated pit stops as well. So it really is advantage, number 66 Audi. Dennis Marshall is at the wheel of it. I say all of this with 5 hours and 16 minutes to go, so it could all yet change. But just to put it in the context, although it's Ferrari leading, and leading by nearly 22 seconds, you've got to keep bearing in mind these regulation pit stops and who's done what. And from the pits, having had another cup of tea and a nap. And
I wish I had. I've been hanging on your every word. I was just going to add to that. Because it was the 71 car, wasn't it, that stopped and had a little break.
That's right, yes.
Yeah, it had an update. So on the screen, that's included as a pit stop, is it?
Well, it is included in the number of pit stops the car has served. But
not the official ones.
Well, not the regulation pit stops.
Yes.
So
yeah.
The pit stop tally on the timing screen, on live timing if you're watching at home, will indicate the number of times the car has made a pit stop. But there's a difference between a regulation pit stop and a general pit stop, if you like. And as we've been saying, those regulation stops can't take place under safety car or full course yellow. So the car has made 6 pit stops, but only 5 are the regulation pit stops, of which 10 must be made. Every time I try and explain this, I make it more confusing. I do apologise.
No, I completely understand. I totally understand. I will tell you as well that a couple of moments you were saying when you were talking to Stuart that there was a car which had gone off the circuit, or
Klaus Bachler's Porsche, 44.
Well, at that point, all of a sudden, James Collado ran into the garage and picked up his helmet, and nothing came of it. But I just wonder if he was thinking, maybe I'm going to be called into the car and the car was going to be called into the pit lane.
Very possibly, very possibly. And number 50 Ferrari, which is the sister car, the Alessio Rovera, Davide Rigon, Nicholas Nielsen entry, has been noted for a pit infringement.
Right, okay.
Now that might be speeding, it might be process, it might be number of personnel. Right. More news as it breaks, but a pit infringement noted.
We'll wait and see what comes of that one. Into the pit lane has come Finlay Hutchinson. He was finally unpicked over the course of that lap by Martin Kodrich at the wheel of the 2C's number 1 Mercedes, and as soon as he was unpicked, Finlay Hutchinson extracts himself from the number 99 Audi. A few more questions coming in as well. Somebody was just asking as to why there's a Porsche Cup car in a field of GT3 cars, and that's because we have always had a Cup class here in the Gulf 12 Hour. We used to have a prototype class and the GT3 class and a GT4 class and the Cup class. As the regulations have evolved, GT3 is obviously the main class for this year, but the Cup class, which has historically also allowed in things like Lamborghini Super Trofeo cars, Porsches and Ferrari specification cars, then for this year the Cup class is only open to the 992 Porsches, albeit just keep your eye on what's going to happen on social media with announcements about the whole race weekend for 2023.
But part of the answer to why is there a Cup class is look after your AMs.
Yeah.
And not every AM wants to, is confident enough to drive or can afford to drive a full-blown GT3 car. This gives them the next step down. Porsches are largely bulletproof. They'll go round and round and round. There are lots of teams that can operate them, and it brings your AMs onto the grid in a different way. There's a limited number of spaces available for the Cup class. You know, you'll never get 35 Cup class cars. It is there very much as a separate class, but it's to encourage more AM participation.
And there's plenty of the new specification Porsches out there competing already.
Leader in. Now this will be a regulation pit stop, won't it? So this will be your minute and 40, and it's under green flag conditions. So number 71 is in at the end of lap number 185. Then
I would say Fuoco has bedded in those brakes beautifully well over the course of his stint. With the pace that he's had, he has been absolutely flying. So out of the car goes Antonio Fuoco. And who are we going to see dive back into the car? Off comes one of those tear-off strips you were talking about earlier on, David, so they don't need to clean the windscreen. Off comes the tear-off strip off the windscreen, and then just wait for the final few seconds to tick away and fire the car back down the pit lane. Now, of course, it will mean now that Dennis Martial at the wheel of number 66 Audi now goes into the lead of the race as a Ferrari makes its way down the pits. So that's 7 pit stops that the car has done, but remember, only 6 of them are counted at the moment as the imposed pit stops, and there is a big off, and
Lewis
is that
Williamson,
a front
isn't it?
puncture for Lewis Williamson? It looks
Looks
like
low,
it.
doesn't it?
Yeah, front punch it.
But there's also damage, look, because which came first, but there's bodywork that's been missing. But I think you're right, a tyre may have gone, and that's the effect of that as the rubber flails. Right, well, we can see 2Cs because when the car arrives, it's going to be out of our window, and there's the answer. Yes, it's a puncture, and yes, there's damage. However, it poses the question, why is there a puncture? Has he run over something? Has he hit something? And if now we're getting to a point where tyres are an issue...
Yeah, he needs to slow up a little bit more there because that tyre is starting to delaminate, and there's a huge flap that's just flying around. You can see it eating away at the bodywork on that front corner.
And the light, which they're going to need soon. Oh, Lewis. And look how much of a lap he's got to go. He's going to abort it, isn't he? He's going to turn off that lap and try and get to the pit lane. So sacrifice a lap rather than any damage.
He's parked the car up, so he's gone into the chicane. He's waiting for that gap in the traffic that we've seen the recovery trucks waiting for, and then safely comes back into the pit lane. So that lap won't count because it wasn't completed a full lap of the circuit, but at least he's got the car back into the pit lane that little bit earlier. And you could argue, did the sensible thing. You know, is it more dangerous to limp the car back round the whole circuit, or any more dangerous to shortcut it, wait for a sensible gap in the traffic and get out the harm's way quicker?
No, I agree. I take your point entirely. And so he's in, saved himself a lot of time, saved himself a lot of damage, saved potentially a lot of grief. We've just had another raft of 5-second penalties being awarded, one of which is to the sister car, one of which is to number 99, the other Attempto Audi that we've just seen make a pit stop, and there's the damage. So it was a puncture, but by the time the car gets into the pit lane, there's a lot more damage, and there's debris on the racetrack. I can see a full course yellow here to get that out of the way. Yeah, because it's slap bang on the racing line, isn't it? By the look of that, seems right at the exit point of the previous corner. So, yeah, there may well be little choice to throw that full course caution. You can see how much that tyre is delaminated, and yeah, it hasn't damaged the front splitter, I don't think. It's just the light cluster and the front wing, and of course, many of these GT cars are so aero dependent, and also with that rubber flailing round in air, what's it done to the suspension as well as it's been going round and wrapped itself around things like the rotors? Yeah, and any hoses and any pipes, and the light and the light assembly, because like I say, they're going to need that soon. I mean, look, you know, the light's going, the lights are coming on in the grandstand opposite us. Number 8 Mercedes with the lights on charges along. That now in the hands of Ian Loggy. Full course yellow, and that must be to get debris off the road. Done this before, haven't you? Once or twice. Once or twice. Right, full course yellow. And straight away into the pit lane already, so they're good. Philip Ellis in the Sun Energy Pro-Am leading car. There we see another bit of debris just being kicked around by one of the cars on the slow-mo. So, yeah, a couple of cars in the pit lane. And the other one that could be important, Dennis Martial got into the pit lane just as we went full course caution. He was leading the race. Yeah, well, but that's not been an imposed pit stop, because there he is on his way out. Right. I don't think he had got to the safety car line before the full course yellow came. So Dennis Martial doesn't take that as a imposed pit stop. Now, if it's only these 2 bits of debris, we might not need a safety car here. Yeah. So it can be a very brief full course yellow. 75 hopefully has timed it right, but 66 made an oh-so-brief pit stop at the end of lap 187. But only really with it being a 35-second pit stop for fuel. So it's not served one of its imposed pit stops. So it's still on 6, as 71 Ferrari is still also effectively a pit stop down. Brake change going on as well, so it is going to be a pad change on the 75. I don't think I can see a disc at the side of it, so they're going to put a disc on the number 75 car. So that's the car that's been leading Pro-Am for a huge chunk of the race. And now from full course caution, as David suggested, debris is cleared. We go back to green flag racing once more. So it is going to be now Matteo Drudi has taken over the number 66 Audi in what was a very brief pit stop. So that was a pit stop for a very, very quick driver change and no more by the look of things. I didn't even see the door open. I thought that was purely fuel, but I wasn't studying it yeah, I was the same as intently. But, I mean, yeah, to change the driver in 35 seconds, pit stop time, and that's pit in to pit out. Yeah, not only is it very quick, why? Yeah. Unless Dennis Martial was suffering for some reason, but that was only a 25-lap stint, 35-lap stint. I think we should point Alan Hyde in the direction of Audi Sport Team Tracer there to try and work out exactly what they did in that pit stop, if they're given the information, of course, because again, they might be reasonably tight-lipped about it because that's a strategy they're working to. Yes, 35 laps it was. Yeah, forgive me. So that's about right on the number, but okay, we'll find. 10-second penalty has just been awarded to 55, which is the Jamie Stanley, Laurent Demirs, Stefano Costantini and Alex Fox Ferrari for pit lane speeding. And that most recent stop from 71, which has put James Collado into the car, and for 66, that we think has put Matteo Drudi into the car, now means that Patrick Niederhauser, who is back at the wheel of 25, leads the way. Number 25 is the blue Audi of the Santalok team. 61, a stop-and-go penalty for 14 seconds for a pit stop infringement. Number 61 being the Louis Pret, Philippe Pret, Jean-Claude Sarda, Conrad Groenewald Ferrari. That's been leading AM since very much the beginning of this race so far. So Philippe Pret behind the wheel for the first time in this race. Don't think we've seen his name up before, but yeah, that certainly is going to undo some of the hard work that they have done so far. Right, need another page for the penalties now, because I've run out of room on that one, so bear with. I
suspect they're probably on more than one page downstairs in race control so far there as well, with the totting up process as well. So Patrick Niederhauser now picks up the lead of the race, and the number 25 Audi goes into the lead of the race. So that is the familiar colours of Santalot, the blue with the black, just heading down in towards the braking area for the banked and reprofiled turn number 9. We'll see where Matteo Drudi has fed his way back out following that brief pit stop, but I think it will be second place. I think it's going to go from being a Ferrari leading to an Audi 1-2 all of a sudden, you know, half an hour later. And the leading Ferrari now will be the number 71 car, but that is now in the hands of James Collado, who is about 6 or so minutes into his stint at this stage.
Can I clarify, just for the benefit of anybody that cares, that number 66 is not Matteo Drudi at the wheel. The team have said it is still Dennis Marshall. It must be that there's the switch has been flicked in error.
How you could change the drive so quickly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the team has confirmed that it is still Dennis in the car. So I wasn't going totally mad.
How can you be in and out in such a short period of time and change driver? And I think there was also an issue, somebody else picked up on it that was watching online as well, that it kept showing us Mark Gvam behind the wheel of the number 43 car, and it was Kevin Magnussen. That has now corrected itself on the timing screen.
Yeah. And in fact, Dennis Marshall's name has been returned, so the message has got through. Turn the switch back, so when he has a moment, he flicks the driver ID, must have just knocked it somehow in the stop. So this is the leading car right now. Patrick Niederhauser back at the wheel of the Santalok Audi, but that is still one mandated imposed pit stop behind number 66 and number 77. So they now have done 6 regulation stops apiece. This car has only done 5. So in other words, although it's 12.6 seconds ahead, it's a minute and 40 behind on pit stops.
Yeah. And Patrick Niederhauser and Dennis Marshall have also been driving these cars for a very similar period of time now. They're just coming up to about 90 minutes since they first jumped on board for these stints. So arguably they will both dive into the pit lane at a similar time, one would have thought. And that, again, will put the Ferrari back into the lead of the race again briefly if things remain the way they are. But, of course, the Ferrari is in the hands of James Collado now, who's been behind the wheel of it for 8 or so minutes. 4th place is number 26, Simon Gachet. 5th place is 77, which is Al-Faisal Al-Zubair. But those two are absolutely together this time. So the number 26 car of Simon Gachet feeling the pinch from Al-Faisal Al-Zubair, who was half a second behind and lapped within about 70 thousandths of a second of the Audi that was ahead of him last time through. So nothing to choose between the pairs. They head up towards turn number 1. So out of turn 1, building the speed again as they start to climb uphill through turn number 3 and turn number 4. Back into the pit lane comes Patrick Niederhauser. So into the pit lane comes the race leader. So having been out there for about 90 minutes there or thereabouts, into the pit lane he comes. Someone else has had a bit of strife there as well, because there was polystyrene all over the circuit there. So somebody has picked up one of the polystyrene blocks from somewhere and spread it around the circuit. That was on the braking area.
Okay. It's not Lewis Williamson.
In towards turn number 5.
It's not part of Lewis Williamson's dramas, which is where we saw him have his...
Possibly, yeah, it might be related. It's the first time we got a shot there in the braking area of turn number 5 to pick up on that.
Dennis Marshall, he's back in, isn't he, number 66? So he made his sort of splash and dash pit stop, and now at the end of lap 190, he is back in. So 3 laps, and there is the polystyrene. Yeah, you're right, somebody has had a drama under braking and taken that with them. That last stint for Patrick Niederhauser, I know that we had some of it with a bit of full course yellow, but 38 laps in total.
We've had rain. It almost looks like we've had snow now here, doesn't it, with little bits of polystyrene all over the place.
I was putting a funny face a little while ago, and you can see at the end of the pit lane what I was concerned about, and that is that one of the Grupper M Mercedes has returned to the race. And I've got no idea why.
That's the 98 car,
That's the Engel car.
That's the first car that retired.
Now, it's still being shown as Mauro Engel behind the wheel of it, but I'm looking quizzical a minute ago, and you were looking at me. I thought I'd seen it drive down the pit lane, and I had. And there it is. Now, we were told that they were at the pool.
It's only 175 laps off the lead of the race, and there's only been 190 done, but it's up on its air jacks in the pit lane, and why would you do that and have the man with the lollipop stood in front of it if it's not going back out?
Why, after so much time, have they got it back out again?
Are they double checking that they've got it fixed because they've got another race in the Middle East coming up shortly?
Maybe.
Possibly.
Maybe. Let's see what happens next. Dennis Marshall rejoins the race. Right, this one has thrown me completely now.
We've had a few of those throughout the course of the day.
I like things to keep us guessing. I like to try and understand these things. What we need is a pit lane chap to go and talk to his mates.
He's having another snooze. You leave him alone.
Bless him.
So the squabble's still going on. Simon Gachet still just about palming away the aspirations of the Al Faisal Al Zubair Mercedes that sits behind. They're both beginning to close in on one of the Ferraris. That's the number 91 Ferrari in the hands of Ernst Kirchmeier that they're closing in on. The Team Baron car that is circulating around about 15 laps off the lead as things currently stand is that number 91 car, and it's sitting 6th overall in GT3 AM at this stage, so should be fairly easy for Simon Gachet to peel his way through and past the Ferrari, and sensible driving by Ernst Kirchmeier just stays well and truly out of the way, blends out of the throttle as well, so the squabble for what is 4th and 5th can continue on its merry way.
Owen Bastar has taken over number 25, which was the car that led when it came into the pit lane, and still slightly intrigued as to know why and what's going on with number 98 Mercedes. However, we'll try and get to the bottom of that. 61 has served its stop-and-go penalty, by the way. We saw that coming down the pit lane as this battle goes on between Simon Gachet for 4th and Al Faisal Al Zubair in 5th place, with now less than 5 hours of the race to go. The time ticks on down, and still there's enough in this to keep us absolutely guessing. James Collado will be the race leader now, 191 laps in the book, as over the timing line goes Simon Gachet. That's going to put him up into 2nd place. Al Faisal Al Zubair is 3rd, and then for 4th place, well, bets off really, it's going to be Niederhauser or Drudy or potentially Alessio Rivera. It should be Rivera who goes through in 5th, because 4th is going to be Owen Bastar, number 25 Audi, 5th Alessio Rivera, and then 6th will be Matteo Drudy.
So for the number 77 car of Al Faisal Al Zubair, who's sitting directly behind Simon Gachet, that car is showing us having done 7 pit stops so far. Are all of those ticked off as part of the imposed pit stops on that car? I think they are.
I think so. There was one that was a very, very short stint.
But if that's the case, that puts that car in a reasonably good position, because it means that it is the highest placed car that has now done 7 of its imposed pit stops, rather than anyone else ahead. That's 6.
No, one of them was only 53 seconds long.
Right, okay.
So no,
so it's also on 6 of the imposed.
Yeah,
then.
it's a stop out of sequence on its number. Yes. I thought there was one at the back of my mind. Yeah, the pit stop on lap 149 was only 53 seconds.
Right.
So it doesn't hit the minute 40, it doesn't count.
Keeps all of those at the sharp end in the top 5 all on the same page then, in terms of imposed pit stops completed so far.
Yes.
I'm pleased you're making notes.
As you say, I've done this before. Can't wait to get that first drink on the plane. I can take my brain out of gear finally. When you come to me with the strategy of the service on the plane, I'm going to worry. Right, the Moutran clan are back in. Number 95, Ramsey Moutran, has brought the car in. That's at the far end of the pit lane near to Grupper M, where we would ideally see the Mercedes once more on the next shot, just to know what they've done with it. Did it go back out?
It is
see it.
Not showing as being in the pits anymore, David. No. So it may well have spent some... is that 2 hours and 43 minutes that it would have spent in the pit lane?
Well, no, that last pit stop was 2 minutes 43, because we'd seen it drive in. Then we saw it at the end of the pit lane. So that was a relatively straightforward pit stop.
So it's out there and circulating, albeit it's only completed 26 laps, whereas the race leader's done 192.
Well, the lead gap is 26 seconds. The gap between James Collado and Mauro Engel is 6 hours, 11 minutes, 19.647 seconds, which I can't see coming down much.
It might come down by a whisker, but not a great deal, and that's provided they have another fairly free run to the end.
Yeah.
And in fact, let's have a quick look. Is the car going to head over the start-finish line? Yeah, it goes through now. So it goes over the start-finish line. It is indeed out there. A spin for the number 55 car. That's Laurent Demise that's had the spin at the wheel of the AF Corsa car that he shares with Jamie Stanley, who has been tutoring Laurent Demise for a good number of years now, hasn't he?
Yes.
Those two have been partnered up together racing.
They've done GT Cup, they've done GT Open, they've done a little bit of British GT, So Jamie, who, as you were saying earlier, is about to be upgraded. Replay here of errantness, and that's why Jamie Stanley's car, or Laurent Demise, was facing the wrong way, because there was obviously damage and contact with number 20 Mercedes, so that is Martin Berry. I come to bury, not to praise. But anyway, Martin Berry gets involved with the Ferrari, turns it around, and the lead car of James Collado goes through then. And his advantage, 26 seconds over Simon Gachet. Now, Gachet is on 6 pit stops. I think all of those are imposed, aren't they?
I think so. Yeah, I can't think back that one wasn't.
Yeah, I think that's legit up there. And then Al-Faisal Al-Zubair is on really 6 pit stops
as well.
Yeah.
So the top 5 are all on 6 completed imposed pit stops, albeit some of them are showing as having completed 7, but they do not count towards the tally. And then in 6th place, you've got behind the wheel of the number 66 car, which has gone back to showing as being Matteo Drudi again once more by the look of things, but confirmation we had that was not the case a while ago. So whether he's caught the switch again and flicked it back, because the car hasn't been back into the pit lane subsequently, has it?
No.
But that will be Dennis Martial still. And that is showing as 8 pit stops, but at least one of those will not be counting. More debris on the track, and this time it is one of the markers that goes on the inside of the corners. So it's one of the plastic markers to stop too much corner cutting going on has been picked up and has strewn itself onto the circuit. As into the pit lane comes the Team Baron Motorsport Ernst Kirschmeier number 91 Ferrari. You can see all of the black marks down that rear wheel arch with all of the pickup on the circuit, all of those marbles that are being spread around, just absolutely coating the rear wheel arch with the rubber. New set of Pirellis being put on, the amount of dust that's coming out as well when they started to change these tyres now, and you can also see that the lights around the circuit are fully illuminated, and we are heading towards sunset as well here in Yas Marina. Won't be that much longer before what is the last little bit of daylight disappears out of the sky, and then the remaining part of the race will be into darkness.
So I still think, please prove me wrong if you are convinced of this, Mark, but I think number 66 Audi is still 1 pit stop ahead of everybody else.
I agree with you. Yep, so I agree.
By my reckoning,
I think they're 8, 7 count.
7 count. The 8th was not a minute and 40. So in terms of regulation pit stops, they have done 1 more than anybody else, which puts them in the pound seats.
Because they are, yes, at the moment, we'll have to wait for them to come back over the start-finish line to work out what the relative gap is. But yeah, in theory, they are a minute and 40 in hand in the bank compared to anybody else. And as we await the arrival of Dennis Martial over the start-finish line, the relative car gap between himself in 6th place and the car that leads is 46 seconds. So he's probably got about a minute in hand, hasn't he, at this stage?
Yeah.
Looking at the battle here that's going on for 2nd and 3rd place, Simon Gachet still pushing as hard as he possibly can. Al-Faisal Al-Zubair has been right behind him for a good period of time, but still hasn't been able to unlock the door to 2nd place in this race. The Mercedes again picking up the toe from the Audi, but a bit like we've seen earlier on between Audis and Mercedes, they're not easy things to get by down the straights. And also now into the pit lane, you can see the big bite taken out of the front of the Martin Barry SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes from where he made contact with the tail end of Laurent Demise, and haven't really seen what the subsequent damage was to the tail end of the Ferrari, but doesn't look good for the Merc, does it?
No, there was a big spring, I noticed, that went bouncing across that runoff zone, but certainly it was a big hit. And Martin Berry is not an inexperienced driver, so it was a big whack. And this is the battle between Simon Gachet and Al-Faisal Al-Zubair for 2nd place at the same part of the racetrack, down towards 7 and 8. And the Audi gets all squirrely under braking, and Simon Gachet exits stage right. And Al-Faisal Al-Zubair will seldom have an easier pass than that.
Yeah, you could just see the telltale signs of smoke that it was locking up under braking there from Simon Gachet, and then tried to get the car turned into the corner, realised it wasn't quite going to happen, so had little choice but to take off some of the steering input going into the car to try and get the car rotated properly. Into the pit lane is a number 43 Ferrari, and I think we might also be able to hand down to Alan Hyde.
Oh, well, that would be a joy. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to hear you for the last 20 minutes or so.
That's not a bad thing.
No, I missed you terribly, because clearly I've missed quite a few things while I've not been able to be in touch with you. I couldn't talk to you or hear you, so it was a little bit of a problem. We seem to have the technical problems resolved now. So the number 8 machine, as I'm sure you have reported, is being worked on inside the garage at the moment, with 2 mechanics actually lying on top of the engine trying to rectify whatever is wrong with the D2 liveried car. And in the neighbouring garage, well, one garage but one, the 2C's Motorsport car is clearly having a problem, and maybe James Cottingham can tell me what the problem is.
So it's not been our weekend so far. We've had a couple of problems. We had an engine the other day on free practice, and earlier on in the race we had a loose camber adjustment on the top wishbone, which made the steering go a bit weird. But just now we had a brake disc explode on Lewis, so the guys are frankly trying to sort of replace everything on that corner. But as you can imagine, the disc has just ripped through the body and the lines and everything. So it's yeah, I think they'll do their best to get us back out, and it'll just be more of a practice.
It should be you in the car now, should it?
I was due to get in at 10 past, so yeah, as of now, I should have been in 3 minutes ago. Yeah.
And how long do we think this might take? It looks like it's going to take a while from now.
To me, I mean, there's at least 25-30 minutes worth of work to do there. Not least because it's just, there's a lot of damage that's been done, so I'd imagine getting stuff located and put it is going to be tricky, but they've got the bits, and I know they'll do their best to get us out again.
James, thank you very much indeed for having a chat to me. I also have an update for you both that you will need to know about David Fairbrother, because we saw him earlier on with a very painful lower arm. I've seen him now. He's got a smile back on his face, which is really good news. And clearly he had the choreography of when he saw me next already worked out, because he had a pair of stripy underpants in his hand, which he then threw into the bin. It was all very theatrical, and I'm very grateful that he did it, because it gave me a good giggle. It also meant he's back to his normal self. He has torn a few things in his arm, so he's still a little bit uncomfortable. So too is Hunter Abbott, and Hunter Abbott had that accident on the first day of testing, didn't he?
Yes.
Didn't realise, but it caused him quite a problem with his neck, and his neck is all strapped up. He was just going off for some physio on his neck when I saw him about 10 minutes ago. Okay. So that is my update from the 20 minutes I've not been able to communicate.
Don't go far. First of all, thank you for the David Fairbrother news. Where pants are concerned, as ever, you are well briefed. Secondly, you may not have noticed this, but we are very befuddled by the fact that Mauro Engel has been back out and done a couple more laps.
I beg your pardon. I thought it was in a swimming pool.
Well, so did we. But honestly, I thought I was seeing things. Mauro Engel's car has been back out. It's done another couple of laps, and it's now gone back into its garage. And I'm not quite sure how you ask a German person WTAF, but would you mind awfully? Because I just can't get my head around this.
I think it's the same in German, if I'm perfectly honest.
Fair enough. But I saw this car go down the pit lane, and I thought, sure, that's the Grupper M Mercedes. And then we saw it on the pictures having a pit stop, and it went back out, and it's come back in and gone into its garage. And okay, yes, maybe they've done something and they just want to check it over, but I'm very, very perplexed.
I'm not so perplexed as you are. I think what happened was the team heard he was in the swimming pool, and I thought, we're not having this. We're still at the circuit. He can go out and do one lap. I'll find out for you.
Thank you very much. Excellent. And we're glad that David Fairbrother, after his incident earlier on, is back to his jolly self. Right, is there anything else we need to catch up on, or are we more or less on top of this? Interesting that the 2C's Mercedes of Lewis Williamson was an exploding brake disc, not just a puncture, but the disc cut through the tyre.
I've seen that happen before in a Mercedes. It happened to ABBA Racing as well. Sam Neary was driving at Donington Park, and it absolutely, just went straight through the bodywork instantly. So that will be what that is. Also, we saw coming into the pit lane, you'll have seen it there as well, the Team Baron Motorsport number 91 Ferrari in the hands of Matas Vibok coming in. I noticed it was down on the front left-hand corner. Unfortunately, by the time I'd sort of worked out what it might be, which was either a possible puncture, the next time I looked at the screen, either the wheel wasn't there or they'd already removed it from the car. But I don't know which one of the two, whether it came into the pit lane with a puncture and the front left wheel was removed, or whether it came into the pit lane on 3 wheels because the wheel is elsewhere around the track. What did happen, though, was the car was put onto its dollies and pushed straight back into the garage, and hopefully Alan Hyde might be able to shed a bit of light on it.
Well, no, I'm just wondering whether the Mercedes has gone back out on the circuit.
It's in the pit lane still, Alan, at the moment.
Okay, I just saw
a car leaving the pit lane from that berth in the pit lane. So, okay, well, I'm not there yet. So let's find out when I get there. The number 20 car has been wheeled out of its garage, is being dropped down off its jacks, is down pit lane and about to rejoin. That's the number 2020.
Yeah, that's the car that was in the hands of Martin Barry when it made contact with the tail end of Laurent Demise and caused damage to the front end of the Mercedes. So quick work effected by SPF's Automotive to get the car back out, but it's now in the hands of Dominic Baumann, so they have taken the opportunity to switch the drivers.
That'll be quicker then, because Dominic is the absolute star in that. And there, look, the Santa-Lock Audis sorting themselves through the traffic, but 25, Owen Bastard delayed, and so Simon Gachet stays ahead of him. Now, also in terms of regulation pit stops, 25 is on the magic number of 6. That's Eduardo Cosseteng getting out of the BMW, and the distinctive shape of Darren Leung is going to take over number 42 BMW.
It's worth watching this battle between the two Audis, but also keep an eye on the Ferrari behind, because that is Alessio Rivera that is closing in as well. So for third, for fourth, for fifth, they're all starting to get together, Alan.
I'm going to try and answer your problem now, because Mauro Engel is talking to one of the team. The bonnet is up on the car is in the garage, and the team explaining something to Mauro. Yes, please. Can you explain? Sorry, we all thought we were going ever so slightly mad. What's going on?
No, we didn't try to gain back 150 laps or whatever it was. That would have been a bit...
I never had you down as a quitter, but...
no, we definitely never give up, but that would have been a bit ambitious.
What was going on?
No, we took the time to repair well and check the car.
Right, okay, and was it all okay?
Yeah, car's all good now.
Such a disappointment. I actually haven't spoken to you following it, but what a horrible way to start the first hour, 2 cars.
Yeah, look, I feel really sorry for the whole team, because like I said earlier, you know, they really worked very, very hard, and it's disappointing to have 2 cars, you know, starting 1-2 and after not only less than 2 hours have both cars in the pits. So anyway, we'll regroup. We'll come back stronger. I mean, you know, we know this is motor racing and these things can happen. So we'll move on and come back stronger.
Well, thank you very much indeed for being so happy to talk to us over the course of the weekend.
Cheers. Let's hope we get a good race and a good show from the guys in the race. And yeah.
Thank you, Mauro. As ever, Mauro Engel down in the garage, and well, we all thought we were going a little bit mad there, didn't we?
He's a star of a man, Mauro Engel. He's an absolute character.
I mean, Alan and I've touched on this before, but you can tell that he spent time in Australian motor racing in V8 supercars, where everybody in that is fan and media friendly. And you know, we saw him in British F3 many years ago in the DTM, went out to Australia, but yeah, not only is he a great character out of the car, he's an incredibly fast and smooth and error-free driver behind the wheel, and a mainstay of Mercedes' success in GT3 racing, and long may that continue. Great character.
Back out of the garage and being brought into the pit lane is the Herberth Motorsport number 44 car. It was in the hands of Klaus Bachler. I'm not sure quite who's behind the wheel of it now. We'll have to wait and see.
Sorry, I'm giggling.
Go on, do tell.
Well, only because literally it has just appeared on the communication system between the teams and race control from Gruppa M Racing. Dear all, I have to retire the cars 89 and 98 from the race. Well, better late than never that we get the information, but thank you so much for that. So it is now official. Now that we've only got 4 hours and 40 minutes to go, it is official that those cars are out of the race.
Thanks for something we didn't know.
We retired them early, did we? Well, shame on us.
Yes, never had you down as a quitter.
I'm sorry, that line came out before I thought about it.
Alan, in the pit lane down towards pit lane entry end, you'll see the red Ferrari just leaving the pit lane now, the number 91 car. Maybe a quick question to ask in there, because I saw that Ferrari come in low on the front left-hand corner. Wasn't sure whether it was a puncture or whether they'd actually lost the wheel out on track, so it was instantly brought into the garage. It hasn't been a long affair. It's been about 9 minutes it's been in there, but I'm not entirely sure what went wrong with that car, so that might be worth an investigation. And I don't think we've caught up with Team Barron all weekend as yet, have we?
No, I don't think we have. That was the one you were concerned about, the three-wheeler.
Whether it came in on 3 wheels or whether it came in with a puncture and they took the wheel off very quickly.
If it did arrive on 3 wheels, and I'm not sort of being awkward when I say this, but
where's the wheel?
Absolutely, and why have we not found it on the camera? Because it must be somewhere.
Yes, yeah.
And a rogue wheel is something that normally draws attention to itself, but it might.
But if it's only a puncture and there's no obvious sign of damage, why put it on the dollies and bring it in to the garage?
Exactly. Yeah, unless they were wanting to do something else in there, but then it wasn't that long a stop. So, no, you're right. It's all the pieces of a mystery are there. Yes. So we've sent Miss Marple off to go and find out. 77. Hang on, need to log a pit stop. Comes in because that now is the second place car of Al-Faisal Al-Zubair, and that's going to be the full service, isn't it? Because it's tyres and it's going to be fuel, possibly a driver change, but we will keep an eye to that. So number 77 in then at the end of, for it, lap 200.
Yeah, it begs the question as to how much longer that Simon Gachet will stay out as well, because he's been behind the wheel of that Audi since he first jumped into the car for the best part of 2 hours and 10 minutes now. The number 52 Ferrari is in as well, so that is Alessandro Cozzi that has brought that car into the pit lane. Ram Racing now Ian Loggy heading out, back out onto the circuit. Is it Ian Loggy? We'll wait for confirmation when it gets to the end of the pit lane. No, it's Morgan Tilbrook. So their affairs have been affected on the Ram Racing Audi, but it did lose 15 minutes in the pit. So that's, what, 7 laps or so that car will have dropped further down through the order. And that means that whilst they were running second in GT3 AM for a good period of time, they will re-enter the race down in 5th position in GT3 AM.
That was a good stint, that, by Al-Faisal Al-Zubair, because he got 36 laps out of it. So he was in the car for a long time. It was a good effort, that. And number 50 in 4th place, Alessio Rovera, as you look at Chris Froggatt. I'm going to physio. Alessio Rovera is being reported to the stewards, or that car is. He's behind the wheel of it, but it's a 4th infringement of track limit, so there could be a time penalty brewing for the 4th place Ferrari. And that, on his out lap, 77, Luca Stolz. Luca Stolz doesn't make mistakes. I am going slightly mad. What has he done? Luca Stolz is off the racetrack.
And that's at turn 5, I think, is it? Is that turn 5, the hairpin, where he's run a very long way wide?
Where Battler did it earlier.
Absolutely. Exactly the same spot.
So on his out lap, Luca Stolz, here's the replay, gets up the inside in the traffic, just out-brakes himself. I think that was purely late braking, so committed to get past the slower car.
Which was also on an out lap in the hands of Morgan Tilbrook.
Right. And then somehow has to try and slow it down in order not to whack the wall. Gosh, that's very unlike Luca Stolz, I tell you. That's another one that caught me off guard.
And then
today.
Unfortunately lost even more time because couldn't quite do anything without having to reverse.
Yeah.
So they always had a 3-point turn the car. So
you saw him turn right, didn't you, to then try and get the lot. But these cars do not have a lot like a road car.
No, not at all. So big time loss there for Luca Stolz, and a brilliant ability to get that replay. Well picked up by the camera crew to feed us back as to exactly what happened there. So there's the number 75 car. That car is still leading Pro-Am. Martin Conrad behind the wheel for the first time. So he is now half an hour into, I'm going to say, his first stint in that car, isn't it? It's been very late on that Martin Conrad was in there. Don't think we've seen Martin Conrad behind the wheel at all.
Right.
So he is probably, I would imagine, the very last driver on the entry list to jump behind the wheel of a car in this race.
Yeah, I mean, there are 1 or 2 that will never get to drive.
Yes,
but of those that are in a position to do,
yeah.
You're right, yeah. Well, it was worth getting up early for, wasn't it? I mean, he could have
leisurely breakfast this morning.
Absolutely. We are at nearly 5:30 local time, and finally he's in the car.
He'd have even had time to meet Maruengo in the pool an hour or so
what
ago.
I missed.
Yes,
he says. So that's the car that Philip Ellis was doing just heroics with, and so Martin Conrad now hustles on in number 75. Martin Conrad, who with Kenny Harble is the Pro-Am champion of this season, but we've seen him racing not only in IGTC but also in a Formula 3 Cup, in International GT Open, in Creventic races. So he's an experienced driver, is Martin Conrad, and they've made a good combination, those two, this year. So with 4.5 hours just over, still to go, the race-leading Ferrari comes through, that being James Colado's car, and the AF Corsa run Ferrari then 35 seconds ahead of Simon Gachet. Where is number 66 in all of this? So Matteo Drudi is down in 5th place, but in contention still, number 66, with that minute and 40 seconds in hand on being 1 pit stop ahead.
And that is the actual Mathieu Drudi now, rather than the Dennis Martial version of Mathieu Drudi.
Oh, is it?
I don't know.
Which was the Ferrari you wanted me to investigate?
The 91, the Baron Motorsport car. It's down towards pit lane entry, Alan.
Okay, can you tell me which garage it should be in?
It's not in the garage now, it's back out on track, but
I see.
It lost a chunk of time.
Right, okay.
And so we just had question marks hanging over on it as to whether it came in with a puncture,
okay,
or whether it came in on 3 wheels.
Okay.
So there is our race leader, James Collado, making his debut in the Gulf 12 Hours, as we heard at the very top of the programme. He's now completed, or that car, at least in the lead of the race, has completed 203 laps and is about to work its way down towards turn number 9, leading on road by 35.5 seconds from the Audi, the Santalot Junior Team Audi of Simon Gachet. Erwin Bastard at the wheel of the second of the Santalot Audis, the number 25 car, is a further 2.1 seconds off that. Alessio Rivera is only a further second off that, and then Matteo Drudi is, or still Dennis Martial rather, is now further 6.3 seconds off that. So it's still showing on the timing screen as being Matteo Drudi, but we gather it is still Dennis Martial that's behind the wheel of the number 66 car. So actually for second, third, fourth, fifth places, there's actually only about 10 seconds between all of them at this stage.
So there was no puncture. The problem with the Baron Motorsport car was the thread. So it just wasn't threading quite correctly. That was the problem that they had.
Right, okay. But the car was down on the left-hand side as it came into the pits, I thought.
They had a problem with the threading.
Right, okay, so that was the issue. Right, thank you, Alan, for tidying that one up. It just left a few question marks that we couldn't quite work out. I also noticed back in the pit lane, you mentioned, Alan, that the number 20 Mercedes was leaving the pit lane, and I suggested that Martin Berry, after his incident with Laurent Demise, had caused damage to the front of the car, and it then been taken over by Dominic Baumann. But that Mercedes is back in the pit lane. It looks as though they are applying more gaffer tape to it at the moment. The cameraman is there picking up on it at the moment, but the car, I think, only came out and did maybe one extra lap before it was instantly back in the pit lane. So clearly there might be a few more issues with that car than the team initially thought would be the case. So we're heading towards 4.5 hours to go. You can see the lux level getting ever darker. Local time here in the UAE is literally just coming up to 5:30 in the evening, and by the time we get towards 6 o'clock, we will be, certainly as you look towards the skies, in full darkness, but such is the fantastic floodlighting around this circuit, it will still feel like daylight for the drivers. But the one thing it does do is just focus all of the light on the piece of tarmac that they're aiming towards. So it really does come to life, this circuit. You see already the spotlights glinting off the shining bodywork in these cars. So James Collado pressing on. The last lap that he did in clear traffic was a 1 minute 53.287, which is not quite as quick as some out there. Marvin Kirchhofer did a 1 minute 52.9 last time through at the wheel of the 8th placed number 88 McLaren. That's the car that currently is second in Pro-Am at this particular stage. So another lap about to be chalked into the book by James Collado, still continuing to lead, and he is now on lap number 206.
So wriggling his way through the traffic, the WEC GTE champion, along with Alessandro Pierguidi from this season, makes his way down towards turn 6 through the back markers. He's got the Porsche just up the road to negotiate, which is this metronomic 911 from the Cup class of Ashish Patel now, the Alex Fontana and Ivan Giacomo shared car. And the only reason that draws attention to itself, really, is because of its great colour scheme. But it just goes round and round and round and round, and that is exactly what the Cup class is designed to do, to give people track time. Comes then into the chicane, but behind the Mutrans, they're 3 laps adrift of that car, so they're together on the road, but they're not having a battle for position.
Yeah, I mean, that car that leads the Cup class has largely had the pace all weekend, hasn't it? Yeah. It hasn't necessarily led every session in the Cup class, but it's largely you scoop up all of the drivers together, and it's the better package in terms of equalising the driver pace for them all. So I'm not surprised that it is at the moment leading that Cup class, and leading it reasonably comfortably, I've got to say, because it is, yeah, as you said, yeah, three laps up the road from the next of the cars in the Cup class. So traffic dealt with by James Collado. You can now all of a sudden see that just a few laps after we had a fair amount of daylight, that down in towards the braking area here at turn number 6 and turn number 7 into the chicane, all of a sudden it looks rather dark, does it? The headlamps on the cars looking ever brighter. The W Hotel here at Yas Marina over the top of the circuit at turn number 13 and 14 starting to glisten also in the diminishing amount of daylight that we've got. So the information from race control is now we have hit 5:30, lights on. So all of the cars now being instructed to turn their lights on, and for most that is not a problem. Into the pit lane comes Simon Gachet, so from second place into the pit lane comes the number 26 Audi. This is to tick off another one of the imposed pit stops that needs to take place, and we'll have to wait and see as to how quickly they can get that car back out there, because I think they might have lost a few seconds in the pit stop this time through. It's just going to go the wrong side of 1:40.
But they did have a 5-second penalty to serve for the dreaded track limits.
Okay, in which case then, yeah, 1:47.
That's fine.
Leaves 2 seconds on the table.
Yeah, that'll do. Yeah. And so that car did 37 laps in its last stint, which was quite impressive. You can see the way that drivers have been pushing or teams have been pushing them. And number 50, second on the road now, Alessio Rivera, is also going to get a 5-second penalty. I mentioned that was being looked at, but it's come through. So 5-second penalty for what becomes the second-placed Ferrari. It's currently an AF Corsa 1-2. Gabriele Lancieri with that diffuser getting ever more raggy. Well, we picked it up earlier on, but now that the sparks are coming from it, if it doesn't shake itself off, the scrutineers are going to want that in, surely.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing they won't want to do is take it off the car, really, because that offers so much aero to the back of the car. Now, probably better to keep it on and limp round with it not being quite as effective at the back, so they'll want to gaffer tape it up and do what they can to stop it dragging down on the circuit. But yeah, it's ever more obvious. Now it's getting darker. You can't not see the orange sparks coming out of the back.
Never let it be said that David Fairbrother does not adhere to rules, because there is a red line that means he can't go in the pit lane, and he refuses to step over it. Well done.
Don't you worry, I'd like to keep on the right side of Mr. Stefan Rittel. No, I don't like to upset him.
Quite right too, and nor should any of us. Now, I'm pleased that you're joking and smiling, because you weren't earlier on. You're in a lot of pain.
Alan, there's a few times I don't smile and it hurt earlier. It proper did hurt, yeah.
So, can you explain exactly what happened?
Well, we obviously we been through the full course yellow. Everything had panned out. We'd gone to the safety car. I looked in the mirrors, and to my horror, there were about 16 GT3 cars behind me. So I thought, I better let these men go, because they're like axe murderers, aren't they, them guys? so we. I let them pass. Everything got on nicely, and there was me and 2 more cup cars, and I thought, oh well, pleasant evening in desert, just driving round. Next thing, it starts chuffing raining, and the next thing, everything's going on, and I think 4 or 5 laps in, I must have dropped a right rear onto the paint at turn 1.
As soon as it's on the paint, yeah.
And it just went in. It went in really, really hard, and. Hit the front, hit the back, and I banged my shoulder on the edge of the seat. So,
how is the shoulder? You haven't broken anything, have you?
No, it's just muscle damage. Yeah, just a bit of tear. But you know, for all the seasons I've raced since 2011, and I've always worn my lucky stripy pants. And David Addison is very, very taken with these pants. So, Mr. Addison, no more stripy pants.
I'm glad you're back to full fitness.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Alan.
Nice to see you, David. There we go. So we've now got the full story.
Well played, Alan. Brilliant. David Fairbrother, great character. He describes himself as a truck driver from Halifax. He's more than that, because he has a big pallet business. But yeah, a great character. And Mark, that's what this event needs, and it's partly all about, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, year after year after year, we continually rave about just the atmosphere that you get at this event, which is so unique. And is there any wonder that David Fairbrother gets on so well with Norman Burgess, who was out here a few years ago, of course, as a team manager when Sicily brought their GT4 Mercedes out. The year that we had Mark Jenkins or Jelly here and Norman Burgess, you were petrified to put the microphone under the mouth of any of them in reality, because they're all proper characters, and David Fairbrother, yeah, just ticks that list. It's just a unique event, isn't it?
It is.
It's serious, but it's also relaxed.
But it's also one of the great things about motor racing, that it brings people from all walks of life, you know, from all backgrounds. There are people that come into this. David Fairbrother talking about racing since 2011, which is relatively recently. And there are lots of people that discover motorsport, you know, as children and grow up with it, wanting to be racing drivers. There are other people that, you know, build a business, they buy a fast car, they come across a track day, they suddenly realise that you can go racing at different levels and fall into it very late in life, you know, and have never been motor racing fans even. They just like driving fast cars, driving nice cars. Right, this is number 50, Alessio Rivera, into the pit lane, and with 5 seconds extra, of course, to serve.
So refuelling taking place, brand new boots going on, and have to wait and see as to whether driver changes taking place. There will be, because there's somebody suited and booted and ready to get in at the back of the Ferrari, Alan.
Can I just finish off from the David Fairbrother comment?
Please do.
Because I've just realised that David is a proper Yorkshireman. And the reason that I say that is that after the theatre of throwing his pants away was finished, he picked them up, of course, and put them in his case.
Waste not, want not. So, thank you, Alan, for that. I think we've possibly now got to the end of the underwear story. But you never know with David Fairbrother. Right, they are going through the driver change of Davide Rigon, of Nicholas Nielsen, and of Alessio Rovera. And I think Davide Rigon gets back behind the wheel of the Ferrari, ready to blast back into the race. He was saying at the end of his first stint, wasn't he, that we're not the quickest today, but we'll see. Well, they're still in the mix. They are very definitely there or thereabouts. And that car now has just done its 7th mandated pit stop. That will be its 7th imposed pit stop completed.
Yeah, 7th imposed pit stop for it. The sister car has done 7, but only 6 of them count towards the tally at the moment. And of course, this is the team, AF Corsa, that split the strategy on their 71 and their 50 cars at the very outset of this race, because we saw so many early pit stops. What AF Corsa decided to do was bring the 50 in early, leave the 71 out until the back end of the stint. Other way round, was it? So bring the 71 in early, apologies, leave the 50 out until the back end of the stint. It was, yeah, Davide Rigon stayed out much, much later. So to have the two of them both up there at the sharp end just goes to show that at the moment, whichever side of the garage you'll be at, you'll be rather pleased.
But also shows how the strategies gradually now are starting to merge, aren't they? Yeah. Because you've got 71 back into the lead of the race. And number 50 is now 1 pit stop ahead of it. However, are we expecting that they're going to do a brake change on 50 like they did on 71, or did they do it on 71 purely because it was a problem?
Begs the question. Hadn't thought of that. Yeah, hadn't thought of that way round. Yeah, but we have seen a chunk of other teams also now doing brake changes in there. Now, most of them I think I've seen put pads in. I haven't seen as many do discs and pads as well.
So this is the race leader. James Collado hustles on. And lap 211, we are currently working. So as the Ferrari storms clear. How are we doing for questions, by the way? We run out.
I have refreshed most recently, but let's have another quick one now and see whether anything else has come in. No, the last one that we had was a while ago now. We did have somebody asking us about it, because I've just seen messages that have been pinging around on our WhatsApp group. Somebody, what's your favourite snacks and pastries in the commentary box, or snacks to have? Well, any that arrive, I think, will be the correct answer to that, because we're about at that time of day again, aren't we, where delivery is expected any moment from our Deliveroo or other providers are available.
Yes, the next snack might be my own arm if things don't improve, but yes.
So into Audi battle once more. This is Erwin Bastar under enormous pressure here from Matteo Drudi, and this is for position. Drudi looking to sneak his way through and up the inside, and goes through to take up what will be second position overall on the road now. So a change of order for the two Audis, so it is now the Team Treso car of Matteo Drudi, albeit I say that, we say it's Dennis Martial still behind the wheel. Dennis Martial, I should say. Transponder is still not in the correct place on that car. That has now brought that car up into second place, and Erwin Bastar is now down into third position. So it's Ferrari, from Audi, from Mercedes, from Audi, from Ferrari, the top 6 as things currently stand. But quite how long it's going to be in that order, we'll have to wait and see, because now that Davide Rigon has jumped on board the number 50 Ferrari and got it back out onto the circuit, it might have dropped to 6, but he will be looking to try and hunt down the 5th place car of Lucas Legere, who was not going to be that far up the road, I don't think, once the Ferrari is fully up to pace.
Yeah, there is Owen Bastard hustling on in number 25, 66, Dennis Marshall, then having now jumped ahead of him. That gives you that change for second position, as you say. The two Audi teams switch over. There's yet another penalty coming, and it's number 55 Ferrari for track limits this time. So when that car comes in, Stefano Costatini will bring it in, he'll get the penalty. So yeah, now Dennis Marshall up into that second spot, having got himself ahead of Owen Bastard. He's on a mission, isn't he? He's building up the gap nicely, he's pulling away. And remember, number 66 Audi is effectively ahead on the pit stops. It's now been joined on the 7 by number 50, but it's ahead of number 50 on the road anyway. So it's still number 66 in the box seats, and as Stuart Hall was discussing with us when he came up earlier on, getting those regulation pit stops done earlier then gives you a bit more flexibility late race. 25's pit stop noted, so something's happened at Santalot. Alan, sorry, yes, hello.
Just a quick good news update for the 58 Mercedes. Do you remember we spoke earlier on to Manuela Gostner? She now has her helmet on. They are polishing the headlights of the car. She's about to get into the car, and I think we're about to see the green Mercedes back on track, which is good news.
It is. Now, thinking Mercedes, before you go too far away from Mercedes land, can I encourage you back to number 75? It's Martin Conrad in the car, but Philip Ellis has been such a hero in this race. He's got the car into 4th place overall and leading in Pro-Am. If you can find a Philip Ellis or coax him out of his villa, then we'd love to hear from him, because he's been one of the real heroes of this race.
Leave it with me.
Consider it left. Thank you very much. Right, number 8 Mercedes here, Morgan Tilbrook. And he's found himself, as you can see, in the traffic, trying to get past Johannes Elger in the Porsche out of the chicane. Lukas Stoltz now down in 7th place. That car is also now back on an even keel on pit stops, isn't it? That's now on 7, like number 50 Ferrari and 66 Audi.
Yes, it will be. Yeah, it will be. Yeah. So through and up the inside goes Morgan Tilbrook. Was that on Johannes Elger, or is that Tom Bonan? It's just, it'd be number 48 car. Showing us Tom Bonan at the moment.
In which case it's for position, therefore, isn't it?
It will be.
Place.
Yeah, so it will be. That will be a change for order there. Tom Bonan going through, and instantly then just needing to stay offline, because Lukas Stoltz fires the Mercedes up the inside, looking to try and place a further lap on these cars, and Stoltz can't afford to be hanging around now, because, of course, at the very start of his stint on the outlap, went and lost time with that brake lock up on cold tyres heading in towards turn number 5. So Stoltz now on a mission, because it's not just a good position and finish in this race that he needs. If he were to win it, mathematically, it could put him in a very, very strong position for the Intercontinental GT Challenge. But we've still got another 4 hours and 15 minutes to go. And as ever, the story is nowhere near unfolding as yet. So James Collado still leads. There goes a 93 car. That is in the hands of Eddie Cheever III at the moment. The Garage 59 Sky-backed McLaren running just outside of the top 10 in 11th position. That'll put it 4th in Pro-Am though, so it's only just off the Pro-Am podium at the moment.
The Sky McLaren just picked up another track limit penalty.
Oh dear.
As there you look at the 6th place Audi of Lucas Legere. So we are 17 minutes away from the end of the next hour. And, another one is coming. Morgan Tilbrook is going to get a 5-second penalty as well on the next pit stop.
He's not been out for long, has he, Morgan Tilbrook?
Well,
so, totting up procedure.
I say him, the car, but it's the driver behind the wheel that will bring it in for the penalty and the next pit stop. And he's, as we've been seeing, got himself up into 17th place overall now. So, up front, James Collado is the race leader on the road, 45 seconds to the good. You're looking at number 50, which is Davide Rigon. Relatively recently into the car, like 7.5 minutes in, as he comes up towards the timing line. And there is 58, as Alan was saying, ready to rejoin the race.
Yeah, so that's the Gostner family. It will be heading back out onto the circuit after their long delay, the fuel pump issue, the radiator issue, as we heard from. So should see the Mercedes out onto track any moment now, Alan.
They're ever such a nice family. I've sort of made friends with them. I think I might possibly get an invitation over for Christmas because I feel like part of the family. But it's been a really good effort by the team to get that car turned around, and this is really good news. The lights fire up, they're going through the start procedure of the car, the engine fires up, and I think the team can have a well-deserved cup of tea now because they've been working incredibly hard to see the 58 car down pit lane and back out on track.
Enjoy your Christmas, Alan. So you got the car back into the race. There was another one I was going to ask you to go and investigate for me. And
I'm waiting for Phil Ellis. He is going to come and join me.
All right. I think the one after that, he's behind the wheel of the car at the moment, but at some point it'd be good to hear from Jan Magnussen, I think, wouldn't it?
So I have. Don't you worry, I've got all of this in hand.
Oh, right, okay.
Just you behave yourself.
Sorry. Leader is in. I'll behave. Leader is in. James Collado then comes in at the end of lap 214. And therefore, I was a bit concerned that number 50 had dropped off the lead lap. This should put them back onto the lead lap, shouldn't it, with that car in to serve a pit stop. So it has done on that last stint. 29 laps, that's not very many.
Out on circuit, we've now got we've now got Dennis Martial picking his way through the traffic. So that was Isa Al Khalifa at the wheel of the number 1 2Cs Mercedes that he threaded his way through and past, because Dennis Martial will want to make sure he keeps cracking on. In fact, is that the Petro delle Guanti car? It is actually. It's the sister car to it. So it's the number 99 rather than the 66. Now that you can see the front of the car, you can pick up on the coloration at the front of it. So work going on what was the race leading car in the hands of James Collado. This will now put this number 71 car onto 7 of the 10 imposed pit stops that it needs to do. So it means that it now is in reality on the same page as the book as the number 66 Audi, but it will lose the lead of the race as a result of coming in. In terms of Pro-Am, well, that's still being led by number 75 in the hands of Martin Conrad, the Sun Energy won by SPS car, and leading the GT3 Am, twas ever still, number 61 Philippe Perret. That car.
Oh, finally.
Having
got behind the wheel.
Yeah, got behind the wheel a while ago. They're 2 laps ahead, but did that car not have a penalty hanging over it or something hanging over it?
They served it. It had a stop go of 14 seconds, but they got that out of the way probably about an hour and a half ago, I think now.
Yeah, so Philippe Perret finally has been dusted off and brought out a race.
Yes. An experienced Ferrari racer is Philippe Perret, an Asia-Pacific champion. His son, Louis, who is the global head of retail for APM Monaco Fashion, which is the company owned by his mum. And away goes 92 Porsche, which is still the dominant car in the Cup class.
So a rather empty pit lane. Up towards turn number 1 goes the car that we were talking about, which is now in the hands of Martin Conrad, leading the Pro-Am category, and back down to Alan, who's in the pit lane.
It's about time I spoke to Phil Ellis, isn't it? Hi,
Absolutely.
Phil. You have had, so far today, a quite fabulous day, haven't you?
Yeah, it's been a good day. It's been a very long day, of course. I think I've been in the car for 4 hours already, and I have another 3 to go, so not quite done yet. Still a long way to go as well in the race, but so far everything's looking good.
You're smiling. There's a lot to smile about around this event, isn't there?
I mean, it's a great track. It's a big field, so it's a lot of fun fighting through the cars. We had a little bit of rain, which was a lot of fun and very challenging as well. So, yeah, great race so far.
Right, now, tell me a little bit about the team, because you've got quite a character in the team, haven't you?
I mean, yeah, I did spar with them, with Martin and Kenny as well, and Dominic joined us there. So I know them from Spa, and other than that, I usually race against them. The last time I raced against them was probably Daytona this year. But I know Kenny from the track, you know, so it's great to finally not race against him, but with him.
Right, now, as far as the remaining, how long have we got? 4 hours and 12 minutes. Time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it?
I mean, it's a long 4 hours still, so anything can happen. At the moment, I think we're still in the lead. But yeah, I mean, it can switch in a heartbeat.
Is it all pretty much okay? There haven't been problems to deal with?
Not yet for our car. I mean, the sister car unfortunately is out, so that's a bummer for them. Other than that, for us, so far it's been a very clean race. Not too bad with track limits and the penalties, where they're quite harsh. So that's one of the big challenges, especially on a circuit like here. Yeah, other than that, for us, it's been a great race.
So no predictions yet?
No, I wouldn't jinx it, no.
No, but it's looking good.
It's looking very good.
Thank you, Phil. Great to have a chat to you. There we go. Challenge accepted. Challenge completed.
Another challenge coming up. But for now, Alan, thank you very much. We've just been watching, while you were doing that, we were having you in a little box in the corner and watching the pit stop for 66, which Kelvin van der Linde has taken over, but only after a 25-lap stint. From Dennis Marshall. So 25 laps for that car, 29 for number 71 Ferrari in its previous stint. Suddenly the leading cars quite markedly reducing the stint, and that wasn't with any interruption by full course yellow.
No, not at all.
So I'm slightly intrigued as to why we've suddenly got those two relatively short stints out of leading cars. Again, it might all be working backwards and how they're playing the strategy. However, without a minimum stint time and maximising the drive time for your quick drivers, it could be as simple as that. But just in contrast to what we'd been looking at from other teams, like 37 laps, we're suddenly down to 29 and 25 for the Audi. But again, if a driver suddenly radios in and says, car feels a bit strange, bang, let's get it in and sort it.
Yeah, get it in and sort it. So Erwin Bastal then now picks up the lead of the race as a result of that pit stop for the number 66 Audi. But remember, for that Audi, that is the furthest placed car that has ticked off more of its imposed pit stops than anybody else so far. So the 66 is in a good position, because in reality, by the time it comes over the start-finish line, it might have dropped out of the lead, it might have dropped out at second. It's probably at best is going to be there in third place, but in reality, because it's got an extra pit stop already done, and those extra pit stops have to take 100 seconds or 1 minute and 40 seconds, it's got 1 minute and 40 seconds in hand over everybody ahead of it. So as long as they remain within that sort of distance of the front runners and the leader, they should, all things being equal, and 4 hours going to plan for them, should be in a good position.
However, who knows what the sting in the tail might well be, but yes. So the on-the-road leader now becomes the blue Santalok Audi 25 with Owen Bastar at the wheel of it. There it is. And for a GT3 rookie, I think he's done an exceptional job in this, because he's kept the car where it needs to be, and that is in that leading group throughout the time that he's had behind the wheel of the car. So former Ginetta racer in French GT, but an Audi R8 GT4 has been the car of choice these last few seasons, and a Toyota Supra prior to that, but switching to Santalok's Audi this year, away from CMR and the Supra. So his last lap was a 1:54.4, and there aren't many going quicker than that. Davide Rigon slightly faster, Lukas Stolz, Marvin Kirchhofer. So, you know, GT3 veterans going a bit quicker, you can accept that.
Well, he's relishing the opportunity. He's putting in a good performance in it, and I suppose, you know, because he's been racing with Santalok all year, you're not going into an unfamiliar environment, going into an unfamiliar car.
Yeah, but it's different engineers. There's some that work on GT3, others that do the GT4. So, yeah, the family is there, but it will feel a little bit different. But equally, if you are a star driver, you can adapt.
Doesn't matter, yeah, you just jump in.
Yeah, Philippe Ellis is talking about it, and the same is true of the Mercedes drivers, you know, who spent all year with Acodis ASP. They do races for other teams occasionally, but they're still going to go in and deliver. Different engineers, different way of working, but they just have to adapt. It's fascinating to see who does well at it and who doesn't.
And who struggles with it, who struggles with it. And Erwin Bastar is certainly showing that there's no issue for him jumping on board this car, going well, leading the way at this stage by almost a minute, 57 3/4 seconds from Alessandro Pierre Guidi, who is now behind the wheel of the number 71 Ferrari. And third place now is the leading Pro-Am car, because Sun Energy, won by SPS, Martin Conrad, is now up into third place overall in a Pro-Am car due to that pit stop for Kelvin van der Linde, who I think will have slipped down to fourth position. And we're talking about how much time they had in hand over the race leader and what they needed. Well, at the moment, they've got a minute and 40 seconds gap between themselves and the leader. And what have they got in hand? A minute and 40 seconds.
Philippe Prat pits and gets out of the Ferrari. So we've not long put him in, but he's back into the pit lane. 99, which is Pietro Deliguanti, being given a 10-second penalty now, number 99 Audi, for track limit offences. So 61 cycling through its next pit stop. Stewards being kept busy by the track limit offences. And although you look into the pit lane and it's as bright as anything, if we look out of our window now, away from the circuit, over the perimeter, it is properly dark in Abu Dhabi. So this now is the brightest place around.
I was just having a quick look. There was something fell off the number 43 car when the mechanic changed it. Yeah, you could just see where a bit of bodywork is at the back of the wheel there. That is now missing. Yeah, there's something that came off there. He took the wheel off, and then all of a sudden there's a piece of bodywork dropped to the floor. So you can see, yeah, that front left corner, not quite as clean as it was. Now that shouldn't really affect the car, but it's there for a reason. And because it's not there, it's going to have, albeit a negligible effect, but it will still affect it.
Slight effect, yeah. So 61 heads down the pit lane. It was 14th when it came in. And 43, a similarly liveried car, Jan Magnussen, is now in 9th place. Number 20 still being repaired after its incident early on in the pit lane. Dominic Baumann behind the wheel. And the team manager of 44 now being summoned to the stewards. It's again for track limits, number 44 being the battler Alfred Renard, Daniel Alamin Porsche. So Erwin Bastard carries on and is being caught by Alessandro Pierguidi. Number 66 Audi running in 4th place, and Bastard comes in this time then. So number 25 down the pit road.
Yeah, 55 minutes behind the wheel.
Yeah,
so
but that's only 28 laps.
I'm going to say it'd be a shorter stint.
Relatively speaking, yeah.
So now that we've got through these, who's going to go back into the lead? The number 71 Ferrari once more. So every time we get a race leader in, we end up, of course, with another change of lead. So at the moment, we are on to 29 separate changes off the lead at some point over the course of this race.
Not 29 different leaders, but
no, 29
going back and forth.
Back and forth, yeah, as it's bounced around.
And of course, therefore, what we are now trying to get to is which is going to be the car that pits last, because it will therefore lose the position and drop down. So we need to try to work towards the pattern of who is going to be where going into that last hour and a quarter or so, because the car that gets the stop done first and then buys back the places as others pit during the hour will be the winning car.
Yes.
But by that last part, if you've got your 10 pit stops done, then it comes down to the pace of the teams and they become natural pit stops, quick as you can style pit stops, rather than being done to a delta time.
Over 200 pit stops now completed as well, so 208 pit stops having been completed so far. All of the laps set by all of the competitors, just about to tip over 6,100 as well. We're still on 4 safety car periods. We had 5 full course yellows there, and the only reason we've got the difference between the 2, of course, is because one of the full course yellows was just for a very small amount of debris that needed picking up, and once that had been done, we went from full course yellow back towards green, so there was no requirement for a safety car on that occasion. And of those safety car periods, you could argue 3 3/4 were in the first 6 hours of the race, because there was the overlap, wasn't there?
It was over,
yeah. So now that we've got the number 25 Audi back out, Christopher Haase has taken over the Audi Sport Team Santaloc blue number 25 Audi. So that means that back into the lead of the race, next time they come over the start-finish line, will go Alessandro Pierguidi. So that will put the Ferrari back into the lead of the race. We might even put the Pro-Am car of Martin Conrad up into 2nd position, number 75. Sun Energy won by SPS Mercedes up into 2nd place, but again, we'll have to wait and see. So we've already had now coming up to 8 hours of the 11th running of the Gulf 12 hour. So let's look back at least some of the highlights that we've had in the previous 8 hours. Okay, so another car. Well, that's another car that stopped out on circuit. Before we go to the highlights, got another car that stopped out on circuit, and that is the Gosners, who have only just come out of the pit lane. They've had issues with the fuel pump on the car. They had issues with the radiator. Now, the lights are going on and off as though they are trying to reset the car again. So, it makes you wonder as to whether it might be a recurrent issue of that fuel pump or something like that. And it's not stopped in the safest of places. And if that car is stricken there, we're going to have very little choice, David, before too much longer, for anything other than the car to have to, or the race have to go full course caution. Right, fired up again, gets going. That will breathe a sigh of relief for Pete Roberts, race director, a couple of floors down in race control. So the Gosners get going again at the wheel of the Mercedes, and looks as though we have avoided a full course caution.
yeah, whether the car heads for the pit lane, we'll wait and see. But as you say, the car is back and circulating, but the Gosnells are moving again. And yeah, let's have a quick look back at what's been going on thus far in a very busy Gulf 12 hours. It has been all action here in Abu Dhabi. So back here at the Yas Marina Circuit for the Gulf 12 Hours, being led by Ferrari number 71 with Alessandro Pierguidi at the wheel. We are into the last 4 hours of the race, so that is still 2/3 of a normal, for example, European GT endurance round. But even so, we've covered a lot of distance, a lot of mileage, 222 laps done by the leading car. We're ticking off the Regulation 10 mandatory pit stops they all have to make. And we aren't terribly clear still as to which is the winning car, in as much as 66 is a pit stop ahead. But once you've got the 10 out of the way, you're still going to have to take on fuel, and then you come back to absolute flat-out teamwork and quick driver changes, which are, for what many purists would say, are proper pit stops, rather than having to do them to a regulation pit stop time or within a window. So the last hour or so of this race is going to be really frantic.
I entirely agree. The one thing within the order that we see at the moment that's a bit of a false position, and it sounds as though I'm being derogatory saying that, but the number 75 Mercedes that leads Pro-Am is up to second overall now, but for all of the cars at the sharp end, that has only done 6 of its pit stops so far, so that will drop back down through the order because it's got a few more to tick off than those around it. Maybe only one.
It's only one behind.
Only one.
Yeah.
But it's another minute and 40 seconds, which is another lap, which sort of, or as good as a lap, isn't it? So it does move it further down through the order. We'll still hang on very easily, I think, to the lead of Pro-Am, but it will probably drop out of the top 3 overall by the time we've cycled through that. Back into the pit lane comes the Moutran family Porsche. So the 3 siblings, the 3 brothers, all racing together, and that car came into the pit lane in the hands of Nabil Moutran, and Nabil is, in terms of the ages of the brothers, he's the middle one of the 3. Also into the pit lane comes the number 69 Porsche. Now that is was inside the top 10. It's just dropped outside. Robert Renauer driving the leading Herberth Motorsport Porsche, and backing out, stopping on circuit again for the second time in a few moments is the Gosner family Mercedes, I'm afraid. So MP Racing, Manuela Gosner has stopped again out on circuit, and where is that? That is heading down, I think, towards turn number 5 possibly. That looked like, couldn't quite tell from that camera angle, but again it stopped out on the very edge of the circuit. We just about avoided a full course yellow last time through because Manuela managed to get the car reset and fired back up again and continued round, but clearly, despite all of the effort that the team have put in, that Porsche is still not wanting to, sorry, the Mercedes is still not wanting to play ball at the moment as the number 69 Porsche leaves the pit lane, and at the very bottom of the pit lane I can see also 2 Caesar in, so that will be Isa Al Khalifa that is in at the bottom of the pit lane. So there we can see the Mercedes starting to fail Manuela. She does the sensible thing, gets the car out of harm's way, but then of course is stricken on that part of the circuit at the moment. So we've got more time penalties racking up as well. Not sure whether David's already gone through them, but the number 55 car, 10-second penalty for track limits is now being offered up by the officials. So that is the AF Corsa Stefano Constantini driven Ferrari at the moment that circulates in 15th position. And saw another car coming into the pit lane, and that's Martin Conrad. So from second place, the leading car in Pro-Am comes into the pit lane as we go back to the race leader, Alessandro Pierguidi, hassling still the AF Corsa Francorchamps Motor number 71 car around the circuit, leading the way. It's not the first, or I'm sure the last time that this Ferrari will be leading, but it's always been there or thereabouts. And we were saying at the start of the programme, we really thought that this was Mercedes' race to lose. Well,
they've lost it.
They've gone about that in all the right way or the wrong way, depending on what side of the fence you are.
But I still go back to the quirks of that first stint and the early pit stops where it dropped number 71 down to 17th place at the end of the first hour. And it led at the end of the 4th, it led at the end of the 5th, it's led at the end of the 8th lap. But number 66, that technically is ahead on pit stops at the moment, has led on the road. It led briefly early on in the race, but it's never actually led at the end of an hour. So it's had its occasional moments of leadership, but when you get to the hour mark where the classification is determined, it's never been up at the pointy end. Whether it will be there at the end of the 12th hour, time will tell. The clock is ticking on down here at the Yas Marina Circuit. You look at 71, Alessandro Pierguidi then, who has become another stalwart Ferrari racer over the last few years. Endurance champion with SRO, WEC class champion as well. And noises off suggests that Alan Hyde has news.
75 down pit lane, about to rejoin, and I'm sad about this. The 58 car on dollies wheeled back into the garage. It was a sad sight to see it stopped out on circuit, wasn't it, after all the work they've been putting in, and unfortunately it's back in the garage.
Oh dear, great shame that. So Manuela Gosner has brought it back in. You're looking at Marvin Kirchhoff as McLaren, which is having new boots, and I think Benjamin Goethe getting back into that car. I think Alexander West will probably have done, won't he, now, to get the bronze driver done earlier on in the race, from going back to what Stuart Hall was saying when he came up to Sears. Stuart, who is Benji Goethe's driver coach, and also the man that runs Royal Goethe's amazing Rothko collection, this collection of Gulf liveried racing cars. Sticker tyres going on to the McLaren. And that, remember, is another car in that Pro-Am class battle.
I'm just looking in the background, and it looks as though that is the number 51, is it not, in the background?
Yeah,
the 2C's car that's back out, just being wheeled out of the garage into its dollies. So whilst one Mercedes sits there in the garage with repairs being affected at one end of the pit lane, at the opposite end of the pit lane, somebody else is having better fortunes and is wheeling theirs out of the garage. Now, how long has that number 51 Merc
an hour
been
and 18
in the pit
minutes.
lane? So it's been
An hour and 18.
And what was the problem with it again? But that was the exploding brake disc, wasn't it? That's it. So
yes.
It's taken a while to get that sorted. You can see the gaffer tape around the left-hand side as you look at it from our cameras of the car, but that's the right front corner. So refueling going on, and they will get that car back out there. But again, as with so many, it's another car that's fallen by the wayside, and unfortunately it's another Mercedes now that hasn't been able to live up to what we thought it might have done. It will have dropped down to 9th in the Pro-Am class now, unfortunately, and I think that ultimately is the last Pro-Am car that is still out there and circulating, is it? Let's have a quick look. No, I don't think so, actually. So, yeah, I think it will rejoin, but is going to be a long, long way adrift now. It probably will end up, down 9th in class by the time it's headed back down the pit lane. We'll have to wait and see. So, Alessandro Pierguidi still comfortably leading the way. There is the number 99, Alex Arca driven Tresor Attempto Racing Audi. We saw robust defence from Alex Arca when he was looking to try and keep cars that were trying to lap him behind earlier on. And that was noted by race control, as was the contact when finally the car that was trying to hunt him down was able to squeeze its way through. That car on that occasion was going to have been the number 71, the number 77 Fabian Schiller driven Mercedes. But for Alex Arca, that car is outside of the top 12 at the moment. His lap time's quicker than those around as well. So last lap that Alex just did was a 1 minute 53.5 at the wheel of the number 66 Audi. But unfortunately, with where he is at the moment, he is a lap adrift of the next car that he's trying to hunt down. So it's going to be a long old night for the remaining, 3 hours and 50 minutes still of this race at this stage, as we're now in full darkness here at the Yas Marina. Time check, it's just coming up to 6:15 in the evening here in the Middle East. Now that's the number 50 car, that's David Arrigon, 4 times a winner previously of the Gulf 12 Hour, returning for this iteration of it. We didn't see him in the January race. That's running in 3rd position at the moment. It's only 6 seconds adrift of Kelvin van der Linde's 2nd place number 66 Audi. Now last time through, David Arrigon, however, was about 0.6 of a second slower, 0.5 of a second slower than the car that he's trying to hunt down. So he'll keep pushing. Can't quite see the Audi just ahead of him as yet, but if we want to try and hit the deltas that the team have suggested that he needs to hit, he's a little bit further into his stint than Kelvin van der Linde is. So there goes over the start-finish line now Kelvin van der Linde at the wheel of the number 66 Audi, and it's not quite the full length of the pit straight between the pair of them, but it's not far off. Alan.
58 Mercedes, fuel pump. So there's a fuel pump problem, but they're confident that they can fix that.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks. Is that earlier on in the session it was alluded to as being a fuel pump issue? So did they have a go at fixing it and it didn't work, or did they not get around to fixing it because they thought they didn't need to fix it?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay,
but thank you for asking it.
No problem. Well, it was mentioned, wasn't it, earlier on, that it was radiator and the fuel pump issue at the same time, yeah.
So I have to tell you, I don't know, because although I can interview drivers down in the pit lane, I can hear very little of what they say to me in reply.
Oh, dear. Well, you could ask them over the Christmas table, but unfortunately it's going to be a bit late, isn't it?
Well, yes, yeah, maybe I'm off the list now, I don't know.
Work your charms, get yourself back on the list.
I'm doing my best, yeah.
Yeah. So, as one team suffers with fuel pump-related problems, we look at the Ferrari here, which is going quite nicely, number 61, with the redoubtable Konrad Groenewald back behind the wheel of it, the drifter, the drag racer, the GT star, and trying to get that car back into the mix for an overall place, but still, of course, comfortably leading AM, although Stefano Costantini behind him, well, there's a 2-lap margin, so they just need to go round in circles now, not make any mistakes. You were a bit concerned about the little bit of bodywork that came adrift in the pit stop, but it doesn't appear to be phasing them for the moment, and the number 61 Ferrari, 14th overall, and as I say, 2 laps up in class. So it's Alessandro Pierguidi leading by 41.5 seconds. Kelvin van der Linde is lapping quicker, and he's 41 seconds back, but in terms of a pit stop, 1 minute and 40 ahead. So really, he's got a minute ahead.
Yeah, and that hasn't changed much since the last cycle of pit stops. It was about 40 seconds again. Was it about a minute ahead? So it's...
You come back to the BOP, equating the cars. You come back to 2 absolutely star drivers.
Yeah. Nothing to choose.
No, there is nothing, whether it's the car or the driver, that is going to give you a massive margin per lap difference. Unless one of the cars, suddenly the Ferrari had a puncture and it was being gobbled up because it's limping around. That's about the only thing that's going to make a massive difference, just because of the way that partly the BOP works, partly the level of the driver operating at this level is, really. Yes. However, we're not done yet.
No, still a long way to go as yet. So we are not even 75% through this race as yet. So another 45 minutes or so we will be. So 3 3/4 hours with a little bit of change still to go. Into the pit lane comes one of the Porsches, and that is looking as though it is the
49.
49 that came in. Johannes Selger is in.
Right, so this is your AM leader still. So Conrad Groenewald. Now, what about catching anybody? He's a lap back, so 2 minutes and 19 seconds back to Alex Arca, but number 99 has got another penalty at its next pit stop of 10 seconds. And there in the background is the charging Pierguidi Ferrari, still 41.5 seconds to the good. Now, when is Pierguidi due next in? It's going to be round about, I would offer you, if he does another 27 lap stint, lap 2:43, but hopefully can go longer than that. And number 50, the sister car, I reckon is going to be slightly in advance of that by a couple of laps.
Yeah, well...
Oh, now there you go. Drama all of a sudden out of nowhere. A Ferrari.
91, I think.
Slow on the road. That's round the back of the marina under the hotel. It is Mattis Vibo, well spotted, number 91, in the Baron Motorsport car, which has had its woes in this race. But yes, this is kind of what we're saying. Out of nowhere, suddenly a drama can occur, and that car is limping round to the pit lane, and the yellow light flashes to warn drivers that there's a slow car ahead. Now, how long has that stint been? Is this mechanical, or is it all of a sudden struggling for fuel?
Literally 60 minutes coming up now, so it's been about an hour.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be fuel in that case, should it?
It's fired up again now, has it, all of a sudden?
No, maybe that's just momentum coming down that slight decline in the road, but yeah, it's fired up a bit.
And then it seems to go back into a limp mode again, doesn't it?
Almost as though it's on the starter motor.
Yeah.
Like it is fuel. But I find it hard to believe, unless they short-filled it, and they've got a fuel rig problem, so not enough went in.
Well, he's almost at pit lane entry now, so we might just about avoid a full course caution.
But he's almost stationary at pit in,
no.
and that's not good at all. So, Alan, if you can get yourself to the pit lane, the pit of number 91, the car isn't there yet because it's ground to a halt just before the pit in line.
I'm on my way already.
Top man, thank you. So, this is something interesting for race control to fret about. The car has ground to a halt just before the pit in line. And how do they get that out of the way? Now it looks officially stopped.
It does, yeah. It's not going anywhere now, is it? I noticed that just before we potentially have any sort of requirement to go anything other than localised yellows, we have just had into the pit lane Eddie Cheever in the garage 59 McLaren. Also just sneaking into the pits comes AF Corsa and Stefano Constantini at the wheel of the 55. So if you're the team manager now and you know you've got a pit stop coming up very shortly, haven't quite thrown full course caution as yet, they will do in 20 seconds. Do you sneak into the pits quickly now, if you can, if you're in the right place on the track? Of course you do, surely.
I would, yes. Take the opportunity, because if you can get a pit stop done under the slow 80 kilometres an hour, then you would go for it. And you can see the reason. The car's not moving. It's in a dangerous place. It's delaying people at pit in.
Is the 44 going to get in before go full course caution? Daniel Ellerman, I think he might have just have made it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did, just literally, I think.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the 55 car?
No, 44 Porsche.
Okay, well, they were all celebrating in the garage for 55 because the car came into the pit lane and then they went caution. And Jamie Stanley just said to me, this is the first one which has gone our way.
Significantly, 25 is in. So Christopher Haase in at the end of lap 230. So they've only done 12 laps, but they're going to tick off another of these regulation pit stops now. So that's going to put the car on 7, which brings it back into line with everybody else. That car was in before we went full course yellow. So that's worked out nicely for Santalok.
That's a good call, isn't it, by Santalok? Yeah, to bring Christopher Haase in. So that's the blue Audi that you can just see to the left of your screens, the furthest car towards pit lane exit end. So full course yellow taking place. It shouldn't take quite as long to get this Ferrari out of the way as we saw when we had one into the pit wall earlier on. So hopefully it's just a tow rope that's needed to get the car back, because as you say, it could be fuel, it could be an electrical issue on the car, but it's clearly no obvious sign of anything other than it being some sort of mechanical gremlin for the number 91 car. But there is work to be done still by our marshals to get the Team Baron Motorsport Matters VBOK car out of harm's way. And well done to Team Santalok for getting that car in. And they're also taking the opportunity, I think, to work on the brakes on that car as well. So I think there might be another pad change going on the wheel of the Christopher Haase number 25 Audi in the pit lane there. Well, that's the car that brought about the full course caution in the pit lane already.
Yeah, I've just been watching the stop and wondered if I don't know if we got the car wrong, which had stopped out on circuit. But no. Okay, well, it's been here. It's gone through a stop, and it's stalled, and it's fired up again, and it's on its way.
Very strange.
Yeah, so it looks like almost an electrical reset, doesn't it? It got into limp home mode. You stop, you go through the process of rebooting, and off it goes. So something just being brought back by a marshal. So now that he's off the track, I would imagine we can quickly go green here. I don't think this is going to need a safety car, but we shall see. So all this happened on lap 232, did it not? 231, at 231. And it was for car number 91, but it's almost now as though we should be in a position to go green, but we're not yet doing so.
No, so still full course caution as things stand. No.
The longer it takes, of course, the closer we get to a safety car.
Yeah, no indication that it's coming in as yet. Not seeing. So full course yellow still being shown. So they're all down at, did you say 60 or 80 kilometres per hour for this one?
I thought I'd written it down as 60, but then I found another piece of paper that was talking about 80 kilometres an hour.
So it's slightly quicker, 20 kilometres faster than they can do in terms of pit lane speed limit, which is rigorously set at 60 kph. So those cars that came in just before we went full course caution are now back on their out lap. So that does include the number 25 Audi of Christopher Haase, which was in the pit lane for 1 minute and 58 seconds from pit in to pit out. It's 1 minute and 50 for the Garage 59, number 93 McLaren. Stefano Constantini, who stayed on board by the look of things, the number 55 Ferrari that we saw come in. That was in for 2 minutes and 10 seconds. But I think they're also using this full course caution as the opportunity to pick up a few smaller bits of debris that have strewn themselves around the track.
And car number 20, which is the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes, which has been repaired, Dominic Baumann at the wheel, is going to be given a penalty of 10 seconds for causing a collision against the Ferrari from earlier on. So that's going to get that in due course.
Yeah, so that was when Martin Berry hit the back of Laurent Demise, wasn't it?
That's the one.
Yeah.
Down at the chicane, yeah. So if this... Well, I think we've now gone to the point where a safety car will come, haven't we? We've gone through the sort of minute, which is normally what you'd anticipate for a full course yellow to come and go. Anything after that, a minute plus, it's going to be a safety car. So 25, I think, has bought itself a free ride here. Christopher Haase making that pit stop. Yeah. So this is our 6th full course yellow period.
Yeah, so it sort of worked out last time through for the 71 when it came in, but that came in whilst we were under full course caution, so it didn't count, whereas the difference is, the work that they did to the brake discs and changing the things on Christopher Haase's car was done just before they got the car into the pit lane and over the line before we went full course caution. Interestingly enough, in terms of the Intercontinental GT Challenge as well, the only car inside the top 10 at this stage of the race that isn't in the Intercontinental GT Challenge is Benji Gota's car, the number 88 Garage 59 McLaren. That is the only car, the sole car at this stage of the race inside the top 10 that's not in the IGTC.
And he's back in the mix for the Pro-Am lead. Philip Ellis has been put back into number 75 Mercedes, but there's only 1 minute and 56 seconds between them. So that battle, with 3.5 hours still to go, is not resolved yet, far from it. Number 71 Ferrari that missed out in terms of winning potentially in the Fanatec GT Endurance Cup is possibly going to round out the season with a win in IGTC. We shall find out, as this would be the first race of the year not to be won by Mercedes, wouldn't it? Comes up to be behind the safety car now. And that is helping to get the fuel ready for the next round of stops. Fuel pumped into through the churn into the rig, but the team await the car in due course. Right, the safety car now is in operation. So hopefully this won't take long to get everyone back up to speed, scoop everybody out and get ready to go. Alan.
Maybe it's an opportunity for me to remind myself what outstanding tasks I have.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Those sorts of that being outstanding. Sorry. I thought you were going to say how much you love your job, my outstanding tasks in life.
No, I realise that. I've had no outstanding tasks all day.
No. Right. Who do we want to hear from Jan Magnussen, but he's still shown as being at the wheel of 43. Yeah, so that makes it tricky, I'll grant you. What else do we have to go and investigate? No, I don't think there's that much at the moment, really.
Okay, this is good. I like a clear to-do list.
Yeah,
that's good news.
I mean, you know, anybody that you bump into and is prepared to talk to you is always good.
Yeah, well, the numbers are diminishing on that front. Although, can I just say, someone that did just come over to me and shook my hand, and he said, "I've been watching and listening to you all day, and you're doing." This is a bit of backslapping, I'm afraid. You're doing a fabulous job. Thank you very much indeed. My name is Stefan Ortelli.
Yes, I saw Stefan was here. A great character, Le Mans winner, and a real star. I think he's here helping to coach. Is it the Pretz?
He is in the AF Corsa garage at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's here to do some driver coaching. No, Stefan Ortelli is well, if you get a chance to talk to Stefan, please do, because he is just a fantastic guy.
That is hugely possible. I said, well, you say thank you for our work today. Well, I'll say thank you. I've watched you for many, many years. So it was mutual admiration, it was.
And he's still a race winner, because he now owns one of the Audis from 2013 that he won the original Blancpain title with, and he raced it at Spa this year in the SRO 30th anniversary races, and it was it was another of those time warp moments. I mean, there we were watching Ortelli in an Audi R8 at Spa, just fantastic, and the grin on his face after each of the two races. I mean, you know, he's always been a happy guy. But, yeah, and it's great to see him here as well.
It really was, yeah. I was quite taken aback. It was lovely that he had to introduce himself to me. It was lovely.
Well, if you do happen across him again, then go for it.
I think I'll make it a job to do so.
Le Mans winner, Porsche Super Cup champion. He was part of the Audi factory roster for many, many years. And eventually it came to the time when he was going to be retired from the Audi factory roster. He was put into one last hurrah, which was the Sepang 1000, which he won. Perfect way to go out. But has now got one of those cars and still races it when he can. Yeah, just a great character. The man from Caen, based in Monaco, great character. So we are behind the safety car, as you can now see. And this has the effect of speeding up the pace, bringing everybody closer together in a line, getting set for the restart. It's getting us closer as well to the 3.5 hours to go mark. And the field working lap 233. And should you also want to know this, Alan, if you can still hear us, Stefan Ortelli is going to be the SRO-nominated driver at Paul Ricard at the start of the year for setting the BOP. There's always one test day at Paul Ricard when all the different cars are driven by one driver to help set the BOP, and it's going to be Stefan Ortelli who has that task for 2023.
So safety car still bringing the cars round. No suggestion at the moment that it'll be in at the end of this lap, but the pace is beginning to speed up, which I'm hopeful is the suggestion that we might be able to get things back underway here. So safety car still had its lights illuminated at the moment. Alessandro Pierguidi still weaving the number 71 car around to try and maintain a bit more temperature in those Pirelli tyres that they're all running. He is on track at the moment, leading by 12.6 seconds, or was, it says, under these safety car conditions as he came over the start-finish line, but it's the amount of back marker cars or lap cars between himself and Kelvin van der Linde that we need to look for. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 almost. Or is that 9 or 10, isn't it, between the black Audi with its Dayglow yellow wing mirrors that's in second place and Alessandro Pierguidi, who leads the way. Alan?
So I went in search of Stefan Ortelli and I found, no, don't, Jamie Stanley, who was just celebrating in the garage a bit of a win. You got a win when the caution period came out.
Yeah, fortunately it went our way. We were already in the pits when it was called, so it went our way, that one, which was a nice little win.
It really was, yeah. A day overall. I mean, it is funny, you know, a 12-hour race. You think it's a very long time, but before you know it, you're into the final throes of it, and we are now.
Yeah, obviously we do a lot of long-distance racing, and you forget this race is 5 times, 6 times longer than most of the races we do. And you know, as you said, we're only 3 hours and 30 minutes to go, and I'll be getting in shortly to do my last hour.
We'll wait until the cars have gone past so you can hear what I say, because I couldn't hear your answer there. But as soon as they've gone past, we can resume our conversation. There we go. But it's been a good day thus far, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been solid. We've been nursing a bit of an issue, but you know, tortoise and hare, and we'll keep going. We're trying to.
What issue?
Like not to say.
Right, I know, but I thought I'd try.
Oh, I haven't always tried, but yeah, we're all right. We're good. We're staying out of trouble. Alex and Laurent, this is their first international endurance race, and they've been exemplary. They've not missed a mark the whole event. So as long as we can just keep doing that and bring it home, you know, we're looking solid for a top 3.
Impressive team, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hard. I really need to learn more Italian to be able to talk to them more, but yeah, they're just brilliant. You know, you can't fault the work ethic. It's no surprise they're so successful around the world.
Was it something I read many years ago that Michael Schumacher made it his job during the closed season before he went to Ferrari to learn Italian, so that when he went to the team, he was fluent in Italian?
He's obviously a better man than me, because I'm really struggling with it. It's really hard.
It's not an easy language at all, is it?
No, not at all. I've got one of the.
Oh, you're getting there. You're moving your arms. That's part of it.
That's what my arms for. But yeah, I've got one of the audio books, and I'm trying to learn it in the car on the way to and from work, and I'm finding it really tough, but I'll get there in the end.
But it's a big part of it, you know. I remember reading, I can't remember where it was I read it, but Michael reckoned it was a very important part of going so well within the team when he first got there.
Yeah, they don't really understand English banter, so I'm trying to learn some Italian.
Yeah, you need Italian banter. Right, predictions for the final 3.5 hours or whatever we got.
Some cars will go round, some will take a checkered flag, and hopefully we'll be one of the ones still on the podium.
Okay, final question. You were wearing an England football shirt yesterday. Where is that now?
It's in my wash bag to go home, probably to be burned.
Okay, Jamie. Thank you very much indeed. Jamie Stanley, he understands banter.
He does, and he's a dead ringer for Stefan Ortelli, clearly. we sent you in search of. Alan, thank you. The race is back underway, as you will have gathered from all the noise. It is still Ferrari 71 in the lead, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, Jamie Stanley's football shirt is going the same way as all of the squad, on a plane back home very shortly, was what I was going to say. Into the pit lane, we have got Lucas Stoltz has brought the number 77 Mercedes into the pit lane. What we're looking at the moment, though, is the number 48 car, which is the Salakim Tom Boonen driven car. So Tom, who, as we say, was a professional road cyclist for a very, very good number of years and was hugely successful, winning major tours throughout Europe, and also was a 6-time stage winner on the Tour de France. He jumps out of that car. We've also got the 52 car in as well, by the look of it. So again, as soon as we've had this full course caution, many of the other teams that wanted to pit have just had to leave it until we go back to green flag racing. And this also includes that Ferrari still with that under tray dragging down. We saw it bouncing off the ground and sparks, but they must be happy that the fixings on it still, the technical staff and the team as well, must be happy that there's sufficient fixings on it so it's not going to get worse.
Yeah, I mean, that's there are two elements to that concern. One, of course, is that the scrutineers want it in. and you lose time trying to fix it. The other is it just shakes itself off, so we'll have to wait and see. The team manager of number 91 reported to the stewards immediately. Now, is that for an infringement in the pits, or is it for the fact that that car ground to a halt at pit in, triggered the full course yellow and then drove off? We'll have to wait and find out, but the pit lane has got busy again, as it always will, because you've got this sort of wave that comes. You can't make the regulation pit stops under the full course yellows and the safety cars, as we've been saying. So what that tends to mean is that as soon as they're done, everybody comes pouring in to get the next one ticked off.
Yeah, you stack them up, don't you? And then, yeah, as soon as you go green, everybody flies in. So the number 48 Porsche back out onto the circuit. So it is now Stefan Cox that is behind the wheel of that car. The number 44 Porsche making its way back down the pit lane. Daniel Aleman was behind the wheel of it. And is he going to stay behind the wheel? No, it's Alfred Renauer, who we saw good things from earlier on. He gets behind the wheel. And we also have in the car that leads the Cup class as well. The number 92 car is in. Ivan Giacomo was behind the wheel of that one. It's comfortably leading the Cup class by a full lap from the Moutron family car at this stage. But they'll cycle through that pit stop, get it out. It will still be leading it, but it might not be for a full lap anymore.
I haven't seen very much of Alex Fontana in that car, but I should imagine that when he is released, then away he will blast. That car, of course, having to serve these two-minute stop-go penalties just to balance things, given Alex Fontana's undeniable pace and driver grading. So, very busy battle pack coming out of the chicane, which has now got the Lukas Stoltz Mercedes in the middle of it all, and the field battling onto lap 237 with 12.5 seconds now between Pierre Guidi and Kelvin van der Linde.
Yeah, look who's behind Lukas Stoltz as well. It's Christopher Haase, isn't it, at the wheel?
It's 26. That's the Lucas Leggeret car.
You're right.
Haase is the blue one.
It is.
Leggeret is the red one.
Yeah.
And Stoltz on an out lap, he's out of sequence anyway, isn't he, now? So this order slightly distorted. Yeah, so Haase is a lap adrift at the moment after that last stop. So we thought that had played out quite nicely for them, but with the safety car coming out, the car was on the wrong part of the track, so it's actually gone a lap down on the leader. So it didn't work out as well. Worked out in terms of ticking off the pit stop, but they've now gone a lap down. And the frustration is that they are on track directly behind the race leader, but a lap down. So now Christopher Haase is going to try and unlap himself from number 71, and his last lap was a 53.4, and the leader did a 53.1. Yeah, so that's just gone the wrong way.
Just gone the wrong way again, yeah. So side by side, that is the number 43 car of Jan Magnussen trying to sneak his way through it at the inside of Ralph Bohn. They are separated by a full lap at this stage, so that will not be for the position. The Ferrari is ahead on the road of the car that it's trying to squeeze its way through and past as they come down in towards the braking area for turn number 5. Right behind them is also the number 61 car, which is in the hands of Conrad Grunwald, who did great things behind the wheel of what is the AM leading Ferrari in his first stint, but we'll hand you back down to the pit lane and Alan.
Standing by in the pit lane for a stop for the number 50 car. So the third place AF Corsa Ferrari, Davide Rigon at the wheel of it. We're standing by for a stop.
So that's the car that's there in third position. Davide has been behind the wheel of the car for bang on 60 minutes as good as. Now, a chunk of that would have been under full course caution, so how many laps he will have done is a bit of a moot point at the moment.
Car 25 is being told by race control that its last pit stop didn't count. This is the Christopher Haase blue Audi, because it was done under full course yellow and does not count towards the mandatory stops. So that car, we thought, was in the nick of time. Race control say different.
Right, okay.
So,
well, they've got the data from the beam. We don't.
Exactly, yeah. And of course, the timing screen that we have is 3 seconds delayed because it's coming off a different network. So when lap times come up, they've already happened 2 or 3 seconds previously. So it comes from race control. The team might go and argue it, but they are told that it didn't count, so it doesn't count. So that's a frustration, because effectively they've therefore wasted 1 minute and 40 and dropped off the lead lap, because there was no need to do 1 minute and 40 just for the sake of it.
No, they could have done it as quick as you like. If it doesn't count, it's as quick as you like, isn't it, in reality?
50 comes in, so that's the car that was in third place, Davide Rigon down the pit lane. Now, we were expecting that car to go to lap 241. It's come in at the end of lap 238, so slightly shorter. So 30-lap stint for that, which should take it next on that basis to lap 268. Alan?
No driving standing by, so I guess he'll be remaining at the wheel of the car.
Presumably so, although we'll wait and see. If they don't do anything on the second part of the pit stop, you do the fuel, then you can do tyres and driver. But if, nobody's standing waiting, then presumably they will keep him
No
at the
one
wheel.
standing waiting. No one standing waiting.
So we can see now car up on the air jacks, and is this a change of brake pads for this car? There's no disc waiting, but yeah, new set of pads being readied for the number 50 Ferrari.
Okay.
We saw discs and pads go on the other car, but so far the sister car, just the pads.
But interesting that they've elected to do this under green flag, whereas they did the other one under yellow flag conditions.
But they also know they can do it in 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Well, they do, so it is one of the imposed pit stops, however you do it now, yes. So that car cycles through this stop, then it'll have new tyres put on.
Although I've got a feeling this is not going to be a simple 1 minute and 40 seconds.
It's not looking simple on the left front, is it, at the moment?
It's not looking simple on the right front either. This might have been a call too much for this pit stop.
Yeah, doing their best, but the clock ticks on down, and it's already at 1 minute and 40.
Yeah, this isn't going according to plan at all.
Right, it's got a lap down now because the lead car has gone by, so Davide Rigon drops a lap.
This has proved incredibly costly, I'm afraid. They still haven't got things right on the right-hand side. I can't see the left-hand side. I think you probably can, but on the right-hand side, no, this is not good.
Yeah, we were looking at the left. We just got back to looking at the race leader, and it was taking time on the left-hand side as well. So number 50 here, hemorrhaging time, and if there was any hint of overconfidence, it's just disappeared very, very swiftly, I'm afraid to say.
I think it's the disc. I think the disc won't come off.
Car now being shaken. You can see it wobbling.
That's just trying to pull the disc.
Yeah. So they're hoping it's sort of cooling down enough for the work to come, but yeah.
And no one can come over and help them because they're doing this in the pit lane.
Yes. So another mechanic comes to take over. This is the left-hand side we're looking at.
And I'm looking at the right-hand side, and we've got a similar problem.
Just not for... yes, the pad is now out on the left. So I think it had just got so hot, welded itself in.
I think that's part of the problem of doing it when you're under green flag conditions. The metal expands, whereas you're under safety car, it's slightly easier.
We're done on the right-hand side as well now, but that was extremely costly. A car that came in third place, and you can only really feel for these mechanics that have been working on the car.
So 1 minute and 40 for the first one, and it's going to be 3 minutes 19 for the second car. Very costly indeed, as Alan has been saying. Number 92 Porsche goes through. That is cheerfully leading the Cup class in 19th place overall. Barely a problem to speak of. It's just gone round and round and round, as was intended.
As you said at the beginning of the programme, they would all be doing, but that hasn't quite proven to be the case for some, has it? But yes. Alan.
71 is in.
It is, yeah. So the leader in. Again, slightly early. I was anticipating that in 3 laps' time, but it's come in now slightly early.
Well, the only reassuring thing about this is we know they won't have to change the brakes.
True enough.
So Alessandro Pierguidi jumps out of the car. Only car in the pit lane. Driver change being readied. Now that will put, once more, the Audi Sport Team Tracer number 66 machine of Kelvin van der Linde back in the lead of the race. And that's the Audi that has always, in my mind, for the last 4 or 5 hours, had that slight upper hand, hasn't it? Because it had ticked off that pit stop, that extra pit stop, so much earlier than the rest around it. It's always been, but as you suggested, it's never led on the hour.
No, it's only ever briefly been in the lead in that first hour, just for a few laps. So that's going to put now these two equal on 8 stops, isn't it?
Yes, it will do. Yes,
eight obligatory stops.
Yes, 8 obligatory stops. Yes, you're right. Yes.
So they've done 9 in total, but each has got a pit stop that was done under safety cars and doesn't count towards the 10. So they're getting towards the end of that list.
And is that James Collado back in?
Could well be.
It was James Collado, I think, that was standing by.
Yeah, I thought it looked like his helmet, yeah.
And it's also going to give 25 its lap back, isn't it, now? So Christopher Haase, who is still to make, therefore, a 7th regulation stop. Yeah, it's unravelling for Santilot because they're behind on pace and they're behind on pit stops now. That last one not counting under full course yellow has not helped at all.
It's hurt them, hasn't it? Yeah, it's hurt them quite a lot, that one, for Christopher Haase and the team. So, yeah, they're showing us 8 pit stops, but only in theory, 7 of those are going to count towards a tally. Go on, Alan.
It's not James Collado at the wheel, because James Collado has just entered stage left in the garage.
Ah, right, so it's Alessio... so it'll be
Alessandro Pierguidi.
That's it.
In number 71. And Kelvin van der Linde is in at the end of lap 241. So 1 lap further than anticipated this time around. But in he has come. And so that, again, now means the 9th pit stop is done. So that 66 Audi now goes ahead on pit stops by 1.
We saw Alessandro Pierguidi get out of the car, so it must be surely Antonio Fuoco that's got back behind.
I'm pretty sure that Alessandro it was that walked past me. So
okay.
Why don't I ask James Collado, because he's right with me. Who's in the car now? Help us.
Antonio.
Right, okay, perfect. Right, so now we know.
Right.
I haven't spoken to you since the start of the race. When we spoke earlier on, we didn't know that things were going to go quite as well as they have been.
Well, yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but it's been pretty decent so far. Honestly, I'm a bit lost of what's going on.
What, with other cars?
Yeah, I have no idea. No idea at all. But
do you want me to fill you in?
You can try to, but after this interview, yeah, you can. But I think we're there or thereabouts. I think the Audi's a little bit quicker, 2 or 3 tenths. So we're just trying to push the car to the limit now and keep out of trouble, because it's not easy to, with the gentleman drivers sometimes. So
no, I totally understand that. But it's part and parcel of the event.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, that's what makes it. But let's see. I got my fingers crossed. We'll keep pushing and hopefully run smoothly to the end.
Can I ask you about one exceptional thing that I witnessed down here in the pit lane? And that was 1 minute and 40 to change front discs and pads.
Yeah, I think I'd like to say it was discs and pads. I think it was just the pads.
I'm not sure it was.
Oh, really?
Well, I don't know.
You know more than me. The guys and the team are really good at this. I mean, places like Le Mans and things like that, the long races, including this one, it's demanding, especially on the rear brakes with high temperatures. So it needed to be done. We were debating whether or not we should have done it, but it was the right decision because there was nothing left on the rear.
Final question, James. Did you wake up this morning and think that you would be in this position?
I woke up this morning wishing I was had more sleep, if I'm honest.
I bet you did.
Still quite tired, but
I probably woke up this morning and wondered which part of the world you were in.
Well, yeah, kind of. But, you know, I knew we qualified reasonably well, and I knew we had let's say, a chance. But it's not over, mate. We've still got a few hours to go, and we'll just keep pushing.
Thank you, James Starr. Thank you very much indeed. James Collado.
Fresh from the FIA prize giving overnight to get here yesterday, to then go to qualify, to then get a bit of sleep, to then go do a race. 71, it's still being shown as Alessandro Pierguidi, but as we've now had confirmed, it is going to be Antonio Fuoco behind the wheel. 66 has been in and out as well, and Dennis Marshall has taken over the Audi, which is therefore, again, a full pit stop ahead.
That is hopefully the correct Dennis Marshall this time, because of course that's another car that we had issues with the transponder as well. So Dennis Marshall is showing as being the driver of the 66 car, and that does now mean that we've got Fuoco back in the lead of the race once more. So the number 71 Ferrari in hands of Antonio Fuoco goes back into the lead of the race. The number 43 Ferrari making its way down the pit lane. That was in the hands of Jan Magnussen. And who is that going to be taking over? It's son Kevin. So K-Mag now takes over the number 43 Ferrari. So that makes its way back out there onto the circuit, and Alan Hyde has somebody else to chat to in the pit lane, do you?
No, that was going to be my Jan Magnussen moment. But I can assess drivers when they get out of the car how worn out and hot they are, and whether they need a couple of moments. And I have assessed that Jan needs maybe 5 minutes to sit down and have a drink.
Yeah, I saw him not long after he got out of the car yesterday when I was walking back through the paddock area, and he looked a warm chap, did Jan Magnussen.
Yeah, really, really hot. All the drivers are getting out of the car so warm. We rather take it for granted. We forget the sort of temperatures that they're dealing with inside the cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And whilst some of them will be running cool suits, there's only so much you can do to cool certain parts of the body. The crash helmet on with the balaclava and all of the heat soak that you get generally as well, it does make them a hugely warm and very, very uncomfortable environment in reality. So Antonio Fuoco leads the way at this stage. There's the sister car to it, Davide Rigon behind the wheel of the number 50 car that lost all of that time in the pit lane. That has now dropped that car that was in third when it came into the pits down into 8th position now at this stage. So it was a very costly stop, that 3 minutes and 19 seconds that the car remained in the pit lane whilst they changed the front discs on that car. The sister car to it, however, out front and leading the way. 10 seconds is the gap between that car that was leading and Christopher Haase when they came through last time through. So it is, literally bang on 10 seconds. 10.007 was the gap. It comes down to 9.009 next time through. So Christopher Haase has eaten into the lead advantage of Antonio Fuoco by a second on that lap.
But he's also a pit stop behind, isn't he, sadly? So although they thought they were just in the pit lane in time, race control said different. And so 25, yes, closing on track. Although part of this is Antonio Fuoco getting everything back up to temperature, but also there is then the pit stop that they are owed, and 25 Christopher Haase is now on the 4th track limits infringement, so there's a penalty brewing at the next stop, I'm afraid, for number 25. So the first infringement is noted by race control. The second one, there is a warning over the radio to the team. The third is a driving standards flag, and then you get your penalty. And so now the 4th offence for number 25, so it looks as though that's going to cop a time penalty on the next stop. 71 then, Alessandro Pierguidi giving way to Antonio Fuoco, and that car, as Mark was saying, 9 seconds to the good at the start of this lap, being caught in sector 1, pulling away slightly in sector 2, so now things are stabilising as Fuoco gets himself up to temperature.
And who's the quickest car out there at the moment? Well, for the last few laps, it's been Lucas Stolz. He has been pressing on hard, hasn't it, the wheel of the number 77 Mercedes. You spotted a while ago that he'd actually gone purple through sector 1. We're so late into the race, but yeah, Lucas Stolz still pushing hard, still potentially trying to make up for the time that was lost when he had that off early on in his stint. As for the class leaders at this stage, well, top 3 overall are all running in GT3 Pro, so it's the 71 of Fuoco, from the 25 of Haase, and the 66 of Dennis Martial. Those are top first 3 in GT3 Pro. GT3 Pro-Am, well, it's number 75, Phil Ellis, that continues to lead GT3 Pro-Am. Second in Pro-Am is number 88, which is Benjamin Gota, and third in Pro-Am is, at the moment, the number 93 Garage 59 Skyback car in the hands of Kevin C. Or Kevin Say rather, and then in GT3 Am, it's 2AF Corsa Ferraris, the 61 now in the hands of Conrad Grundwald once more, from the 52 of Giorgio Senegiotti, and Stefan Cox at the wheel of the number 48 Porsche. That is the car that is at the moment currently third and completing the GT3 Am podium.
Although being caught rapidly by Jamie Stanley, who's done a personal best lap last time, so 24.5 seconds, that gap is coming down. Just going back to the leading car, because the driver ID is still set for the wrong driver, it means that all of this is being credited as a stint for Alessandro Pierguidi, not Antonio Fuoco, which therefore, if it is not resolved as the Porsche slithers out wide at the chicane, ends up reflecting the fact that one driver might do too much under the regulations and one driver do too little, when actually it's not the case. So the onus for this is put on the teams. The regulations have been for a number of years that it's not up to the timekeepers to start changing things. It's up to you, the team, the driver, to put the ID tag in the right place. Only a little switch, just flick it from one setting to another. And drama there for 66, which has got a problem. The car that is ahead on pit stops has a puncture, and he's going to need one of those pit stops very urgently, because 7 minutes into his stint, Dennis Martial has got a tyre that's gone down. He's fighting to get the car back towards the pit lane, and so now this car limps in. You can see the damage, you can see the tyre, but it might not just be a puncture, it might be damage as well. The wheel ain't for turning, which in a sense is keeping the rubber on the wheel and allowing him to go quickly. But all of a sudden, a car that has just been going round and round and round and doing good lap times is heading into the pit lane, but it's picked up some damage, and significantly a tyre off the rim.
Yeah, that's not rotating. That's the problem, is it? So I agree with you. It might just be a puncture that's causing that tyre not to rotate, or the wheel not to rotate. But I am slightly concerned that it might be a little more in depth than that. And Alan Hyde, I think, is making his way in that general direction as the car pulls into the pit lane.
And we all have to be a little bit careful there, because as he turned right to come into the pit lane, he was coming at some speed, and I just wondered whether the car would point in the right direction. It did, which is good news, but we all took evasive action there for a moment. So now we need to try and manhandle the right front wheel off. The rim is off, the shredded tyre is off, a new tyre is standing by. It goes into place. There it goes.
And Alan, it was contact. He hit number 92 Porsche, so it was contact.
Right, and there was also... Right, now, let me say what happened. They've changed the tyre, they've sent the car on the way, but I saw flapping bodywork at the front right corner as well. So whether that flapping bodywork is going to be... The tyre, they've sent the car on the way.
We lost you for a moment there, Alan. They've sent the car on the way, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There was also flapping front right bodywork as a result of that contact.
Okay.
And they did nothing to it, so I think we need to keep an eye on that to make sure it's okay.
All right, will do. Thank you for that. The car it hit is in the pits as well. Number 92, the Gulf. Painted rather than liveried, if you like, Porsche with the desert mural on the side. And
it is a fabulous livery, isn't it?
Yeah, it's now got a few Audi witness marks down the side. And 66 has stopped on the circuit. 66 back on the road, but has stopped out on the circuit after its pit stop. So number 66, Dennis Marshall, I fear, is out of the race. The impact has done enough damage. The car has stopped.
I was surprised that they didn't do more of a check over of the car, other than the just the change of the wheel. That's all they did.
We've been saying that out of nowhere things can suddenly bite, and number 66 is stranded, and he won't have long left the pit lane, Mark, will he? He's only probably got to about, where do we think, turn 4, 5. He's not long into the lap, surely.
92 Porsche on his way.
Right, so the car that was assaulted rejoins, but car number 66 has ground to a halt, and it's just not for moving.
It's not, no, not at all. That's not going anywhere at all. Here's a replay of the incident again. You can just see Dennis Marshall closing speeds of the GT3 against the Cup car, and I think just misjudged where the car was going to be when he got there. So, as you were saying, you know, the one thing you need to do is stay out of strife. Well, the 66 Audi had done that perfectly, beautifully, for the first 9 hours of this race, and all of a sudden, whether it be a slight lapse in concentration or whether it be the car that he was trying to get by not quite being where he's expected to be, but the body language of Dennis Marshall tells you everything that you need to know.
That's the one that got away, and it was his mistake, and Mark's absolutely right, just ever so slightly misjudged it. But what I'm interested to know now is what it is that has, if you like, failed, what has broken that stopped the car, because he brought it in at such pace. But, of course, with that wheel not turning, you wouldn't necessarily know that there was another issue. You just think, well, the tyre's not going around, I need to get this back to the pits as quick as I can. So the car in the pit lane, number 44 Porsche, not much happening there.
No, it's coming to the pit lane. They've just pushed it back from the spot at which it came to rest and have now just left it there as well. Christopher Haaser back into the pit lane. So this is the number 25 Audi, the blue car trundling its way down pit lane. Last time it was in, its pit stop didn't count. This time it's coming in to tick off what hopefully will be one of the pit stops. The sole remaining Audi from Attempto in the hands of Alex Arkin, number 99 car, heads into the pit lane. And that Porsche, where there wasn't a great deal of work being done, is now going back down the pit lane again.
Well, that might be why there wasn't much work being done, because it was all good to go. I have no idea. 25 then, that was another short stint for that car, because it had only done 17 laps. And that's 88, which is also in Benjamin Goethe.
That's one of the front-running cars in Pro-Am, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
I just hope 25 hasn't got a problem. No, it looks okay. It looks routine, doesn't it? Up on the jacks it goes. Alan.
All looks pretty routine down for 25, which is good news.
So new tyres.
And no driver change, I don't think.
Okay, but that's a short stint, like I say, only 17 laps to bring that car back into the pits. Having said all of that, you need to get through these 10 1 minute 40 pit stops whenever you do them. So are they short stinting now and then playing with it more at the end? Full course yellow beckons, 20 seconds away to a full course yellow, Mark.
Yep, that's the reason that I think a few of the teams were wondering whether it would go full course, and therefore what they did was bring their cars into the pit lane as soon as they possibly could, in the vain hope that it would go full course caution. Of course, a few tripped up and didn't quite get into the pit lane in time last time, so I think this time they've erred on the side of caution and seen where that car was parked up, the car of Dennis Martial, and have brought themselves into the pit lane. It also looks as though the number 88 car is having in the hands of Benjamin Gota at the moment a change of brakes to the front of that car as well, so again Garage 59 taking the opportunity to do that whilst we are under full course caution to minimise the impact that will have whilst the car remains stationary in the pit lane.
Indeed. So, right, so 25 has ticked off another stop, so that puts it on 8 now. Same number, does it not, as the leading Ferrari?
As the leading Ferrari, yeah, because they,
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
But of course, they're only just on an outlap at the moment, so they've now dropped from 2nd to 4th already as Philip Ellis has gone through and Lucas Stoltz goes through. But of course, we already know that the car that's now up to 2nd, not only is it still leading Pro-Am, but that number 75 car has done fewer of its enforced pit stops than others around it now. One less.
It's one fewer stop.
Yeah,
quite
one
right.
fewer.
Yeah. So that car is way up in Pro-Am against this, which is losing time. But actually, this pit stop has worked out quite nicely, hasn't it, for the Rothgo Garage 59 McLaren, because it was in before the full course yellow was called. So actually now they've sort of got as much time as they want, really, because the pace of everybody else is so much slower. They're not losing as much, even if they trip over the minute and 40. Right, I didn't see 66's demise coming, and clearly Dennis Martial did not see the Porsche. But whatever it is that has caused this car to stop, I'm still trying to identify the corner.
I wonder if it's at the exit of turn number 1 as you head up the hill.
Might be. So fresh out of the pit lane, and then realised that the car... I did think it was crabbing slightly when it went down the pit lane.
Yeah.
But it's not got very far, that's
I think
for sure.
turn 1, turn 2 would be my guess. Somewhere in that sort of area, but very difficult to tell from the camera angle that we were seeing.
Well, the net result is that Kelvin van der Linde's efforts, that Mathieu Drudy's efforts come to naught, and the bits of debris being retrieved by the marshals out on the circuit. Bits of Porsche, bits of Audi being retrieved, and which way to run. That's where the marshals' bravery can never be understated, can it? As suddenly a car, even under full course yellow, slow speed, arrives very quickly.
Yes, thankfully the marshals were still concentrating on, well, 2 tasks in hand. 1, picking up the debris, and 2, making sure that they were getting out of the way when they saw that car coming, and the driver also well aware. So any idea where that is?
No, I'm still slightly baffled. I was just looking at the damage and thinking it's not that bad to the eye, but clearly it's something mechanical, I think, that stopped it, because, OK, there is a little bit of bodywork damage, but the wheel changed, new tyre put on, but it has clearly ground to a halt, and on instruction from the team, stopped very, very quickly. So you've got the cars then turning their way through that right-hander. And Dennis Martial, so frustrated. You could see when he stopped the car, he knew that it was down to him, and it is at the pit lane exit, isn't it, where that car has ground to a halt.
Yeah, I could only think, I said that I think turn 1, turn 2 would be the only possibilities. I was trying to work it out, and I think that's the confirmation that we're now receiving. So it is at that part of the circuit. I think we might just be able to get a replay. Yep, so here it is. Yeah, it's pit lane exit, isn't it? Yep, so he's come out of pit lane and didn't get very far after they'd serviced the car, did he?
That's almost like an instruction from the team to stop, isn't it? Because if you were a driver, you'd think, oh, better limp this back to the pit lane. But that's almost as though the team had seen something or looked at something or got some data that was showing, I don't know, temperatures going up or something, for which they needed the car to be urgently parked, because he barely got to race pace before he stopped it. You know, you wouldn't have the chance to really get a feel for the car at speed, would you?
No, and unless as a driver, because it had that impact on what is the right-hand side of the car, you do have to turn right as you go downhill and through the tunnel, don't you, to come out of pit lane exit. So unless he felt something there that just was fundamentally not right with the steering on the car because of the point of impact with it. So let's maybe just have a quick look and see if we can work out again as to what it might be. So we'll wait for that recovery to take place. So we remain under full course yellow here. Another quick replay of the incident. I think he misjudged the closing speed.
Yeah.
I think he simply misjudged the closing speed, that he got to that Porsche a lot quicker than he expected to.
So the tyre goes straight away, comes off the rim, but has the cause of the retirement been in the impact or by the speed with which he dragged it back? Has that wheel not turning put a load through the front suspension, and therefore that's broke up? Discuss, but
it's another one that, well, any chance of a result is gone, and once they know the extent of the damage, is it worth doing with less than 3 hours to continue?
Not really.
It's another one gone, isn't it, surely?
Yeah, I would have thought so.
Yeah.
And certainly in terms of a meaningful result, but yes, I mean, big disappointment. The 99 sister car has had its delays anyway and was never the quicker of the two, so that's down in 13th, about to become 12th. So this car needing to be removed, and then we'll get the race back underway. But massive disappointment for Kelvin van der Linde particularly, and Mattia Drudi as the two real guns in that car.
Yep, so this is now the 7th full course caution, which will shortly thereafter bring about what will be the 6th safety car period. Well, over the course of the previous iterations of the Gulf 12 Hours, we've had 6 safety car periods in the past, but that was the very first running of the event, where we had 2 in the first half of the race, 4 in the second half of the race, which meant that in total we were about an hour and 25 minutes behind safety car in total. Well, of course, we don't have quite as much safety car now because of the regulations where we run under full course caution for a period of time, and the safety car is only out for the minimum amount of period, so it's not a fair sort of comparison in that respect. But in terms of the numbers, yeah, we're now going to head towards, not just yet, only once we get the incident cleared, we'll get our 6th safety car, and that will equal, I think, the most that we've ever had, unfortunately. A larger entry, there was always going to be a few more incidents, but I think it's fair to say we've had probably both more incidents and more mechanical issues than we were expecting over the course of this race. So, not saying that car is out as yet, but absolutely any chance of a result is well and truly gone now. So Antonio Fuoco leads the way at this stage, whilst we are under full course caution at this stage. There's about a 35-second gap between where the number 71 Ferrari is on the circuit and where the number 75 second-placed Mercedes is, which is the Sun Energy won by SPS car of Philip Ellis. That, of course, also leads Pro-Am at this stage, but has done one less pit stop than anybody else around it, so it's got to tick off at least one more pit stop as yet, so it will drop down through the order, but still comfortably, as it has done all race really, continues to lead Pro-Am. Third in the race is the 77 Al Manar Racing with Get Speed Mercedes in the hands of Luca Stoltz. Now that car is not that far behind the machine in the hands of Philip Ellis, so those two cars are reasonably close to each other. Into the pit lane has come Antonio Fuoco for what was a very short drive down the pit lane by the look of things. So saw him come in. Not entirely sure why there. 21 seconds from pit in to pit out is a drive-through. So it must have been a drive-through penalty that had been stacked up by that particular car. And he's been able to serve it under full course caution, which will somewhat aid the cause, one would have thought. After Lucas Stoltz, who's there in third place, fourth goes the way of Lucas Legere at the wheel of the number 26 Santaloc Team Audi Junior car. So the number 26 car of the two of them is the one that is the red machine. And behind that is his teammate Christopher Haase, who's got the blue car at his disposal. That completes top 5 at the moment. And in sixth position, it's the somewhat delayed with its pit stop and the problems changing the pads on the car. It's the number 50, of course, Davide Rigon Ferrari. 7th at the moment is 93, Garage 59, and Kevin Say. That is the car that should move up to 2nd in Pro-Am now. And 3rd is the sister car, so it's not a bad day on the whole. 2 cars on the podium potentially in GT3 Pro-Am, because it's Alexander West in the number 88 car that is next up. And then as we continue down through the top 10, in 9th place is 43, which is, of course, at AMD Motorsport. Kevin Magnussen is behind the wheel currently, and wrapping up the top 10, it's number 1, 2C's Motorsport and Hunter Abbott. As for the AM category, well, you have to look down to what will be 14th, 15th and 16th overall in the race at the moment. And it is an all-Ferrari affair in Pro-Am, with AF Corsa at the moment sweeping the podium 1, 2 and 3 at this stage of the race, Alan.
Did I just see, Mark, a pit stop penalty for car 25?
A pit stop penalty for car 25, I cannot see at the moment, no. But that's not to say that you're incorrect.
And 91.
91 I did see 91 flash up on the screen.
So I've got it flashing on my iPad. It definitely says 25.
Right. Let me have a quick look on something else for you. And car 25, you're absolutely right, Alan. Yeah, now they head to pick up another screen that we can see. Yeah, car number 25, a pit stop penalty. So that will drop Christopher Haase down through the order. Now that pit stop penalty is an extra 5 seconds that will be added to the next pit stop that it does. So it is running, as things stand, 5th on the road, but rather than remain stationary next time through for 1 minute and 40 seconds minimum, it'll have to be a minimum 1 minute 45 seconds minimum. So those are a couple of cars that are going to fall foul of that. The other one, as we say, is car number 91, which is the Team Baron Axel Sartingen car, for which their team manager is still being beckoned towards the stewards and race control at the moment, which was a message that was coming up some while ago. So we still remain under this full course yellow whilst we await the breakdown truck to get out of harm's way, but I don't think it'll be too much longer before the safety car is deployed out onto the circuit. Our race leader, which is Antonio Fuoco, is just threading his way underneath the hotel, so turn 14 dealt with, up towards turn number 15. 250 laps now completed by the race leader. This is 251 that's about to be chalked into the book very shortly, and that car is showing as having done 10 pit stops now, but only 8 of them will count towards the tally, because, as I say, it did that sort of almost self-enforced drive-through a few laps ago. But now is the time to do it. If you've got a drive-through penalty hanging over you because of track limits or anything like that, as David Addison suggested, the slate gets wiped clean after 6 hours, but because there had been so many track limits infringements, the goalposts were changed subtly by the officials, so that if you continue to do it, then you would end up with a slightly harsher penalty for part 2 of the race, and even then with caveats that that isn't necessarily what we're going to continue to do for the rest of the race if you continue to ignore the track limits around here at Abu Dhabi. Now the pit lane is showing as empty of cars that I can see as I gaze my way down it, but I think we are now down to potentially cars that are still circulating. We're going to be down to, I think, 25 cars at the moment, because the number 20 SPS Automotive Mercedes that was in the hands of Dominic Baumann with the damage to the front has now been in the pit lane for a significant amount of time. Manuela Gostner's car, we know, had its issues. As we go safety car now rather than full course caution, so the speed can start to build up a little bit more now, and the chain and the crocodile can begin to form. So the number 58 Mercedes still in the pit lane. Whether we'll see any more of that, we're not entirely sure. And after that, we know all the rest of those from sort of 28th onwards are all done for the day.
Which car was that? The Gostner car?
The Gostner car, as to whether they're still working on it with the fuel pump issue, but also the number 20 Mercedes as well, Alan, with the battered front end.
The last time I asked about the 58 car was about 10 minutes ago, and they said they're still working on it.
Well, that's good news. I like that.
Yep.
And the other one would be the number 20 SPS Automotive Performance car that Martin Berry bumped into the back of one of the Ferraris and caused damage, and Dominic Baumann brought that car back into the pit lane for clearly more work to be done.
I'll go check on that one as well.
Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Alan. So the other one that might be worth just double checking now that David Addison is back in the commentary box, was there a drive-through penalty hanging over the number 71 Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco? Because as far as I could see, he came into the pit lane and drove the length of it and went straight back out again. 21 seconds he was in the pit lane area. Don't think the car stopped in its box, and therefore that car is now showing as having done 10 pit stops, but only 8 of them will count to the tally.
I will check. I don't remember seeing one, but it's a puzzle as to why you would just do that.
Yeah.
Unless there was a miscommunication somewhere.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. So,
hang on. Also, can I offer you a thought about, you may have covered this while I've been away.
Funk away.
The Dennis Marshall demise.
Yes.
This is a Dennis Lind thought, and Dennis knows a thing or two about GT3 cars. A toe link broke on impact, possibly, is his theory, which would make sense, that you wouldn't necessarily feel until you've got a new tyre on it. So if that's the case, Dennis, thank you very much.
New tyre on it, load it up on that right-hander as soon as you go through the... so on the left-hander as soon as you go through the tunnel, and straight away you would have felt it, yeah.
Right, so 71 is the one you're asking me about.
71, yeah. Now, I've flicked back through the messages on the live timing website to see whether I can find it, but I can't find a message relating to 71 and any sort of drive-through penalty. Not to say there isn't one, just can't see it.
There is nothing that I can trace suggesting a penalty for 71. When did Antonio Fuoco's name appear on the timing screen while I was away? Was that before the car pitted? I'm just wondering if it's something as silly as drive down the pit lane to trigger
it may be
the driver ID.
That's a good possibility. Alan?
Was it the number 20 Mercedes you were asking about?
It was the number 20 Mercedes, yeah.
It is retired.
Oh, no, that's a shame.
I know. And I'm looking at the damage at the front, and it is...
it's not inconsiderate.
It's too much.
Yeah.
It's too much.
Yeah, insignificant was the word I was after there. Sorry, it's been a long day.
We've been on air for a long time.
It's been a long day, yes.
I know.
It's not over yet.
No, you're right.
Right, so that's another one that we've lost. So that brings us down to potentially 24 cars now still circulating. So we've lost 10 along the way because I can't see that Dennis Marshall will be back out. We know that now that it's been confirmed that Dominic Baumann is out. If the Gosners can get the MP Racing Mercedes back out, that would bring us up one more. But that's...
They're still diligently working on it, you know.
Well, that's good, isn't it? Is it a proper family effort as well? It's a team effort and a family effort, Alan.
No, the family are all sitting down watching the telly.
They know the score.
They've got a team to do these things for them.
They have staff, yes, quite. Got a task for you, though, Alan.
I like a task.
The safety car's going to be in this lap, but whilst it comes in, would you like to endeavour to go and find Peter Cox for us? And then engage him in wit and banter.
Is he going to get out of a car soon, or is he already out of a car?
He's out of the car already.
Oh, no, he'll be in the villa. I think we've missed him again.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yes, I'm disappointed. I've not spoken to him for many years.
No.
Not since some super touring days in the BTCC.
But he was always good for a quote, wasn't he?
Always good for a quote. Always good for a quote. In fact, I haven't spoken to his daughter either, have I?
No.
Is she in the car?
Yes.
Well, I can't talk to her.
Not yet.
No, quite.
Right, well, off you go. Go and see
I shall put these things to rights before the end. And Jan Magnussen, so this will teach me to be considerate. He got his breath back and now he's gone. So I shall not be so thoughtful next time.
I think he's trying to tell you something, Alan, as he may be.
I think you might be right, yeah.
So we get the race back underway. So Antonio Fuoco, despite that 21 seconds spent driving down the pit lane from one end to the other, leads the race. And well, all the top three are now together because Philip Ellis and Lucas Stoltz, and you could argue Lucas Leggere, are all there as well. So the top four all now bunched up together as they charge their way over the top of the hill at turns 3 and 4 and down into the braking area for the hairpin at turn number 5.
And there's a load of traffic now for the quick drivers that are a little bit further back in the queue to try to unravel. But, of course, it was only, amazingly, half a second on the restart between Fuoco and Philip Ellis. So that Pro-Am car is doing what Pro-Am cars shouldn't really be doing, and that's humbling the pro category cars. Now, admittedly, 2 3/4 hours remain, but it is Ferrari 71 still in the lead and trying to build that gap, while Luca Stolz, whose race has suddenly swung back towards him, tries to make some progress. Further back, number 8 Mercedes dives up the inside. Mikael Grenier finally into the car. I think that was the other driver. You talked about Martin Conrad.
Yeah,
that was the other one that hadn't had a chance to drive, and Mikael Grenier finally is in for the final part of the race to haul that AM-class car back into the mix, as Fuoco leads, Ellis leads Stolz, and a pit stop infringement has now been noted against car number 69, the Herbert Porsche of Ralph Bohn.
So that will have to head into the pit lane. Certainly the Ram Racing Mercedes of Mikael Grenier is being hounded as well. And who's hounding him? Well, it's Kevin Magnussen at the wheel of number 43 Ferrari. The two of them were absolutely together as they came in towards what will be turn number 12 and turn number 13, which is where they're working their way at the moment. This is not for position because K-Mac is a few laps ahead of the Ram Racing Mercedes as a result of its problems that it had when it lost time with repairs taking effect in the pit lane. But it's been a good start to his stint for Mikael Grenier. He's been behind the wheel for about 44 minutes, but a good quarter of an hour of that would have been under safety car and full course caution. Some taker for the pits, and it's the second place car, as was Philip Ellis. The Pro-Am leader is into the pit lane at the wheel of the number 75 Mercedes.
Right, so that's going to start to play the Pro-Am battle around a little bit more, isn't it? As then it's going to put Luca Stolz up into second place, and the Mercedes, don't forget, Stolz wins the race, he's got a chance of winning a championship here, and he's into second again now, and that car is on 8 pit stops, so is the leading car. So those are now, thanks to this last safety car period, pretty much equal in terms of strategy and also now pace, but we'll see whether Stolz can stay with Antonio Fuoco, and also how the car fares in the remaining 2 hours and 40 minutes with different drivers on board. Number 50 Ferrari in the traffic, Davide Rigon trying to elbow his way through with losing minimal time, and does go through as the pit lane continues to be busy. More and more of the pit stops cycle through, so it's Ferrari ahead of Mercedes 1 and 2, Fuoco ahead of Stolz. Up into third place now Lucas Leggeret. Christopher Haase will be fourth, and then in fifth place will be Davide Rigon, who has just gained a place, of course, with the pit stop for number 75, the Pro-Am leading Mercedes. Alexander West, I think we're done with Alexander, but he's not finished yet. He's still got his drive time to do, his 4 hours 40, and so he's back at the wheel of the other Pro-Am contender, number 88. And Kevin Say's back at the wheel of the number 93 McLaren. So Philip Ellis shown as staying behind the wheel of 75, good to go back out. Also down the pit road, number 1, which is the Mercedes with the pink mouth. That's the car of Hunter Abbott, the Blancpain GT Series Asia champion of a few seasons back. Ralph Bohn's Porsche cycling through another pit stop, but this is the car that's already got a pit stop infringement noted. So Patrick Kolb, interesting that there's an Audi Sport logo on the seat of the Porsche, but anyway, I'm sure there's a good reason for that. More and more heading for the pit lane. So in comes 44 Porsche. That's Alfred Renard. So you've got both the Herbert cars in at the same time now. And the I was going to tell you that there is an answer to the 71 question, but it's a 5-second penalty, not a drive-through. So 71 was given a 5-second penalty for track limits, but not a drive-through.
Right, okay. So that, yeah.
Unless the team miscommunicated it, and it was Antonio Fuoco thought he'd been told that he'd got a drive-through, or was told when actually it was a time penalty. But there's been a decision about track limits for number 71, but not a drive-through, is what you were specifically asking.
Yeah, so that still sort of has got me scratching my head to a degree. I mean, I didn't see it come from one end of the pit lane to the other in its entirety, because of course I was looking at different screens at the time, but when I looked up it was right the way down towards pit lane entry, a good 3/4 of the way down towards pit lane entry, and it just continued all the way up from there. I never once saw it stop, and I don't see how it could, because 21 seconds is roughly the length to drive at pit lane speed limit from entry to exit, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, even if it came in purely to serve a 5-second time penalty to get that done before another pit stop, 15 seconds down the pit lane. He's
Yeah,
doesn't work, does it?
Whatever way you try and compute it's not quite there, is it?
No.
There's a question to be answered somewhere for me.
Unless it's a rogue pit stop time.
But I didn't see it stationary at any point.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I just didn't see it stationary, so I'm just simply not sure.
Now, there is a drive-through coming, and it's for 91, the Team Baron Motorsport Axel Sartingen Ferrari for a short pit stop. So a drive-through for number 91, but not for 71. So 91 is being given a penalty, and that was 2 seconds under. That's the reason for it.
Yeah, so you're 2 seconds under, but it's going to cost you the best part of 30 seconds by the time you've decelerated down from racing speed to pit lane speed and accelerated back up once more. Following its pit stop, the number 75 car, now in the hands of Martin Conrad for the second time, has now dropped off the lead lap. So that has just been lapped now by Antonio Fuoco, but it's still going rather well for a Pro-Am car.
It's exactly where it was before, directly behind that car, but now a lap down. So yeah, he's kind of rejoined exactly where he was. The same view that 75 has. Martin Conrad's taken it over, as you say, but it's tucked right up behind the leading Ferrari. Now, Lukas Stoltz is dropping back in second place. Now, remember, he's got to win this race, but although he's in second spot, the margin extending ever so slightly because he was over a second slower on that last lap. He's being hustled along by number one, now back with Martin Kodrich at the wheel of it. There is Michael Grenier, who is in 18th place overall, number 8 Mercedes. So that's Stoltz underneath the hotel, and again, right up towards the barriers on the outside line.
Yeah, they almost kiss the barrier. It's almost as though the wing mirror's touching the barriers, isn't it, when you get down at that part of the circuit and have a look, or even if you walk over the bridge that brings you from the paddock area of the circuit back over to the W Hotel. You cross over at that point of the circuit, and it doesn't matter at what time of day or night any of these sessions have taken place. There's the pathway there always has a photographer or a few spectators just watching the cars at that point, because it's a really quick part of the circuit. You see the cars flash under the hotel and get right the way up on almost the street circuit part of this Yas Marina complex, so close to the barriers. So a flash of the lights there, and that is the car of Lukas Stoltz just flashing the lights to let the car ahead know that he wants to try and close up, but we'll crack on with it first. You need to close the gap, Luca, before starting to flash your lights too much, because you are still a little bit too far back at this stage.
Well, the punt, isn't it, though? Try and harry somebody out of the way.
Anything at all that gives you an advantage.
So Stoltz now is over 3 seconds back from Fuoco, and as the leading car works lap 258, we've just got slightly over 2.5 hours of the race to run, as there is the Baron Motorsport car, number 91, which has also had a fairly up and down kind of a race, but it's in 22nd place. Axel Sarting at the wheel, but has this drive-through to serve because of the short pit stop. Right, over the curb and down towards the hairpin goes the Lucas Leggeret Audi. That is third, 6.8 seconds off Stoltz and dropping away. And being caught by Hauser.
Yeah, he was caught by Christopher Hauser to the tune of 0.3 of a second last time through, but Christopher Hauser is still the best part of 13 seconds or 12.5 seconds down the road. So rate of close is going to still take a good few laps for those to come in. And mute point also is how much longer are those two drivers going to be behind the wheel as well, because they are, in the case of Lucas Leggeret, he is now an hour and 53 minutes into the stint, or from when he first jumped on board the car. Christopher Hauser is heading towards an hour and a half. But for Lukas Stoltz, the man who's there in second place, long old stint again from him. Has he double stinted again? 2 hours it's showing.
Must have done, therefore, been in the car for that time, yeah. So he can't be far off coming in, can he, in number 77? But again, maximise the time. Fabian Schiller is the other quick driver in that car, so they'll try and get the most out of him before the end of the race as well. Next little pair coming up over the timing line. 88 goes through. Alexander West working his way through traffic. Now the gap between Martin Conrad and Alexander West in Pro-Am is going up. It's 34 seconds, and it's gone up by 3 seconds over the last lap alone. So Martin Conrad is the quicker of the two. So they need to get Alexander West's 4 hours and 40 minutes done, so they can go back to Kirchhofer and Goethe in that car to try and bring it back into the mix. But again, you see what happens after a pit stop and you put different drivers in. Philip Elliott always has the car well up at the pointy end. Alexander West through the traffic. He's got himself on the road there ahead of Jamie Stanley, 14th. 55 is creeping up the order, isn't it? Jamie Stanley said at the start of the day we're hopefully coming through. Well, they have done so. Kept out of trouble, chipped away.
Yeah, absolutely. The problem is that it's not chips that they need now, it's great big chunks that they need, because they are on 250 laps completed. The next car ahead of them, which is Philippe Perret, who is, at this stage, the leader of GT3 AM, is 3 laps ahead of them. So I think probably it's going to plateau at what will be second in GT3 AM, which is still not a bad result when you consider that it could have been far worse for that Ferrari, because of course when it was in the hands of Laurent Demise, it was somewhat accosted, wasn't it, by Martin Berry, and that incident put the number 20 Mercedes out of the race.
Yeah, the bite a bit, really, wasn't it? They came off worse as the aggressor.
Yeah.
But the Ferrari, as you say, could have also come off badly, and that really is about the only drama I think we've seen from that car. Or did Jamie Stanley have a slight moment earlier on in the race as well? I seem to remember either he had a spin or was off the road, or
he ran very wide at turn 9, didn't he? He was a bit late on the brakes at one point.
But largely, and you know, considering they've done nearly 10 hours, that's not that bad to only have those couple of blemishes. Alexander West in the McLaren, though, going nicely. Both the Garage 59 cars are still there or thereabouts, because 93, the sister car in the Sky Colours, Chris Froggatt back at the wheel, that is running 9th overall. So the lead gap goes up again slightly, although Stoltz has just done the car's personal best lap. So 3.8 seconds between the two, and also Mikael Grenier, perhaps not unexpectedly, doing number 8's best lap of the race as well. You've also got to that point, if you like, we used to call it at Le Mans happy hour, that last hour of qualifying, when, OK, it's dark, but you've got the ambient temperature dropping, so it really does help the engines and cars start going quicker. So although we've got 2.5 happy hours still to go, and Jamie Stanley fights back there on the inside of Alexander West and goes through. Now that it's getting cooler, the engines are relishing this, and we're getting good lap times out of a number of cars. And good sector times as well.
Yeah, very much so, yeah. Sector times soon, a few more green sectors coming in as well, including also, who's that's on board the number 95 Porsche? Ramzi Moutam has just set the quickest first sector that car has done. So, yeah, we are getting a few quicker times coming in, and some of that might be now that whilst it's still not overly cool out there, but maybe ambient temperature just dropping a little bit, which is allowing the engines just to breathe in some cooler air, and therefore, as a result of that, then they're just managing to get a little bit more power out of those engines. So over the start-finish line, we see Antonio Fuoco. He continues to lead the way. That is now 260 laps completed by the AF Corsa Francorchamps Motors number 71 Ferrari. It leads by just under 4 seconds from the Luca Stoltz Mercedes that's there in second place, and another 1/10 of a second was gained in the lead advantage last time through.
That drive-through that was going the way of 91 Ferrari has now been cancelled, so the car gets away with whatever it was, even though it was slightly short. I can't tell you why, but we've had confirmation on the screen that the drive-through was cancelled. The team manager of, having said it was going nicely, 93, Chris Froggatt's McLaren, up to race control, 4th offence of track limit, so another penalty bruise for number 93, which has had quite a lot of them over the course of the race. And Luca Stoltz has just done the absolute best first sector, as the temperatures become really GT3 friendly now. Luca Stoltz is on a mission.
9.5 hours into the race, and we get the fastest sector one that we've got so far. So Luca Stoltz pushing as hard as he possibly can in this one. Let's see whether he can knit the lap together, because he'll be coming up towards sector 2 before too much longer. Sector 2, he's maybe a couple of tenths shy of where he ought to be, but this is still, I think, going to be potentially another good lap. It's going to be in the 52s, that's absolutely for sure, is it not?
I think so, and it goes back to what Stuart Hall was saying when he came up here earlier on, which is that racing drivers don't give up. You know, over 12 hours so much can happen, but now that car has got itself back up into second place, and it now has a chance of not just winning the race, but with it Luca Stoltz a championship. But he has got to absolutely maximise this, and he's doing so. Look at the way that car is now dancing around the racetrack, up the curb, over the curb, up towards the end of the lap. The last lap from the leading Ferrari was a 52.5 from Luca Stoltz as he breaks the beam, then a 52.4, best lap that car has done all race. So it's a modest gain of hundreds, but it's a gain, and it illustrates that Stoltz is now pushing harder than ever.
Absolutely. If he wants to claim the championship, in terms of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. He has got to win the race. There is no other mathematical possibility that's going to work for him. Carving his way through and past the traffic. That's the number 48 Porsche that he's just managed to sneak through and past there. So that is going to be Stefan Cox that moves neatly out of the way and allows Lukas Stolz to press on. What does his sector times look like this time through? Well, he is again through the first sector of the lap, about 0.6 of a second quicker than Antonio Fuoco. So the gap has come down further. So it must be hovering around about 3.3 seconds now.
Go along with that, yeah. So big gain being made. Now, why is Fuoco losing ground like this? Well, it's not traffic, let me tell you, because there's nobody immediately ahead of him on the road. So the Mercedes hustles on. Now, that also, shown as 9 pit stops, it's only done 8, hasn't it? Because one of its stops was a penalty stop from earlier on. So that is on 8. The leading Ferrari is on 8 as well. So it's had a full course yellow pit stop, and then it had that 21-second stop. So they're on the same number of pit stops. So that is a genuine battle now between the top 2.
Yeah, and through the middle part of the lap, there was only a few thousandths gained by Lukas Stolz. Good gain was made in the first sector, very little in the second sector, but I think the gap's going to be down to something like 3.3 potentially. Depends on how he gets on in the third sector of the lap, and I think we've got Alan down there in the pit lane.
Well, I need to ask a question, and you might not want to answer it or don't. Have I understood it correctly that Lukas Stolz, as far as the Intercontinental GT Challenge is concerned, needs to win the race?
Come what may, yes.
Yeah, and if he does, irrelevant of anything else that happens, he would win the Intercontinental GT Challenge.
According to Daniel Juncadella, yes, that's the case. When we look back through and then start to do drop scores and countbacks, we still think so as well. But it is tight. No other solution will work, though.
Yeah, he's got to win the race. It's something like, if he wins, he ends up on the same number of points as Danny Juncadella. So then it becomes a tie-break. You drop a score, and therefore, if you look at the number of wins they've had and the number of seconds after drop score, this one becomes the decider, which he will have won. So he would have had an extra win.
That's what I thought. Thank you very much.
But he's got to win the race, which is easier said than done.
Yes.
But he's trying, that's for sure.
Oh, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
So yes, wherever Danny Juncadella is, the news in 2.5 hours might be really good or might not be so good, depending. But it's interesting, isn't it, that the Get Speed car has done what Mercedes kind of are expected to do, whereas the Grupper M1s haven't.
Yeah, it has, and it's not really put a wheel wrong, has it? It's run well. It's run well in the hands of everybody. It's never been outside of the top half dozen largely, but it's not spent that many laps in the lead either.
No, it's not, if any. And can I also point out that Lukas Stolz was off the road at the start of his stint.
He was,
now, if you took that time that he was off the road for away from his race time, he'd be in the lead, because he was off the road for more than 3.6 seconds, which is what now he is behind. So I would offer you that car, by rights, but for that one rare error from Lukas Stolz, would be in the lead of the race. Anyway, the margin is 3.5 seconds as he's just gone booming past the pits. Did I tell you that 93, the Sky McLaren, has got a 10-second penalty at its next pit stop for track limit offences? If I didn't, it has.
It's led less than 10 laps so far. The most it's ever led in one session was 6.
Right,
yeah.
okay.
So it's single digits that it's led the race.
It doesn't matter how many, as long as you lead the last one, does
absolutely.
it? Yeah, but again, it's so interesting to see how the different progress of cars has evolved over the course of the race. And so now 77 becoming more of a factor, again because of its early pit stop. That was 18th at the end of the first hour. 17th was the car it's chasing now, and here they are with 2 hours and 24 minutes to go, and they're 1 and 2 in the order.
And how much with 2.5 hours just under of the race to go do we also rule out the number 50 Ferrari, Davide Rigon, who lost time with the brakes on that car? It's now, as a result of that safety car period, on the lead lap, only 28 seconds off the lead.
Lapping slightly slower, but it could gain places, as also could Christopher Hazard. The one that's looking a bit fragile, if you like, for its third place is Lucas Leggeret in Audi number 26, because he is being caught now by a charging Hazard, and I suspect they're leaving Patrick Niederhauser for the very end to get into that car again. We shall see. 42 BMW back into the pit lane. It's a real shame it lost all that time early on because subsequently it seems to have gone okay, but it's lost many, many laps. It's in 21st place and is something like 21 laps off the lead, which seems horrendous. But of course, over the course of a long race, you will lose laps. But BMW, after that mid-race drama, when it stopped and brought out the full course yellow period, like I say, seems to have gone okay.
Yeah, no, it has. Yeah, it seems to have run pretty faultlessly since. But yeah, all of those problems that were lost, or all that time that was lost with it, always puts you on the back foot. And in such a competitive field with no single either manufacturer or driver combination seem to have much difference between the other, it's impossible almost to make it up. Michael Grenier into the pit lane. Doesn't seem that long since he took over that car, or am I imagining it?
Missed his stint time, but I think it's been a reasonably lengthy one.
Right. Doesn't seem 5 minutes since he got on board.
Well,
that's
that's the thing. You have so many pit stops, and some cars you don't notice for a while because we're concentrating on other things. But yeah, I think that was a full stint, and actually it's out of the car as well. So Michael Grenier will hand it over, unless there's a problem.
And
so
I'm guessing that will be back into the hands of Ian Logie again. Yep, so it's Ian Logie that's heading towards the car this time through. So Michael Grenier out of the car. The newly crowned British GT champion, Ian Logie, jumps in, who's done a good chunk of racing here in the Middle East, been racing in the Radical Championship for the last year or so. Is scheduled to do a chunk of the Radical Middle Eastern Championship over the course of this winter as well.
So in he gets, British GT champion with help from Callum McLeod and Jules Gounod, and knows these cars inside out. Into the pit lane here for AF Corsa has Cam 52, that's Giorgio Senagiotto in. And we're nudging towards the 2 hour mark as Senagiotto gets out of the car. Another car that is quietly getting on with the job, so to speak. It's 2 laps down, but it's running in 8th place overall, is the Mark Farmer, Jan Magnussen, Kevin Magnussen Ferrari. We've never needed to worry about it in terms of fighting for outright honours for the lead, but it is there within the top 10 and playing a big, big part in the pro class battle. And of course, in class, he's going to be in 6th, got 2 Pro-Am cars ahead of it. Pro-Am is still being headed by Martin Conrad, and he's building that lead inexorably now over Alexander West. So looking good at the moment for the 75 Mercedes. Again, that SPS Automotive car doing what Mercedes are expected to do, just go round and round and round.
Yeah, that's the master plan for them. Black and white warning flag going out for a couple of cars now, one of which is less worrying. It's the car that's 4th in Pro-Am at the moment, the number 1 2Cs Motorsport Martin Kodrich car, but the other car that's receiving the black and white warning flag with regards to track limits, Lucas Stoltz. So he's pushing hard. The problem is he's pushing beyond the circuit limits, and that's been spotted at this stage. So he just needs to rein it in a bit. He's got the pace. He's got the consistency. He hasn't made a great deal of inroads into Antonio Fuoco over the course of the last few laps, because it was, 3.8 seconds. It came down to 3.6, and it now seems to have plateaued there, really. But got to stay within the circuit limits.
Yeah, and the next time he oversteps the mark is the one which gets the penalty, because if he's on a driving standards flag, the next transgression will be a time penalty. So Lucas Stoltz hanging on at that 2nd place. The gap now a little bit elasticated, isn't it? It's a 10th gained here, it's a 10th lost on the next lap. But we've still got more pit stops to come and plenty more laps. 265 of them are done as Leggeret sends it up the inside of the Moutran Porsche and gains the place on the road there through the traffic going up towards turn 9.
We've still got more pit stops to come. We keep talking about these 10 imposed pit stops that need to happen, but you also need to make sure that you tick off that 10th one before the final 45 minutes of the race as well, because your final pit stop has to be done before 11 hours and 15 minutes.
Exactly right, yes. Your final 1 minute and 40 stop.
Yeah, you can stop after that.
Indeed.
But it won't count, yeah.
I had been waiting at the front of the 66 Audi garage after the car was finally brought back, and I'd requested of the team that maybe I could have a word with Dennis Marshall, who was at the wheel of the car. I've waited for quite a while with our camera crew, and I've just been told he was really, really upset when he got back, just really upset, and he's gone. So unfortunately, I can't bring you that interview. But the team have investigated, looking at the car. It looks really rather sorry for itself. I'm not sure I'm going to chat to Dennis in the foreseeable future, I'm afraid.
No, I'm not surprised, Alan. As
Nor am I.
as he got out of the car, the body language just said everything, didn't it? Very disappointed young man.
It did rather, yeah. But I'll wait on, and maybe in a little while I'll get a chance to have a chat to him. But yeah, that's really sad. Sad news.
And he'll be feeling the weight of that on his shoulders as well, because he will know it was his mistake. It was just a very slight misjudgment of the closing speed with what was the GT Cup leading Porsche, the number 92 Porsche, that he made that contact with. And yeah, just you'd feel sick. You've done all of the hard work. The strategy has worked from the team. Your teammates have driven meticulously. You've not put a wheel wrong, and then all of a sudden, blink of an eye, it all just comes. Not just unpicked, it unravels instantly.
All comes crashing down, doesn't
Yeah.
it? I don't really think the Porsche did anything wrong. I mean, it was on its line.
Yeah.
And as you rightly said, the closing speed, that was a Cup car against a GT3 car. That's probably what caught him out.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm not surprised he's frustrated, but yeah, Dennis Martial will be back, and there are others. And as you suggested, I think at the time at commentary, that's the one that probably got away.
I've got to add to this. He just came out and he was prepared to have a chat to me. And I said, "Are you okay to have a chat?" And he said, "I'd prefer it in 5 or 10 minutes if that's okay." And I said, "Of course it's okay." So we will get to speak to him, but he's just collecting his thoughts, I think.
No, well, that's really, really good of him, because yeah, it's one of those where you totally understand it, don't you? If he doesn't want to talk, so to be willing to do that, then hats off. Big respect to Dennis Martial, and looking forward to hearing from him when the time's right for him, when he's gathered his thoughts. So more pit stops taking place. Into the pits has come Lucas Stolz, but we've also got David Arrigon back in at the wheel of the number 50. Ferrari is in, and also Lucas Legere is in as well. So we've got, of the cars that were running in the top 5, 3 of them in the pit lane at the moment: Mercedes, an Audi, and a Ferrari. And you can see all 3 of those down towards the far end of the pit lane. This Porsche is closest to pit lane exit, which is the Salakin Porsche, which Stefan Cox was behind the wheel of. And who is going to jump on board that car as it heads back out? It is the former World Championship cyclist once more. Tom Bonan jumped on board.
And a short-ish stint that from the Lucas Legere Audi, which has done 25 laps. Whereas we got 32 out of 77. Lucas Stolz, who gave way as well.
Do you think that might be the team's looking at relative lap times of the drivers, and because it's an all-pro car, swap it round? And
maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, again, you don't have to necessarily think about 35 laps as the golden rule, because what they're all having to work through is this imposed pit stop aspect of it. And as long as you've got all those done, it might be that you're shortening the stints to get them all in before the 11 hours and 15. That's why the leader is back in at the end of lap 268. That's about a lap more, actually, than the last stint, so that's okay. That's good. That's a 28-lap stint, although 28 is obviously a way off that 35-lap golden ticket.
Yeah, and well, certainly this time, it's not 21 seconds that the car is going to be spending in the pit lane, because the driver change is taking place, just finishing off the refueling at the moment. And we can see that ready to dive back in to the pit lane. That's not David Arrigon, is it? That's crash helmet. I didn't recognise it as being his.
Oh, so, that's Rigon's 50. 71
of course, I keep doing it, don't I? Yeah.
So it should be, I would have thought, James Collado this time.
That was always going to be the problem with those 2 Ferraris, painted in exactly the same colour.
So Antonio Fuoco for the moment is done. Screen being cleaned. And this will now put Christopher Haase into the lead of the race, he says hesitantly. Yes, it will. So that car pitted on lap 247, didn't it? So Haase stayed behind the wheel, but is still out there, and will now take over the lead of the race. That's 25 Audi, the one that's upholding Audi honour. Alan.
Did the 25 car, has it since had its pit stop that it had to take its penalty? It had an extended pit stop, didn't it, 25?
Yes, it did, I think. Or there was one. Sorry, I think you are right in saying that there was a penalty looming.
Yes.
Certainly 26 had one.
Yeah.
25 was given a penalty. That was notified at 9 minutes past 7, so I don't think it'd been into the pits subsequently, so it should have done it.
Right.
But it was only in the pit lane for 1 minute and 41 seconds.
So I was only throwing the question out there.
Okay. So that was done at... Where am I looking?
It's gone now. Down there, look. 9 minutes past 7.
Okay. We are now on 1949, so it should make it at the next stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's in. So no sooner said than 25, Christopher Haase comes down the pit lane. So putting it on the list. 5-second penalty for that car. In it comes, and there should be a driver change, I would have thought, now as well. Put Patrick Niederhauser into the car. 42 is being looked at for a safety car infringement. Now 42 is the Century BMW, isn't it? So that car now being looked at by the stewards for a potential safety car infringement. 25 Audi is in. The fuel goes in first of all, and if you look through the new Pirelli wheel, that's going to dart out to the car very shortly. Christopher Haase is unplugging himself, I think. The car goes up on the jacks. Patrick Niederhauser scurries around the side of the car, and in he will get. Patrick Niederhauser very, very quick, as we know. Former single-seater racer and champion. And Christopher Haase leans in, helps with the belts. We talked about Stefan Ortelli earlier on. In the very first year of Blancpain Endurance, it was Stefan and the two young guns, as they then were, Christopher Haase, Christopher Meeks, that won the championship together. And now Christopher has been part of Audi's squad for so long, but even if he's not the outright fastest, he's one of the most experienced and safest pairs of hands behind the wheel of an Audi. Right, so the fuel is in, the tyres are on, the driver is in, and so now the car controller looks at his clock, looks at his watch, knowing how long it will take at the pit lane speed to get to the outline, and then he knows when to release the car.
Yeah, they've got that extra 5 seconds that they need to serve, so it should be 1 minute and 45 seconds in the pit lane, and as it gets to pit lane exit, it is
1 minute and 46, 47. So he's done it, he's okay. It's the right
46. 1 minute 46 by the time they've rounded it back down, yeah.
So it's the right side of the mark. So yeah, it's a slightly longer stop, but it incorporates that penalty. In fairness, 71 Ferrari has had very few penalties, so that car's kept out of strife very well. Also now in, look, is 43, Kevin Magnussen out of the Ferrari. And there is one of the two Garage 59 McLarens. 88 it is, and it's Alexander West at the wheel of it. So coming towards the end of his drive time, which he's got to do 4 hours and 40 minutes. Sorry, 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours 40 is the minimum for a bronze, and he will give back the car shortly to either Benjamin Goethe or to Marvin Kirchhoff, the McLaren factory driver. Driver change goes on then at the AF Corsa MDK motorsport car. MDK, Mark Farmer's aspect, so he brings his American operation, former Lamborghini Cup champion in Super Trofeo North America, to AF Corsa and Ferraris this weekend, and the car is just about ready to go.
So again, drop down off the air jacks, fire it up, get it down the pit lane. Whilst all of this has been going on, it is Patrick Niederhauser who is on an out lap. We'll have to wait and see as to where that car is relative to Alessandro Pierguidi, but I think Pierguidi should take over the lead of the race, and indeed comes over the start-finish line now and picks up the lead of the race, and the gap between himself and number 77, which is now in the hands of Fabian Schiller, with Lukas Stolz having pitted, is now 6.5 seconds. So 6.5 seconds is the lead advantage at this stage. Now the number 71 car has done 11 visits to the pits, which will count as 9 pit stops that it's done.
Yeah, Schiller has been in 10 times, and 9 of those
will count.
Yes.
Yeah, this is where it gets complicated, isn't it?
And number 50 is on 9 pit stops. And
do all 9 count on that? I think all 9 count on that. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then you've got 26, which also is on 9 pit stops.
And all 9 count again, I think, there, don't they?
I think they do.
Whereas the car that's in 5th, number 25, Patrick Niederhauser, is on 10, but only 9 count.
Yes.
Yeah. So it does get rather complicated trying to keep track of it all. Yeah.
Yeah, because those are the total number of pit stops, not purely the regulation stops.
Yeah, and they've now got what, the best part of another hour and 55 minutes to cram in any remaining imposed pit stops, and after that then it's too late. You've got to get them all in before the final 45 minutes of the race.
So 71, Alessandro Pierguidi, whoa, right up against the wall, and that's about as close as you can get without hurting a Ferrari. And Pierguidi then bounced off the barriers. Let us see whether that has affected the car. His last lap was a real charge at 52.5. He comes up across the timing line now, and the lap that he has just done is a 52.7, so he dropped a couple of tenths, but that could have all gone horribly, horribly wrong.
That was absolutely on the very limit, wasn't it? Another millimetre to the right, and that would have been, yeah, the Ferrari properly clonking into the wall. He might have even made the lightest of touches with it, because, yeah, looking at the dust or whatever it was that flew up, then, yeah, it certainly looked as though that was as close as you want to be. I'm just trying to see, as we've got the two McLaren teammates going wheel to wheel, whether there's any marks down the side of the car. No obvious signs, but difficult to tell, isn't it, with the light shining off it now.
But if the angle had just been ever so slightly different, you know,
totally gone again, yeah.
Exactly right.
Puncture, whatever, yeah.
Cool. So, Pierguidi presses on, but, you know, he is a factory driver, and this is what they are paid to do, go flat out. And he's doing just that. So, as he comes then now down towards the chicane, you've just seen the two McLarens switch places. They're on different laps though, so although Chris Froggatt's ahead of Alexander West on the track, he's not yet ahead on the classification.
No, so now what he'll need to try and do is dive his way through and past Alexander West. He's not quite going to be able to do it by the time they get down in towards the braking area for turn number 9, or is he? Yeah, very decisively, straight up the inside of the number 88 Garage 59 Alexander West driven McLaren. Then it's the sister car to it is the next then that needs picking off, which is Chris Froggatt, who might take a little bit more picking off than Alexander West potentially. But Alessandro Pierguidi will want to get on with this. Let's just see how he exits turn 14 this time through. A little more circumspect is he going to be as he exits the corner. Let's have a quick look. Yes, there's at least half a foot there between himself and the barriers. He knew.
Lesson learned. So, and possibly the team will have said over the radio that was a bit too close. But now he's going to be delayed in traffic because he's got the McLaren just up the road ahead. 55 is back in, so Jamie Stanley brings the Ferrari into the pits. Cycles through the next stop.
I think we're going to get a replay. Here's the replay of it, David.
That was contact.
Yeah, absolutely was contact. Not just with the side of the car, you can see the wing mirror as well. Couldn't he make contact with it?
So Alessandro himself would have got the message there. He probably wouldn't need to be told just how close he was.
The bang and the clatter would tell you, yeah.
Rattles through the car. But you know, we've been saying all race how there is no margin for error there. You go wide, you are in the barrier. And the one car that graphically illustrates how it can go wrong is the leader. But yet he is still 6.9 seconds to the good.
And that is, as we've alluded to several times, the street circuit element of this circuit. You know, one small mistake, you're in the barrier, and yeah, that was the small mistake. But thankfully, on that occasion, it was not the barrier, but only by a whisker. Back off the air jacks comes the number 55 car, as you say, Jamie Stanley having vacated that car. Let's see who is going to jump on board it. I don't think we've seen Alex Fox in for a while, have we? So I think we've seen Lauren Demise and Stefano Constantini in. So is it going to be Alex Fox this time that jumps on board the 55 car? Wait and see, get to the end of the pit lane. And no, Stefano Constantini jumps back in for another stint. So that car exits the pit lane. It will be hovering around the top 15.
That's right, and of course it's one of the AM class cars as the race leader Alessandro Pierguidi presses on. So on this lap he was slightly slower in the first sector, fractionally faster than the chasing Fabian Schiller in the second. So 2 hours and change still to run as the Ferrari works its way round the back of the marina, then underneath the hotel and down towards turn 16 through the right-hander, up towards the timing line once more, and under the Gulf 12 hours gantry now comes the leading Ferrari. Another lap put in the book, that's 273 now done, and Lukas Stolt watches Fabian Schiller hustles on. Alexander West, by the way, has just had another report of track limit offences to the stewards, so I think 88 might have a penalty brewing as well on its next stop. But the lead gap has gone up markedly again, in fact, 7.2 seconds. So Alessandro Pierguidi now in a groove and pushing on.
Yeah, pushing on and working his way past Gabriele Lancieri's Ferrari on the run down in towards turn number 5 that time through, so accelerates his way down the big long straight, really big long straight in towards a very heavy braking area for turn 6 and turn 7, which is the left and right chicane. You can still see the sparks flying off the bottom of that Gabriele Lancieri Ferrari. Amazingly, it's still not got any worse, has it? It's never going to get any better, but
no, you're right.
It's just not got any worse, and it's been like that for 4 or 5 hours now.
At least, yeah. But it still goes, as you say. In now comes number 61, Philippe Pret. We'd put back behind the wheel of that car, so in it is from 13th. That is still, as it has been for much of the day, the leading AM category car. So for them, it's gone according to plan. So driver change effected. Driver out, fuel in. New Pirelli's ready to go on. And now the mechanic helps the incoming driver. It's going to be brakes attended to on this car as well, look. So we've seen it with the Pro Class cars, now with the AM Class leading Ferrari 2.
Yeah, it doesn't look as though there's a disc being readied for that car. Looks as though it's probably just going to be pads again, or is it actually? I think they might be just about to change the disc. Can't see now because the camera's just moved round, so mechanic's still going to work changing the Pirelli tyres over, whilst fellow mechanic works on the front. And no, that's just pads that are going in, so no discs. I think the only car we've seen discs go on was the number 71 Ferrari, and that was probably one of the quickest changes of brakes that we've seen, considering they did the whole lot on the front.
Yeah, and even James Collado was questioning whether they'd done it given the time, wasn't he?
Definitely discs went on, didn't it? So Alessandro Pierguidi still pressing on. He's now managed to increase that lead advantage between himself and the car of Fabian Schiller. It's now up to 9.2 seconds from Ferrari back to Mercedes. We've still got in third place the sister car to this race leading car, which is Nicholas Nielsen. He is 33 seconds off the lead at the moment, and whilst that car may well still be a pit stop behind potentially, or two, then it's still not worked out too bad for them, considering the amount of time that number 50 car lost when they couldn't get the brake pads changed on it as quickly as they'd wished. 3 minutes and 19 seconds for the pit stop rather than 1 minute 40 for the sister car. It's still up there in the potential podium places at this stage with just over 2 hours to go.
Yeah, that safety car helped, I think, bring them back into the mix, didn't it? Number 1, Martin Kodrich for 2C's 10-second penalty for track limit offences. We said a while ago the stewards are threatening to be rather more severe in the second half of the race, given the number of offences that we've had. 99, the surviving Attempto Audi. Finlay Hutchison has just come in, that's in 11th place, and now Alessandro Pierguidi tries to get himself through the traffic. Patrick Kolb's Porsche just up the road ahead there, you can see number 69. So Alessandro won't want to waste time hesitating behind, but won't want to put himself in strife, and oh so nearly does there, because the Porsche on that camera angle, as it sort of came off the corner, almost seemed to chop across the nose of the Ferrari. Pierguidi has lined up for a go on the inside down towards turn 1 and has gone through. So that's 99 Alex Arca getting back round the car.
Finlay Hutchinson about to get in the number 99 car for what ought to be his final. No, he's not. He's just strapping in. He's gone out and he's strapping in. Yep, Alex Arca.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So Hutchinson out and goes back then to help the incoming driver.
And Alex Arca, we know, is quick and certainly good at defending. So anybody that's coming up behind him, he's not going to make it easy.
No, I mean, it's a fair point, isn't it? We were talking earlier about the fact that if you took the time that Lukas Stolz was off the road, then so that car would be in the lead, because the gap was such. If you also took the time that it was trapped behind the Audi, well, you know, he's now 10, that 77 is 10 seconds back, but when Fabian Schiller was stuck behind Alex Arca, hemorrhaging time, give him that back, it'd be a slightly different story.
But I think, amazingly, those are the only 2 occasions that number 77 car has lost any time. You know, one was that, outbraking thing, as you said, and the other one was bottled up behind another car, but it was still circulating, whereas most of the other cars have had some sort of issue that they've had to deal with. I don't think the 77's had, you'll have your notes with regards to penalties, has it had much of an extended pit stop even? I'm not entirely sure that it has.
It's had 1 track limit penalty of 5 seconds.
But that's it. Whereas others seem to have been, far more frequent for the cars, and that makes a difference as well, doesn't it?
Absolutely right. Yeah, because those 5 seconds here and there, they all add up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's another one that's just about got away with life. So, yeah, I mean, you're all going to have, over the course of 12 hours, some dramas, but it's trying to make those as less costly as can be. Al.
Thought it might be an appropriate moment to grab a word with Kevin Magnussen.
Good man.
The first question I'm going to ask you is, it must be nice to have a weekend racing when you don't have to constantly do television interviews and then I appear and spoil it all.
That's okay. It's okay. No problem.
It's a slightly different vibe to a couple of weeks ago here at Yas Marina, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's very different experience, of course, but it's been great to spend a weekend like this with my dad, and we've had a lot of fun. We're still racing, so we'll see how we go. But yeah, it's been great.
You've had an amazing year. Because at the start of the year you didn't really know you were going to be doing what you've ended up doing. It's been quite a roller coaster, and then, goodness me, you take a pole position for a sprint race.
Yeah, it's been a good year. It was fun coming back to Formula One unexpectedly and all that. Having a decent year was great. So looking forward to next year, see what we can do.
I'd like to know what it's like racing with Dad, because when I started commentating, I used to interview your dad in Formula 3 days, and I'm sure he's regaled you tales of all the circuits that he enjoyed back in the day.
Of course, I know all of that stuff, all that history, and yeah, I mean, this is a great opportunity to really. We've been talking racing all our lives, so doing this, you get to dive at another level deeper into all the driving chats, which is really cool.
What about GT cars? Do you think this is something you rather like?
Yeah, I mean, I like all sorts of race cars.
Any race car?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all about trying to go fast and trying to learn what's needed to go fast, and all that is always challenging and fun.
So has there now come a time when Dad doesn't advise you about things?
He's been pretty good all my life, staying out of it and leaving him.
Does he?
So, and some dads get involved a lot, but he's always been fairly sort of standing back. So
you've got another opportunity to race with Dad, I understand. Is that right?
Yes, we're doing the Daytona 24. So that's going to be another great weekend. Yeah, gotta say thank you to Mark Kwame and MDK Motorsport for making this possible.
Well, can I just say, well done on this year. It was fantastic to watch. Thank you for being here, and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Kevin Magnussen down in pit lane. You see, I've been working on that one.
It was worth the wait. Well done, Alan. And he's like his dad. He's a good character, isn't he, Kevin Magnussen?
His dad, back in the day, I got some exceptional interviews with him. The kind of interviews that he probably didn't do beyond Formula 3 in his career. But, yeah, absolutely great characters.
He's always going to regale about the Formula 3 days, because that's the one upper hand he has over Kevin, because he was a champion in British Formula 3.
That's true.
His son was a runner-up.
Yeah, that's very true.
I can still remember the first time Jan appeared at Alden Park in Formula 4 1600. Everybody sat up and took notice, because not only was he quick, but the car control and the moves he was prepared to pull out of this world. And then, of course, as you say, he went off to win British Formula 3 for PSR. And the Formula 1 career that never quite gelled, but in sports cars, for Paynos, for Corvette, he was a real hero. 92 you're looking at, which was ever the Cup class leading car. It's 18th overall, thanks to Alex Fontana's last stint. And there's an example of keeping out of trouble and going around and benefiting from others' woes and not putting yourself in jeopardy for penalties. And the results come.
Yeah, keeping out of trouble, but almost getting in trouble with somebody else, because that was the car, of course, that was tangled up with Marshall, wasn't it? So they got away with it, rather. So again, we're getting to the stage where pad changes are taking place. So again, the team's going to work, grab the ridiculously warm pads, pull them out the caliper, get the new ones ready to go in. A bit easy when the cool ones go in, but of course you've still got the whole part of the caliper itself, which is red hot with all of the radiant heat and all of the brake discs, so hence why all of the gloves are put on. Make sure you've got the pins back in again, and then get the wheel on, off the car will go back into the race. So we are now less than 2 hours to go. We've got an hour and 54 minutes to go, and remember, whilst this is the 11th iteration of the Gulf 12 hours, remember there's another event happening not that far away, we've got the inaugural Bahrain Pro-Am 1000 taking place on the 28th of January. Momentum for that has built over the course of this weekend. The teams have been walking around with big smiles on their face, and many of them are keen to return to spread the spirit of the Gulf 12 Hours with the 1,000-kilometre or 6-hour race into the night on the Bahrain Formula 1 track. That event is purely focused on gentleman drivers, so only Pro-Am driver lineups are allowed. No all-pro lineups like we've got here this weekend, and it means that a guaranteed AM will win the driver the race in reality. Also, plenty of track time, a bit like here as well. Plenty of track time, 3 days of testing prior to the race as well, and places are booking up for that one. So keep your eye on all of the social media with regard to the Gulf 12 Hours and the Pro-Am 1000 as well. So Alessandro Pierguidi still continues to lead the race. He is at this stage still the fastest car out there as well, still lapping in the 1:52s or into the low 1:53s. The lead advantage that he's got between himself and Fabian Schiller is now up to 12.5 seconds as we see the Cup class leading Porsche exit the pit lane. And here is our race leader threading his way back down in towards the left-hand hairpin at turn number 5. Nearly 280 laps completed now, or it will be at the end of this one. He leads by nearly 13 seconds from Fabian Schiller. So it's Ferrari from Mercedes, from Ferrari, from Audi, from Mercedes, the top 6 at this stage.
And the recently delayed number 93, after its most recent penalty, McLaren is down in 10th place, but Eddie Cheever has got behind the wheel of it. Alex Arca is still pushing on as best he can in 99 Audi, in 11th place overall. And as we know, things can yet happen in 2 hours of racing. Don't think that that's the order and they're now going to drive around for 2 hours. They're still all pushing. There are places up for grabs. There are dramas lurking that they don't yet know about. I'm sure that there's another sting in the tail yet. But who is it going to affect? Well, right now, 71 is, again, doing the right thing, keeping out of trouble. We never quite got to the bottom of that 21-second pit stop, did we? But other than that, we can account for most things.
Yeah, I think that's the one that I've still got a bit of a question mark over. I wish I'd have seen it fully enter and exit the pit lane, and that's why I still have an element of doubt. But I don't see how it can be anything other than a drive-through, whether that be, by the look of things, self-enforced or some sort of mix-up. So, yeah, simply don't know on that one. Still busy out there, considering we've lost a few cars. There's still some bits of tarmac that look rather busy to say the least, not least of which is this little squabble here that's just coming down towards us. We've got the 2Cs Motorsport Mercedes, which is in the hands of the rather rapid Martin Kodrich, under attack from the number 25 car, which sneaks its way through, which is Patrick Niederhauser. Now, that was not for position, but they're also both now trying to wiggle their way through and past Nicholas Nielsen. Now that Patrick Niederhauser has got through, this would be for position, so Ferrari under attack from Audi for 3rd and 4th.
Indeed so, yeah, Nicholas Nielsen then, the Danish driver, being caught by Niederhauser, the Swiss driver. So the red Ferrari, the blue Audi, 3rd and 4th they come, past Pierguidi's wall, and then up towards turn 15 towards the completion of the lap. The Audi then hustling along behind Patrick Niederhauser, trying to close under braking, which he does. Is he near enough to attack? No, he's not, but he's only about a length back, isn't he? As he now pulls the trigger onto the pit straight, through they go. Nielsen to Niederhauser was a second and a half. It's down to 0.4 of a second now, so Patrick Niederhauser is on a mission, and that's going to change, isn't it, before much longer.
Yeah, but he's a full 1.1 seconds quicker than the Ferrari last time through, so that battle will continue, and Alan Hyde has more news down in the pit lane.
Dennis Marshall, you are an absolute star, because understandably the car retires and you didn't really want to talk to anybody at all, but you've come back and tried to do an interview to explain what happened.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing, of course, was to apologize with the team. To be honest, I cannot remember when I had such a disappointing moment recently, or in the last couple of years. Everyone did a perfect job, my teammates, the team. In the end, yeah, it was a misjudgment from my side. Or actually, it was a lap car. I think it was a Porsche Cup car. Yeah, I think he actually wanted to let me pass on the inside, exit out of turn 9. But I was there already. In the end, I don't want to blame him. They have a right to race here. I hope they still continue. And I can just say it's just a big apologize from my side.
Yeah, I know, and I know how upset you were when you got out of the car, what it means to all of the team and all of those kind of things. One thing about motor racing, you've never learnt everything. Something new happens every time you get in a car.
Yeah, true. I hope this, I mean, you know, this was a mistake. Mistakes shouldn't happen, especially these mistakes shouldn't happen. I think we were in a comfortable lead, or we were fighting for the lead, and you know, at some point, of course, you have to go a bit lower risk. I hope this was maybe one of the last times something like that happened to me.
Yeah, that won't happen again, Dennis. I absolutely guarantee you. Thank you so much for coming to chat to me. I know that was difficult. Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go, Dennis Marshall explaining it, and what a man of his word. He said, give me 10 minutes, quarter of an hour, and I'll come out to the garage, and he was waiting for me.
Fantastic, well done, Alan. And yeah, respect to Dennis Marshall.
Yeah, could have been an easy interview, that really, in reality,
No.
but yes, and said all of the things that you would expect a professional driver to do, apologise to the team and hold his hand up as well. You know, that takes some doing as well.
And also nice to hear when he referred to the Porsche and saying, I hope they can continue.
Yeah, and he
he's not
didn't
put
do
them out of
anything
the
wrong. He
race.
didn't portion any blame on the Porsche. No.
Yeah,
But
he's just won a couple of fans, doesn't he? That's
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. So, we've now only got about 1 hour of remaining pit stop time available for people. So all of those imposed pit stops now need to be ticked off within the next 63 minutes. We're not quite there yet, but there or thereabouts an hour. Everybody has got to have completed these 10 imposed pit stops.
And the leading car has done 9. The second place car has done 9. The third place car has done 9. The fourth place car has done
9.
Right, so they've all got one more to go. So there's one final round of regulation stops, but I don't think that's necessarily going to cover off the run to the flag.
I think we're going to see some splash and dash.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think so. Yeah, yeah.
But now you start to work out whether it's worth slackening off your pace and eking out the fuel so you make your last mandatory stop your last stop, or whether you push on and then do a splash and dash. Yes, Alan?
Which has been my favourite car today?
Your favourite car today has been...
The number 58 Mercedes.
Correct, exactly right. The Gosner car. Well, I have good news. They have been working on the car. They are just finishing up the work on the car. Manuela has a helmet on, and she came over to me and said, fingers crossed, we have resolved the problem, so we are going back out. They never give up, do they? They never give up.
But it's a case of, you've paid your money, you've made all the effort to come here. If you can, as an AM team particularly, take the opportunity to go round and round as best you can. 77, Fabian Schiller is being reported to the stewards for a 4th track limit offence. So that suggests the 5-second penalty is next to be confirmed, and the car's been dropping away anyway from the leader, but that's not going to help at all on the next pit stop.
No, and some of that makes you wonder whether some of that was the racking up that Lucas Stoltz did as well, because he was given warnings, wasn't he? Black and white warning flag came out when Lucas Stoltz was setting purple sectors and pushing hard. So on the totting up process, I'm not entirely sure all of that blame can be apportioned in the direction of Fabian Schiller. Into the pit lane has come Team Baron, so Daniele Diamato heads into the pit lane. The wheel of the number 91 Ferrari, which, again, another car which has, other than when it stopped out on circuit and then seemed to find its way back into the pit lane, and we didn't quite get to the bottom of what that was, but it looked like an alt control and delete. Other than that, that car has largely stayed out of harm's way as well, hasn't it?
Yes, it had that quirky wheel moment that you picked up on as well, but yeah, this has been another relatively solid effort from an AM team, and you know, again, I make the point that trying to have absolutely no problems whatsoever, be them track limits or mechanical, over 12 hours is pretty exceptional.
Yeah, it very much is. And yeah, that issue with the wheel is they just couldn't get the nut on properly. It just wasn't going on. It was either cross-threading or doing something. So that was why they lost the time that way round. So for our race leader, we keep talking about this gap extending. Well, it is now Alessandro Pierguidi with a 14.5-second lead over Fabian Schiller. It did come down. It came down by about a quarter of a second last time through, but it's still net gain if you look over the course of the time that they've both been behind the wheel, which is very similar, about half an hour each of them has been behind the wheel. Then it has been a net gain in terms of the gap between the pair of them, and a further 30 seconds off that is Nicholas Nielsen at the wheel of the number 50 Ferrari.
And that's going to slightly close with a potential penalty for number 77. As you see, 50 Ferrari under attack still from Patrick Niederhauser. 0.8 of a second when they went across the stripe last time. But as far as the sectors are concerned, it's just gone out slightly within sector 1. But traffic up the road might start to be a factor now as they come down towards the chicane. There is number 50, Nicholas Nielsen then. And Patrick Niederhauser closes up under braking in what is the best placed Audi, 4th overall.
I heard a Mercedes coming in down below, whereas it's Ian Loggy that is in, which was not the Mercedes I was expecting. The Mercedes I'm expecting fairly shortly, one would have thought, would be the car that's running in 6th position and is the Pro-Am leading car. It's the last car that remains on the lead lap at the moment, but for Sun Energy, won by SPS and Martin Conrad. The reason I'm expecting him in is A, because he's been behind the wheel for the best part of an hour now, 57 minutes that he's been behind the wheel of the car, but equally as much, that is the leading car, David, that has only done 8 pit stops so far. Now, I think all of those are the imposed pit stops, so I think every single one of those 8 will count. But even if they do, they've now only got an hour and 43 minutes to get through 2 further pit stops, so they're going to have to come in reasonably soon, one would have thought.
Yes, indeed, yeah. Sorry, I've gone quiet for a reason, and I was just thinking.
I can hear the cogs whirring.
Well, I'll tell you why I'm thinking what I'm thinking. I don't think you can do it. I'll prefix it with that. Can you do a 2-minute 80 pit stop rather than 2 1-minute 40s? And the reason for that is that there used to be a DTM regulation where a pit stop counted as the car being up in the air and 4 tyres changed. And there was one race where I think it was Audi, brought the car in, did the tyre change, dropped it down, put it back up again, put another set of tyres on and sent it out. And that was effectively the 2 pit stops in one. And of course that regulation loophole was tightened and it was never done again. So I think you have to be, a pit stop counts as line to line. You can't just be in for you know, that it's an extended time.
Imposed pit stop time will be measured from pit in to pit out using the timing loops, which means if you only come through them once, it will only count
only count once, exactly. So you're right, but you could do a lap in between.
Yep, you
Two
could.
laps in between, whatever. You know, we've seen people get clever on it earlier on in the day with pitting at the end of the first lap. Little good did it do, GMR at the end, but it was certainly worth a punt, and it got us all guessing for the first hour or so.
It's not been the only thing that's had us guessing. The rain as well had us guessing at what we wanted to do. So into the pit lane, we've now got the number 44 Herbert car in. So this was Klaus Bachler that was behind the wheel of the number 44 car. Driver change taking place. It's already off its air jacks and ready to rejoin the race. Another car that had maybe 1 or 2 brief problems. It's had a couple of extended pit stops because of those 5-second penalties. We'll have to wait and see who's going to get behind the wheel of it this time through as it trundles its way back down the pit lane. Now, Klaus Bachler brought it in. Is it going to be Daniel Allemann? I would have thought might be the driver that's scheduled to retake back over that car. Let's get towards pit lane exit. Yep, that's confirmed. So it is, Daniel Allemann is back behind the wheel of the car. I thought it would be him that jumped in because he's had less of the driving time than any of the other cars behind what is a Pro-Am entry for that particular car, as 285 laps now have been chalked in the book by Alessandro Pierguidi. And we look down on the second place car in the hands of Fabian Schiller, who has now got himself ahead of Eddie Cheever. They're the relative lap times, though, meaning there's not a great deal of pace difference between the pair of them. So last time through, Eddie Cheever was a little bit quicker than the Mercedes that lies ahead, but Fabian Schiller's running second overall in the race, whereas Eddie Cheever at this stage is 4th in Pro-Am for Garage 59 in the Sky backed car, and he's running in 10th position overall. There's a 3-lap difference between the pair of them. You can just also see how much marbles now are beginning to accumulate at the side of the track. We haven't had quite as much as otherwise we might have because of the heavy rainfall that we had early on in this race, which is very much a distant memory now. It's been dry ever since, whilst the wind did pick up, which was a suggestion there might be further rain blowing in. We have gone to forecast for the rest of the day because even the heavy shower that we had was a surprise to us, as it was a surprise to the teams as well. Many of them, of course, have pretty significant apps that show them what rain is coming through. You don't usually need one here in the Middle East. I'm sure most of them have them turned on, but certainly for those that did, it wasn't showing any suggestion that there'd be any moisture at all. So Fabian Schiller still pressing on. 1 hour and 30 minutes we will be fast approaching. So we've got about an hour and 40 to go at the moment, but we're not that far away from getting to the hour and a half mark. Remember, all the pit stops have to be done and dusted, all of the imposed pit stops with the remaining 45 minutes left. So after that, you can pit, but you have to have completed all 10 of your imposed pit stops by the 45-minute mark. Otherwise, you're not coming to the party. You're too late, you'll have missed the bus. More cars into the pit lane, and it looks as though 2Cs are in. So Martin Kodrich is in. So the 2Cs Motorsport #1 car comes to a halt in the hands of the back-to-back winner last time out of the Gulf 12 Hours, Martin Kodrich, the Croatian. He'll be a happy man with football at the moment. But for the race, they have been not quite where they wanted to be. Himself, Isa Al Khalifa and Hunter Abbott. Hunter Abbott still feeling slightly second-hand after his incident here earlier on in the weekend with those neck problems that he's got, as we heard from Alan Hyde. So Kodrich is hovering around the tail end of the top 10, whilst at the moment they are refueling the car, and now we will get the driver change done and dusted. Or is Kodrich staying behind the wheel of the car? No indication as a driver change. New tyres are coming out, but Martin Kodrich is going to double stint this one by the look of things, and he's not the only car in the pit lane at the moment, because we now also get the Ramsey Moutram dual racing by Toro Verde Cup Porsche into the pit lane. So this is right the way to the very top of the pit lane exit end, and the three brothers sharing this car. In goes the fuel. Driver change will take place again by the look of things, because we can see somebody suited and booted in the background. And we've also got Century Motorsport back in. I'm not surprised, because Eduardo Cosseteng had a fairly long stint behind the wheel of that car, so not unsurprising that he will be in. And as I say, I think the other cars we might see in very shortly will be the second of the Herberth Porsches, the number 69 car in the hands of Patrick Kolb. That is now a good hour into his stint. And also, as I mentioned, the Pro-Am class leading car, the number 75 Sun Energy, won by SPS Mercedes of Martin Conrad, may well be destined for the pit lane shortly. But that's only based on what their current stint times are, because they're all north of 60 minutes at the moment. Now, class leads haven't changed a great deal really at this stage. Still leading overall, and therefore leading GT3 Pro, Alessandro Pierguidi for AF Corsa in the 71 Ferrari. Still leading GT3 Pro-Am is that Sun Energy won by SPS Martin Kodrich driven Mercedes. That's the number 75 car. Leading GT3 Am at this stage, as it has been crumbs since the first hour of the race, I'm sure. The number 61 AF Corsa Ferrari, that's now back in the hands of the redoubtable Conrad Grunwald. Into the pit lane does indeed come Martin Conrad. I thought he'd be due in, and the Pro-Am leader heads down pit lane in this fantastic gold liveried car. It almost looks at distance as though it's flames over the bonnet of it on the livery, but Martin Conrad brings the Sun Energy won by SPS Mercedes into the pit lane. By the time this car has concluded its pit stop, it will have dropped off the lead lap. It was the last of the cars that was on the lead lap, but it will drop off the lead lap. And remember, this is only its 9th imposed pit stop of the 10 that it needs to do, so it will be back in the pit lane within the next 45 minutes or so again. So it's going to be a slightly shorter stint for whoever is jumping on board this time through, unless they double stint the driver that's just about to dive in. So driver change taking place. We've seen great things from Philippe Ellis. He did suggest that he'd still got a chunk of driving to do when he spoke to Alan Hyde, that he'd already done a good amount of time behind the wheel, but had still got a chunk to do. So I do think it might be Philippe Ellis that's going to sneak back behind the wheel once more. We'll have to wait and see as to whether that is the case. Can't quite see from there, but I think can't quite see the driver name from the angle of the camera. And the cameraman needs to make sure he stays well and truly out of harm's way as well, because when the car fires up, which it will be doing, there it goes out of the circuit. He needs to make sure that he's well and truly out of the way. So who's going to jump on board the number 75 car? Martin Conrad vacates the car. On board goes Philippe Ellis. So, yep, it was. Couldn't quite tell from... I'm not familiar with the crash helmet. It couldn't quite pick out the name on it. And there's problems, I'm afraid. And that is Gilles Magnus with lots of steam and smoke coming from the tail end of the Santaloc Junior car. He has retired the car out on circuit. And for Gilles Magnus, that is an enormous, enormous shame. It's in the final sector of the lap. And all of a sudden, the Audi has failed him. It looks as though that's coming out of turn number 9, potentially, where the cars had the problem. So, think that's where it is. Yeah, it's on the opposite side. So it's on the exit of turn number 9, heading down towards turn number 10. And that is another car that was right at the sharp end of the race for a very good period of time. It looks as though it's just a mechanical issue. We go full course yellow once more. He's out of the car chatting to the marshals, but that just looks as though, with the steam coming from the tail end of the car, no obvious signs of any skid marks, there's no obvious signs of any accident damage to the car. I think he's just come out of turn number 9, and all of a sudden, the Audi has given up. So that's going to put us full course caution once more, and the pit lane was clear at full course caution, so anybody coming in now, it's not going to add to the tally.
And it also therefore throws away the plan that if you were saving up the ideal moment to do your last or your last 2 pit stops, you've now got less time to play with.
Yes, as was alluded to earlier on, yeah, you shorten the others so that you can play around at the back end of the... Yeah.
OK, is this the sting in the tail? Just to bring down gaps, because we'll end up going safety car, surely. And it does look mechanical, doesn't it, for 26? The Audi,
yeah.
Stranded, as you say, by the side of the track.
Now, they found a neutral.
Unlike on a Ferrari, you mean?
So at least it is now being... And the good thing is, with where he's parked it, there is a little gap there as well, so they can push it straight back into the gap and get it out of harm's way. And that should allow them to use the perimeter of the circuit to get it out of way, and Gilles Magnus even helping with the recovery on it on the tail end of the fin, trying to pull it out of harm's way and get the car behind the barriers as quickly as possible. But I think the marshals have suggested, jump in. Yeah.
You steer.
You steer it, we'll sort it.
Poor old Gilles doesn't have a lot of luck this year because, for example, he won the qualifying race at the Motorsport Games, dominated the touring car race, dominated the first lap of the main race, and then the drive shaft broke, which was an Audi problem for that weekend. 55 being given a 10-second penalty on the next pit stop. That is AF Corsa's Jamie Stanley, Stefano Costatini, Laurent Demers, Alex Fox entry. And as the Audi is pushed off the road, full course yellow is, as you can see, out, and as soon as possible we'll get things back underway. That car off the track relatively swiftly, so we'll see now how long it is before we can go back to green flag conditions, and of course what that's going to do for the next round of pit stops. We've got an hour and a half of the race to go, and we've got to this point pretty swiftly, haven't we? Considering when you think about 12 hours, it's going to be a long old race. But as the marshals sprint back to post, can we get away with this going back to green, or are we going to have a safety car? Because it's not taken that long to get the car off the track. Good work by the marshals. It is probably just a bit too long, but let's find out in a moment. Now, if you were to get the full course yellow in the last 45 minutes, then those with imposed pit stops still to serve would be allowed to do them. So effectively, I suppose you're talking the last 46 minutes, because they should be done by the last 45. So if there was a safety car period around the final few minutes before that 45-minute cut-off point, then they would still be allowed to serve them. But again, you don't want to take that risk. So full course yellow stays out. And we await to see whether when now, the safety car is going to be thrown, and in turn narrow the gap. So another Audi gone, and it means that Alessandro Pierguidi is going to lead the way from Fabian Schiller, but potentially then the gap will come down once we go safety car. Fabian Schiller, however, is stuck in a whole wave of cars. He's got 4 of them ahead of him. He's just gone over the timing line, and in contrast, the leading car is in splendid isolation. There it is, on its own, heading down now to turn 5. So Alessandro Pierguidi, looks as though they're going to save James Collado for the last stint, doesn't it, in all of this? He's not, with respect to him, seemingly done a great deal today, James, but if he's the man that brings the car home and keeps it out of strife for the end of the race, then he'll have done a good job for that. There is Alan Hyde's favourite Mercedes, Manuela Gossner's car, the family of Thomas, Manuela, Corinna and David Gossner in the pit lane. fuel pump dramas has affected the car over the course of the race. So now it looks as though the road is clear. So unless there's a bit more clearing up of anything to be done, or they want the Audi away from where it's been pushed to, we can't be far away, I wouldn't have thought, from getting a safety car deployed and then the race underway shortly after that. So the full course yellow slows the field. Alessandro Pierguidi on lap 291 leads the way. This lap, which is under green flag conditions, around about the 153, 154 mark. But under full course yellow, you're looking at north of 3 minutes 40, depending on whereabouts you are on the lap when the full course yellow is thrown. Because if you're at the start of it and you've got a lot of lap to do, then it's going to be slower than if you're at the end of it and you've only got a bit of lap to do under full course yellow conditions. In the garages, the teams continue to study the data. And the MP Racing squad that operates the Gossamer family car, hoping that that now gets to the end for happy customers without too much strife. 71, Alessandro Pierguidi then maintaining this big gap over in second place Fabian Schiller. Nicholas Nielsen runs third, so it's Ferrari, Mercedes AMG, Ferrari, Audi. Patrick Niederhauser still fourth, having just been dropping away, hasn't he, over the last couple of 3 laps from Nicholas Nielsen. That gap has just widened ever so slightly. In fifth place, it's the Pro-Am battle then. Philip Ellis ahead of, in sixth, Marvin Kirchhofer, with 2 minutes and 21 seconds between them. Marvin Kirchhofer, you would suggest, might be quicker than Philip Ellis and should be able to eat into that before the end of the race. So that's not done yet either. Then in seventh place, still gaining ground, Jan Magnussen back behind the wheel of 43. And what would have been eighth will become retirement for Gilles Magnus. And so up into eighth goes Eddie Cheever, up into ninth goes Martin Kodrich, and back into the top 10 goes Alex Arca. At the Get Speed garage, watching on for 77, Fabian Schiller behind the wheel of the car, and Luca Stolz frustratingly close to winning a championship, but I don't think it's going to happen for him. Seemingly that Ferrari has always just looked the stronger, hasn't it, over the course of the day. But the Audi teams still also looking at their monitors. Anybody connected to 26, though, is about to have to pack up, I think. So that's one of the 2 Santalot cars gone. And oh so close to the end of the race within that sort of last 100 minutes. So that's the leading car. That is Alessandro Pierguidi, who has already had, of course, with James Collado, another championship success within the World Endurance Championship. 3 times now they've won their class together in the WEC. And, of course, last year Alessandro was not only the Spa 24 winner, but also the Endurance Cup winner in Fanatec GT. And there is the safety car on track, and we are ready, therefore, to go to safety car conditions. And that now happens. So the field scooped up behind the safety car, the lights go on, pace quickens, Alessandro starts to weave around to get the warmth into the tyres, and everybody else in turn quickens their pace. Number 8, which is Morgan Tilbrook in the Mercedes, arrives next onto the tail of number 71 Ferrari, but quite a long way back in terms of traffic will be 77 Fabian Schiller. The gap net will come down, but then it's going to go up again while he's having to make his way between all those slower cars. And that's the surviving Santalok Audi now, Patrick Niederhauser at the wheel. So whatever it is that's affected 26, the hope is it doesn't affect, of course, this car, 25, Patrick Niederhauser at the wheel. So as the cars run lap 292, and we get closer and closer to that final hour of the race, the race leading Ferrari behind the safety car, the sister car running in third, and is in turn about half a minute or so away from Fabian Schiller, and not that far ahead of Patrick Niederhauser. So third and fourth, the battle that was going on before the full course yellow was deployed, is going to carry on after the safety car. And it won't be long, I don't think, before we get things back underway. Now, 71, the leading car, has had a track limit warning reviewed, and the warning has been removed. So that gives a little bit more grace, if you like, for number 71 Ferrari to push on. And the safety car brings the field around towards the hotel once more, towards the final sector of the lap, but it'll be a lap or two to get things back up to speed, back up to temperature before the cars are released and we can go racing. The Pro-Am leading car remains Philip Ellis's 75 numbered Mercedes that is in 5th place overall, and the leading Am entry, as it has been for the bulk of the race, it's got to be said, is Konrad Groenewald at the wheel of number 61 Ferrari, another of the AF Corsa cars. So you've got Ferraris taking potentially 2 of the 3 classes, Pro and Am here. But in turn, that is something like 3 laps up on the class opposition. So as long as 61 just goes round and round for a bit longer, then victory is it, because it's not going to be caught on pure pace. It's going to have a problem to really hamper it. So the safety car brings them across the line. That's the end of lap 292. And we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 back markers between the top 2 cars now. So the gap comes down massively, down to 5.8 seconds. But again, Fabian Schiller on the restart is going to have to carve his way through that traffic before he can think about the race leader. And by that stage, the race leading car will have been able to make a break up the road. So 22 minutes we are away from the start of that final hour of the race. And the field then turning out of turn 3 now. Speed building through this section of the circuit. Of course, the pit outline blends into the circuit at that juncture. And then the field accelerates once more down to the hairpin. Alex Arca closing also, I would offer you, onto Martin Kodrich. So 9th and 10th is another battle ready for the restart. And the pair of them not that far behind Eddie Cheever. Pro-Am, although we've been talking about Philip Ellis rather dominating, and yes, they're a lap and a bit up on the McLaren, Eddie Cheever 3rd, Martin Kodrich 4th. Those 2 are still quite close as well, and there's a battle for the last Pro-Am podium place, I think, before the end. So there's still quite a bit to shake out of all this before the checkered flag finally falls.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You just look at some of the relative gaps, and you know that some cars still have, as most of them do, an extra pit stop still to do, even in Am as well. You know, whilst I think the Am category has been largely sorted all day, because there's the 3-lap difference between the number 61 Ferrari and the chasing pack, but there's only 23 seconds between 2nd and 3rd in GT3 Am, and at the moment it looks as though AF Corsa are going to clean sweep that Am podium, 1st, 2nd and 3rd at the moment. Their Ferraris have been for the last hour or so.
Yeah, if you're going to come here mob-handed, then you really need the results to go with it, don't you? So it could be a 1-3 overall and a 1-2-3 in Am.
Yeah, that's not bad, is it?
And the safety car's going to be in this time. Amato Ferrari might have had to order another crate for all the trophies to go home here, because there'll be quite a lot of silverware, potentially. But are things going to stay as they are for another hour and 20 minutes? Not convinced.
With what we've seen in the first, the first 10 hours and 40 minutes, I very much doubt it.
Safety car in this time then, as the leaders work their way out of the hairpin. So that's up at turn 9, and the safety car quickening its pace. The lights then go out now. That's the indication that it's going to peel in this time. So if you look in the traffic, you'll find the 2nd place Mercedes, something like, as I say, 6 cars back from the leader. 3rd, Nicholas Nielsen there. 4th, there, the blue Audi, Patrick Niederhauser. That is the other battle, of course, as we get set for the restart. Alessandro Pierguidi has slowed them right down, coming towards the approach to the marina, and when he's happy, he will floor the throttle and try and gain an advantage over everybody else, pull away, while Fabian Schiller has to battle his way through the traffic as they come up to the end of lap 293. But this is a very leisurely lap, this by Alessandro. And now he accelerates. He comes underneath the W Hotel, accelerates away, and we are back up and running. When the green flag waves, the safety car boards will be withdrawn, but Alessandro Pierguidi aims here to capitalise on this restart, to pull away from the chasing Fabian Schiller, and he's done exactly that, look, because he's already yards clear of the back markers before he gets towards the line, and the margin of 5.8 seconds to Fabian Schiller is 5 seconds. Okay, so he's not gained a huge amount, if any, over that. But what he has now got is clear track space, and he's gone while Schiller has to battle through the traffic.
Yeah, and we know how difficult. We've seen how many times over the course of the previous 10 hours and 45 minutes almost, how difficult it is to try and pick your way through and past what are arguably slower cars. But of course, they're all GT3 specification cars, all running to the balance of performance. And when there's so little to choose between the drivers and the cars, it's not the work of a moment to try and thread your way through and past them. And for Fabian Schiller, that's exactly what he's seeing at the moment. He is bottled up behind Eddie Cheever, who is no slouch at all at the wheel of the Garage 59 Sky-backed McLaren. And he's not even really gaining on him, because Eddie Cheever is slitting firmly in the slipstream of the Century Motorsport BMW, which dives up the inside of Stefano Constantini's Ferrari. Through goes Eddie Cheever. Constantini then needs to be careful that he doesn't push Fabian Schiller onto the curbs, but he sees him coming and lets him go. So all three of those charge their way past the Ferrari, but it did get a little bit close there. And that's only down to the good driving and good awareness of Stefano Constantini that there wasn't any trouble there, largely because Constantini can't afford the trouble. He wants to try and scoop up second in GT3 AM, which is what he's running in at the moment.
And there, look, Alexander West's McLaren back in the hands of Marvin Kirchhofer, on a mission as well, because he is trying to go after Philip Ellis. He needs to get past anybody else he can in the meantime. So Nicholas Nielsen is the target, and Patrick Niederhauser hoping that if anything happens between those two, he's going to be able to find a way into the mix also, as the cars then swing their way up towards the completion of the lap. But for the moment, number 50 Ferrari hangs onto the place. But Kirchhofer is being delayed slightly, isn't he, by the Ferrari here. That McLaren has been a really quick car around here.
It has, in the hands of Kirchhofer in particular. Yeah. It's really come alive, hasn't it?
And one has just bailed for the pit lane, just ahead of that little group. I think it might have been a Mercedes, but I don't think it's going to affect life hugely. No, it's one of the 2Cs delayed Mercedes, as over the timing line then. The gap's gone up, 7 seconds, so Pierre Guidi's building that lead again.
Yeah, it's a good restart from him. He did the right thing, did he? Backed right the way off, let the safety car pull away, so he knows then he can just floor it and won't catch the safety car. The 52 Ferrari comes in as well, which is Gabriele Lancieri. That is Lancieri. That's the car that runs third in GT3 AM at the moment. And that is going to tick off what will be, I think, pit stop number 10 for that one. But whether they all count or not, I'm not sure I know on that car.
Santilot wants a blue flag for 88. 88 wants to get past 50. So here you've got this dichotomy of people running their own races but trying to also be respectful of others. 42 BMW up on the inside of Morgan Tilbrook then. Oops, contact, because that was Fabian Schiller getting involved with number 8, wasn't it? So Morgan Tilbrook getting involuntarily in the way slightly of the second place car, and a little bit of a rub between the two.
Yeah, he only wanted to let the one through, and to be fair, Schiller did come from a fair way back and tried to hope that the door was open when he got there, but Morgan Tilbrook at some point has to turn into the corner, so just a light rub between the pair of them. Morgan Tilbrook then allows Fabian Schiller to squeeze through down the next straight and down towards turn number 9, but let's just have a quick look at how tight that was. Door is open, to be fair, but Morgan Tilbrook then lets one car through. Didn't really, I don't think, either see Fabian Schiller or think he was coming, because he was never fully alongside, was he?
No, but again, this comes back to that difference between pros and AMs, and a pro will chance anything, especially when you're in a hurry because you're in second place and you're desperately trying not to lose time.
And you're trying to win a championship for your other driver.
Exactly. Right, that's 51 back down the pit lane then. That car lost a lot of time, didn't it, earlier on? Aaron Walker brought it in. And away goes the Lancieri 52, of course, the Ferrari as well. Aaron Walker being shown as staying behind the wheel of number 51.
So back down towards turn number 1. There is the number 75 car in the hands of Philip Ellis. So that is the first of the cars that is off the lead lap at the moment, but is still continuing to lead GT3 Pro-Am at this stage. We've seen a good chunk of racing from Philip Ellis. He's had a lot of seat time in this race. The two 2Cs Mercedes have got themselves together, so there's not much defence put up. The door is left well and truly open to allow the sister car to squeeze its way through. So that delayed car of Aaron Walker not getting involved at all in the squabbles that are going on. But more cars have dived for the pit lane, and it includes Nicholas Nielsen is in at the wheel of the 4th placed number 50 Ferrari. The other car that's in is the number 69 Porsche of Herbert Motorsport as well. And again, this will be to tick off those final few pit stops that need doing. 10 imposed pit stops needing to be carried out. Most are in double figures now, but not necessarily all of those that are in double figures can count every single one of those pit stops, because some of them have been done under full course caution or safety car, so they will not count towards the tally. So we're still going to see a flurry of pit activity in what will be the remaining, well, hour and a quarter of this race, but only 30 minutes of which you can now conclude your imposed pit stop. So some of the teams will be trying to work out exactly when they want to do it. Are they going to do it shortly? Are they going to leave it until 15 minutes in? Or are they going to leave it another half an hour, by which time the window will be as good as closed?
Yeah, indeed. And as we've been saying, were there to be a full course yellow or a safety car period just before those last 45 minutes, then you could extend that last stop. If you can't make it because of the pit lane being closed of those pit stops effectively, then you are given that grace. But they still, on a normal circuit, have to be done with 45 minutes to go. Leader in at the end of lap 296. And that could be the last pit stop for that car.
I think it is, yeah. I think that's the last pit stop for the number 71 Ferrari.
They might need to run at a moderately conservative pace for a few laps, but they should be able, from what teams were saying pre-race about going an hour and a quarter, hour and 10, hour and 15 minutes, that should be just about enough now to get them to the end.
And we're assuming driver change, that's James Collado, surely, that's getting in for the final sim.
I would hope so, because he's got to make up the drive time that's available to him. Alan will tell us.
Well, he's watching the pit stop at the moment. He's got his overalls sort of undone to the waist, and he's got his cap on, but he's watching the 71 drop down. And
so Antonio Fuoco to take the last stint then?
Well, let's see. I can just get a quick thought of James Collado, because he's standing next to me. James, so you're not doing the final stint?
No. To be honest, the other two are a couple of tenths quicker than me this whole time. So we don't want to take any risks because now the gap's closed. So yeah, Antonio's going to finish, and fingers crossed we can make it to the end.
Thank you, mate.
Answers that then. So Antonio Fuoco back behind the wheel, and he will bring the car to the end of the race. An hour and 12 minutes to go. So we are all of a sudden thinking about the last stint now, this final hour and a bit, taking us up towards the checkered flag.
Yep, so are we going to see a Ferrari win? Are we going to see an Audi win? I think it'd be a very tall order to see a Mercedes or a McLaren win now, because of course those are Pro-Am cars, and it was always likely to be a full Pro car that was going to win this one. And is this also, potentially, if it is a Ferrari, is it the last hurrah for the 488 in the Gulf 12 Hours?
Potentially,
yeah.
Yes. I mean, they will still exist, run by private teams, but
they're not going to be the Pro cars anymore.
Pro cars, no. I suspect it won't be the last hurrah for AF Corsa, but it could be the perfect send-off for the car, as you suggest, yeah, because the Ferrari effort's going to be concentrated on hypercar for the future. But equally, there are lots of enthusiastic AMs, as we have seen today, who want to race Ferraris.
So still battles going on as Jan Magnussen sneaks up the inside of Morgan Tilbrook. Jan Magnussen also needs to watch his mirrors, because you've got the charging Alex Acker trying to draw himself alongside at the wheel of the Audi. And then further back through the track, we've also got what will be Fabian Schiller, who has now taken up the lead of the race, coming under attack from the number 42 Daniel Harper driven BMW. And at the moment Daniel Harper is not leaving anything on the table, is he? The car might be miles off the race lead, but he's pushing hard.
But again, it comes back to what people have been saying during the course of the day. You don't give up, you are here to do a job, you are going flat out, and that's exactly what Dan Harper is doing. And of course, now that he's been elevated to the BMW factory driver ranks, up from being a junior, and BMW committing to IGTC next year, he might be here in a race-winning car in 12 months' time, who knows?
Yeah, he certainly had a solid weekend, really, here in the Gulf, 12-hour for the first time, and he's looking to try and put Fabian Schiller, the race leader, under the cosh. How many laps difference is there between the pair of them? The BMW is on 274 laps. The race leading car that he's trying to hunt down is on 297, so there's 23 laps between the pair of them, and into the pit lane does come Fabian Schiller. So race leader into the pit lane this time through. It has already been in the pits on 10 separate occasions, but we know that one of those did not count because it was a puncture, and he's not the only car that's in, because Jan Magnussen is in as well at the wheel of number 43.
So this is going to give the lead temporarily to Patrick Niederhauser, but he's got another pit stop owed, so it is going to shuffle around to put number 71 back into the lead. But were we to get another safety car after all of this, that would make life very interesting.
It could make life very interesting indeed. In comes the 55 as well, so that's Stefano Constantini that brings the AF Corsa car into the pit lane, and also 48 is in as well, so Tom Bonan is in, and that's a spin, and that's Morgan Tilbrook that's had the spin. And is that coming out of the final corner again? I think it possibly might be. Can't quite see out of the commentary box window, but it does look as though that's the final corner where Morgan Tilbrook has had the problem, stalled the car. Could be a safety car.
Well, you never know. You can't get it fired up, but this could go against those that haven't made their last stop. Bit of rubbing there as Marvin Kirchhofer wriggles up past the Robert Renard Porsche coming out of the chicane. Got his elbows out there to make sure he'd made that move. The Mercedes has not yet come past the window. We're getting a replay of how it got there. It might have been a bit of a nudge from Aaron Walker behind, but certainly number 8 slides into view, rotates, and then as Morgan Tilbrook tries to get going again, the Mercedes slightly stranded, and the yellow flag is still out at that last corner, but as far as I can tell, it's not moved. That's 77 then, with Fabian Schiller out of the car, Lukas Stoltz in. You can see the distinctive pink helmet, the Beve 10 coloured helmet of Lukas Stoltz. There is Morgan Tilbrook's car, which is bang slap on the apex of the corner, isn't it? And it is creeping, it's got going, so the race director giving him time to get the car started. It is off the circuit, and there's no need to neutralise the race, therefore.
Yeah, and a few of the teams were banking on that going full course yellow and trying to get into the pit lane before that happened.
Including Santalot, look, who've just brought Patrick Niederhauser in, but it wasn't to play into their hand there.
So Lukas Stoltz has taken over the number 77 Mercedes that came into the pit lane. So that is Fabian Schiller done and dusted now for this one. So for Lukas Stoltz, now this is the number 77 Mercedes that needs to win the race if Lukas Stoltz wants to pick up the Intercontinental GT Championship title.
Correct.
And it's all in his own hands now.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, so Lukas Stoltz will hustle on, but we'll see what the gap is at the end of this next lap. As down the, he's also, by the way, just had a driving standards flag, 77. Right. So one more track limit drama, and he's in penalty territory. Yes, Alan, sorry.
I bet he didn't come into this weekend thinking that this would be the situation going into the final hour.
No, I bet you're absolutely right. Well, we didn't, for sure. So I suspect he certainly didn't, but they've done a really good job, the Get Speed team. Patrick Niederhauser, I think he's going to stay behind the wheel, as 48 Porsche has got a problem, and that's parking by the side of the circuit. So the car of Tom Bonan peels off the racetrack with 1 hour and 6 minutes to go. Can you believe it? He's come so close, but something has hit, and the Porsche comes to a halt.
Such a shame for Tom Bonan. That car's only just been into the pit lane as well, hasn't it? So is it related to maybe a drive shaft or something like that as he's come out of the pit lane? Can't quite tell what that problem was again. Let's just have a quick look in the background. Oh no, there's contact, and that was quite a significant impact there onto the side of the Porsche. And which car was it? It was the 43. Was it not? No, it's the 61. It's the 61. It's Konrad Grunwald.
Wow.
That's the leading GT3 AM car right into the side of the Porsche, which went right away up onto 2 wheels.
Yeah, that could have been quite nasty, couldn't it? So the good news is it was able to drive away and park, but the bad news is that, yes, the damage incurred with suspension has put it out of the race. It's not over till it's over, is it?
It's not. And what damage might that have inflicted on the GT3 AM class leading Ferrari, which is not coming round still at the moment. It is late on arrival, not surprised, but I think it's just gone over the start-finish line now. So it was a 2-minute lap from that car. Now, you would have thought that if Konrad Grunwald had felt anything following the impact, he'd be in, because it was very early on in the lap it happened, and he still pressed on around it. So maybe all is well after all.
Fingers crossed, because it would be cruel for them to lose the class lead. Dominated the class really all race, haven't they? Patrick Niederhauser has put another lap in the book. The Gossamer Mercedes then comes down the pit lane. The number 52 Ferrari is there, ready to go back out with Giorgio Senagiotto at the wheel of it. And we are 5 minutes away from starting the last hour of the race here. So the fuel has gone into the Ferrari. New tyres go on as well. And car number 91 is being given a penalty. That is the Baron Motorsport Matus Vibo driven and Ferrari. 10-second penalty is being given to that car. Right, so 52 gets set, ready to go. Everything reset on the dash. You see the little television screen. Although they have the mirrors on the doors, because the rear of the car is all enclosed, there's no need for a rear view mirror because it's only going to show you the back of the car. So what you have now, and you have it on road cars as well, I know, is the camera and the television screen. So your mirror is that TV monitor in the car.
And did you see the finger hovering over the launch button there as well on the Ferrari as Giorgio Seneggiotto fires the Ferrari back down pit lane and into the race? That is 10 times that car has now been into the pit stop, so one can only imagine that is all of them ticked off now. But there are still the odd car circulating that hasn't quite got to double figures as yet, so we're not done with all of the pit stops yet, are we?
And also just in has come Philip Ellis, the 10th pit stop. So I mean, that has kept out of trouble completely. 10 stops, not a drive-through, not a rogue pit stop anywhere, not a puncture, not a problem. Its last stop is its 10th. Tick, 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 tick. In it comes.
Yeah, it did pick up a few time penalties on some of the pit stops, particularly early doors as well, wasn't it? That car was...
Kenny Harble got 2 in quick succession, didn't he? But that's all right. He's the boss. He's the governor.
But after that, it's been pretty clean all the way, hasn't it, for the 75?
Not much was written down after that.
Yeah.
No, so Philip Ellis keeping out of trouble. So also Martin Conrad. And Kenny Harble got 2 early in the race. 2 in his first stint. Right, the Gosners are there. You can see the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes up on its jacks with that very charismatic livery. Drops down, and that is number 61, Conrad Groenewald. So it did a lap and has come into the pit lane.
Came into the pit lane, but looking at the point that Ferrari would have made contact with the Porsche, no obvious signs of damage, which absolutely amazes me, because maybe it was just car met car at the wrong angle, and it was the Porsche that just came off because of the angle that the contact was made. But it was a bit scary for Tom Bonan at the time, with the car going up onto 2 wheels at what is a very fast part of the circuit, and you're at the brow as well. So you're on turn 3, you're at the brow of the hill, and it almost goes adverse camber there as well when the contact was made.
And the lines of the car mean that the way they met, it almost acted as a ramp, didn't it?
Yeah.
So tipped the car, as you say, up onto 2 wheels, and very lucky that he didn't go over. Right, 95, the Moutran Clan Porsche serving its last stop. Away once more goes 61. I know other people have driven it, but Conrad Groenewald does seem to have been rather lodged in that for the bulk of the race. It just feels that way.
I'd agree with you there, albeit now Louis Perret gets the opportunity to take over for the final part of it. So Louis hadn't been in for a while, so I'm not surprised that he's taking up the final part of it. We're over 300 laps now as well. 301 laps completed by our race leader, Antonio Fuoco, who continues to lead the way. There is a 12 3/4 second lead between the number 71 car and the number 50. So at the moment, AF Course, you know, they were on for a 1-3, weren't they?
Yes.
Well, now, at the moment, it's a 1-2.
And 50 doesn't have to make another stop, does it? But
don't believe so.
But it's I just wonder whether that might be a tad marginal on fuel, because Nicholas Nielsen stopped a little while ago. And I think
it'll have to come in again.
That might need a splash and dash.
Yeah, I think that one will have to come in again. Yeah. And did we see Patrick Niederhauser come in?
Yes.
Didn't we?
He stayed
behind the wheel, so that's why the stint time is still ticking away. Yeah.
So that car down in 3rd, and actually what this has done is dropped Lukas Stoltz back into 4th place now. So having been 2nd when he came in, that last round of stops has sort of gone against him. The incident between Bonan and Groenewald has been noted. 92. Gosh, finally something has happened other than contact for the number 92 Cup class leading Porsche, because that has got a 5-second penalty on the next round of pit stops, which I think is the first time, possibly, that Ivan Jacquemus' Porsche Ticino entry has copped anything other than a whack from an Audi. That's another one that hasn't got a lot written down about it. Oh no, it got 5 seconds in the early part of the race, apologies.
All right.
Yeah, over 12 hours, only 2 5-second penalties. That ain't bad going.
That is very good going indeed. It's stayed out of trouble, which was exactly what you need to do in racing. You don't need to be the quickest car, but staying out of trouble is absolutely key.
Yes.
So over 8,000 racing laps now have been completed by all of these cars. 302 by the race leader. It's on 303 laps at the moment, and even through this last set of pit stops, nothing has changed with regards to the class orders either. So it's still 71 that leads GT3 Pro. We've still got the 70. We've now got the 88, which is Marvin Kirchhofer, has taken over the lead of GT3 Pro-Am at this stage at the wheel of the McLaren.
Yeah, but it goes as a pit stop because it's only done 9.
It has only done 9, so that will, phony lead. Yep, you've got me there, absolutely. And the number 61 Ferrari still continues to lead GT3 Am.
Indeed so. 49 is the next one to be given a 5-second penalty for track limit abuses on its next pit stop. Now, if you're not making another pit stop, you're going to just have to come in and serve that penalty, aren't you? 49 is the race event Porsche. More of Philippa's fascinating facts. You mentioned the 8,000 laps in total of everybody. We've had just over 300 pit stops with a few more to come, and the lead has now changed over 20 different occasions. Not 20 different cars in the lead, but it's been passed from one to another over 20 times. So we're not quite done yet, but I think Ferrari 71 is now pretty stable, isn't it, at the head of the field?
Yeah, it's been right at the sharp end since the get-go, really, and it has also stayed out of trouble, has it not? I don't think at any point there's been an issue with that car that I can recall.
No, I mean, the only thing is one track limit penalty, and also for 71 that road pit stop that we never got to the
21 seconds in the pits. Yeah, we never got to the second.
That sort of self-induced drive-through, almost as though, because that was under a yellow, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yeah,
almost as though the car came in and there was a shout on the radio, no, we don't want you in.
Yeah.
And so just drive through. And whether, for example, the driver behind the wheel thought, oh, we've gone yellow, I better come into the pits, and then was reminded of the regulation. We might find out post-race, but that's the one query that we still have over this. So if Alan feels like a wander to 71 again, might be able to go and ask James Collada the question.
Have I got another task?
You have.
I do like a task.
Right, so 71,
yes,
which is the leading car.
Yes.
If you can go find James again, can
yes,
you ask him what that strange drive-through 21-second pit stop was all about a couple of hours ago?
I most certainly can, yes.
Good. And then, having done that, I've got another task for you.
Oh, yeah, go on, tell me. I can stack them up.
OK, we'd like you to give us the answer. So having
right.
found it, you've got to tell us, all right?
Well, I'm going to do it the simple way. I'm going to ask him the question.
Right, OK.
And you're going to hear the microphone.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You've done this before, haven't you?
well, kind of.
Yes.
If he's still here. Is he still here? I shall. I might have to go backstage at the garage to find him.
OK. We'll leave you to your task. The team manager of 52 Ferrari, which is another of the AF Corsa fleet, but it's the Senegiotto Lancieri et al. Car. That is on another track limit penalty. And 71 Ferrari Antonio Fuoca. Now, the task for him is very simple. Keep off curbs. Keep out of trouble. Do not incur any penalties. Do not stress this car.
The only problem is that he's still only 13 seconds in the lead. Yes, it's going the right way, so they could probably now also say to him and add to that, just change gear, 500 revs earlier.
But who's he 13 seconds ahead of? His teammate.
His teammate, yeah.
So the call might come. That'll do.
Stick where you are. Yeah. And at no point did it really look like, as we get somebody else into the pit lane, that's one of the Porsches, we won't worry about that one. At no point did it really look like the potential of a Ferrari 1-2, and all of a sudden, there they both are.
I'm still leaning towards Ferrari 1-3. I still reckon Niederhauser for second before the end because he's catching.
Yeah.
And I'm still thinking that number 50 Ferrari needs a splash and dash, or if it doesn't need a splash and dash, it's going to have to slacken off its pace
to get to the checkered flag.
Yeah. Or he's banking on another late race safety car, which would slow the field down, or full course yellow and safety car. So there are too many variables in that for me for that car to be comfortable.
The car that's in the pit lane that we saw was the race-spent Johannes Zelga Porsche, and Alan Hyde is also in the pit lane.
Yeah, just chat. Remind me of the question again for James Collado.
Right, number 71 Ferrari.
Yes.
About 2 hours ago, had a strange pit stop. It was like a drive-through. It was only in the pits for 21 seconds.
Right, it wasn't a penalty. The only penalty they've had was a 5-second track limits penalty.
Correct. So what was it?
Right. Okay. Oh, I see. So you thought it was a drive-through?
Well, it looked like a drive-through, but no penalty was offered. So why did it drive through the pit lane?
Google Maps. Maybe it took him the wrong direction. Did it definitely happen?
It definitely happened.
Right, okay, I'll go back to James. He knew nothing about it.
Right, he's been a font of knowledge in this race, hasn't he, really? Thanks, Alan. Yes. Mark saw that. Well, actually, I'll say it happened. Mark saw it. It came down the pit lane. The pit time was 21 seconds.
Yeah.
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 I mean, you know, we did think we were seeing things earlier when Grupper and Mercedes came back on track, so maybe it was another of those prefabrications.
Another one of those moments,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
We just saw one car come into the pit lane. Eddie Cheever has come in at the wheel of the 6th place Garage 59 car. That's the car that's second in Pro-Am at the moment, so that is going to drop it back down through the order and reassert the correct order for the Pro-Am category. So in other words, Sun Energy won by SPS and Philip Ellis, and the Mercedes go back to the lead of that once more. It's not the only car that's in the pit lane as well, because the number 99 Audi is in, so Alex Acker is also in for what ought to be the final pit stop for those. So those are the two cars residing down there in the pit lane at the moment. Driver change going on in the 99 as well. We'll have to wait and see who's going to jump in for the final stint. Alan has the answer.
Oh, that 21 seconds, he said. Oh, that 21 seconds. It was to allow the other car to go in front so that when the safety car period came, it didn't lose a lap.
Excellent. Right, makes perfect sense now you've said that.
Yeah,
well
does,
done,
yeah.
Alan. Very good. Very good. We thought that, didn't we?
That's what I've been saying from the very beginning.
Yeah, right.
I don't know why you asked the question, to be honest.
No, that makes sense. Thank you, Alan. Well researched. Good man. So now we know, and that helped, therefore, keep the sister car on the lead lap. So sacrifice 21 seconds for the team.
And look at what that's done now to the team result, potentially.
Yeah, it's put both on the lead lap. They're only 13.5 seconds adrift. And actually, only 2 seconds back, still lapping quicker than the car ahead is Patrick Niederhauser, but it's such a tiny gain, like a tenth a lap. He needs that Ferrari to have a problem, have a pit stop, to really throw him a lifeline.
Pit speed has been noted for Mikel Grenier at the wheel of the number 8 Ram Racing Mercedes, which suggests that there might be further investigations as to the way in which he departed it, because that's exactly the same message that came up earlier on, wasn't it, when we had, was it Alex Arca?
That's right, when he left his 11s on the
left a bit too enthusiastically.
Yeah. And he's not the only one that's done this. 61 is having a pit stop infringement noted as well. That is the AM AF Corsa car of the Prets, Jean-Claude Sauder, Conrad Grunewald.
Which is the leading car in AM.
It is. And there's a driving standards flag also, like we've not had enough of those, for 51, which is another AF Corsa. Oh no, sorry, 2Cs, isn't it? The 2Cs Mercedes, James Cottingham at the wheel of that car now, that lost chunks of time early on when that brake disc exploded. We're into the last hour.
Where's it gone? I mean, it does seem a long time since the start of the race, but that's largely because, you know, it is a long race, but at no point has it been boring. There's always been something to talk about, and who could have written the script for what we saw? Well, even from the first lap, you know, the two cars that had qualified on the front row of the grid, both coming in to chalk off one of the pit stops on the very first lap, and then not many more laps later, one of the cars out of the race entirely.
Yeah, I mean, that for me, the demise of both Grupper M cars so early is one of the big surprises, especially when you get used to seeing the cars being bulletproof when run by other teams. I'm not trying to point the finger at Grupper M here, but, you know, you look at what Curtis ASP have done in Fanatec GT as one example, and it's a real shock to the system. Alan?
Engel and Marciello have a proven track record of providing excitement at the start of a race, do they not?
Well, absolutely. So that, for me, as I say, has been perhaps the biggest surprise of all, that we lost them so early. You know, we were talking yesterday in qualifying about the IGTC Championship and how unlikely it was that it was going to go the way of Lucas Stoltz. Well, he's coming within a whisker of it. He's not far off.
He's not been far away on occasions, but at the moment, whilst the number 77 Lucas Stoltz-driven Mercedes still remains on the lead lap, he is 20 seconds adrift of the car that is ahead of him, and at the moment he's sitting there in 4th place, so potentially just going to finish shy of the podium. Antonio Fuoco still continuing to lead the way. The lead advantage just keeps stretching and stretching and stretching. Came out by another 9/10 of a second between his teammate Nicholas Nielsen last time through, so the lead advantage is now up to 14.4 seconds. We have not seen a win for AF Corsa in the Gulf 12 Hours since 2014. It's been a long wait for them, and they're now 50 minutes away still. Anything could still happen, but they've got their cars, both of them, in prime position, first and second.
Has Tom Boonen got 48 circulating again? I think he has, hasn't he? Because that car is not appearing with a question mark like the stranded Gilles Magnus Audi.
And it's also got an ETA for when it's next due over the start-finish line. I think
exactly.
You're right, yeah.
So if that is the case, then it means that both the cars with female entrants are going to get to the end, because that, although damaged, is still circulating, and so also badly delayed 58, the Gosners, are still going. So the 2 entries with female drivers are going to get to the end, albeit with 1 or 2 dramas mechanically induced or incident induced along the way.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, well spotted. Yeah, well done.
But that does depend on Tom Boonen's car getting to the end, and I was a bit concerned it wasn't, but it is circulating, I'm sure.
They've obviously inspected it, no damage to it, and maybe the reason that it stopped was either Tom thought there was damage, or it might have a sensor with the impact of the car coming back down off the 2 wheels. It might have been a sensor issue that was thrown up.
And or to get his heart rate back under control. 44 in the pits, which is then Daniel Alaman in the very, very attractively liveried, sort of plum-coloured Herbert Porsche. It's almost like the old Works TVR purple, isn't it? Tustain purple, that car. But anyway, Daniel Alaman ready to rejoin as the lead car on lap 309 continues to stretch the advantage then over the sister car in second place of Niklas Nielsen. And Patrick Niederhauser tantalisingly close, but not quite able to make any inroads now. If anything, that margin second to third is just creeping up a little bit. 48 minutes on the clock still. So there is the leader. Traffic up the road, which will be sorted out this time.
Yep, that traffic dealt with very quickly indeed. I think that was actually the Tom Boonen car, potentially, that was just carved through and past. No, it wasn't. It was the... No, it was. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was the Tom Boonen car that just managed to squeeze his way through and past. So Antonio Fuoco back over the start-finish line and heading on to yet another lap. That is now 309 laps completed. The lead advantage, say, has been growing and growing and growing over the course of that lap. However, it came down by 0.3 of a second. So Niklas Nielsen having the better run on that lap. So it's now down to 14.3 seconds. But for Niklas Nielsen, he'll be more concerned about what's happening behind, because Patrick Niederhauser at the wheel of the sole remaining Audi Sport Team Santalot car is getting closer and closer and closer. And here they come now down towards the braking area for turn number 5. Ferrari just ahead of the blue Audi. The fight for second and third. Not fully formed, but it's not far away.
He's only gained hundreds, though, in that first sector. Something like, 19 thousandths quicker is Niederhauser in that first sector. So it's barely anything significant. He needs the Ferrari to get caught up behind a back marker. That is Darren Lung, who is ready to get on board the BMW for the last stint. Then number 42.
Yeah, they're going to tick this one off, aren't they, with literally the window, the pit window, in reality, about to close as well. So just squeezing in the final stop.
So Darren Lung heads to the car. Dan Harper is going to help him in, strap him in, plug everything in. And you've got to be out of the pits for that car within 1 minute and 9 seconds.
So it's got to be out before the 45 minutes.
It's got to be done. You've got to cross the out line.
Wow.
Yes, not still be in the pits. You kind of started it. You know, sometimes you can, as long as you're in when the window closes, that's okay, but it has to be done and dusted.
So if you start it with the window open, but you finish it with the window closed, it's a 3-lap penalty.
Technically, you have not completed your pit stop before,
which would be a 3-lap penalty. Yeah, wow, that's yeah.
So it's yeah, you've got to time this right.
But it's difficult when you've already had it. It's difficult to argue a case for the defence when you've had 11 hours and 45 minutes to squeeze them all in.
Right. Yes. Yes. It's a bit like the 50th anniversary Jaguar E-Type race at Brands Hatch, and there was a non-starter because the car wasn't ready. You've had 50 years, man. What's the matter with you? The door closes, and away now blasts Darren Lung. He's going to be okay. He's got 16 seconds to get down the pit lane as you look at the lead car, and it is pulling away. Now, the last lap for Niklas Nielsen did lose a chunk of time. He lost 7 tenths then to Patrick Niederhauser. So second and third, the gap is down to 0.4 of a second now. Now, is this traffic? Is this Nielsen fuel saving? It's that car going slower, only by tenths, but it's so significant when they're all running at this very, very close pace.
It begs the question, and if that's the case, then crumbs, they're going to have to run at a very similar pace. They're clearly doing the math to work out what they need to get to the end, which means that it's not going to up its pace for the rest of it. He did make it out, Darren Young. It was 45 minutes and 5 seconds remaining when he crossed the pit outline. Perfectly timed by Nathan Freak and the team.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, race leader in traffic, second and third then are pretty much together now, with the Audi sitting on the shoulder of the second-placed Ferrari. We'll try and pick that fight up in a minute as you look at the lead car then as it wriggles its way up towards the end of the lap, under the hotel. That short straight, making effectively the one long corner. And then right up against Alessandro's wall goes Antonio Fuoco. That was the only other little blot for that car, wasn't it, when Pierre Guidi clanged the Armco a little while ago. Up towards the line comes 71, but it's behind them where the interest is for second place. 52 is being given a 10-second penalty. That's not one that's going to affect the lead battle. 61 is being given a 5-second penalty. That's your leading Am. So the penalties are still floating around. The stewards aren't done yet. Right, second and third have just gone across the timing line, and the margin is half a second, that's all. So that lap around, it was slightly slower by Niederhauser, but the second place Ferrari most definitely is under attack now.
Yeah, absolutely. So the leading Ferrari heads out of turn number 4, but it'll be a few seconds after that when we see that battle for second and third position coming into the same part of the circuit. Now, is Patrick Niederhauser going to be able to squeeze his way through before we get to the battle, or might we just be able to pick up on exactly what's happening? So it's certainly looking close. Niederhauser has been working hard to close that gap. Race leader down towards the braking area for turn number 6 and turn number 7. That's the chicane. Antonio Fuoco very much on his own, just controlling the pace at the front. No such fears with regards to fuel in that car. So he can just keep pressing on down towards turn number 9. Absolutely flat out. And for second and third place, this is the battle. Nicholas Nielsen hanging on to it, but Patrick Niederhauser has been edging up and edging up and edging up over the course of the last 10 minutes or so. And now the battle is fully formed for second and for third.
So down towards the hairpin they come. Niederhauser trying to get a tow. And there are drops of rain falling. Can you believe it? We've had spots of rain starting to fall, we understand, from the camera crews around the circuit as the leaders power their way out of the hairpin. Alan?
In fairness, there has been a little bit of moisture in the air for the last half an hour. Pit lane, we don't have spots of rain yet, but it's still just a little bit wet.
Okay. Well, that's going to be another curveball for the very end, isn't it? As they battle on. Niederhauser taking the fight to the Ferrari here. So Nicholas Nielsen being told, no doubt, what lap times he needs to do to get the car to the end on this tank of fuel. Nose to tail off the last corner. Go on, Al.
Yeah, spots of rain in the pit lane now.
Right, OK. And the second and third place fight goes through with the margin being 0.4 of a second down towards turn 1. And if the spots are only spots, it's not going to do anything at all. But if we get another deluge, that's going to make life really interesting.
It's going to make life very interesting indeed. But whilst they just remain spots,